Okay, we're streaming and recording. So I don't know if this will show up. It might. It will on the recording. Okay. It's working on Twitch. Okay, so hi everybody. I have the unusual stream setup still, but one thing I do want to warn everyone right now is that sound isn't on right now because I'm not in the Euro Truck Simulator window. So I'm gonna left click on it in about 5 seconds, and it might be really loud. It might be really quiet. I have no idea. So just prepare yourselves. All right. If it's really loud, let me know and I'll turn it down. Okay, so it's pretty loud for me, but I have it turned way down on OBS, so let me know. Is it really loud for you guys, or is it just okay?
It's good. Not too loud.
It's not too loud for stream? Okay. It's kind of quiet, but that's perfect for Q&A? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so yeah, so this is the much belated Patreon Q&A, plus we'll be answering some questions from chat. Just a couple of things before we get started. We're gonna spend some time, probably about 15 minutes, just warming up and just kind of getting the stream going until everyone gets here before we start answering questions from the Patreon list. But we'll also be taking questions from chat. I think this is probably going to be one of maybe even 3 streams for this. Don't you think, Lily?
I have no idea how long it's going to take. I don't know how in depth the questions are. I didn't go through them.
Yeah, it's pretty late here already, but we want to get some of it done. It's also Lily's birthday, or it was yesterday. So
it's not anymore.
So we were doing that for Lily's birthday. We were meant to start 2 hours ago, but Finn took just so long to fall asleep. Finn took so long to fall asleep that I fell asleep up there with him. And I'm pretty sure I fell asleep before he fell asleep. And then I woke up, and he'd only been asleep for just a little bit, and then I came downstairs. As always, if one of the boys wakes up very, very poorly or badly with a nightmare thing, the stream is over. So that's just how it is with these late night streams, unfortunately. And our setup is less than ideal at the moment. There's probably a little bit more echo on the microphone than I would like, and I'm sitting here reading chat on my tablet that is propped up on my desk. Waffles drive upon, yeah. Yeah, so that's what's going on. Anyway, so I have never played this game before, as you can see. Newbie level 0, distance driven 0 kilometers. I have no idea what to do. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to drive properly. I just picked the default city where it set me up, and yeah, I'm hoping that this is just going to be a chill game. I can just drive around while talking to you guys. That's how I hope it's going to go down. If anyone has played this game, which I think they probably have in chat because the game is weirdly popular, then maybe they can help me out. And I think I need to see the mini map in the bottom left. Sorry, bottom right. So I'm gonna move my tablet so I can see it. All right. So how's that? Can you guys still hear me and everything? It's Joey Anderman live and direct from the Canada. Exactly.
Thanks to everybody who's wishing me a happy birthday and happy belated. And happy birthday to Last Judge 07, whose birthday is today. And happy belated birthday to, where did it go? Ariel Stannis, whose birthday was on the 2nd. So I have some birthday buddies here.
Happy birthday.
I'm not alone.
Happy birthday. Jenny Nicholson is live. Jenny Nicholson's pretty good. I like Jenny Nicholson, if that's who I'm thinking of. She's the one that did the Suicide Squad video, right? I like Jenny Nicholson. Am I driving on the wrong side of the street? I am, aren't I? We've already crashed. Oh god, the controller has vibration. Oh no.
That's scary.
Oh, that's awful. Alright, I have to unplug that. Oh no. Oh no. It's already awful. It's already bad. Can I get out? Okay. I think we're rumbled, everybody. What does F1 do? Pause or pause the game, toggle side mirrors. Oh, okay. Alright. Sorry, Lily, go ahead.
What?
You were talking, weren't you, before I so rudely interrupted? With my poor Euro truck driving skills.
Oh, I was just saying happy birthday to the people whose birthday it was and now is, since it is no longer mine anymore. I can thank some people though. Thank you to Anna Hannah, maybe? No. Yinana? I'm sorry. There's a lot of sounds that I don't know how to say here. Who subscribed with Prime 6 minutes ago, though, so thank you. If you're here, I have no idea how to say your name. Maybe you could tell me.
Thank you very much. Someone's asking how old I am in chat. I'm 32. I'm 33 in November. My birthday is the day that Fallout 76 comes out.
Thank you to Rodans, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's Yanana. Sorry. Very sorry. I butchered it. Thank you to Rodans. Thank you to Hugh Wasabi, who resubscribed for 9 months. Thank you to Fisk, who resubscribed for 4 months and says, when will you admit Becky is the best waifu?
She was okay. I just didn't like that she lied. But she was okay.
Thank you to Pencil Burner, who resubscribed for 9 months and says, congrats on the new place.
Thank you, Pencil Burner. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ariel Stannis, who resubscribed for 9 months, and said, my birthday was on the 2nd. We're almost birthday buddies. Also, if I was a baby, I'd be carried to term by now.
Oh, because of the stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I understand. Thank you, Ariel Stannis.
Thank you to Finn Styles, who resubscribed for 7 months and says, we skipped the Lollier season 2? Lolly Lair?
Lolly Lair. Welcome to the Lolly Lair. Yeah, there's no cringy welcomes just yet. I'm sure that when I'm by myself that they'll come back.
But we are stronger than ever with Lolly Slayer season 4, baby.
Okay.
BB. Thank you to Xfia, who resubscribed for 2 months, and thank you to BTG99, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The thank yous will probably be more low-key tonight because, like I said, I can't see the subs. Lily's going to be the one that reads them out. And I find it kind of hard. There's like a disconnect there between that. So we'll be saying thank you as much as we can, but there won't be any extravagant thank you. So if you'd like to get the full cringe treatment, you might want to wait for a different stream.
Apparently we missed it's just Athena's resub.
Did we?
So
well, thank you for the resub.
It's just Athena.
It's just Athena. Thank you. How's my driving, chat? I don't know how to drive in real life. I'm actually going to start learning soon, if I'm allowed, because I have a sleep disorder, and I think I can do it. The sky looks really good. How's my driving? Pretty terrifying, right?
Where did we live in Toronto? If you're from Regent Park, we lived in Scarborough.
Yeah, we lived in Scarborough. Engine malfunction. Visit service as soon as possible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry guys, my engine's malfunctioning.
How's my driving? Call 1-800. I don't give a shit.
Maybe this isn't going to be a good game for this sort of thing. If I'm going to have to go get the car serviced and everything.
The town where I live in England is called Scarborough. That's probably where it came from. So a lot of our cities and stuff here in Canada are named after stuff like that. You're not going to stop and exchange insurance info?
I thought I could just plow right through it, and it didn't let me. All right, can we just restart? Can we restart, please? Can we please restart? Is there a restart button? Job market. For the love of God, please just let me be able to restart. Okay, will this work? Take job. All right. Oh God.
Thank you to Falzer25 who resubscribed with Prime for 7 months and says, "Hi guys, good to see you again. I hope you go back to early streams so I can work properly. Feliz cumpleaños, Lily." Thank you. And 25 for Joseph. What does it mean? Pop quiz.
It's numbers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't numbers?
It's numbers.
Say it again.
25.
25. It's 25, isn't it?
Yes.
I remember.
There you go. He's learning. He's getting
I
better.
remembered. I was expelled. How do I visit services? Call
you proud? I'm
assistant
proud.
service. Enter. All right.
I'm so happy, Mexican Joseph. We'll call him Jose for the rest of the day.
We did it. We got through it. We got through it. We got through it. Jose Anderson, we got through it.
Happy birthday, Lily. Joe, you plan to play the Prey DLC Moonshot?
What? Moonshock?
Moonshot?
It's Moon Crash, isn't it? Are you making? What do you say? Moonshock?
Moonshot, like a
Moonshot? Oh, I thought it was Moon. It's Moon Crash, isn't it? I thought you might have said Moon Shock, like the joke on System Shock. I played it a little bit. I tried it out last night for maybe 30 minutes just to see if it would run and see how it goes, because this is a mostly new computer and I haven't really done much on it. It seemed fun. I'll probably do that as my first stream during the day. What do you mean engine malfunction? I thought we just got checked out. I thought that's what the service was. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna finish it with engine malfunction. Yeah, so that'll probably be the first one I do when we start streaming during the day again, which might be tomorrow. I doubt it, but it might be. We'll see.
monitor's not here.
We got so many boxes, but the second monitor isn't here yet.
But it could come tomorrow.
It could come tomorrow, yeah.
There's still a bunch missing. I keep thinking of stuff that's still not here still. There's little, I don't know if they're all together or not, or how many boxes are actually missing.
Was I supposed to repair while I was there? Like that just sent me there. It didn't do the repairs. That sucks. I'm a very bad truck driver.
Well, thank you again for the birthday wishes, and Haltfire, yes, I did have a good little day. Thank you for asking. Nothing special, but it was good. Well, it's actually a lie. I had nachos for dinner, so that was kind of special. Nachos in Moncton have proven very difficult to find that are actually edible, so that was good. They were decent. They weren't as good as, you know, my usual one, but they were a huge improvement, so that's good. I'm happy. I've been wanting them since we got here. There was a great local place we used to order from that had great nachos.
When do the squares on the ground appear and I drive over them and I get turtle shells to throw at other trucks?
Congrats on the move. Glad all of you are safe. Welcome to the Maritimes. Come up to Cape Breton sometime.
Thanks. That was a full stop there. Thanks, Cape Breton. Did you do anything about that?
I've heard it's very pretty. I'm not sure. I've never been there. It's Nova Scotia, isn't it? Am I wrong? Maybe it's not Nova Scotia.
Turn. I stopped for you.
Where is it? Remind me. My geography is awful.
No, I'm not stopping for you. I stopped for one guy already. I only stopped for one person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, other truck. It's my game. It's Euro Truck Simulator, not Euro Trucks Simulator.
I'm not crazy. It's Nova Scotia.
It's Nova Scotia? That's good.
The Northern Ireland in Nova Scotia. Thank you to Nebelhut, who subscribed with Prime, and thank you to Roxanne Mixtape, who resubscribed for 2 months and says, don't know what this is, but I'll share. Happy birthday, Lily. Thank you very much, Roxanne.
Roxanne. Thank you. Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you, thank you.
Every time he sees your name in Discord, he does that.
Rox.
Without fail.
Take me
Mandalorian's
home. Euro roads. To the place. Almost 7. West Europe.
Thank you to Cold Decay, who subscribed
Lots
with
of
Prime.
cheese. Lots of rain.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Oh, I didn't pay the toll. Sorry. Sorry. A million pardons. I didn't hit enter to pay the toll. I wonder if I'm gonna be late now. Mandalore's here?
Yeah.
How's it going, Mandy? I think we're gonna get started with the questions now. This has gone on a little bit too long. I'm gonna have to turn this off and put Clicker Heroes back on or something. It's a little bit distracting. I was expecting this to be a lot more casual. I was expecting... well, let me rephrase that. I was expecting a casual mode where I could just drive. Yeah. And that's not happening. But so far, I think it has a chance. I just wish my truck wasn't broken. There's a radio in this game. Turn it on.
Thank you to SmithC3K, who resubscribed for 8 months and says, hey, congrats on the new home and happy birthday, Lily. Just wondering, are you still planning the Nier Automata bit? Hope all is well.
Yes, but it won't be for a while. It might even be next year at this point, because I'm going to finish all the projects I have going at the moment. I'll probably say this quite a few times during the next few streams. I'm going to finish the God of War finish the God of War video. Then I'll be finishing 2 or 3 other projects that I have half complete. One is a 2017 review, game, like top 10 list, that sort of thing. It'll be more than just games, I think. And also a video I have on 3 Super Nintendo games. Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, or Illusion of Time, depending on where you are, and Terranigma. And there might be one other project that I'll finish as well. I haven't decided yet. I won't say what it is just yet. And then it's Witcher time. Witcher, I'm expecting, is going to take me a few months. I don't know when it's going to be done, but it will be done this year unless something awful happens. And after that, I don't know how much time I'll have left for a big project. And I probably won't want to do another big project after that, right? Yeah, I don't know. After The Witcher's done, I might take a short break that doesn't involve moving across the country and buying a fucking house, and actually, you know, relaxing for a little bit, because I think it's going to be a huge project. But we'll see. I say that, and Lily rolls her eyes because I just can't turn it off.
Over here.
It's just
works.
constant. Yeah. I'm always trying to do something, so we'll see. I know it doesn't feel like that right now because there's been such a delay, but that's because of the move. As we went into details in the story, but yeah, Automata will happen. As some, you know, extending an olive branch to people that are really excited for it. I have almost, and I do stress the almost, certainly decided that I'll be playing the other games as well leading up to it, so I can get a full view of it. I didn't want to do that, and I didn't want it to turn into that big project, but now that I'm doing The Witcher first, I can justify it, and I'll try and play some of the other games beforehand. I don't know if I'll play them all, but I'll play like Drakengard and... Oh no! What is this made out of? Is it made out of the same stuff that Wolverine's claws are made out of? Like what? Is it made out of adamantium, vibrarium? Like what the hell is it made out of?
So thank you, Smith C3K. Thank you, Kevin Crawfish, who was subscribed for 8 months. And says, Roxanne.
You should just play Nier for the story. Drakengard is just to understand Yoko Taro. Drakengard looked interesting. I don't know why, because usually I'm immune to this sort of stuff. But the image of the anime girl with the flower for an eye is really enticing to me. Not in the way that most weeaboos will find enticing. I mean, I look at that and I want to go, what the fuck is her story? Because it's just so weird. And that makes me want to. And I think that's Drakengard, right? Like every single time I've seen that picture, I've been like, well, what the fuck is that game? And it just catches my interest. But yeah.
Thank you, Madbake. And thank you to Kevin Crawfish, who gifted a sub to Seth. Yes.
And then I kind of black out, and when I come back to, there's a bunch of Hentai Haven bookmarks in my search history, and I don't even know what that place is. But then I think I should play Draken. Oh no! Too busy making a joke.
So thank you, Kevin, and welcome to. And thank you to Ralph Clogs, who just resubscribed for 5 months and says, Happy Lilyversary, Lily. I think that bar could have been unobtainium.
That's a nice way of saying that, Lilyversary.
Nice.
That's
Thank
nice.
you very much, Ralph Clogs.
Thank you, Ralph Clogs. Okay, so let's start with the first Patreon question. How Joe knows what Hentai Haven is, though. Do you guys want the serious answer? Because I saw a tweet of it. H Bomber guy had tweeted one of his meetups. Let's meet up, and in the background, his computer had Google open to, and he had just searched for a hentai, and Hentai Haven was the first one. And then I was like, what the fuck is Hentai Haven? And then I found out what Hentai Haven was. But I already knew what hentai was before that. Like that, I've been on the internet for long enough to know. Okay, are we here? We're done? Let's play it safe. We're doing what? Sorry, I'm in a hurry. No, where do you need it? Where do you need it? Head towards the flag on your map. This was a mistake, wasn't it? This was a mistake.
Should have played Flicker.
Hmm?
Should have played Flicker.
Yeah, should have played Flicker. Okay, this is the rest of the show. Is it really? Skip the parking in the trailer and complete this delivery. You will miss precise parking bonus. Press enter. Okay, is this really hard? For those joining late, I don't know how to drive in real life. It's really hard? Okay. Alright, we skipped it. Late. Death penalty. Okay. I hope our truck is repaired. I hope it gets to a bonfire. This is your headquarters. It's a pretty basic garage. It may not be much, but it's a start. Unfortunately, you haven't got anything to park in there yet, so there are no trucks in sight. Once you've earned enough money and bought a truck, you will be able to move in the world freely and run your own business from here. Good luck. Alright, well, can I take a job then? Okay, radio. Should I put the radio on? Radio stream. I'm not doing that. Alright. Job market. Okay. Quick job. Okay, so should we do Euro goodies? Okay, someone in chat tell me which job to take out of these ones. Someone who's played it before, while Lily gets the next question. So, are you ready to do that?
I'm
already?
ready.
You ready? Okay. Someone tell me what to do while I read something in chat. Just wanted to say thank you for letting us use some of your stream footage in our videos. It made my Undertale a lot easier to put together. Also, a follow-up question: do you still play WoW, or when did you quit? And if you did quit, why? No problem using the footage. Yeah, and anybody can use any of it. It's fine. Like, you don't even need to ask me. It's fine. Top one is the best one. I don't play WoW anymore. I quit probably properly sometime during Warlords of Draenor. It just really wasn't holding my interest anymore. But the real reason why I didn't go back and I only played a little bit of Legion is because of the channel and because of the kids. I just don't have time to do it anymore. It's just not worth it to me anymore. and I just can't. I just couldn't do it. I like to play World of Warcraft for the rating, and it's too much of a commitment. I miss it though. I miss it a lot. I don't really miss the game as much as I miss the social interaction of raiding. But it's paid off a little bit because I used to raid for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I think that's helped me have the stamina to stream a lot. Okay, how do I turn with the big thing behind me? Because I don't know how to do that. Anyway, Lily, go ahead and read the first set of questions from Patreon, please. Let's finally get started.
Carlos S. asks, "Hi, Joe and Lily. Hope everything's fine with both of you. My question to Joe is this. When you look back at games from your childhood, how much do you think your opinion has changed now that you are more used to critiquing games? Can you give any examples of games that you loved that you view more negatively now, and say why? I would also like to know of a game that you loved and that you have an even bigger appreciation for now that you understand games better. Hope that's a good question. Thank you for everything you do, for being an inspiration to me and a 10 out of 10 dude."
Oh, thank you so much. That was a nice compliment there. Thank you. Let me paraphrase the question because I'm a little tired and I should probably do this for all the questions tonight, so I can make sure that I understand them, or at least you understand how I understood them. So if my answer is completely off the mark, at least you can follow it a little bit. So the question is: now that I'm older and also run a games criticism channel, how do games from my childhood stack up? Are there any that I view quite as lesser games now when I loved them when I was a kid, and are there any that have even gotten better in my eyes instead of worse? So straight away I can say that there are games that are story based and story driven that have not held up well. And the reason they haven't held up well is not because I am a games critic. They haven't held up well because I'm just an adult now. And a lot of them are for children, and they're just not good if you're an adult. And I'm just going. Good luck, everybody else. Yeah, so they're just not there's just not good stories. So even those stories that I like a lot, like Chrono Trigger, the early Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy IV especially, all those kinds. When I was a kid, Final Fantasy IV was riveting, and I do mean that with no exaggeration, just riveting. I was so enthralled with Final Fantasy IV's story. Sorry, someone just quoted, I'm going, good luck, everyone. Riveting. And yeah, you play it now, and I think there's a joke in one of my videos. I can't remember what it is, which one it is. It might be the Diablo one, where I flash on the screen Final Fantasy IV's defining characteristic was suicidal characters that have these grand monologues before they try and kill themselves to save the day. What's really weird is that Final Fantasy IV, for whatever reason, Final Fantasy IV I think has been remade and remixed more than any other Final Fantasy game. Maybe there's a huge Final Fantasy fan in chat that will correct me if there's another game that's been remade. But I know there's like the Game Boy Advance version, the DS version, which was made in 3D, that sort of thing. The parts of the story changed a lot between those versions. I remember characters that died in the Super Nintendo version that don't. Oh, I thought I have to go in that one. Okay, well, we're still going this one. We're committed. That come back to life in later versions, and it kind of ruins their sacrifice, and it kind of cheapens it a little bit. But yeah, anyway, to not get too off track. So that story was riveting to me, and I played as an adult, and I just don't care. It's just such a bad story for an adult, but it's great for kids. So it's hard to judge that. Secret of Evermore is another one that I think that I enjoyed more as a kid. I won't as an adult, but there's a lot of sort of weird adult humor in that one. And by adult humor, I don't mean mature humor or like sex jokes or anything. I mean, there's a lot of parodies and references to B movies and stuff like that that I don't think a kid growing up at the time that Secret of More came out would enjoy at all or even understand. And I didn't understand them when I was young. Maybe I'm wrong though, but yeah. So some of those older games are kind of weird when it comes to stories, and I think that's where I'm gonna lead into the main point of the older games, is that I find that in terms of gameplay and even structure, a lot of older games are quite elegant. They're quite they're focused. They're only about a couple of things. They have a point. They have this much more simple kind of main thing that they're trying to do, and that makes them quite appealing still. You can go back to a lot of those older games and you can just pick up and play, and normally you're in control and you're playing within seconds of hitting new game too. Of course, some RPGs aren't going to be like that. Some RPGs are going to take a little while to get warmed up, but side scrollers, platformers, Mega Man X, all those Super Nintendo games, NES games too. Here's a Might and Magic, Crystalis. Actually, I can't remember Crystalis, Rygar, stuff like those, Mario 3. You're going to be playing within seconds, and you get right into it, and it's fun. A lot of them hold up. You're running, jumping, hitting, shooting, and on that level, some of them might have even gotten better because a lot of games today try and do too much, I think, and that idea isn't wrong. It's not flawed to try to do too much. It's just the execution has to be there as well, and the execution often isn't there, unfortunately. So a lot of those games are still fun to go back, and I think this is beyond the scope of the question, really. And I would like to I'd like to look at it a little bit more, actually, because it's making me think right now. What's been lost in from then to now? That this just this playability, this pure playability. So yeah, to answer your question, most games have held up if they're focused on gameplay, and I've probably enjoyed them more. I really enjoy Mega Man X's still, 1, 2, and 3. I don't know which one's my favorite of those. I think there's going to be a collection coming out soon, and I haven't really played anything after 3 that extensively. I think I've beaten 4. But any of the ones that came out on the PlayStation, I can barely remember. I played them only a little bit. And those have held up. Anything that's action focused, it's the RPGs that haven't, even in terms of gameplay, because it's just kind of boring now. Secret of Mana is probably the game that I enjoyed the most as a child, and now I dislike the most as an adult. It's just really, really... Oh, rip that guy. Sorry. Just really, really slow, really tedious. He's just staring in front, just like, don't move, and trucks are like T-Rexes, just don't. No, what are you doing? No, I was moving. Okay, just go, dude, just go. Yeah. Secret of Mana has probably held up the worst out of any game that I really, really, really loved as a kid. It just goes on for too long. The combat, you have these really annoying waiting sessions to get to 100% stamina in order to do another attack. Magic is just kind of busted. It's all slow. You're going through menus. You have to wait for animations to play. Sometimes enemies just randomly go immune to damage because they're casting spells and you have no idea how to do it. Sorry, and you have no idea how to tell most of the time. At least that's how I remember it. You have to hold down the attack button to charge up these big, mega long combos that take forever and slow you down while you're doing it. If you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. It's not a bad game, but I loved that game when I was a kid, and I don't even think I could stomach it now to finish it. So, yeah, that's probably the big one for me. Yeah, and anything that's gets closer to RPG starts to dwindle a bit. Yeah, pretty much anything. Part of the reason why I like Final Fantasy VI so much, I think, is because the battles are so quick. You compare that to the later ones on the PlayStation, and just getting into battle just takes so long. You have the zoom in and and then the battle starts in the music and the sweep across the battlefield, and then you select the attack, and there's a wind up animation, and they travel across the level and they hit it. Like, I think Final Fantasy VII is better than that, than Final Fantasy 8 and 9, but everything just takes so goddamn long. Whereas Final Fantasy VI, it's also quick. Even the summons are just really, really fast. Chrono Trigger is similar, and I like the active battle system and how Chrono Trigger has the enemies on the screen. But I would say even those two, which are some of my favorite games, haven't held up as much. For PC games, Dungeon Keeper is something that I've grown to appreciate more and more as time has gone I think Dungeon Keeper is genuinely one of the best games that's ever been made. And I think a lot of that is an accident. I don't think that they intended it to be as good as it is. It's just a really, really, really great game for reasons I went to in the video. And I think that's it. I could probably keep going for an hour with more examples, but I think I've made my point for the most part. What do you think, Lily?
I'm not a good judge, but I think so.
There's something to do with the simplicity of older games that is really appealing, and you can see it in stuff like Celeste and Super Meat Boy, games like that that Paris discovered. Oh damn! No one knew where it was until now. Indies are tapping into that way more than the big game developers, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not right with what I'm saying right now. Maybe I'm just taking an easy avenue of discussion from what we just said and going with it. If I thought about it for a long time, maybe I would completely disagree with what I'm saying right now.
Carlos says, thank you so much for answering my question.
You're welcome. You had more, didn't you?
No, I think that was it. There was examples of them and what hasn't held up and what are giving you appreciation for.
Oh, okay. You're welcome, Carlos. Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. Thank you. Someone chat is saying, Joseph, what is a genre you can play multiple times without getting bored of? Personally, it's roguelikes. Want to hear about yours. Yeah, roguelikes are there, but it needs to be a specific game for me. Enter the Gungeon is a game that has a lot of longevity for me, and I've played that for a long time, and it still has my attention. There's something about Dark Souls that really gets to me too. I don't know why. On the surface, Dark Souls isn't really a game that should have a lot of replayability, but I think there's just something about completely conquering a game like that really appeals to me. I think other people too, because a lot of people replay it as well. I would likely be playing Neo a lot right now if I had time. I'd be going through that again and again and going through the same thing. Because I played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 a lot over and over again. I didn't really play Bloodborne as much as I wanted to. But yeah, there's something appealing about that. Celeste would probably be another one as well. Celeste was fun, especially because of the hidden moves that are in that game. And I saw the speedrun recently, and that seemed like a lot of fun. I don't know, and any action-based system that has multiple solutions, for lack of a better term, that you can go through and you can experiment and you can do different things, I think is gonna be able to hold my attention a lot. Puzzle games, obviously, you're not going to be playing them again and again. But you did say genres, you didn't say specific games. I don't know. I don't really stick to genres anymore, and my time with games is really skewed with channel work. But clearly, if history has proven anything over the past year, it's Japanese RPGs that keep calling me back. Right? They're my siren, ready to drag me down if I ever get too close. Is it Ralph Clogs that's next?
Yeah, but
I remember.
Just before we do Ralph Clogs, let's thank a few people before it gets too long. Thank you to Thulu Calamari, who resubscribed for 6 months.
Cthulhu?
I think that's how you say it. I
Yeah.
can't say it.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Not
so-
Cthulhu, which is how I used to say it. It's Cthulhu. Cthulhu Calamari.
Cthulhu
It's
Calamari.
a really good name, that. Cthulhu Calamari.
Thank you to KevTron3, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you.
Thank you to Frickin' Moron, who resubscribed for 6 months. Thank you to Ninjali Blitzer, who
Thank you, frickin' moron.
Ninjali Blitzer, who used 100 bits and says, finally, Joffrey is playing a real game.
Oh no.
And thank you to
What?
Makoto Best Girl, who subscribed with Prime.
I don't want your subscription. Makoto Best. I don't want your subscription. Go give it to someone who'd appreciate it, like Mandalore. Red lights aren't for trucks. Red lights aren't for trucks.
And you have two people who've said several times now. One has seen your Actraiser video and wants to know if you'll marry them.
Oh wow! Someone who watched the Actraiser video.
And somebody
There
else...
are dozens of you. Sorry, go ahead.
And somebody else who wants to know if you've read any Cormac McCarthy, and that's the road guy, right?
Yes. Also Blood Meridian, which I haven't read, but I've only read The Road. I liked it a lot, and I would like to read more of his. But he does kind of have he does kind of have something stuck up his ass. IMO. I read an article after I read The Road, and there was a word, and it was a very pretty word, and there's a word in it, and it's Salitter. Maybe I'm not even saying it right. SALITTER, Salitter, and he uses it in a sentence, and it's basically, if I remember correctly, it's describing how in that moment he could feel holiness and God all around in the world and the earth around him in that moment. So the Salitter in the earth or something. Wait, am I going in there? No, I'm going further down. Or am I not? No, this looks. Is this it? And I read an article afterwards, and it's like this. God damn it! And it's this word that's been dead and hasn't been used in like 100 years. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, no one's gonna know. And the article was filleting him for doing that. And maybe I'm just being an anti-hipster for once by being annoyed by that. But that kind of ground my gears a little bit.
But you like The Road.
But I did like the book very much overall. Yes.
Okay, so Ralph Plugs says, "Hello, Joe and Lily. I hope your month has calmed down a bit from house hunting. I recently got a 3DS game called Dylan's Dead Heatbreakers. That's mainly an action tower defense game. Unexpectedly, I also found it has a charming mini game about stocking shelves and running a cash register in a corner store. And even though it's not spectacular, I'm quite fond of how cute it is."
Do you get to sell things and haggle?
"Do you have any examples where a game unexpectedly changes gameplay completely for side content and pleasantly surprised you?"
Ooh, okay, that's a tough question. I kind of want to say no, but because I think I'm gonna struggle to really answer that question. But maybe not. Maybe there is one. There is something, or at least more than one. I want more than one answer. I've already thought of one, but I want there to be more than one. This is gonna surprise a lot of people because they were mostly hated. I really enjoyed the Starship segments in the Old Republic RPG. The online one. I really enjoyed them. I know a lot of people didn't, but I had a lot of fun with those, and I wish they had done more with them. I think they did do more with them afterwards, and some people did end up enjoying them quite a bit. But yeah, I enjoyed them a lot more than I was expecting. They reminded me of Star Fox a lot, and I enjoyed Star Fox. They remind me of Rogue Squadron a little bit, and I liked that too. And yeah, so I wish they had done more with them, and I wish they'd been a little more popular. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Star Wars: The Old Republic is mostly a traditional kind of WoW theme park RPG, and sort of a mix of WoW meets The Old Republic, and you can control everyone gets a starship, and you can go on missions in your starship, and you can fly around with your mouse and dodge bullets, and I think you can barrel roll, and you can shoot. You can't control where you fly. Well, you can. You can't control the camera behind the ship. That's guiding you where you're going. So again, it's sort of like Star Fox, but you can fly within the range of the camera, and it's fun. I enjoyed it. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Because I don't know how to turn this. Is there a way to lock it in place? I don't know how to drive. Do a barrel roll. Yeah, you can do a barrel roll. You gotta waggle it in.
Someone said you can use your mirrors too. Your mirrors are your friend.
I know people must be shocked right now that I don't know how to drive, seeing me doing this right now. But yeah, I don't know how to drive. I know it's amazing. SWTOR's trash though. It was okay. It had some really bad moments and it wasn't finished, but it was okay. Okay, I give up. Someone in chat is saying Chalice Dungeons qualify for this question. If that's the case, then that's probably my favorite. Absolutely, I really enjoyed the Chalice Dungeons, and I would like a whole game that's just made out of that. Unfortunately, there was one, and apparently it wasn't very good. I can't remember what it was called though. I am a liar. I just remembered. Necropolis, I think it was. I think I have it, but I haven't tried it. Everyone said it was pretty bad. So yeah, I'd like to see someone take another stab at that. Preferably From. I would like to see. I'd like to see From try it again. Someone in chat is saying Undertale. Undertale, so the switch between RPG and sort of bullet hell dodging kind of thing. How did we crash already? All right, nice. All right, we're not even out of the parking lot. We've already crashed. I don't know if that counts. If it does, then yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed the different modes in Undertale. Unless you guys are talking about snail racing. Didn't really enjoy the snail racing. I'm trying to think. What there must be something. There must be some game that has just a fantastic mini game. Gwent is probably going to be a good one when I finally do play Witcher 3. Everyone loves Gwent. I never really got into the Pokemon battles in World of Warcraft like I thought I would. I thought that would be my jam, but no, it wasn't. There just wasn't enough to it compared to Pokemon, which is saying something because Pokemon is pretty simple. Opus Magnum has Sigmar's Garden. That looked interesting. It was kind of like a mix of Solitaire, wasn't it? A weird kind of visualization on Solitaire. That looked interesting. Sorry that I can't give you a good answer, Ralph Clogs. It's hard for me to just remember a specific thing like that in a game. Did you get the Peggle add-on in WoW? I actually did. I had that installed for a little while. I really like Peggle, but mostly because of the big celebration when you win. You remember that, Lee?
Sorry.
Do you remember the big celebration when you win in Peggle?
Yes. Makes it all worth it. Some of those ones are hard.
Yeah.
So it's really worth it when that happens. Peggle's a game I have played. I didn't play the whole thing, but I played. So that's something for once that I actually have an opinion
on. We can stretch it and look at things, alternate game modes that you can kind of impose on yourself. That can be fun, right? But I don't know. I don't think that's going to be that's going to properly qualify for your question. I'm trying really hard to think of something. What was the game of Final Fantasy VIII? Was it Triple Triad? That had some appeal. Anything in a game that has you going out of your way to collect things can get me too. Achievement hunting in World of Warcraft was a big one. Just going out of my way to get stupid achievements, but that game has a lot of stupid shit like that to keep you interested. Like the fishing minigame in that too. Like the whole game is based around trying to keep you locked in. Headlights. How do I turn my headlights on? I'll turn them on if you want. How do I turn them on? F. Oh, I can indicate. Lights aren't for trucks. I agree. L. There we go. Do you think the L stands for lights? Hey.
Are you done with this question?
I think so. There's sorry, the you know the little animal in the wheel on my head is running like crazy because I feel like there's something right on the tip of my tongue, you know that there's an alternate game mode in a game that I'm like I think maybe it might have been a city builder or something that I remember thinking this is better than the main game and I wish the whole game had been this instead. It might even be something that's recent as well. And I'm really trying to think. Oh well, I'm sorry, Ralph Vlogs. You give me such great puns on Discord too. If I can remember it, I'll interrupt myself mid sentence to go on about it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Ralph Vlogs. Tiger and Zelda too.
Back to me.
Okay, what's the next question, Lily? Did Ralph Vlogs have another one, or was that his only question?
No.
What happened there?
The next one is a big one, though.
Okay.
Maxine H says, "What the frog is up, Joe and Lily?"
What the frog? Okay, I like that.
So I've got this replica animal skull in my house now for photos that I just stare at sometimes. So I've become very inquisitive and introspective. So brace for some questions.
Did you name it Yorick?
Also, some peeps in chat last time were like, "What, Maxine? You didn't put your Instagram in the message while saying I can't get exposure." Well, Inquitari? Or Inquitari?
Inquitari? Okay, I can't see the screen right now. Hold on, let's just handbrake in the middle of the street.
UETARI.
ANQUETARI. Yep, that's the name. Okay.
It's very pretty looking, but I've never seen it before. Is the name, you can say it or put it in chat if you want, but in the end, it's your stream, your choice. Okay, ramble over question 1. In your prayer video, when you mentioned the derelict shuttle, is it derelict or derelict? It's derelict, right?
Derelict, yeah.
I've never had to say it out loud. Shuttle, and how you weren't sure what kind of reward should have been in the shuttle. I've been thinking about that while stroking my chin and staring at my animal skull, of course, and came to the conclusion that when a game like Prey has its type of upgrade system, the reward should be some piece on top of that skill. Some piece on to top off that skill, sorry.
Okay.
For example, let's say the shuttle's door would have you doing the hardest hacking section in the game with the highest level skills required, and inside you get a piece of gear that enhances hacking altogether. The best example I've got is maybe now you can hack from a distance or something. Adding a new level of skill and flexibility to it. How do you feel about that idea? And do you have any other ideas after having some time of separation from Prey?
Okay, so your idea is sound, but it's something that I think a lot of game developers and people who like to think about games go through. And it's for this reason that I'm hesitant to say that reward systems are... again, why did it just go straight into the left there? That was weird. Maybe my finger slipped on A and I didn't realize. It's why they're one of the more complicated things to get right in a game, because those rewards don't exist in a vacuum, and you have to look at the gameplay side of things, and as well as the reward, because the reward is always going to affect gameplay, and there's going to be some ramifications for it. So an example is that if you are playing a game that has a combat system like Doom's, and you go to some sort of equivalent, you go through some sort of equivalent of this derelict shuttle in Prey. For those that don't know, the derelict shuttle in Prey is it's outside the space station that you're in Prey, and it's quite out of the way, and there's a hard battle that you fight there. You first have to notice it, you have to fly all the way there. It's quite a journey. Then there's a fairly difficult battle there, and then you get inside the shuttle, and you're expecting that there's going to be something really good there, and it's just some minor things, and it's a bit of a disappointment, especially considering it needs a very high hacking ability that you probably won't have when you first get there, and then you're going to have to come back later and go all the way through that all over again to get quite a disappointing reward. And in the video, I go on about how should something really good have been here, but if you make it too good, then it becomes sort of mandatory. You have to come here to get it, and if it's not good enough, then it's not worth it. So if we translate that to something like Doom, and because I think Doom will show this problem way more than hacking and Prey. So let's just say there's an equivalent of the derelict shuttle in Doom about halfway through the game, and if you finish it, you get the equivalent of what Maxine is saying here, which is that you get a really powerful ability that affects the type of gameplay that you went through to acquire it. So you get a really, really, really powerful gun. Well, the problem with that is initially that's a great reward. It fits. You're getting rewarded in the same way that you were tested, but now gameplay is fundamentally changed because you have this really powerful weapon that might trivialize a lot of the encounters that you were probably enjoying up until now, because that's why you pushed yourself to do the optional challenge, right? So by giving you this really, really powerful reward, you have ruined the game. So it can't be too powerful. So now you have to look at the rewards and think, okay, well, it should be something that's fun and interesting, but not really powerful and game destroying. But then that seems like a really easy solution, but then you have to think, okay, well, if there's something like that exists that is fun and interesting and worthwhile to go out over here, then shouldn't that already be in the game, right? If you hide one of the coolest weapons that is well balanced, that fits your arsenal really, really well, and complements a lot of the game systems in your game, and you give that as a reward, as an optional side thing that a lot of people are going to miss, surely that's making your game a much lesser experience than if you had just made it part of the game from the get-go. So that means that it can't be there, and you're back to the same problem again. See what I mean? It's not really that simple, right? You want it to be something that's interesting and fun and worthwhile, but at the same time it can't be too good and it can't be too interesting, because otherwise it should just be part of the main game. So then you just kind of go round and round and round and round, not really knowing where to go with it. So I think that the solution is that you have to have the flexibility to have a game that has so many different options and so many different paths that you can explore, systems that you can be brave enough to hide really fun things like that and really good things like that in the game, and not feel like players are missing out a lot if they don't find them, which I don't even know if you could point to a modern game that's done something like that in recent years at all. I think the best kind of reward for me when it comes to things like that is that how Celeste does it, which is the gameplay is the main draw, and once you get through an optional thing like that, you're rewarded with more of the gameplay that you've been enjoying up until that moment. Oh no. Can we turn around? Let's see. yeah, you're rewarded with more of the gameplay up until that moment. But your idea for Prey isn't bad, because I think that's actually the example you gave isn't too game breaking, and it's fun, but it's not essential. So even though I just went on that big rant there, I think your example of a long distance hacking sort of tool that makes things a bit more fun, but not too broken, I think that's actually a pretty good example for that area. But at the same time, you have to look at it and think, okay, well, if there's something that kind of, if your hacking system is sort of boring, is a system that destroys the need to do some of it really that good? And if that's the case, shouldn't the question be that you should be redesigning your hacking system instead of putting something in there that makes people be able to bypass it? But then that gets into an even larger question, which is inconveniencing a player and making them go through some tedium an actual worthwhile thing to do? And the more I look at games and the more I play games, the more I'm starting to think that the answer to that question is yes. That there is value in tedium, and there is value in making the player do something that they're not really enjoying and they're not really having fun, just not in every game. I don't think in something like Celeste or Odyssey or Breath of the Wild or anything like that, a very sharply gameplay focused game, I don't think it's worth it there. But for something that's going for more of an experience, something that's going for a story, I think there's definitely some merit in things like that. I'm on the wrong side of the road now because I'm in Europe, because I'm in the UK. I should have known that. Did they really drive on the right side of the road in most of Europe? Did they really? I didn't know that. But then when I went to Europe, I never was in a car, I think, or I don't remember it. We just stayed in hotels. But yeah, we're in the UK now, so we have to be on the side of the road. I think that a good way of doing something in Prey would have been incremental increases to speed, carry weight, jump height, fuel for your jetpack, wrench damage, that sort of thing, that are completely separate from everything else. Things that do not give you a choice. I think choices are good, and I think there should be choices in almost every game, especially when you're exploring and picking up loot. But I also think there should be lots of cool stuff that you just get, and you never have to sit there and go, oh, should I trade this out for a different enhancement slot? And oh, is this worth spending the points on? And oh, should I save this for later? Now, I think in addition to that sort of system that you have to make choices and weigh options, I think there should be just you get to this area, you see an upgrade, you go over, you pick it up, and just boom, you get an increase. I think that it's fun, it's quick, you're always happy, because even if it's something that you don't really use that much, it's not costing you anything, and they can be little incremental boosts that so even if you miss them, they can be placed everywhere, and you could still have a lot of fun with them, and the game doesn't have to worry about balance issues, because you could put like 20 of them all over the place, and that's 20% more damage to your wrench attack. Well, 20% isn't really that much, but it still feels good to get them, right? So that's what I think is a good sort of middle ground, if you don't want to put in so much work with building entire different game mechanics that some people might miss that complement your game system. But I'm curious, and this will be what I end on, because I'm waffling on a little bit too much and being waffles dad upon. I'm really curious if there has been a modern game that has put in that effort and has had these hidden secret areas with mechanics that really do switch up a lot of things. Oh, we got the speeding. Oh no. I'm curious if that exists, because I think it would be pretty difficult. Oh, we found Dover. What's the speed limit? 48? Is that it down there? Okay, so when we're above the speed limit, our kilometers an hour thing at the top goes red. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Hope that was a good answer. I was having fun.
After listening to a radio show my friend recommended to me a few days ago called Limetown, I had a weird question that I've had yet to really answer. For those who don't know, it's a mystery about this mysterious research town that's just disappeared one day. The clues and information the show gives...
Wait, what? Okay.
The clues and information the show gives was so captivating for me, I hypothesized for like 10 minutes before going to the next episode, and when the show ended, it wasn't what I thought. And when I read that back, I say, well, that's a cool thing, though, because it tricked me and still had the evidence from other episodes to back up the ending. But I was still disappointed because to me, my ending was better. My ending was tailored to my interests and quirks and feelings. And don't get me wrong, the ending fit and was good, but it wasn't the ending I convinced myself was interesting and exciting. It got me wondering that if you leave such a bizarre mystery with up to interpretation clues, that whatever the real answer, the reader or viewer will always do to some degree be disappointed after their story ended up not happening. Do you think this is an actual problem? And if you do think it's a problem, how could you work around it? Or is it just something that is bound to happen to some of the audience?
Yeah.
Well, that's all my questions for this month. Hope the move goes well and both you guys are doing rad. Excited for the God of War video and good luck on everything, Maxine.
Thanks. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I spoke about that a little bit in the Witness video. People get really, really invested in stories and their versions of them. I'm really interested in what you're talking about, though. Are you here in chat right now? If you're not, if you are, can you link the podcast or the radio show, whatever it was, or can you link some information? There's some people in chat asking too. Can you provide a link if you're not here? And
they're here. Feelings Communist.
Yeah. Okay. Limetown. Okay. Cool. I don't know if you're allowed to give links. Okay, I'm the worst at backing up.
Danny's got it too.
I'm really, really bad. Okay. Can someone message me on Discord with that, please? Because I'm gonna forget and I can't. I'm afraid to alt tab out right now. Okay, so yeah, so people get really invested in their stories that they make for themselves. I think that it even has a term, right? It's called headcanon. Yeah, or I think they call it. I think someone in chat said even fanon. You know, it's. I think most people know what canon means. Yeah, people get really invested in it, and it's something that you have to keep in mind when it comes to writing stories as well as enjoying stories. And I used to be this sort of person that would always constantly this is some bad repetition there, that would constantly be watching a movie and driving Lily crazy, because I would just constantly be guessing. I keep saying constantly what would happen next, and you're like, oh, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and most of the time I'd be right, and I'd be trying to deconstruct the story as I was watching it, and I don't think it's a good way of appreciating content. It's not a good way of it's not healthy either, and you end up not really enjoying stories as much as you should, and I've tried really hard lately to not do that anymore, but it still comes through when I'm streaming a bit. You know, when it was like Persona 5, I kept guessing things and everything, and sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But then it comes into danger of you getting so invested into it, especially when it comes to TV shows that go on and on and on, that you start to connect these different dots, and you start to think that your way is not only what's going to happen, but it's better, and that you're disappointed when it doesn't happen. You might be angry as well, and you can't really appreciate what the thing actually did. But that's not to say that you're always wrong. I'm gonna hate saying this. I'm gonna regret saying this. So I finally watched The Last Jedi, and it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible, and I'm upset that a lot of the discussion about The Last Jedi has been wrapped up in this tired old political debate, because I don't think there's anything to do with politics, and none of the anything that might be seen as political in the movie or anything like that has anything to do with why the movie's bad. The movie's bad because it's a bad fucking movie. It's a really, 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 really bad movie. The only good things about it were the visuals, and even then there were some shortcomings there. There was some really awful moments in a fight scene that I don't want to spoil that made me go what? And really, really, really not a good movie. And I think a lot of people are wrapped up in this better version that they had imagined and were anticipating. And I think that's a good example of the audience probably being right for the most part. And I don't know. I don't know how you could watch that movie and think that it's a good story on any level. It's not a good story on its own. It's not a good story in the series. It's not a good story in any way. It doesn't have good structure. It doesn't have good characters. It doesn't have good dialogue, really. Oh man, it's such a bad movie. I don't know what I'm going on about it. It's really not a good movie at all. But sometimes people are wrong, and they will get so invested in sorry, where am I going? Am I going around? This looks like the way out. I can't get out. I'm stuck. Okay, can we just bust through? It looks like we can go around up here. Do we go that way? What is it made of?
I thought it was good and I hate everything.
Is that what someone said?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're I don't think you're wrong for liking it, because maybe you liked it because for other reasons other than what I'm saying. Maybe you like the visuals or the fight scenes, or maybe you just like to sit back with some popcorn and enjoy, just some dumb action movie. On that level it's okay. Like I said, the visuals and the fight scenes had some merit to them. But yeah, it just oh man, it was. And I'm not even the type of person that's really invested in Star Wars. I've only ever seen the original trilogy once. I've only seen the prequels once each. I'm sure at some point I've been at someone's house and it's been on in the background. But yeah, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I'm just looking at it as someone who likes pop culture a bit, and I know those are big events and I should see them, and it's like, okay, it's somewhat interesting. But yeah, like I thought The Force Awakens was okay. It was just okay. And I was expecting The Last Jedi to be just okay as well, and it wasn't. It was really, 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 really bad. There was a certain point in the movie that I don't want to say because I don't want to spoil it, that I actually just completely through my arms up in the air and said, okay, this whole entire series is dead. That's it. It's done. I was live tweeting watching the movie to my friend on Steam, because it was on Netflix. That's when I got to see it. I watched it over 3 nights because that's how
we roll over here now.
Yeah, that's the only little time I had. I was trying to wind down before I went to sleep, and that wasn't a good idea. Because I'm watching that. Yeah, but it was toward, if without spoilers, it was toward the end of the movie when a certain purple-haired character does something with a starship that I threw my arms up in the air and typed very angrily and very snootily to my friend, I'm done with this entire series. It's dead. And then at that point I was just like, I don't give a shit what happens anymore. I almost turned the movie off and didn't even finish it, but at that point I was committed. I was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Anyway, to get back to your question in terms of video games, you can see this in Dark Souls. You can see it in The Witness. You can see it in any story that has a lot of ambiguity. What's interesting, though, in your question specifically, though, which makes me not be able to go on my usual rant, which is that people will transplant their own ideas and they'll go through their own story writing process, and they will make their own art when they're watching a movie or reading a book or playing a game that has a lot of ambiguity. Is that your example actually had an answer that came out that was disappointing. And I think you'll see this a lot with alternate reality games. If you don't know what they are, I think one of the most popular ones was I Love Bees for Halo. Which is these alternate reality. Can I turn the windshield wipers on? Sorry, does anyone know how to turn the windshield wipers on? P. All right, thank you. All right, thank you for that. Yeah, I Love Bees was an alternate reality game. Portal 2 had one for its release too, as well, I believe. And these are usually they're cool in concept, but they're usually disappointing. There are clues that are on websites, phone numbers. There might even be a real world location you have to go to find something. You know, there's coordinates, GPS coordinates that you have to track down through scrambled images, and it's usually a community effort of a lot of people like solving like math problems and stuff that have been put out there with clues and breadcrumbs leading to each one. My guess is there's probably planted people in the communities that grow for these things that will nudge others along if they get stuck or something. You know, they're playing dumb, but they're really a part of the experience. And people build these up to be these huge epic things, and oh my god, what's going to happen in the end? And they're almost usually disappointing. But the key point of that is that they have answers, and a lot of these games that are ambiguous, Dark Souls, The Witness, Inside, Little Nightmares, there's so many of them in video games because writing is so difficult, and it's even more difficult in video games. So a good answer to that is just not to bother. Is that they don't have answers at all, because there are no answers, in my opinion. You can disagree with me. I know that's something that a lot of people disagree with me on, but I won't harp on about it too much here. But you have an answer, and I think it's more interesting when there's an answer that you're disappointed in, because it kind of proves me wrong, doesn't it? It kind of proves me wrong, and it makes it seem like there's worth and there's merit to these kind of stories that let people figure things out for themselves and come to their own conclusions. And I do see the appeal to it, definitely. I just got to the point now, maybe it's because I'm a writer myself, that I prefer to be told a story rather than have to do the work. But yeah, when you're writing a story, you definitely have to do that. I don't know if a lot of people follow stuff that writers say, but it was interesting to me that there have been writers for, I think, comic books, definitely TV shows, that said that they've had to follow discussion forums now, and if someone guesses the story, Lily will find this interesting, if someone guesses the plot and ending of the story, that they sometimes have to change it.
Sucks for them.
Yeah, that really sucks for them. And they have to think of something new, because they might be liable or something, like someone might come after them, and that you stole this idea from the community, which I think is complete bullshit. I don't think it would actually fly, but maybe it's just not worth the risk. And also I think if it becomes popular enough, they think that, oh well, we have to have something new, we have to twist it on that, right? We can't, there has to be an element of surprise. And that can ruin a story, I think. It's definitely something you have to keep in mind, but I also think that it's something that maybe you have to keep in mind as a consumer or an audience member, that maybe you should trust the storyteller and not try to speculate too much. I think Kurt Vonnegut said that he believed that you should try to give the reader as much information as possible as early as possible, so that if for whatever reason their book got cut in half, that they would still be able to finish the story themselves. Ironically, all the stories I've read of his are not like that at all, and you can't do that. But maybe I'm not understanding his quote that much. But it seems like modern storytelling that we're in right now, postmodernism or whatever the fuck it counts as now, seems to be the complete antithesis of that. And we're all about stories that will not tell you anything and try and keep you in the dark and confused and enthralled for as long as possible, until the very, very end, where it's supposed to be this big explosive, like, oh my god, this came out of nowhere, and yeah, you didn't see this, and here's the last piece of the puzzle that you didn't get, and here it goes in. And I've written stories like that, so I'm guilty of that too. But
I try not to do that.
You try not to do that?
I try not to, because I'm worried of people accusing me then of making it up as I go along and just pulling something out, out of at the last minute, Whereas I prefer to have all the pieces there and then make them forget about them, so then bring them back later, kind of thing. I think that works.
Oh, well, they can do that too.
You know what I mean? Instead of, especially with murder mysteries, right? If all the clues are there at the beginning, but you zoom in on one or you zoom in on a certain person, and then it turns out that the other person there was there all along, but that you weren't really looking at them.
Yeah. But
instead of just not saying anything and it coming out later, kind of thing.
Well, there are different ways to do it. There's good ways to do it, and there are bad ways to do it, because some people do just make it up as they go along. I know, I don't know for a fact, but I want to, because hyperbole is my friend. That Lost, they just made that up as they went along. I feel it in my bones that they make Dark Souls up as they go along. Like there's no plan, there's no design document.
But then you can never work it out on your own, So that's part of the fun, isn't it?
But you could. It's just that
if they were making it up as you go along, you can't keep up with that.
It's just that you're making it up as you go along too, and it just seems just as valid as what they're saying, because there is no right answer. You know what I mean? I think it was Dennis Lehane. I think he said he was on a plane, and he was sat next to somebody, and the guy recognized him and said, "Oh, fuck, Dennis Lehane, I really like your books." And he said, and he whipped out his copy of Shutter Island, because he had it on him for some reason for the point of the story, and said, "I just read this book and I figured it out from the start." And I won't say it on stream because I don't want to ruin it, but he's like, "I figured it out from the start. I knew right away what it was. I knew right away what was going on in this book." And Lehane was like, "Well, I'm glad you did, because I played it fair. I mean, like I didn't cheat. I didn't blindside anybody. I didn't put any red herrings or false bits of information. Like I played it straight. So yeah, it's good that you figured it out. But wouldn't you have enjoyed it more if you hadn't?" Yeah, but I think that a lot of stories they just make it up as they go along, and they plant false information that never comes back. We'll be seeing it on stream soon when we play Heavy Fucking Rain. There's a scene. Maybe I should say this, because Heavy Rain has kind of lost itself now. Or you know what? No, there's probably someone in chat. Maybe even there's a few people watching this on YouTube later as well that haven't played Heavy Rain, and they'll enjoy me getting mad live when I go through it again in Heavy Fucking Rain. But if you've played Heavy Rain, you know what I'm talking about. Just the completely unexplained bullshit in the opening of that game, really, really early on. Fucking Heavy Rain, man. What was the question again? No. So yeah, I think that's something that all entertainment, all video games, movies, books, it's a two-way street. There's a relationship, and there's an obligation on the reader's part, as well as the storytellers. And if you are potentially going out of your way to think of a better story than what you're being provided, then maybe that's a sign that maybe you should be a storyteller. But at the same time, I do sympathize heavily with what you're saying, because sometimes the story that you think of yourself is better, and you wish that they had put more effort into it. There have been a lot of times, especially in games, where there's been a lot of details and a lot of ingredients, let's say, and you're getting through the whole thing, and then by the end you're like, "Oh, where's this building? What's gonna happen?" And then there's just this big, huge avalanche of disappointment when it just doesn't come together, or it was just a bunch of bullshit details to throw you off, and you're like, "Oh, that's it," Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is like that at the end. It's like, "Oh, that's it," Persona 5 was a little bit like that as well. And it's usually in games, it's the smaller, more personal, individual stories of characters and environmental storytelling, and maybe logs that you find on the small scale within larger worlds that end up being more satisfying and more entertaining. I think that maybe a lot of games should try and focus on that instead of trying to have this big overarching story in the world. Books tend to be a little better. But there are a lot of bad books out there. You can find mine on Amazon. And for movies, I don't watch that many movies anymore. But it can definitely be disappointing. Is it really the game's fault if you're the one building up this idea in your own head? Yes and no. It depends on if they're playing fair. That is a good point, and I think that's something that I wanted to bring up, but I forgot. Yeah, it's your fault and the game's fault. You're both kind of culpable, because if the game is providing you, with a lot of teases, and you find yourself really engrossed and thinking about a lot of things, and that's a sign that the game is doing, that the story is working, and it's captivating you, and that there's something being done well on the story's part. And so it's the story's fault for not capitalizing on that and not making good on that potential. But at the same time, you're right. What if the story that you make up is complete bullshit? And if someone else heard your version of the story, they might look at it and go, yeah, but what about this? What about that? What about this problem? That problem? Maybe your version is unrealistic and it wouldn't really work well. But at the same time, stories should try and capitalize on their potential, I think. Anyway. Let's take one or two questions from chat, because we haven't done that in a while. And I need to drink a little bit of water.
And I need to thank a few people. Thank you to Detest Please, to resubscribe for 9 months, and it says, hello again, Daddy.
Hello again, what?
Daddy.
Oh, no.
Thank you to Lemaniac.
I need to take a bathroom break.
Subscribed for 9 months. Thank you, Lemaniac. And thank you to Atomic Banana War.
That's a good name.
Who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Atomic Banana War. Thank you. Someone in chat is asking, have I played Life is Strange? No, I haven't. If I play Life is Strange, I'll stream it, because I don't really have that much interest in playing that game on my own. So I think that's a stream game.
Someone's asked a few times if you've ever played Gun.
No, I haven't. Sorry. How do you feel about the plot of Metal Gear Rising? I didn't really pay attention to it that much, so I don't know how I feel about the plot. I was mostly into the gameplay, and that was a long stream, so I couldn't really concentrate on all that much. And the gameplay was quite demanding. And I was trying to interact with chat at the same time. So I don't know. It seemed kind of wacky and off the wall, even more so than standard for Metal Gear. And I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that. But it wasn't bad. It suited the theme and the over the top action sort of thing, right? So yeah, it definitely has some positives. But I don't want to talk about it too much because I didn't really pay that much attention to it. Someone left a YouTube comment that was really angry with me about that. Like, you should have paid more attention to it. And it's like, well, I'm balancing a stream while playing this game for the first time, and there's lots going on, and I have to balance trying to be entertaining at the same time, and I'm not playing this for a video, so I have to be a streamer as well as a player, and that takes something out of you, you know. So I think that I shouldn't be qualified to talk about that, even though I have played it.
You're gonna play Yakuza?
Only if Spider-Man is bad. I said on Discord a couple months ago that I'm so sure that the new Spider-Man game for PlayStation 4 is going to be bad. I'm sure it'll review fairly well because it has some hype around it, but you know, reviews don't really mean all that much if a game ends up being good or bad. I think the game's going to be bad, and I said if it ends up being really, really, really good, I'll play... is it Yakuza or Yakuza? I can never know. I'll play Yakuza 0 on stream. I'll stream it. I don't know if I'll stream it right away, but yeah, that might be how I end up playing it. I should probably play it anyway. Everyone wants me to, but I don't know when it's going to happen.
Thank you to Hyros, who resubscribed for 9 months with Prime.
Thank you very much, Hyros.
Thank you to Quentin, who used 500 bits and also subscribed with Prime.
Oh, thank you.
And says, I wanted to ask you how you value your experience in your first playthrough when judging the game. For example, when I watched your Breath of the Wild video, I agreed that the shrines were pretty bad, but I didn't really care or notice about how bad they were until I played on Master Mode, which sort of bumps the game's score up for me. Maybe this thinking is kind of flawed, but what do you think about experiences like this?
The first time... Hold on, let me read the question. Oh, I can pause it, can I? Let me read the question myself. Okay, so how do I value the experience of the first playthrough? And your example is that you didn't really notice how bad something was until the playthrough after your first playthrough. First playthrough is the most important for me, and I know some people might get angry about that because sometimes I stream my first playthroughs. I got a really angry email one time saying that how dare you stream Nier Automata. And do you really think that you would have enjoyed the What Remains of Edith Finch if you had been sitting there with your wife talking about how you want to buy a sexy maid suit for her? Like, it's a really long email, and seriously, it went on for like a couple thousand words, I think. And I appreciate the passion for the game, and that he wants me to have an untarnished first playthrough. But the thing is that those conversations usually happen when there's a lull and we're doing some boring side content that, there's a reason why I'm having those conversations. It's because the game isn't engaging me a lot at that moment. And also, I said it before on stream, just when I'm not streaming doesn't mean I'm locked in an isolation tank with 5 feet of steel in every single direction with my headphones on and another pair of bigger headphones over that, with like sunglasses with fucking cardboard cutouts on the side, so all I can see is the screen. Like these conversations I have with Lily and the kids, they still happen even when I'm not streaming. Almost all of Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne, and even What Remains of Edith Finch. I either had a kid on my lap or Lily was talking to me at the same time, because that's just how my life is.
I watch you play most of the games.
Yeah,
I sit there and watch, and we talk. We do it in silence.
Yeah, it's how it is. It might be a little different now that I have some separate space, but that's how it was. And apparently my work was good up until that moment. So I think it still qualifies. But anyway, the first experience is the most important. I will say, even having gone on that little mini rant there is something to be said that maybe there are some games that I shouldn't stream my first playthrough on, especially if they are completely story heavy. But sometimes I haven't decided I'm gonna do a video on a game until after I've played it. And I think I get most of the experience quite well, even on a stream. The scary version is that there might be games that I've enjoyed more because I'm streaming them, because I have chat to keep me kind of engaged and I can talk aloud as I'm going through it. I think that's the scarier conversation. Not that I don't enjoy it enough on my first time through, is that streaming makes me enjoy it more. I think definitely Persona 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 were vastly enhanced by streaming it and the interaction, and like we have people drawing pictures of things that are going on as I'm playing it. I would be an idiot if I said that wasn't influencing how much I'm enjoying my time with the game at that moment, and that I'm gonna have to do some work to try to separate that reaction right inside of me from how I feel about the game on its own. And I think I do that fairly well, but still I think that's the scarier version. High Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I think the first playthrough is definitely the most important. It's strange to me that I haven't played Master Mode, so I wonder why. Why was it that Master Mode made you really realize that the shrines were a bit subpar? But I'm a firm believer that you should go into games knowing as little about them as possible. Ideally, if you see a trailer for a game and the trailer catches your interest and it's a little teaser trailer, that you should you should, and it has your interest, you should not watch any other trailers after that. You're potentially ruining things for yourself, and you should try and figure out as much of it on your own as you possibly can, because that's what the games are most games are built for. You say in chat, it was just my second playthrough. Yeah, I think Breath of the Wild and Odyssey as well are two games that are much better your first time through, and the cracks will show a lot more on your second time, especially Breath of the Wild. I tried to play Breath of the Wild again because all I had while we were doing this move was the Switch. While I was going back and forth, and I was playing a little bit of Switch games. I got Hollow Knight. I played that a little bit on the Switch. Didn't really get into it that much on the Switch, actually. I don't know why. And yeah, I tried Breath of the Wild, and it's just knowing that there's all those shrines ahead of me and how boring they are and how lackluster they are was just, oh no, man! Like, just it really brings me down. And I think going into a shrine and you don't know that it's going to be bad, and you can always like pretend that, oh, you know what, maybe I just hit all the bad ones in a row, and maybe the next ones will be good, and then they're not. And yeah, I think that's a big thing. I think a lot of people ruin the first experience for themselves by spoiling too much, either by reading stuff online, watching too many trailers, or they're so hungry to play it, and people have got early copies and they're on discussion forums. Tell me the details. What was the first area like, and what you do next time? And all these other things. And I think that I think that can ruin a game for you. Yeah, I keep leaning too far into the keyboard and hitting down A. Would you be quicker to play through Wind Waker again rather than Breath of the Wild? Wind Waker has a really slow start. I would probably pick Wind Waker just because I barely remember it, but I've tried to play Wind Waker again over the years, and I remember the opening, and I just get so bored. As soon as you get to that stealth section at the beginning, I do that thing where you just puff out your cheeks and just go, and I don't want to do it. It's just fuck, man, and I just get so tired. A lot of the Zeldas are like that. Breath of the Wild's kind of like that now too. They hit it really well, but you have that whole Great Plateau to get through. That can be a bit tiring. Yeah. Anyway, let's go. Let's go with the next Patreon question. Oh, sorry. Someone said, "What's my favorite Zelda game?" Probably Majora's Mask, but that has the same problem. But still, Majora's Mask is just so unique that I have to go with it. But yeah, it definitely has the same problem. Maybe with time, maybe Breath of the Wild will be my favorite. I don't know, but right now I would rank it Majora's Mask, then Link to the Past, then Breath of the Wild. So Breath of the Wild is number 3. Go ahead, Lily.
Paladin says, "Hello, Lily and Joe."
Hi.
At Lily.
Ooh, it's a Lily question.
Having followed the main YouTube channel and only recently Q&As, I've missed a good chunk of the development of the Joseph Anderson brand. So despite some circumstantial clues from past sessions and a couple glances at the Discord server, I'm not exactly sure of the extent of your involvement. If one asked me, I'd make the tentative hypothesis that you're slowly becoming the de facto community manager. How wrong am I? I wouldn't say I'm a manager. I would say I'm more of an assistant. I don't see myself really managing anything. We talk about things. He talks about what project is next, and bounces ideas off me and stuff. And I'm there when he plays some of the games and stuff. So I see that part of it, but I don't think I really contribute to that part of it much. I read the script with him. I help with the streams when I can. I help with the Q&As, and I'm on Discord mainly as he's busy. I'm here. Does anyone want to talk? Do people ask me questions? People send me private messages asking, what's next? Can you get a message to him? That kind of stuff. But I don't really manage anything. I just kind of help out where I can. Just like he helps out with the kids, I help out with that end of the work, because I don't go to work anymore. So I pick up where I can.
Is Lily the hot secretary? It's my waifu you're talking about.
Is her wife or waifu?
Waifu. I'm a weeb now, so it's a waifu.
Yeah, I don't think I really manage. it's hard to say where it will go from here. You know, as things get bigger and there's more projects and like who knows, right? Like a year ago we didn't think we'd be here, right? So it's hard to say where we'll be in a year, but I still don't think I'll be in that much of a authoritative role a year from now. At Joe, one of the reasons you're a good games critic is that you're able to take some distance from your own opinion to separate I like, dislike this from this is good, bad. That said, is there any kind of feature in games that you personally enjoy or hate so much that you wouldn't completely trust yourself to give a fair critique of a game featuring it?
I'm so bad at driving. Oh no. Oh man. I'm so bad at this. Sorry, I just want to put my 2 cents into the question before that. I think you're kind of becoming the de facto community manager. Yeah, I think that's happening.
I don't see myself managing though. I just see myself
I think it's a good thing.
helping, you know, and being available. But I'm fine to take on more responsibility too if it comes to that, so who knows. I did help write the Patreon post.
That's true. And people seem to like it. Oh, progression?
Someone says I'm an executive producer.
Progression?
I'm glad you guys like the Patreon post.
No.
We wrote it separately, but it went well together, I thought. And I was writing it all by myself in a scary house while he was in Toronto, so jumping at every sound. Creative consultant.
Creative consultant.
Okay, you want to answer your question?
Can you say it again? Oh, I didn't do it. God damn it. Okay, we were close. I think we're getting better.
One of the reasons you're a good games critic is that you're able to take some distance from your own opinion to separate I like, dislike this from this is good, bad. That said, is there any kind of feature in games that you personally enjoy or hate so much that you wouldn't completely trust yourself to give a fair critique of a game featuring it?
Thank you for saying that, because I do try to distance myself from my own tastes and judge something for the goals it's trying to do. I think that some people don't see that sometimes because I am quite critical, especially when I get into the mode where I talk about how, you know, I think that this could be done better. Here's some suggestions. A lot of people think that my suggestions are me trying to be a game designer, and although I would love to design a game one day, I know full well that whatever the game that I design first is probably going to be so bad that it shouldn't even be released, that it's just going to be a learning process. I am not a game designer whatsoever. But the why I go into suggestions is because the way I was taught, and it was mostly self-taught through judging reactions from people, was that my basis of criticism, we can't even get out of the truck, the parking lot, is from reading other people's writing, and learning a lot from reading other people's writing. You know, giving critiques of people's work on discussion forums and stuff was just as much for me as it was for them, and a good way of doing that was always to give examples of what you're saying, and also to be constructive and provide examples of what could be done better in a way that makes sense and isn't just, you know, this is shit, good luck fixing it, you know what I mean? So that's where that comes from. We're just so bad at this. and by we I mean me. So yeah, sometimes the examples are there to say, look, I think there's a line in the Breath of the Wild video, you know, like I can think of solutions, and I'm just me with my YouTube channel, not a legendary developer at Nintendo. They should have realized this and done a better job. My suggestions may not be the best, but they're something, and they're still better, in my opinion, than what was happening. Most people who disagreed with them didn't even give any answers. They just said, you know, you suck and your suggestions are bad, and they don't say why. You know, I think that having a tailored list and of shrines that can scale in complexity, and then they're scrambled within their own kind of tiers is a really good idea. Okay, we broke the red light, so let's in for a penny and for a pound. Let's just keep going. It's a really good idea, and there's no real downside there, because you keep the variety, you keep the variance between playthroughs and between people who are playing the game, and also you get to build on complexity, and you're not stuck with these really boring shrines at the end, and concepts that can't go anywhere. It's like there's nothing really wrong with that idea. I think I even had someone who is a game developer who emailed me afterwards and said that would have been really easy for them to do. It's not a hard thing to do at all. But yeah, I'm getting off track there with that. It's difficult to keep yourself distanced from a lot of things, because once you get into suggestions like that, it can sound like you're not judging the game as it is, and instead for what you want it to be, and that kind of harkens back to the question that we just had about stories. Someone left a comment on the Minute review and said, you know, you didn't judge this game properly because you are comparing it to what you wanted it to be and what you thought it would be when you read the description, instead of what it actually is. And there's some merit to that comment, but at the same time, I think that my viewpoint was valid, because that's what I really expected it to be, and that's what I think the game sort of advertised itself as, and that's what the mechanics seem to be lending itself to. Whereas I think a comparison would be if you see a game that's trying to advertise itself as a really intense platformer like Meat Boy or Celeste, and then you get it and it turns out that it's mostly an RPG with a really engrossing story, and you're going to be spending a bunch of time in menus and shit. I think that, you know, it's valid for you to say, hey, I was expecting something really different, and it wasn't there, and I'm upset, and I think you have a right to be upset. Whereas the same argument can be made against you. You're judging it for what you want it to be instead of what it is. I don't know. I also think that in those videos, because I've done it in other videos, not just Minute. Okay, that time I didn't have my finger on A, and it went to the left. That was weird. It pulled to the left there as I was turning. I think I usually say in the videos, because I did in Minute as well. Okay, well, if we take away all this stuff about about what I would prefer it to be, how is it if we just judge it for what it is, and just pretend that those expectations weren't there? And I think I do a pretty good job doing that, and I include it in almost every video that I go off on those kind of tangents and comparisons, and we're going to hit every single one of these. I don't think I would ever do a racing game. To answer the other part of your question, I don't think I'd ever do a racing game. As you can see, I can't drive. Never do a racing game. They just don't interest me. The only racing games that I've ever really enjoyed have been Mario Kart, Destruction Derby. Is it Destruction Derby or Destruction Derby? It's Destruction Derby, right? It's a derby. And Burnout. Those are the only 3 racing games I've ever enjoyed. I tried to play Gran Turismo, and I hated it. It's boring. I don't like it. I tried to play, I think, a Forza game at some point, Ridge Racer. I don't like them. There needs to be something more. It needs to be a bit more arcadey for what I for me to enjoy it. So the power-ups and the wacky kind of weird things in Mario Kart, but even then it has to be done well. Diddy Kong Racing was nowhere near as good as Mario Kart 64 IMO. Maybe there could be a good game based on the Wacky Races show. That was always kind of fun. Maybe there was one, I just didn't play it. Yeah, but Mario Kart was it for me. That's probably my favorite racing game. Burnout has like, you go really fast, and you have all the turbo and nitro boosts and shit. And there's just such an awesome sense of speed in that game that's really great. Gran Turismo appealed to me more about the progression of getting a car, getting money, winning races, getting a better car, improving on it. That part was interesting to me. So yeah, maybe that's a sort of an answer to Ralph Clogs' question earlier, that that's not the biggest part of that game, but yet that's what I wanted out of it. Yeah, I think that's definitely a genre that I'll avoid. I'm starting to think that maybe I just shouldn't properly review horror games, and I can go and make a video on a horror game, and I can talk about the story, and I can talk about the gameplay, but when it comes to the scares, I mean, I don't think I'm hard-boiled. I hate jump scares. Jump scares usually work on me and I get startled, especially in movies. I don't enjoy being startled. I like being creeped out, but I don't like being startled. But for some reason, I don't know, like every horror game that I've ever played, I've just kind of went, like that guy at the end of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 when Sora is really giving the heart-to-heart, and he just goes, huh? And that's kind of my reaction to a lot of scary things in games. Resident Evil 7 on stream, as most people saw, and then Soma as well, and Amnesia. My reaction to most scares is just to go, huh? Like, okay, whatever. I was laughing at most of Resident Evil 7. I thought the game was really funny. So maybe I'm not qualified to do that, because for whatever reason they just don't get to me. I don't think that I would do a good job, and I don't think I could remain properly objective with a lot of simulation games that are really tightly tuned on the simulation part. There needs to be a game, there needs to be goals for me. I tried to play Planet Coaster recently, and I fucking hated it, even though I feel like that's a game that I should really enjoy. Theme Park was better, it was more fun for me when I was a kid, but maybe if I went back I wouldn't like that anymore. Theme Hospitals is something I enjoy more, whereas Planet Coaster is just like, you just build a theme park, and I think you need a level of investment and imagination and a love for those kind of things going in that I just do not enjoy. I think that's why I didn't take to some of the later Dungeon Keeper games and their clones, because there isn't that big of a mix of goals with fun things and freedom than there is in the first game. That's why the first one's my favorite, I think. And there's probably other genres as well, but the one I'll end on is fighting games. And I will never do a video on a fighting game unless I have played the same fighting game for like 3 fucking years, because you need to be really good at multiplayer games in order to judge them. And fighting games are all multiplayer. That's what they're all about. And if you're like, no one plays a fighting game to fight fucking bots, and that's what it's all about. And they appeal to me. There's like I'm interested in learning one eventually, but I am not there at all, and I don't have the time. So that is not so much about being objective. That's about qualifications. I'm not qualified to judge a fighting game, so I won't do it. I think that's it. So racing games, maybe some horror games, and fighting games. Probably sport games as well. So, like FIFA doesn't interest me whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Was that a good answer? Yeah? Okay.
At both. In the last Q&A, you've dedicated 25 minutes to my questions. The short-term self-centered part of me was very satisfied with that. The other part still feels a bit exploitative.
We exploited you, or you exploited us? Oh, they're not, okay.
Yeah, if you actually do the maths, anyone pledging the lowest Patreon tier that grants a Q&A entry ticket isn't as much funding just as videos as hiring the both of you to answer their questions at an abysmal hourly wage. What are your thoughts on that? And with the audience growing, do you plan on tuning the rules of future Q&As? By the way, Lily, last time you asked how to properly pronounce the name of my cat, Navi or Navy, still not sure. Take a bowl, fill it with dry food, and shake it gently. That's the correct pronunciation.
I like that. That's good.
Cheers, Paladin.
Okay. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first? Because it was at both of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, like, I like doing the Q&As. I'm amused by the questions. I'm amused that people want to know the answers to some of the questions, because some of the questions are, like, I can understand questions related to the videos and streaming and stuff that is gameplay related, but I'm always kind of baffled that people are so interested in our life and, you know, what we do and how we raise our kids and all that kind of thing. People who've come to us with relationship questions, people who've asked depression questions, you know, like stuff like that. I'm always a little humbled, but also baffled that, you know, people are that interested in us, because we're just us to me, you know,
Yeah,
we're not
it's
anything
weird.
special. So, I do enjoy the Q&As. If there are a lot of patrons, I guess we will have to limit, because we can't be here for a week, you know, every day for a week answering questions, because we won't be able to do it all in 1, 2, or 3 streams. You know, there's a limit where you have to say, okay, this is too much. But 25 minutes to answering a question, to me, that you're being thorough. We're very grateful for the support that we get from all of you who have helped us buy this house, for example. You know, like, we wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for all of the support we've gotten from ads and from patrons and from Twitch subs and from bits. This is our job, you know, it's part of our work, and it's the same to me as going on Discord and answering questions and talking on there. It's the same to me as when he goes on Twitter and tweets. It's the same as talking to people in streams. It's all this interaction that people seem to enjoy. So to take 5 minutes and answer your question, to me, that's not really fair. That's not really worth you giving your money to us monthly. You know, you might not have a question every month either, right? So to me, it's all relative. So I don't feel that we're being exploited. To me, it's more about being practical. We might not be able to keep it up forever. There might come a time where we might have to stop doing the Q&As. We might have to cut them down. We might have to limit how many questions. We might have to limit how many each time we answer the questions. You know, part of the main reason why we do them like this now was because they were taking so much time when he was writing them out, and then I was reading them with him, and then he was publishing them that way. So
some people are really mad that those stopped. Even after being told how much time they take, you know.
It was like editing scripts.
Yeah.
That's how much time we were putting into with this monthly. It was like he could have made another video, you know, like easily could have made another video with the amount of time that he would sit and write them, and then we would read them and edit them together before. So we were going through them twice.
Yeah, which is why I think there's like as soon as we get properly set up here, video production should go back to close to what it was before Leo was born. Because stopping the written Q&As coincided with Leo and Finn taking up a lot of time. As I went into in detail in the Patreon post last time, it was taking up a lot of time, and still, even after explaining to people, look, this was taking me days, sometimes over a week to read, write, you know, sometimes research, and then edit. Because I don't want to put up anything that hasn't been edited by both me and Lily, you know, for just even simple mistakes, you know, or finding, you know, wrong use of possessive and contractions, getting rid of homophones, you know, that sort of thing. It's important that there's that level of polish that isn't, you know, mirror shine, but I don't want to put up anything that's really, really terrible like that onto Patreon. But even explain to people, there were still some patrons that I think they even took away the pledge. They were really mad, you know. I remember one person even said, you know, I missed the well thought out written post, not these shitty fucking streams. Oh, we missed the turn off. and I thought that was a little harsh. I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, that's a little over the top. All right. So we're a horrible driver. We're just gonna turn right around.
Someone in chat is saying, you know, they feels bad, man. That Discord is a job. I don't mean it in a bad way. I just mean that to me, all interaction, to me, is interaction. Whether it's here right now, or whether it's in Discord, or it's a private message in Discord, or whether it's being asked questions for the Q&A. Like, it's all interacting with people, right? It's not when Joe started doing the videos, there wasn't any Twitter really, and there wasn't any Q&A, and it was just the videos at the beginning. And since then, it's changed, and we interact a lot more, and we're asked a lot of questions now, and we try to go on Discord every day. I actually missed you guys a little bit when I wasn't on for 2 weeks when we moved. I actually did feel your absence, believe it or not, that I wasn't there seeing what was going on Discord. You know, I missed being a part. We missed the May Q&A, and we missed the June Q&A, and it's July 4th as we're doing this, and I felt bad that we hadn't done the Q&As when we were supposed to, and that we were so behind. You know, just we weren't able to do them sooner than now. But I did miss doing them. You know, I do, as I said before, I don't know if it was on here or if it was in Discord, I do enjoy the streams. To me, it's still work. You know, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning right now as we're doing this. I could be sleeping, but I am enjoying this. But it's still work, right? It's still a part of the whole Joseph Anderson video streaming bonanza, you know. So bonanza. So yeah, I do enjoy it, but there is a level of it that is still work. So yeah, we try to be thorough. We try to make it worth your while as much as it's, you know, you're still paying for it. Whether you're paying $1 or you're paying more than $1, you're still contributing. I think Joe has said before, you know, we would rather have a lot of people pledging $1 every month and being satisfied than people pledging $25 a month and maybe not being satisfied, you know, with what's going on. So we still value, you know, no matter what level you're at, it all contributes to us, and we appreciate that. Like I said, we wouldn't be where we are right now if it weren't for you guys.
Sorry that I was giggling there because I tried to do that maneuver right in front of a cop, and I was like, oh no. That was really bad. I agree with pretty much everything that Lily just said. I will expand and say that sure, if everyone who pledges $3 took advantage of their questions every single month, then yeah, there would definitely be a problem, and it could be seen as maybe exploitative, and we'd have to probably raise the pay-in. You know, it's a $5 tier reward. I don't want to do that because I think that $3 is like $3 a month from so many people adds up to a lot of money. You know, it's something to keep in mind that I try to think about a lot. You know, it's like the Patreon number is quite high, and it's way more than I ever thought anything would ever get. But it's from a lot of people that have all pledged small amounts, and that's the way we want it to be, because not only does that what am I doing? Not only does that make it a bit more stable, it makes it feel a bit more fair. It's not like there's only one person that's paying for all these videos, right? Sorry, I'm gonna get out of here at the moment. I already messed it up. But yeah, I think that this is a way for people to interact with us, and not feel like they're wasting our time or imposing on us, which sounds awful, but that's not. But that's not coming from me. That's coming from them as well. Like people have said to me, I wanna message you. I wanna have a conversation with you. I wanna I want to ask you some questions, but I also don't want to waste your time. I don't want to eat into video work. I know that you're a busy guy with a lot of the things going on in the channel and everything. So I just want to make sure that I'm not wasting your time and I'm not imposing too much. And the amount of questions that I get on emails and on Discord and on Twitter and everything means that I can't answer every single question like that. How did that hit that there? That was weird. I'm complaining about the hitboxes in Euro Truck Simulator. Nah, I probably hit it. I have put in more effort before we went through the move to answer all the posts that I get. I decided that a very brief, maybe even one sentence answer is still better than no answer at all. So because sometimes I get really, really long questions, especially on Twitter. And email, that I would look at it and I go, oh wow, this is a really in-depth question, and I would enjoy this conversation, and I would like to respond, but I just don't have the time. I'll respond later, and of course later turns into just completely forgetting about it, or I get 15 more messages in that week, and suddenly I'm not responding at all. So before we actually got on the plane and came over here, my new policy was that when I check the message, I just fire off a quick response that's a sentence long or something, and that's it done. Really? But then I got behind on that because we were in a hotel and I didn't always have time right then and there to answer. And hey, did you guys not hear the beeping?
And sometimes I have people ask me questions. They'll ask me in Discord, or they'll private message me in Discord, and it will be, we don't want to bother Joe. We know Joe's busy right now, but you're here. You're on right now.
We'll bother Lily.
Yeah, and I don't mind. Like I'm there, right? Like I said, I try to go on at some point during the day. I have it on. I check it from time to time. I'm watching the kids, I'm doing whatever else, and it's easy to check, so I don't mind. But I've had several people say to me, we don't want to bother Joe. We know Joe's busy, we know Joe's in the middle of a project, or Joe's streaming right now. Do you maybe know the answer to this, or could you find out for me, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we get, again, the personal questions, and again, if we can help somebody, I don't mind answering personal questions. We've answered a lot of them, I think, now, that are, like I said before, relationship related or child related. I'm having a baby and I want your advice on something, or depression related, something like that. I've spoken to so many people in Discord, and we've had people come on here too and ask questions, and I don't mind. If it helps somebody, then great.
So yeah, don't feel like you're explaining this at all. I enjoy doing these Q&As. I enjoy streaming a lot, not just for the games. I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy the interaction. I really enjoy people finding me funny. So I get a lot of enjoyment out of that. I feel grateful on many levels for the audience that I have, not just in terms of like Lily said, that we're in this house, and people respond to the videos a lot, but streaming has been another success on top of the success of the channel, because I found this audience that finds me really entertaining, and it still baffles me. I get on stream sometimes and I make the joke, I'm the worst streamer. And I'm not really kidding. Sometimes I really do feel like the worst streamer. And it's like, why do people watch me? I'm awful, And it's not like humble bragging or please compliment me or anything like that. It's just, that's how I feel sometimes, I see all these other streamers that are on Twitch, and they're a lot more put together, and they're a lot more focused, and they know what they're doing more. And I just feel like I just get on here and just ramble my fucking mouth off while I'm playing some dipshit anime game. And it's like, why do people watch me? But I make my stupid jokes, and people usually find them funny. I really enjoy, after stream is done, taking my pants off. No, going in and checking the highlights and see what do people find funny, the clips. And usually I laugh at my own stupid bullshit, because that's really what my goal is. My goal when it comes to any joke, even that stupid fucking Canadian bodybuilder tweet today, is to make myself laugh. is if I can make myself laugh, that's all I'm good. Like I'm Gucci. If anyone else laughs with me, okay, great. You know, like that's just bonus. But I'm primarily trying to make myself laugh. I don't have an audience in mind when I'm doing this shit. Same for the videos and same for the books. Really, like I write them for myself. Sometimes they might be trying to be a little more commercial than others, but there's always something in them that I'm trying to that I think I would enjoy myself. Can we go through here? So I feel very, 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 very lucky that that there are people that find me funny.
Besides me.
Besides you, yeah. So yeah, I enjoy it. So please, and this goes for anyone else that might feel like sometimes I get on a big rant and you know, it's like, oh, you paid $3 for sometimes an hour of my time. You know, like I'm going like I'm talking a lot, but no, I enjoy it. And there are other, if we're looking at pure finances, there's like a roll-on effect of this goes on YouTube and there are ads and we stream it at the same time, and you know there some people might be listening and finding what I'm saying interesting even if it wasn't their question, and they might sub or they might give some bits. But that's just looking at pure finances. If we're talking outside of finances, you know, like I really enjoy doing this, and if it ever gets to the point that the Q&A is taking too much time, we will have to do something to limit it. But it's not going to be because, you know what, fuck it, I don't want to do it anymore. It's because, oh, it's taking up too much time and it's getting in the way of other projects that have to come first. You know, I'm Patreon is not, you know, answer my questions. It's for videos and for streams now. A lot of people support for the streams.
And again, we want to be able to give back to Patreon too. And there's kind of only so many ways you can do that, I think, right? Like there's limited ways that I can think of anyway that you can actually give something in return. So the Q&A is something that we can do and we enjoy doing and we don't mind doing it. And so yeah, ask away, right? Like,
yeah. Oh, there's a mirror on that other side? Oh, damn. Who knew trucks had a mirror on the right side? Damn, look at that mirror. Oh. Hey, there's a bumper on the left, too. I'm so good at driving. I'm so good at driving.
I'm so excited to get my license with you.
I'm so good. Well, I think driving a car is going to be a lot easier than driving a big fucking truck with a keyboard.
But you're driving so badly that even driving a car, you're like, I'm hoping will be a huge improvement.
But I'm driving like it's a first-person shooter. I'm just keeping W down and just plowing straight through everything. Who gives a fuck?
You wear a helmet when you start behind the wheel. I'll put little sticky notes on all the, you know, windshield wipers and signal.
Hydrate bot. I had two glasses of water and a tea at the beginning of the stream sitting in front of me, and I still have a little bit of water left. Don't worry, I'm good. Hydrate bot.
I need to pee, and I'm wishing there's a pee hole.
You need to pee?
I need to pee.
Okay.
I was waiting till we got through the question that included me before I sneak off now, so I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to go across the room, up the stairs, down the hall, around the corner. Like, where's the pee hole? Hydrate bot. I already hydrated.
You shouldn't say pee hole.
Why?
This is a Christian stream.
Mm.
Do you want me to take the laptop? Here.
No, I can do it.
What am I doing? I don't need to pause to do something. Here.
No, I can do it. I'm just
You
going to
can
put
do
it on
it?
the chair.
Okay.
You had a few people do stuff while you were talking. I don't know if you want to thank them or if you want to wait till I get back. I won't be long, but it's up to you.
I can't text and drive.
Okay. Wait for me then. I won't be long.
Although that's what they do in Moncton.
Haha. Yeah, seriously, you'll fit right in around here.
Yeah, there's not... Drivers are pretty bad around here. Speeding violation. That just means I'm delivering faster. Every speeding violation is a badge of honor. Oh shit! I'm sorry. He came out of nowhere. What the hell? No one could have stopped in time. He came out of. If this is a Christian stream, can Jesus take the wheel, please? This game is quite well made. It's fully realized, really. Can you drive a car in this game? I know that may sound stupid because it's Euro Truck Simulator, but can you drive a car? Does it always have to be a truck? Can I just drive around? Is there like a free drive mode? Probably with mods. Okay. How quickly does it... Oh, this one's already up. Oh, no. Break. Oh, it opened. No, it didn't. We gotta save time. This is an important delivery. Someone desperately needs this fucking tarmac crusher rolling thing. Hey buddy, rough day on the road, huh? Rough day on the road. How do I turn the radio on? Country road, take me home to the place. Steamroller, that's it. Thank you, Via.
Thank you to Ralph Clogs who used 10 bits and says, Lily, please never let Joe drive. Thank you to Squid the Sid, who subscribed with Prime. Thank you to Pie Dude.
Thank you, Squid the Sid. Thank you.
Pie Dude 20111, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you.
Thank you to Ariel Stannis, who used 115 bits and says, putting some money towards the taxis that Lily will have to take when Joe starts driving. Thank you. And thank you to Ralph Clogs, who used 100 bits and says, if this is Christian's stream, can Jesus take the wheel, please?
I read that one. I saw that one. If I drive in the middle of the road, no one can ever overtake me and get in my way. So really, this is for the good of everyone. And I'm far away from the barrier, and I'm not getting docked for it. So who cares? Found an exploit. This is House Flipper all over again.
Thank you to Selfbow.
Can we knock over these?
I think it's Selfbow, who subscribed with Prime.
What are these made out of?
And thank you to SMH Rampage, who subscribed with Prime.
Okay, we just want to fly. He's just standing there like, yeah, whatever. I'm still using my calculator. Fuck this truck that just crashed. I'm just going to keep sweeping. Who cares? I'm knocking over every single one of these.
Okay, are we taking more, are we doing more Q&A, or are we doing Twitch, or what are we doing?
I have a weird story that I want to tell first. That's fairly short because the steamroller made me think of something, and I don't know, when I get these thoughts I like to share because maybe someone else out there has a similar thing and they find out that they're not alone, or maybe it's just some weird thing with me and I get to find out that it's just me, or maybe there's a name for anything. It's the thing with steamroller about steamrollers is that I have this memory of watching a movie when I was a kid. And I think it was either Total Overdrive or Maximum Overdrive. I can't remember what it was called. It was one of those two. And the movie was about a machines come to life and rebel against people. But it's not like Terminator. They're not robots. It's cars and bank machines and you know, everything that has some sort of mechanical working to it. It's not just computers. It's they come to life and they become hostile to us. And you know, it was for a kid. It was quite scary. I was really young when I watched it. And I think it was at like a friend's house, and it was like, oh, we're gonna watch some scary movies, and
Stephen King, apparently.
and that was one of them. Is it Stephen King, really?
Yes, Overture.
And there's this part of the in the movie where a steamroller goes through a park and kills a bunch of kids. And there's a part where a kid gets rolled over by the steamroller and his skull gets smashed open. And I can't remember how graphic it is. In my head, it's very graphic, and you see the skull pop open. But I don't think that actually happens. I think in the next scene you see just blood on the steamroller part from where the kid got run over. And while I was watching it, I don't think there was vanilla Coke back then, but maybe there was, or maybe that was what I had. But I had some vanilla flavored drink, and from now on, for the rest of my life, and this was almost 20 years ago when I watched this movie, maybe even more than that. For the rest of my life, whenever I drink something that has vanilla in it, I think of that scene in the movie. Every single time, I think of that scene in the movie.
How a flavor or smell can do that too.
Yeah,
you can smell something and suddenly you're somewhere else.
Vanilla ice cream or anything is fine, but a vanilla flavor mix with something else. So a vanilla milkshake's fine, but a vanilla flavor mix makes me think of that scene in that movie every single time, and I don't know why. It's weird how memory works that way. Does anyone else have anything like that? Like they have a like a maybe it was the smell at the time. There was a specific smell, because I know smell is very tied to memory, and that smell. The sense of smell is actually a lot of what you're tasting a lot of time when you're thinking of taste. But yeah, that's what I remember. I also remember a part of that scene where some idiot knows that all machines are bad, and she plugs in an electric knife, and it becomes like a snake and cuts her arm open. Oh no! This turn. Okay, we made it. We were. I took my finger off W there. We were just gliding through. Leaf on the wind. An electric knife, like you plug it in, and it makes it easier to cut through things, like an electric saw. But I think maybe it's for bread or some shit. I don't know. I can't remember. Is it weird that I have smells that remind me of games I played? No, I don't think so. I think that's why I'm bringing the story up. I think that most people have some things like that.
Association, it's called.
Yeah. Why not just use a sharpener? Maybe they didn't have one. I don't know. I'm not Stephen King. Or am I?
What if you were?
What if I was? Anyway, go ahead with Patreon now. So I was taking a 3 a.m. poop, and
you're too late now.
I was drinking some vanilla Coke and thinking about how it's not over the range at all. Vanilla Coke is nasty. I hate vanilla Coke.
Anthony I says, at Joe, what are your thoughts on Hearthstone in 2018 in comparison to when you made your video on it back in 2015, and do you still play it?
I got some cards in the latest expansion because I fully intend to play the game a little bit with every expansion, just so I stay up to date in it, just in case I want to make another video on it. But as time has gone by, even though...
Sorry, what?
I'm just a terrible driver. As time has gone by, I've realized that I don't need to do that, because while the Hearthstone video was a big break for the channel at the time, it didn't really. You know what? We're committed at this point. Who cares? Red lights are not for me. It's not worth it for me to do another Hearthstone video, just in case, in case of emergency, break glass and make the Hearthstone video that'll bring everyone back, to subscribe. That's not it at all. If there is an emergency break glass video, it's probably Fallout 1, 2, 3, New Vegas, and Skyrim. Those are the videos that I think that would get a lot of views and everything if the channel was dwindling. But for some reason, because Hearthstone was the first big break that the channel had, it was in my head as something I need to maintain for a long time. So I tried to stay up to date. I read the subreddit a lot. I bought some packs, and I played the game for, you know, like maybe 10 hours or so for every new expansion that came out. But the past 2, maybe even 3, I haven't bothered doing that. And I'm very happy that I don't have to do it because the game fucking sucks. Why is it not telling me I'm done? Did I miss it? Yeah, I may have to go back out if I can. Did I go in the wrong place? Maybe I missed it. Anyway, as for what I think the state of the game, I think the game is even worse than it was back when I made the video on it. That said, I am not up to date on what it is currently right now. From I don't check the subreddit anymore, but I still am subscribed to it, and that's the only place that I get some Hearthstone news from. Apparently, they recently did some decent things with quests, and they were a bit more generous with giving out rewards and stuff. So maybe it's a little better. I don't know. I'm not sure, but when a couple months ago, I'm going to say that it was in a worse state than it was before, and they were really wringing out the money from people and kind of taking the piss in a way, to get all British for a second. Completely taking the piss, and I think that they should be ashamed of themselves considering how generous they could be with that game. I still stand by almost everything I say in that game that isn't balance, specific balance issues, because obviously those are changed now that they're doing different expansions, and some cards aren't even relevant anymore. But that's also part of the problem, is that you invest yourself into these packs, into these expansions that are irrelevant, but you don't really get any of the costs back for them, right? I know a lot of different physical card games are like that too, but you also get cards that you can sell and collect and enjoy and, you know, feel in your hand and actually admire. You know, I mean, some people just like collecting the cards, so they have them, and you can get that feeling somewhat in Hearthstone, but it's nowhere near the same. I don't think anyone would argue that. Yeah, so yeah, definitely not the game for me. I highly recommend that no one starts playing that game unless it has some big changes. It is too expensive, and they have gotten a little better at balancing it, but they're still really slow, and I think that Blizzard should be way better than that. But my opinion of Blizzard has plummeted in recent years, and I think that the corporate side has really taken over, and you're seeing a lot of people leave now that have been there for a while. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's a lot of different reasons why they're leaving, and it's just a coincidence. But I don't think they're really interested in making great games anymore. They're more interested in the money and making really accessible games that that are good enough to pass a lot of like the fanboy standards, but are just really geared at milking their audience as much as possible. But I'm pretty negative on Blizzard, so maybe you shouldn't listen to me. I mean that genuinely. I'm not doing that to cover my ass. I genuinely mean it. I'm really negative on them, so I'm almost certainly biased. I think I'm done.
At Joe and Lily, how do you plan to raise your boys when it comes to religion? As somebody that was raised in a very Christian home only to become an atheist adult, stuck with habits like saying Jesus and God all the time in my sentences despite my lack of faith, I'm curious as to the idea of children not growing up using such words, considering every human society in existence has some form of religion in it.
I say God is a lot too. I say Jesus Christ a lot.
I say, oh my God.
I think it's I think it's just part of our culture, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. I consider myself more atheist than agnostic, although if you ask me this question a couple months from now, I might say I'm more agnostic than atheist. I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of a political question, or it's in that kind of area. Political has become catch-all term for controversial because it all feeds into each other, and you know it gets to be difficult and touchy subjects. But we've discussed it before on stream, haven't we, Lily? You know,
I think we have. We've touched on it a little bit.
We've gone through it. I think religions are dangerous. I think groups are dangerous. I think any sort of group that you get into and there starts to be groupthink, and that especially online when you get into insulated communities, which are sort of like what I imagine religious communities would have been throughout history, and to some extent even now. Once you get insulated and isolated, opinions and outlooks that are related to whatever brought the gathering of the group together in the first place become more and more and more extreme as time goes on. They become more unreasonable, and it's sort of like a boot camp for arguing with opposing viewpoints, that you can argue amongst each other and you can share your arguments that you've had, and then when you get into disagreements with other people from other groups, you already have all this all these weapons of arguments that you can just unload on them, and that becomes like a form of sort of like a warfare race or an arms race, where the other group has to do the same thing, and if you're not part of a group, you can't really be equipped to deal with that sort of disagreement. I've had disagreements online even after having the channel. I had a lot of people attack me when I did my whole "can you please stop talking about politics so fucking much on Twitter if you're a video game channel," you know? If you're a political channel, or you're literally in politics, and tweet as much as you fucking want, but you're a video game channel and you're tweeting more about politics than actual politicians, I think that maybe you should shut the fuck up, you know? And that's me being polite. The shut the fuck up is being polite, you know? I think that these things are far more complicated than you and I can really fully understand, and that these really flippant tweets about things like that can do so much damage and can lead people to have really, really narrow, poor opinions of things. And that's related to religion, because it's all about the groups. Religion is in particular dangerous because it's not based on reason, it's not based on fact, it's based on belief, and that is the whole point of it. And do you take that away and suddenly it's not even religion anymore? I think there's something very beautiful about that, even though I don't like it and I think it's dangerous. And I mean that genuinely. There's something very, very beautiful about this idea, and thinking that there's more to life, and committing yourself to an ideal, and sharing that with somebody, and sharing that with a group, and enjoying everything that comes with it. And then there's a form of serenity and peace that I don't think I'll ever have, because I'm not into that. But I see that there's too much damage, and we're still feeling the ramifications of different religions, and not really because they're religions, it's because of groups clashing all over the world. And I'm not going to sit here and be the edgy atheist and say, well, if everyone just stopped believing in God, they would all go away. No, I don't think so. I think it might help, but I think eventually these ideologies are just going to be shifted into different areas. And there'll be different battlegrounds, there'll be different reasons to fight and everything else like that, but it doesn't seem all that healthy to me. In my experience, there's a lot of abuse that I would rather not expose my kids to, even if it's rare. In religion, and any form of any institution that has power over another person is going to have people that abuse it. Teachers are another one, schools, and I don't want to go through that. I also don't like the idea of bowing down and just giving over that power and responsibility to somebody else, and I don't want to teach my kids that. I don't know if Lily is as extreme as I am in this way, or maybe even she's more extreme, because Lily was religious earlier on in her life. I never really was, and that's how I feel about it. I don't want to expose my kids to it, but I'm probably still going to say God and Jesus Christ in front of them. I'll still explain what it is to them, and if they want to explore that, then I will be okay with it. I won't be that kind of person that's like, no, fuck you, you can't do that. Like, no, if they want to explore it, they can. There's very, very, very little few things that my kids could do that would make me just completely just be like I'm so disappointed in you. I'm not talking to you anymore. Even if they killed someone, I would probably just, I'd like, and they're, you know, convicted and in jail, I think I would still visit them and just be like, what the hell, what happened? You know, I mean, like, even that wouldn't be enough to cut them off, you know, and that's like probably the most extreme thing I can think of right now. You know, it would just be more of a why, like what the hell happened, you know? So yeah, I'm not that extreme about it, but yeah, I'm not interested at all. That's my answer. Good luck, Lily.
I was raised religious in a weird kind of way, in that my parents weren't really religious. My dad was atheist, but my mother thought she was religious, but didn't really know anything about the religion more than her parents had taught her. So when I was taught religion, it wasn't in a school situation. It wasn't, here's the Bible to read. It was just, this is what we do, and you just do it. This is how it's done. So I had, you know, religious propaganda in my bedroom. I had this picture of Mother Mary under my mattress to ward off bad luck and bad spirits. I had a picture on the wall of the whole, now I lay me down to sleep, I pray to God my soul to keep, and, you know, all that kind of thing. I wore a cross. But I didn't really understand the religion. I would fast for Easter. I would do the 40 days after someone died. I did all the rituals that they told me to do, because that's how it was done, and I enjoyed them. I found them comforting, and I liked going to church and lighting the candles, and I was raised Greek Orthodox, so there was the chanting and the incense, and, you know, there's a lot of ambiance with it that is very, very comforting and stuff. But when it came to answering questions and stuff, nobody could ever really answer them. And it wasn't really until I met Joe, actually, that he started asking me questions about it, and, you know, I couldn't answer them. You know, well, why do you think that? Well, because I was told that. Well, is there anything to back that up? Well, no, it's just how I was told. And so he said to me, well, why don't you read the Bible then? Because then you'll understand all of these things that you really don't understand about it. So I read the Bible, and I read the Old Testament. I didn't get as far as the New Testament. And I read it, and I couldn't believe what I was reading, and I was frankly quite horrified. And when I tried telling my family what I was reading, they just brushed it off as, well, you know, the translation in Greek, I guess, seemed a little bit better to them. But again, most of them didn't really know what they were believing in either. So, you know, it was just... My mother now believes she's more spiritual, for example, and has read all these books on different spiritualities and stuff, but she still wanted me to baptize my kids in the Greek Orthodox religion, because that's how it's done. And that's what her parents have done, and, you know, their parents, and so on and so forth.
And we didn't baptize them, which turned into a big problem.
It was a big problem, and still to this day I get guilted a little bit about it, because they don't understand what happened and why I don't believe anymore, and why I don't go along with it. I don't fast anymore. I don't wish them properly happy Easter anymore. I don't do it anymore. And a lot of it, they just blame Joe and say, well, Joe's the reason that Lily's not religious anymore. But it's because I read the Bible, and I didn't agree with what I was reading. And it just seems so extreme and so violent to me, and it just took away all of that comfort I was talking about that I would feel when I would go to church. I don't feel it anymore now. It's
They're still gorgeous, though, huh? Churches are... It
is, and there's just something about lighting the candles and everything.
Cathedrals as well.
But I just, it's damaged for me now that now I know what it really is all about, you know, and... I tried reading about other religions. I went through a phase when I was about 21 where I was really, really depressed, and my uncle had just died, and he was the only one in the family that I really felt I connected with. And he wasn't a very religious man, but when he died, we all went to the funeral, and there was a priest, and it was extremely religious, and they kept saying, you know, pray for him, pray for his sins, and I kept thinking, well, he paid enough. He died from cancer. He suffered at the end a lot. And I just kept thinking, we're not here for him, we're here for us. And again, my grandmother is religious, and it was her brother. So, we were there praying for his sins, not for him. We were praying because she wanted us to pray, essentially. And I had a really, really hard time with that. I watched him deteriorate to the point that I wanted him to go at the end because he was suffering so badly. And then when he was gone, I was having a really hard time with, well, where did he just go? Because I went from visiting him in the hospital regularly to now there's just nobody to visit. And there's just never going to be another conversation again or anything like that. And I wanted to believe then. And I was reading the Bible again, and I was reading up on other religions, and I was just searching for anything that I wanted to find something that I could say, yes, I believe in this. This is what happens when you die. I have an answer. I feel better now. I can get on with things. And I was depressed on my own aside from that because I didn't know I was bipolar yet. So I was still up and down and all over the place without knowing why. And it all kind of got all wrapped up into one thing. If I could just find the answer to what I believed in, I would understand myself and I would understand why I was depressed, right? It was all intertwined for me. I was young again too, right? I was 21. We had just moved in together. I was trying to go to school. It was a very dramatic time for me in my life. So from one point of view, I kind of don't want to subject my kids to stuff that I don't agree with. But on another point of view, I want them to make their own decisions too. And I love history and I love reading about philosophy and I haven't retained a whole lot of it, so don't ask me. But again, it's been about 10 years since I read a lot of these things. But ideally, I think I would love to have conversations with them. I would love to give Finn a book or Leo a book and say, what do you get out of this? And read the Bible and read the Quran and, read the Torah, read these books. What are you getting out of it? What do you think? Can we talk about it without forcing it on them that you must believe this? And, teach it like a history lesson. You know what I mean? I don't want them to not know anything about it just because I don't talk to them about it. And I don't want them to interact with other people and not know anything about it just because I'm ignorant. You know what I mean? I don't want them to be ignorant because I'm ignorant. Pagan books, Wiccan books, I don't care what kind of books. They're all, people believe in these things. They might meet people in their lives that believe in these things. And I feel they should be educated. But that doesn't mean that I want them to believe it. And that doesn't mean that I believe it. And that doesn't mean that I'll hate them or be disappointed if they do believe it. But I just kind of feel like knowledge is power. And I wasn't raised to be knowledgeable. I was just raised to be a sheep. And I don't like being a sheep. I don't want them to be sheep either. That's it.
That's it? Someone said that teaching them a little bit of math early on is good. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Finn's learning to count, so we're getting there. He knows two. He doesn't know anything other, but he knows if there's two things, then he knows that there's two.
I enjoyed math when I was in school.
At Joe. Have you ever played any games from the Devil May Cry series? I feel like your appreciation for the difficulty in a series like Dark Souls would be shared for the DMC series, especially the third game, which was notorious for being one of the most difficult PS2 games of all time.
Yep, I've played all of them except for DMC, the newest one. I played pretty much all of them at release or very soon after release. I think the one that I played the longest after it came out was probably Devil May Cry 4. Yeah, I enjoyed them quite a bit. I've spoken about them on Discord a bunch, maybe a little bit on stream too, I can't remember. I really, really enjoyed the first one and the third one. I think the first one is probably my favorite. Just really, really, it got to me when it first came out. It was so cool. It was so different. Especially reading up about it at the time. It was supposed to be this more Resident Evil, and it went into this completely different direction, and infinite ammo, and it's got this like this it's like the Doom kind of thing, that you're a bigger monster than the monsters you're fighting. It was such a stylish, cool game. 3 is probably the better put together game, but I just like the first one more. I like the attitude of Dante in the first one more. I've said this a few times before, I think. The gameplay felt just a little more solid in the first one. I don't mean better, just a bit more hefty to it. I don't know. It's been a while since I played the third one, or any of the Devil May Cry's, really. I think I played the first one most recently, maybe a year or so, maybe 2, before beginning the channel, and I thought it held up quite well. I can't remember exactly when I last played it. 2 was really bad. It was really disappointing in 2. But I already read that it was disappointing before I played it, and I think maybe I went in there expecting disappointment, and I judged it more harshly than I should have back when I was a teenager. I read, it's such a shit game, and then we rented it, and I was like, yeah, they're right, it's so shit, look how bad it is, and I don't think I was really equipped to understand why it was bad. I just remember not enjoying it very much. But yeah, I think the first one is my personal favorite, whereas I think the third one is probably the better game overall. 4 was decent. It was pretty, but I didn't like how you start at the beginning and you go in a straight line all the way to the end, and then you turn around and go back through the whole entire environment all over again, all the way to the beginning. That is how it works, isn't it? It's been a while since I played it. It was good. I enjoyed it. I didn't want to be whatever the fuck his name is. I wanted to be Dante. I can't remember his name. It's not Virgil, is it? Virgil is his brother, right? Who's the kid in Devil May Cry 3? Someone in chat will say. And as much fun as it is filling Dark Souls with light, it's just not.
Nero.
It's Nero. It's just not that. It just didn't grab me as much as the other ones did. I'm hoping that the 5th one is good. I think that DMC is probably still a decent enough game. I'm sure it's better than Devil May Cry 2. There's no way it's worse than Devil May Cry 2. I'd like to play all of them again, especially now that they're all on Steam. Definitely, I think I'll go through them at some point. I don't know if I'll stream them. I can't really remember them very well. I wasn't the best player at them. I didn't find them very difficult, though, but I didn't play them on the hardest difficulty setting, so maybe that's why. Dude, you have so much room. Go. Go. You have so much room. I stopped way in time. There's no way that was scary. Yeah, so I don't know, like, I never played on the hardest difficulty, so maybe that's why maybe a lot of people just started rolling their eyes right now, like, you didn't play them, so that your opinion doesn't count because you didn't play it on Dante Must Die mode. But I don't know. Oh wait, no, did I play it? I think I got really into the first one, so maybe I did play that one on the hardest difficulty mode, and I remember struggling quite a bit, actually. I don't know why. There's something about that just triggered a memory in me. It devil triggered it, and I remember dying a lot to it's Virgil, right? It's Virgil's in the first one, right? Like, you're the big armored dude. I remember dying to him a lot, so maybe I did play on the hardest difficulty mode. I remember really having to learn how all that worked, and managing your devil trigger to heal back your life for mistakes. Yeah, maybe I did. I don't think I played the third one on the hardest difficulty mode, though. Yeah, I enjoyed them. I think they're really, really good games. I think that a lot of people are surprised when they ask me that question, and I say that I have played them, because I really like the combat system in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, and a lot of people have said, and I've seen it on discussions online when I am shamefully googling my own name, that I see he thinks Dark Souls is the best combat system. I don't think it's the best combat system, but I think it's pretty good because he hasn't played Devil May Cry. And then people ask me, I'm like, no, I have played them. I played them at release. I think they're really, really great. But there's something about Dark Souls I like even more. Like, Dark Souls is a lot more grounded. It appeals to me a lot. If I played them all right now, maybe I would prefer Devil May Cry. But they're still, it's like apples and oranges to me.
Want to turn your lights on and stop scaring chat?
I did turn them on. You know what? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Well, I guess we're going this way. My indicators will be on for the whole run. No, I'm kidding. That would get annoying. Yeah, so I'm hopeful for Devil May Cry 5. The tone of the trailer seemed kind of weird to me, and the combat seemed a bit slow. And as I said that while I think I was in Discord. I don't think I tweeted that. Maybe I did tweet. I can't remember. I really wish we could have done the E3 streams. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm not gonna putting off getting the house is not a good decision on any level. Because we have to stream E3, but at the same time, I really wish we had streamed E3. I was looking forward to that all year, and being snarky live instead of having to tweet it like that. It would. Oh, God damn it! I could have made it. But yeah, I wish we had streamed it. I thought that it looked a bit slow in the trailer. Like the combat looked not as quick as the other games, but maybe I'm misremembering. But honestly, I got to be honest with myself right now. I'm getting up there, right? So, in terms of video games, I'm not. In terms of life, I'm not old. I'm 33 this year. That's not old. As much as I joke about being the old man of the video game analysis group, it's not that old. But in video game years, which is like dog years, it is pretty old. There are no 33-year-old esport players. You know what I mean? And if they are, they're the grandfathers of the place, and I don't think they're winning. Maybe there's some Smash players that are that good because the experience is just so is so valuable there. I'm not sure, but yeah, maybe it's better for me that it's looking to be a bit slower. But I don't know. I think I got a good couple of years left in me. I don't know. I think I'm okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe I'll stream them and finally play DMC. Bayonetta is kind of the same thing. Let's see how Bayonetta goes. I've committed to Bayonetta. I'm sure people are going to judge me really harshly in the Bayonetta streams. I was talking on Discord earlier about how maybe I should play it once off stream beforehand. I've only played it for about an hour. And when I was playing it, I told Turbo Button, I'm like, hey, I'm playing Bayonetta for the first time. And he's like, you've never played Bayonetta? And I was like, no, I've never played it. He's like, crikey, never played a Bayonetta? Well, make sure you're doing your dodge offsets. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he's like, didn't you watch my Bayonetta video? And I was like, yes. He's like, well, then you should know what it is. And I was like, well, I can't remember. And he's like, you hold, when you're dodging, hold the fire button down and you will be able to continue your combo. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds cool. I'll do that. And he's like, yes, you will. I'm gonna go be snooty and British elsewhere now. And that was my conversation. And that seemed pretty good. So I know how to do that. I don't know how often I'm gonna do it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure people are gonna be critical. But that's okay. That's part of streaming, right? It's fun to be critical. It's exactly how John sounds, by the way. If you've never spoken to John. Anyway, what's the next question?
Sorry, I hate this swap.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. It took my eyes off. I was reading chat. Oh no.
That's it for him. So, thank you to Twisted Tootsie, who resubscribed with Prime for 9 months. BTTV emotes enabled when. Feels good, man.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Thank you to SMH Rampage, who used 100 bits and says, oh look, my favorite content creator, Jose Fanderson, is back at it again at last.
Thank you for the bits, and thank you for the sub. I don't know if we're gonna activate those emotes. We've gone this long without having them. Mikey on Discord helps me out with Twitch and some marketing things because I'm terrible at that. So if you want me to activate those emotes, you have to convince Mikey. Is what I'll say, and I'll just completely pass the buck. If you convince Mikey that we should turn them on, then I'll turn them on.
Thank you to Zay Jr., who resubscribed with Prime for 7 months.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Sotrot Watpot, I think, who subscribed. And thank you to Sotrot Watpot, or Sotro Tupot, or maybe, I'm not sure, who used 500 bits and says...
See, it's hard saying the names, isn't it?
It's really hard,
It's
because
hard saying the
you
names.
don't know where one syllable ends and the next one starts.
Exactly.
Been reading and watching your content for years. Wanted to finally sub to you when you finished your move. Congratulations. Here's to a happy home, Joseph.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I think someone else also asked what's the schedule going to be now that we've moved. I don't know yet. It's going to depend on what the noise level is like during the day with the kids. The house is a lot bigger than our apartment, but the ceiling between the first floor and the second floor isn't what I would call, thick. So it is quite noisy. The noise carries. It echoes up the stairs as well. However, the spare bedroom upstairs that will become the office for that station, because there's going to be another office in the basement, is quite quiet whenever I'm in there. So I think it might work out well. But just so everyone knows this and is clear about this, I accidentally hit spacebar. Sorry, this is a new keyboard and I'm not used to it. We're never going to be going back to what the streams were like before with Persona 5. That was too much streaming, and it was taking too much out of me. But it's going to be way more than it was after Persona 5. But it's not going to be 7 days a week, as much as possible, 11 a.m. till whenever. I mean, it's not going to be that. But it'll be way more than it was after that. And there will be something of a schedule, but I think I'm going to be more flexible when it comes to deviating from the schedule when it comes to big video work time. I'm going to be more likely to take a few days off, maybe even a week off when I get into crunch mode on the video, instead of trying to do both. Because there were a couple of times there where I think that I was maybe not even approaching. Maybe I was even way past it, where that wasn't healthy.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't good. So I don't think, showing, I'm in the grocery store getting groceries first thing in the morning, and I don't remember walking there.
There's a lot of things you don't remember, even about the videos that you've set after.
Yeah.
That you were just
but
pilot mode,
Sleep. Oh, look at the cows in there. Look at the cows. Damn. So much details in this game. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna have to be more taking care of myself a little bit more when it comes to that sort of thing. Yeah.
And thank you to Slice919, who resubscribed for 9 months and says, quick question, do you think your stream schedule will change now that you've moved? And then you just answer that.
That was the one I saw, yeah.
And DKN is here, who used to be here a lot at the beginning. Do you remember DKN?
I remember DKN, yep.
And said that he's about to become a dad. And do you have any dadly things that he can look forward to, like dad jokes and barbecuing?
I haven't barbecued yet. Dad jokes are a given. You have to do the dad jokes. I've always wondered why it is that dads like fart and burp more than any other type of man, and the reason for that is because it makes the kids laugh, especially burping. I try not to fart because farting is way more gross than burping, but every time I can burp as loud as possible, Leo and Finn just light up and go crazy. It was one of the first words both of them learned. They go burp. They shout it. They're so excited. Big burp. So that's why. So like practice on that. It's good.
Once they hit about 4 months and they can hold their head up a little bit, then you can throw them up in the air and catch them and give the mother a heart attack, because he's really good at that too.
And also some serious advice that is a little maybe unorthodox, maybe. I don't know, maybe not. There's a lot of frustration that's involved in being a dad, and there are going to be times where, especially in the baby phase, when there's a lot of crying, that you may want to, throw the baby across the room. And the important thing is that you don't, but the important thing is that you recognize and you realize that you're being that frustrated, and that you don't beat yourself up for feeling that, because you're frustrated. You're just human. That's your reaction. And to recognize when you're like that and just walk away and just let the baby cry. Just put the baby down, walk away, and take whatever time you need. and just recognize that. Don't lie to yourself and pretend that everything is fucking hunky dory, and that there are no problems. And like, I'm not frustrated at all right now. No, just don't bottle it up. Just admit it. I read a story that there's a hospital that the nurses always say to the dad after the baby's born, are you in a house? And if they say yes, they say, okay, is there a tree in the backyard? And like, yeah. It's like, okay, well, do you have a tire swing? Like, no. It's like, okay, well, when you get home, the first thing you should do is install one. And whenever the baby annoys you, go outside with a baseball bat and beat the shit out of the tire swing on the tree, and then go back inside and you'll feel better, because there's so much frustration involved in the kids crying, and you just need to be able to vent it out. But it gets better. That's my serious advice and my fun advice.
The baby's going to cry. He'll cry a lot. And if the baby is not hungry or needs to be changed and is in no danger, then you can put the baby down and close the door and go and take a break. Like, just let the baby cry a little bit.
Ooh, sunflower fields.
Baby's going to cry. No matter what you do, baby's going to cry. And if the baby's crying a lot, see if it's still hungry, because we had that problem where I didn't know, and babies can be hungry even when you think they're not hungry. So that is my big advice whenever I hear someone's expecting now, is just because you think they just ate, they might be hungry. So always try that, and they might shut up.
Did I do it with the tire swing? Oh, we were in an apartment, so I couldn't do that. When I got really frustrated with the kid crying, I would just go in the other room, and I would try and put distance between myself and the baby crying as much as possible. But we were fairly lucky in the baby phase. Our kids, 9 times out of 10, especially with Finn, when
was a really good baby.
Yeah, when they cried, it was for a reason. So you go through the checklist, and it was usually that they were hungry, and that was it. So they didn't cry for hours and hours and hours. But when it came to sleep training, Leo is still bad. There have been nights within the past couple months where Finn's asleep and me and Lily are in the living room, and we're just kind of looking at each other like, those close-ups in Ren and Stimpy when it shows their eyes all bloodshot and veiny, and we're just kind of looking at each other like, what the fuck? And we just kind of sit there and just kind of try to meditate as much as possible and kind of share our grief as Leo is just fucking screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming because he doesn't want to go to sleep, because that's what sleep training is. So we got lucky, yeah, and we know we got lucky, and we're very appreciative of that, yeah. Anyway, my battery is dying on the tablet, and it is 20 to 5. So let's take the last Patreon question of the night, and then we'll take some more from chat real quick, and then we'll call it, and then we'll finish them probably tomorrow night or the night after. Sound good?
We could do that. It looks like there's 3 questions though, and they are paragraphs.
Are they?
Yeah. So I don't know if you maybe want to just take your final questions now, and we'll pick this up tomorrow or something.
Okay, let's do that then. If they're really elaborate, let's do that.
Yeah,
so
they look like there's a whole page for this person. That's next.
Someone in chat says, babies can't communicate any other way. Yeah, that's definitely it. You can't blame the baby. The way I justified part of it, was if I don't speak to my parents anymore. My mom is dead, and I don't speak to my dad anymore. But if I was speaking to my parents, and my parents said to me, you were a horrible, horrible baby, you did nothing but cry, because I don't know if I was, because I can't talk to them. If they said that to me, I would say, well, I'm sorry, but you're the one who decided to have me, and I was just a baby. I wasn't in control of it at all. I didn't have any say. I don't remember crying. There wasn't a reason. And that's how I would feel, and I would feel kind of slighted and a bit pissed if they were annoyed at me and resentful that I would cried a lot as a baby. And that's how I felt with the kids when they were crying a lot, especially Leo. It's like, well, but we're the ones that decided.
Leo's he's more sensitive than Finn though in every way.
Yeah.
He's a more cuddly baby. He wants to be held more. He wants to be cuddled. he cries when he's hungry, whereas Finn, he would go a long time where, you'd have to remember to feed Finn. Finn wouldn't tell you he was hungry. You had to, what time is it? It's time to feed Finn. Whereas with Leo will cry with food in his mouth that he's hungry. He just wants more and more.
Yeah, he will.
Leo cries for everything, whereas Finn didn't really cry. So every baby's different, but I just think it's a personality thing with him that he's just a more sensitive kid. So I don't feel resentful or anything that he is. It's just that's who he is. It's he wants to be held more and everything. He wants to be consoled. Whereas Finn is more independent and didn't need that.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna get right back into it because we're probably gonna have another one, right?
Yeah.
We're probably gonna have a third one.
I'm curious if it's gonna be another Finn or another Leo or another version entirely.
We don't know when, but it's likely gonna happen.
So it's not that bad if we're willing to go through it again, right?
Yeah. Any other questions from anybody in chat? Have a question that I missed throughout the night? Maybe Lily has seen one that's been missed a lot, and I can answer it.
I think we got most of the ones that I saw before.
Do you guys expect a girl? We hope so. We would hope for a girl. Yeah, 3 boys would be kind of cool, but yeah, we both wanted a girl.
Oh, this one was before. If you want to have more of a conversation with your community, have you considered doing a call-in radio style segment on stream? Drag people from your Discord into private. Give them 2 minutes. I thought it was a thing. To talk with you on a question or topic. The next one, I know letting people from the internet on the platform as it was, binge its dangers and problems, but it's a thought if you want to let people take even more of your time.
If we were going to do that, I would have to have probably someone in something of a producer role that's sitting there, and with a delay on it. Maybe even have it pre-recorded and then put up just to be safe. Then I wouldn't have to have the producer role. But then that's kind of boring, right? And because so maybe a delay would work, because yeah, as you say, having someone on the internet, yeah. There's a specific song I'm thinking of right now that sums up what could happen if that went wrong, and I don't want to risk the whole stream getting banned. But yeah, I like the idea, and I think that's neat. I would like to go into Discord voice chat. I don't go in there at all. I did a couple times when it was new. But the problem was whenever I went in there, it would get really rowdy, and I would end up not talking. I would end up listening more. When there's a big conversation going on with people, I prefer to listen rather than talk. When I'm by myself or it's a one-on-one, then it's a lot more. Especially if I'm comfortable with the person, I like to talk and engage them more. But I'm usually on the reactionary side of the conversation. I like to listen, consider, respond, rather than drive the conversation. So when there's like a big group like that and there's no aim to the talk, a lot of people start to talk over each other, and I'm not even in voice chat at that point. I'm just listening, and then that can go on for hours. And it's like, okay, well, when do I leave? I need to go. See you later. And yeah, and then there's like people want to be in voice chat with me, and usually it's the same people that get in there really quickly, and other people feel slighted, that sort of thing. But yeah, having more structured sounds like a good idea. That could work. Reactionary is not the word you're looking for. Methinks, yeah, probably not.
Some people do really well with having kids at a young age. They're talking about having kids at 21. It just depends on the person. I worked with a woman who was, I think, 21 when she had her kids. Her husband was a lot older than her, and when they got married, he wanted kids right away, and so they did. And she's in her 40s now, and her kids are grown up, and she's living it up. She's having all the fun now that she didn't have when she was in her 20s, and they're established now, and they're financially secure, and the kids are in school, and so people can do it in all different ways. People can do it take a while to have kids and get established and you know, have fun in their 20s and travel, and you know, or they can do it early and do it backwards. So it really just depends on the person and on the couple and on what's right for you. There's no right or wrong, I don't think. And yeah, 3 will be difficult. Someone said 3, you have 3 now, or 3 will be harder, but our kids don't have cousins or anything, so I want them to have more than just each other. I wonder if we had had more of a family situation in an extended sense, if maybe I would be more ready to stop at 2. But we don't have that, so they won't have uncles and aunts or, you know, cousins or anything like that, right? So
Is there a list of all of the crashes and everything that I've had? Is that somewhere? That would appeal to me.
just wanted to say that I have difficulty sleeping, but your videos help me sleep, and I swear that's a compliment, except I'm out of videos now.
Quite a few people said that to me, so yeah, I don't take it as an insult. I'm glad that I can do that for you. Don't worry about it. You're out of it. Even the VODs. The VODs might be good for that. But no, I definitely understand. Don't worry. I'm not offended.
16 kids? Yeah.
Is that even possible?
3 or someone in my extended had 16 kids.
16 kids.
3 or 4? That's it. That's it for me. That's, yeah. They don't have cousins, but they don't need that many cousins, you know.
At what point do you like not remember them very well?
I don't know.
I think 16 is definitely within the realm of you're gonna maybe get names mixed up all the time and not really remember the interests of all of them and everything. I think 16 is way too many.
Months ago, I asked you about the possibility of subtitles in another language. What do you think about that today? Can be possible with the help of the community, or you prefer to pay someone if you ever make it?
Some people have done them for videos that have subtitles on them. I think someone even did them for videos that don't have subtitles on them. Subtitles is one of those things that I keep meaning to do, and I will, you know, forget about, and then I'll wake up in a cold sweat and be like, oh shit, the subtitles, I should be working on that. But the problem with subtitles just for English is that it's whatever the length of the video is multiplied by 3 is how long it's going to take me to add subtitles to it, especially with YouTube's system, which is very good, but it's a very time-consuming process. And that might not seem like a lot, you know, a video, 1 hour video, it's 3 hours, but there are a lot of videos, and it's like a big long walk, and you can see where you have to be at the end of it, and you can see how long it is, and you just kind of want you just look at it and go, fuck that, I'm not doing it. And that's a bad attitude, but that's the reality of it. And also any hour of work I put in that isn't actively going toward either a stream or a video or something that's new content is hard to justify when content has been so scarce because of the move and everything. But yeah, I do want to do it. I think that subtitles are important. When I first started the channel, I didn't know how to do it, but I always wanted to have subtitles on there. So I will do it eventually, and hopefully if people want to translate it afterwards, they can. I don't think that's something that I'm gonna hire to do, because with all the different languages that would have to happen, I think that could get expensive very quickly. And whoever did the work, I would want to pay them fairly. So I think it's gonna have to be on the fan side of things. Unfortunately, I don't know if that makes me an asshole, but there has to be not a complete return. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm making a profit on doing these subtitles on, but if it's going to cost me hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per language because they're long videos, then that's just not feasible. You know what I mean? With the amount of languages that would have to happen, unfortunately. Any other questions? I'm guessing that we're probably not going to finish this drive. I think that the battery on the tablet's going to run out soon. And it's almost 5 o'clock.
I hear birds.
I hear birds chirping, yeah.
And I think more boxes are coming tomorrow, so we should be awake in about 4 hours.
About what time is the next stream going to be? It's hard to say. Like, we had an estimate tonight, and it turned out to be off by 2 hours because Finn took forever to fall asleep. I was really tempted to cancel it, actually, because it took so long, and I was so tired after I came downstairs. But I'm happy that we didn't, because this turned out to be pretty good. I perked up a bit, so I think we're okay. Yeah, so I would like to continue tomorrow night. And get the Q&A done quickly, because as much as we enjoy it, it's sort of hanging over our heads because it's been delayed for so long. So I think that we'd like to get done, but I can't promise anything. There are more boxes coming tomorrow, and if that's a lot of unpacking because we can have the boxes just sitting in the living room, so we might be too tired tomorrow, and we've been up really late tonight. But yeah, we'll try. We'll announce it ahead of time. If not, it'll probably be the night after, right? I have a very lighthearted question. What's your favorite stream meme so far? I really like Buy My Statue. Buy My Fucking Statue. If we ever do merch, which some people have been interested in, but I think that's a fair ways off if we ever do it. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to look into actually having a statue. And because I think that would be funny. The meme comes to life, and I can say Buy My Fucking Statue for real. I know that many people won't even get it, the joke, because the Reciteer stream was fairly early on. There weren't that many people here, but it was still a popular stream, and I think it would amuse me to have that. I really like the Ass Eaters. The Ass Eaters was just the meme that just kept on giving throughout that whole playthrough. I really enjoyed doing, I was expelled. Did you hear about that? I really enjoyed that. I like Batman Waffles' voice. A lot of the Persona 5 ones were really enjoyable. I would like to I'd like to play the other Persona games, and hopefully they'll be just as good. But I wouldn't want to push it and try and recreate that atmosphere on and force it. I think it has to happen organically. There's a lot of things where the stars just align. Like the Ass Eaters were just really funny because the dialogue just so happened to match up with it, right? In the game. It was good. But yeah. I think those are some of my favorites. For real? Wasn't there a sequel to Reciteer? Was there? I don't think it was very good if there was. Can someone explain the Ass Eaters meme to me? Uh-oh. Who was that?
I think it was Theo.
Yeah. Maybe he had cried out in his sleep a little bit. I
checked on them when I went to the bathroom. They were both okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys heard that. One of the kids cried out very briefly from upstairs just then. Yeah, so while we were meeting the teacher for the first time in Persona 5, someone said in chat with the rage face, eat her ass, and that really made me laugh. And that kind of became a mini meme before the big meme. And when we named our group in Persona 5 later on, chat forced me by gunpoint, a hold up, just like in Persona 5, forced me to call it the Ass Eaters. And since then, there was a lot of lines of dialogue in the game that made that name really funny. And the rest is history. There's a highlight reel of Persona 5 on YouTube by Papa John's if you want to see the story of the Ass Eaters. Most of it's there. It's a pretty good video.
Thank you to Rogerson Raj, who resubscribed with Prime for 9 months.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ass Eaters. Oh, I have a really bad habit of slamming my finger down on A. Maybe you've answered this question, but what game are you working on reviewing at the moment? Love your work. God of War. God of War. Something horrible will have to happen for it to not to be done this month. Although the fucking monitor and all the stuff still isn't here, so...
Which is weird.
Yeah, it should have been here already.
Maybe it's not coming.
Maybe we lost some stuff.
Because there's a few boxes. It's more than a few boxes that should have... the stuff that was shipped on the last day has gotten here before stuff that was before then, so I don't know.
It's a bit weird. But yeah, God of War, and then finishing up a couple other videos on some Super Nintendo games, the 2017 year in review, and then it's Witcher time. It's Witcher. It's Witcher time. Yeah, so yeah, they'll be good. I'm looking forward to playing them.
Hey, Texted, how you doing?
How's it going, Texted? Weren't you doing a video on Nier Automata? Did that fall through? No, it'll still happen. It was meant to be before Witcher, but lots of things got in the way. Odyssey took too long. I pushed too many projects in front of it. Just poor project management on my part, but also the move was really disruptive. Like stuff like Subnautica, I tried to do shorter videos because I knew I didn't have time to do the longer ones, and then the shorter videos would end up taking more time than I realized, like things like that. So yeah, that'll still happen, but it'll be after Witcher now.
I look forward to the video so you can convince me to play it in the first 5 minutes,
Whoa,
and I have to pause the video for a month.
What are you doing,
That's
Bus? What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? Look at him just like swerving left and right. What the fuck, Miss Frizzle? What the hell? Yeah, you better get off the road. Yeah, go down to Ausfart. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Holy shit.
Which your videos will be posted separately?
No.
Have you decided?
Okay. They might be posted separately, but I'm not making them separately. So, and a lot of people have suggested this to me: make them separately, and then you can wean off the project. That's not how I work. Other people might really benefit from doing their work that way, and that's the smart way for them to do it. It's not the smart way for me to do it. I like to make comparisons. I like to know points that are going to come later. It's how I write stories too. Actually, I need to know the end. So I need to know those points and reference them later. So even if I do put them up separately, I'll still need to break sooner. I'll still make them all together. So we'll see. But I think I'm just going to put them all up together. And I'm expecting the video to be about 4 hours long. So at some point during this year, there will just one day be a 4-hour video sitting on YouTube for you guys to watch. And I think that I'm probably going to have to tease it a lot before it comes out. So it's like a big build-up, it's coming on this day. Here it comes. Mark your calendars, set your watches. Here it comes. Witcher's coming out, and then hype it up a bit,
Yeah. Do you like any strategy RTS games? Would you stream any strategy RTS?
I streamed They Are Billions a little bit. I enjoyed that. I don't know if I'd stream it. If something really appealed to me, then why not? But yeah, I like RTS games quite a bit. I was really into Command & Conquer when I was younger. The first game that I really got into online was Total Annihilation. I liked that a lot too. I was deep into StarCraft 2 for a while. Yeah, I liked RTS games. I feel like there hasn't been a good one in a while. Even StarCraft 2 is a bit more. I feel like it's just so heavy on micro, and it's like an arcadey RTS. There's something about it that's very appealing, and it's very good. But there's just something missing for me. Oh, we did finish this one.
Will you at any point make a video that's longer than the actual game?
If you can speedrun it, I think I'm already there. And if you skip some of the things in Edith Finch, I think that video is longer than that one. T-Rex Runner analysis, my most serious video.
Thank you to Xyle Fenko, resubscribed with Prime for 4 months, and says, before, buy my fucking statue. Now, buy my fucking pee hole. Things have certainly improved. Anyway, glad to have you back and wish you good luck with the remaining move.
The pee hole is all on chat. Come on. All on chat. Chat's influence. Minute video is pretty long. Do you play any Total War franchise? No, I haven't. I tried it out briefly when I was a kid, and I didn't take to it very well. But I would like to at some point. Yeah, that could be fun.
Edith Finch is my favorite too. Would you consider playing rhythm-based games such as Thumper or Crypt of the Necrodancer?
Thumper might be good, but I don't think I want to play Crypt of the Necrodancer. For some reason, it doesn't appeal to me. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try out almost anything.
Thank you to
why not?
Maya Yoshi, who gifted a sub to Jason. Thank you very much. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Welcome, Jason. Thank you. And I think we're done. Right? I think you're done. We're done. I'm gonna go
6 a.m.
I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna take the dogs out, and which is just so much better now. It's just this. It sounds so stupid because it's such a little thing, but just being able to open the door and you're already outside is just so much better than you're in an apartment on the 4th floor and it's, you know, get the dogs ready, get your keys, go open the door, out in the hall, turn around, lock the door, go down the stairs, go in the elevator, wait for the elevator, go down, go to another door, open that door, open another door after that, and now you're finally outside. It sounds so stupid because like how much time could that really take? But it's just so good to be like, open the door, you're outside. You know, like it's so good. You should do Big Rigs for your next Q&A game. I think this is a really good game for Q&A. I think this might be the new Q&A game. But Clicker Heroes 2 is coming out in 2 weeks, so we're going to do that a little bit. But yeah, I think this game was just stimulating enough that it's good background visuals for chat and for the VOD, but it's also enough that I feel like I'm doing something while I'm talking, and I prefer to be doing something while I'm talking. Even Lily will confirm that for you. If we're sitting having a conversation, I'm usually doing something. I'm one of those annoying. I'm fidgeting right now. I'm moving back and forth in my chair. I can't sit still. I always have to be doing something with my hands. So yeah, I think this is good. I was gonna try playing Super Meat Boy while I was doing it because I played that before, and I find platform is very comfortable, but I thought that might be a little too much. But yeah, this was pretty good. Yep. But thanks, guys. So I think we're about maybe a third of the way through the Q&A questions because we kind of chilled and took questions from chat, and I gave longer answers. It's been a while since the Q&A, so I try to be thorough. And yeah, that's it. So we'll see you again another time. I will give as much warning as I can when it's going to happen. And yeah, so thanks for stopping by.
Happy night, everybody. Or morning.
Happy birthday, Lily.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. See you guys later.
It was good.
Oh man, did you hear the computer there for a second? The computer went like when that happened. I don't know what that was all about.
Computers like we're doing this again.
Yeah, it wasn't happy. Hey everybody. How's it glowing?
Don't think I'll get that one.
Continue game. With Waffles Drive Upon. Okay, I would like to get a long job. Has anyone played this game can tell me how I can get a long haul job where I have to stop at a gas station? Complete World of Trucks delivery contracts using your own equipment. Alright, that's what I want to do. I want to do that. Do I have to buy a truck? Oh, we're gonna buy a truck. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's buy a truck in Brussels. Alright, here we go. Buy online. Visit selected dealer. That we're gonna buy a truck online on Amazon. This feature is trusted customer. Do you think it's Prime?
If it's not Prime, you
don't spend a dime. That's the rule, yeah. If it's not Prime, that's rule number 2 of the Salvager Code. of the Dragon Code. If it's not
No,
prime,
it's
you don't
actually
spend
rule
it.
number 3.
What's rule number 2?
Don't take off your nappy.
Don't take off your nappy? Okay, rule number 3 is... Rule number 1 is don't be dumb.
Yeah.
Rule number 2 is don't take off your nappy.
Rule
Number 3 of the Dragon Code is if it's not prime, you don't spend a dime.
Exactly. You got
Okay.
it.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, let's visit selected dealer then. Do you really want to travel to Brussels and visit the... Okay, do I have enough money to get a truck? I'm gonna say no. Right? There's no way I can buy a truck for 28,000 euros. Although, then again, like the economy's in the toilet, maybe? Who knows? List price... Yeah, we're not even close. Alright. That's the cheapest one. Alright, we're gonna be doing a lot of goddamn fucking hauls then. Before we can get our own truck. I'm sad. So how's everyone doing? So all this time we've been crashing other people's trucks. Oh no. Oh no. I'm all fired up. That code sounds like a joke, but it's actually an elaborate setup to make some merchandise, like a t-shirt with the code written on it several months down the line. You think so? I'm really flattered that you think that we're capable of planning that far ahead. I'm really flattered. I can't even drive a truck. I was thinking about if we ever do merchandise because a couple of people have asked, and I don't know when we'll do it. If we do, it won't be for a while. Maybe some t-shirts or something, or like a mug. And I think I can't remember who I was talking to. It might have been Ralph Clogs on Discord, and I really think that I should find a way to get a statue as part of the merch, and I can actually say for real, buy my fucking statue. That would amuse me greatly. So I think that maybe that's a thing that should happen. No one will buy it. And only like a couple hundred people from the Recettear streams will get the joke, but it will amuse me enough that that I will want to do it.
Some of them would buy your statue, and some would like a dragon plushie.
A dragon plushie? Wow, we'd have to get it designed. I don't know if I own the design of the dragon that's on the new Wizard and the Dragon cover, which is where the new avatar is going to come from. If you've been on Discord and it was my avatar before this one, the orange dragon, because the dragon that's on the YouTube channel is royalty free stock art, but the dragon that was on Discord a little while ago before the cool drug dealer Joe took over, that was a commissioned art piece I did last year. So that cover is wholly original. What's going on?
Don't underestimate all the dumb shit I would do with my money.
So there's that. But I don't think I own the complete rights to that. I'd have to talk to the guy who drew it and say, hey, we want to make a plushie designed on this one. But I don't think that would make a good plushie. So I think it would be a different kind of plushie. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, Elf 120 writer. If you're tired, you don't have to stay. It's fine. We're late tonight. It's almost 2 a.m. here already, and we haven't even started yet. So we're gonna be here for a while. So we don't want to keep you up if you can't do it. Annie, I hope you're feeling better. I saw that you've been sick and you've been bedridden, you said. So I hope you're doing much better.
Yeah, it's important that we get the Q&A done for multiple reasons. The first is that we're so behind on it because of the move. But the other reason is that to stream during the day, I have to move the computer upstairs. And did I just mess up? No, we're good. I have to move the computer upstairs. And if I move the computer upstairs, we can't stream at night anymore because it will be right next to the kids' room. So yeah. So I don't want to be moving the computer up and downstairs all the time, so it's important that we get it done so I can start streaming during the day. However, even if we had got it done last night, we couldn't have streamed today because there was crazy thunderstorms here today, right, Lily? Like,
yeah,
holy
it was really
shit.
bad today, and then it was twice.
Yeah, and
really hard twice.
And I couldn't bring my UPS from Toronto. If anyone doesn't know what a UPS is, I'm guessing most people do. A UPS is an uninterruptible or uninterrupted power supply, big battery for your PC, that if you get hit by a power outage, the PC won't turn off. So it's to save the hardware, and it's also to save any work that you're doing. And I need to order another one of them, and I just remembered that. So that's oh man, we're spending so much goddamn money replacing shit right now. Fucking hell. So yeah, that I'll have to get another one of those. But yeah, so I had to leave the computer unplugged all day today because I didn't want a lightning strike knocking it out, because the chances are so low. But if the computer gets bricked, that's a lot of money and potentially a lot of work down the toilet too. So yeah.
We're in New Brunswick, not Ottawa.
We're not in Ottawa. We're in Moncton in New Brunswick. We lived in Toronto before, but yeah, there was massive thunderstorms here in Moncton today. Crazy thunderstorms too. There was a thunderstorm last week too, and we heard this massive, like boom of thunder.
It was really, really loud.
Hold on, if the speed limit is 90 and I'm going 90, how are these assholes passing me? Yeah, anyway, we heard this we saw this flash outside, and this massive boom of thunder came out from nearby, and we're like, oh man, and the lights flickered for a little bit, but we were okay. And then I looked online a couple days later, and apparently it hit a house a couple streets over and set the outside of it on fire, and a few people had to get evacuated. And it was like, oh shit, you know, that was pretty bad.
Good night, L120 Writer. Have a good night. Bridge Builder wanted to know if you're taking questions that were submitted yesterday.
On the Q&A?
Yeah, I believe so.
Are you the person that I just sent over through Discord?
Maybe.
Did you ask about if I wanted to make a game, what would I make the game on, and what's the stream schedule going to be? Are you that person? Because if that's the case, then yeah, we were taking the question. Normally we don't, but because the Q&A has been delayed and we skipped a month, if anyone asked a question last night, then we're going to take it.
This is God telling you, fuck New Brunswick. I heard it's kind of common and you get used to it. Oh, Bridge Builder's Micah?
Bridge Builder Micah? Yeah, we're taking your question. Yeah. Micah.
Thank you for that, by the way. I love you. Keep doing it. Always do that. Always.
Thank you, Mika.
Even if you think, oh, she must know how to say it by now. No. Do it anyway.
Yeah, we're taking your question, yeah. But talking about the statue again for just briefly, because that's important. Right now, Nick is working on a Reciteer highlight, and I think he's almost done. So maybe more people will see the "buy my fucking statue" meme. So we'll see. I haven't seen a cut of it yet, so I hope it's good. Last two were good, so I don't see why it shouldn't be. But yeah, I think that might have been the funniest stream in terms of how condensed it was, you know? The funniest stream overall is probably Persona 5. Maybe Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Hulkfire says, I sent you guys a link for a possible statue source. Keep me updated. Are you going to do body pillows?
No. But body sleeves, maybe, so you can put it over your own body pillow. I'm trying to drive a little better. I wasn't really trying last time. He says as he almost crashes into a car.
So, a couple of thank yous. And I love this one. Thank you to Rabbit of Doom.
Rabbit of Doom, thank you.
Who resubscribed for 2 months with Prime and says, I'd buy your statue. Thank you to Red Hippiastrum, who resubscribed for 9 months and says, tell me a dad joke, will you? No Shih Tzu, please, thank you.
Well, if you don't follow me on Twitter, you can have my hot off the presses reposted onto Reddit R jokes. A dad joke. You ready? You ready? 2 Canadian bodybuilders. 2 Canadian bodybuilders were working out at the gym. Afterwards, they're in the locker room sitting together. One turns to the other and says, I'm sorry. And the other one says, what for? Yeah, I know this may be hard to believe. Okay, this may be hard to believe, but I promise I'm telling the truth. I made that joke up, completely wholesale, whole cloth. That is a 100% original joke. I know it's hard to believe that
Something of that quality.
that quality can come out of me. You know what I mean? But yeah, I made that joke up all on my own.
This is why I'm with him, in case anybody wasn't sure.
The original jokes.
You might think it's the videos, you know, or the streaming, or, you know, I don't know,
The penis.
the penis. It's the jokes.
"60 kilometers an hour is so slow." What was the joke? Someone type it out. It's on Twitter right now. If you go to my Twitter, it's the 2 tweets back, I think, and you can read it. I think it works better written out than it does spoken aloud.
Even before he was a dad, he told dad jokes.
Mm-hmm.
18-year-old Joe told dad jokes.
Do you think maybe there's like a kid I don't know about somewhere out there then?
I don't know.
Maybe that's scary.
I was thanking people before that. Where am I? Thank you to Floyd Doshia, who resubscribed with Prime for 7 months and says, if only Twitch Prime could auto resub for the sake of us lazy people.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who was complaining about that. He said, you know, here, you know, I don't use my sub for anything, and you're streaming, so here you can have it. And he was complaining that there's no way to do it automatically. Yeah, I don't know why there isn't. Maybe they want you to, because it's free. Maybe they want you to show some engagement to the platform or something. I don't know. Maybe, not sure. But thank you very much for the resub. Thank you for going to the trouble.
Yeah, we met in high school, and Joe is older, even though he loves to tell me right now that we are the same age.
Same age.
Same age for a few months, but he's still older. He will always be older.
I'm 85. She's 86. The year that we were born. I'm 33 this year. She's 32. She just turned
Barely
32 on the 4th.
Almost doesn't count.
Practically 20 still.
Thank you to... Wow. Thank you to Sirs Plexiest. Sirs Plexiest, not sure, has resubscribed for 7 months and says, oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. Thank you.
Thank you to Phantom Claus, who resubscribed with the Prime for 8 months and says the first rule of the Anderson's Code, being dumb, not a good rule of thumb. Judging games is art, and now that's pretty smart.
That's pretty good.
I sent some dad jokes in your future.
Mm-hmm. How many kids do you have? Do you think the more kids you have, the more dad jokes you get?
I do.
It builds?
I think so.
Oh wow.
So, I don't know. I think you've gotten better at them since Leo was born, so there must be a correlation, right? Thank you to Spagmo, who resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you very much.
Already? I don't think so. Thank you to Nico Delic, who resubscribed for 4 months.
Nico Delic. How's it going, Nico Delic?
Thank you to His Name is Colin, who subscribed with Prime.
Is it Neko Delic?
It might be Neko. I don't want to say Nico, but maybe it is Neko. Sorry if it's Neko.
Isn't Neko cat
I don't know.
in Weebanese? I don't know. Messed up that term there, but we didn't get fined. That's okay. Who was after Nico Delic?
His name is Colin.
His name is Colin. But what's his Twitch name?
That's the Twitch name.
His name is Colin.
It's all one word.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Taco Waveable, who resubscribed with Prime for 8 months and says, I can only assume the truck is full of statues.
I always think of putting a taco in the microwave every single time. Thank you, Taco Waveable. What are we hauling? Maybe it's full of statues.
Thank you to Micrologist, who resubscribed with Prime for 2 months and says 6:43 a.m. in Europe. Didn't want to sleep anyway.
Damn. You should have slept already, and you should be getting up. That's really late. That's like a me level of bullshit there for sleeping.
Flexen says, Lily, stop and quit. He is so lame that more kids will cause a dad joke singularity that will consume time and space. Don't over Daddy Joe or we are all doomed. What if it's twins?
Oh no.
What happens then? Does like everything just implode, or like, what happens then? That's a lot of dad all in one shot.
Do you think all the really bad jokes would puncture the space-time continuum? I wonder if our statue that we sell should actually be chocolate with a gold wrapper to make it look like a statue.
Ooh.
That would be good.
Then you could eat it.
That'd be good chocolate. How would you do that?
Befriend someone who does desserts.
Limited run.
Thank you to Roll Dodge, who resubscribed for 8 months and says yay.
Okay, thank you, Roll Dodge.
Thank you to Railstone, who resubscribed for 8 months and says happy to see you back streaming.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back. I'm hoping to stream at a regular time tomorrow, but who knows if that's going to happen, but it should be soon. I have a second monitor. It arrived. So in case people don't know, actually, how would people know? Because it's only a few people on Discord that know about this. I'll tell the story, and then we should probably start answering the questions on Patreon. So there are 12 boxes didn't arrive yet. And the 12 boxes contain Lily's computer, some photo albums with photos of the kids, including Finn's first or second picture with Santa Claus. We take him to the mall Santa thing, which is kind of cheesy, but that's what we like because we're white. And monitor, my old monitor.
My laptop.
Your Lily's old laptop before she got my old computer. And
it's old, but it's still pink.
A bunch of like cosmetics that Lily had, like
shoes, kids' shoes.
Yeah, and the 100K silver sub button from YouTube. That and among kids' toys and clothes in these 12 boxes. We can't remember exactly what's in all of them, but those are the big important things. And so we were expecting them to arrive on Wednesday or Thursday of this week, and they weren't here. And on Thursday, I'm trying to get some sleep because I haven't been sleeping very well at all since we got the Moncton. So I'm having a nap upstairs, and there's a knock on the door, and then Lily comes up and hands me this letter that's come through express post through Canada Post, and it's a letter from the very oh crap, oh no, all right, back up, beep beep, It's the letter from the very nice people who run the post office that I shipped everything from, and I say nice because I actually ran out of time to ship everything, and they stayed open 10 minutes later than they should have to allow me to finish shipping the boxes over. And if they hadn't done that, I would have had to pay for an extension on the plane ticket and just to ship the last 2 boxes that I had. So they're very nice. Anyway, so apparently they send this letter, and they say. The boxes were shipped out, and then they came back because the postman found that bugs were crawling out of the boxes. Keep in mind that we shipped about 40 to 50 boxes, and 38 of them are here already. And there were no bugs, nothing. But apparently there were bugs crawling out of these 12 boxes, so they got sent back, and they tried to be put back into the apartment building we were living at before, and the landlord, so lovely of them, declined to accept them, even though we still have a lease on that apartment.
Yeah, we technically live there until the end of July.
we still have the lease active on until August, and they rejected the boxes, so they went back to the post office where I sent them, and he said I don't have a phone number to contact you, so I sent this through express post, next day delivery, and there's a picture of the boxes sitting in his post office, and he's like, here's the options that we can do. You have to fly here and clean them, empty them all out and clean them. Or you can try and see if UPS will pick them up and send them instead because they have less standards than Canada Post. Or you can abandon them, and it said, you have 2 weeks to get them before Canada Post will dispose of them. And I'm staring at it and I'm going, are you fucking serious? Like, if you read the story on Patreon, it's like that. It's like part 2 just keeps going. The shower had burst open in the back of the wall and leaked water down from the ceiling while we were here. It's just nonstop bullshit getting anyone to do anything here in Moncton.
We've contacted 4 different types of workers to do work here, and nobody has called us back.
They don't call back. We wanted to install some doors here.
Nothing.
Yeah, we wanted to install some doors inside, so like advanced baby gates. Remember we had to cancel streams before because the Finn is just Houdini for baby gates. Well, we decided that we're wasting so much money buying these different baby gates. Let's get a professional in who will install a proper door that he can't get through, a Dutch style door, if you know what that is. It's like cut horizontally, so you can't get through. And the guy here took measurements. He's like, okay, we'll have a quote for you tomorrow. And then it's been a week and there's still no quote, so I have to call them back and say, hey, what the hell's going on? Now it may seem like, okay, you should just call them back and harass them a bit, Joe, but I mean, like, seriously, there's been 4 or 5 different ones have been like that. They just don't want to take anything. And now this is the next step in the continuing story, that is this move to Moncton that keeps going, things going wrong. So there's bugs coming out of the boxes. I'm like, there were no bugs. Like, I didn't see any bugs. These 12 boxes are the last ones I packed. There are no bugs.
Food or anything either.
There's nothing in them. Like what?
We didn't have bugs in the apartment.
Yeah. What kind of bugs could there possibly be? So I call, and I say, hey, can I speak to the guy who runs the post office? And they're like, oh, he's not here right now. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, when will he be in? And they say, well, he won't be in until much, much later. I said, okay, well, I need to deal with this right now because I'm going to have to fly back to Toronto. So I say, hey, I got this letter. And it's like, yeah. And they say, okay. And I give them my name. And I go through and I tell them, I read that letter. And they're like, oh, don't worry. They left already. And I said, what? And it's like, yeah, they went out. And I said, yeah, but then they came back because of the bugs, right? And they're like, no, they went out yesterday. And I'm like, what do you mean they went out yesterday? He's like, yeah, there's no problem. Don't worry about it. It's all solved. And I'm looking at the letter, and I'm like looking at them through the phone, and I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, don't worry. I'm like, okay, well, can I give you my number and email address, and you can get the guy to call me back so I can figure out what's going on, because I feel like you don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say that, but that was what's going on in my head. And like, yeah, sure. So a few hours later, the guy finally calls me, and he's like, yeah, like they picked them up today. Simple cleaning fixed it. I'm like, what do you mean simple cleaning? And he's like, I just wiped the outside of the boxes a little bit, and then they accepted them. So don't worry. Like, what? Were there bugs? What happened? Did you? And I tracked the packages, and apparently they never ever left the post office. So I'm curious if maybe I can't do the backup one because I'm so bad. I wonder if maybe they forgot about them, and this is just some elaborate fucking story to not admit that they didn't ship them out for a week. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And someone in the chat is saying, I guess the guys in the post office are the ones that. But yeah, maybe. Even in real life, I encounter bugs. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so apparently they should be here on Monday or Tuesday. We'll see.
We hope.
Yeah, so that's what happened. Anyway, so yeah, I got a second monitor in the mail though. We ordered one from Amazon with Amazon Prime, or else you don't spend a dime. And we got it here, and I was setting it up earlier. It was a cheap monitor just to read chat, and I'm setting it up, and I realized that we because you don't think of these things after you move. We don't have any power bars or extensions or things that allow you to plug more than one thing into one socket. So I'm setting it all up, and I realized that I have nowhere to fucking plug it in. So I assembled this monitor, had it on the desk, and I was like, okay, here we go. I can read chat that's not on a goddamn fucking tablet tonight, which I'm doing right now. And I'm like, oh no. So yeah, there's more outlets in the room upstairs, so that'll be fine. But yeah, that went on today. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the packages. I'm just really, really, really relieved that I don't have to fly back to Toronto, because that's That's a whole day. I still might, it's like they still might get rejected somewhere if there are actually bugs. But if there are bugs, my guess is that they actually came from the post office. What did I not have right away here? What's going on? I'm a truck. The roads were made for me.
Yeah, we're gonna learn how to drive.
Yeah,
we're not.
Yeah,
and we're in a city, so we're not terribly cut off from things. But it still is like a 20-minute walk to the groceries, and then a 20-minute walk back. And in the winter, that's going to be hell. So.
And it would be really good if we could take advantage of a Costco membership, right, and buy things in bulk, because the kids.
And with having kids, it would be nice if you could just put them in the car and go instead of fussing with double strollers and ramps and other stairs and all that other shit that comes with that.
The kids are like fish that live in chocolate milk. So we need to get that sorted. Like buy in bulk chocolate milk. How much chocolate milk can you legally sell to me? Is how much we need. Is F indicating, or because they're both on? How do you do that? Oh, we left without a full tank of gas. What's that all about? Oh, are trucks so heavy that the amount of fuel that they carry is that they try and give you the only amount of fuel that you need to finish the job? Because they don't want to carry that weight around? Sort of like planes do, right?
Buses here don't seem that reliable, so I don't know if that would even be an option.
Oh shit, I turned the car off.
The outlets actually aren't grounded. We need to get an electrician in here to deal with that. If they would call us back, they called and said they were coming the next day and coming after dinner, and they just never called or showed up, and that was more than a week ago. So.
Yep. And the
waited around and nothing happened.
The electrician's name was Wally too, so we had the great moment of saying, "Where's Wally?" Wally said he was gonna be here. Where's Wally?
That was great. I love that. That almost made it worth it.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, like they're not grounded. Some of them are not. It's not like we have a stovetop plugged into an ungrounded outlet, but some of them aren't. Yeah. We don't like that. There's it's an old house. It has some problems.
Thank you to Laku Makara, who resubscribed for 8 months and says, "Hi, Joe and Lily."
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
That's how Finn says it, in case you're wondering. Thank you to Roxanne Mixtape, who used 100 bits.
Roxanne.
Thank you to DPZ2, who subscribed, with Prime. New sub.
He subscribed?
Subscribed. I was going to say resubscribed, but I'm lying. Thank you to Pivkle Fish, who subscribed also.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Tim Lord of Biscuits, who subscribed.
What kind of biscuits?
Are they shortbread? I was having a shortbread one.
All biscuits?
Right before the stream, and it was very.
Okay,
very
so most people in chat aren't going to know. Well, it's kind of late, so maybe people in Britain are watching. And this is going to sound dumb because of the name. If you don't know what they are, Lily, I direct this question to you.
Uh-oh.
Are Jaffa Cakes biscuits?
Yes.
State your case.
I would say they are a chocolate-covered, orange-flavored biscuit because of the texture of the crunch to the biscuit itself. It's not really a crumbly cookie. It is more of a like a shavings when you chew it biscuit.
I counter that a biscuit has to be hard. You cannot have a soft
biscuit. I've never had
biscuit.
a soft biscuit, so I will agree to this.
Jaffa Cakes are soft. I think a biscuit has to be hard.
They're saying cakes. Donut sandwich is saying cakes. How are they cakes when they're that hard? They're crunchy.
I don't know. It can't be a cake because a cupcake has the cup in front of it. A cupcake is not a cake. It's a cupcake. That's important. No one says, "Do you want some cake?" If someone said to you, "Hey, do you want some cake?" and you said yes, and then they give you a cupcake, you're gonna look at them like, "Okay, I have to get you committed." That's not allowed.
Blaze, it's in the name Jaffa Cake.
That's why I said if you don't know what they are, you're gonna think that, but maybe you do know what they are.
Halt Fires is cookies.
Oh, what's a cookie versus a biscuit? I think a cookie is just the American version of biscuit. IMO.
Usually they're softer though. Like Jaffa cake is like a shortbread is more of a biscuit, I would say, than a cookie. The way when you chew it, it kind of flakes in your mouth. It doesn't crumble. It's not soft.
You can have a soft cookie though. This is complicated. I don't know if there's a clear answer here.
You have to take into account different countries, different cultures, or
yeah.
they call things differently.
I'm trying to think back to my time in Britain, and I don't think I ever heard someone say, "Can I have a chocolate chip biscuit?" But I do think that someone in Britain would point to a pile of chocolate chip cookies and say, "Oh, give me a biscuit, will you?" I don't think they would say cookie when they point to the biscuit. Sorry, to the chocolate chip cookies. But I don't think they're gonna call them chocolate chip biscuits either. It's this weird kind of thing. Do you want a biscuit? Oh, go on then.
They're British.
Yeah, they're British and they're
not gonna say
weird.
Cookie. They're gonna say like a chalky lovey or some other cute
chocolate chip bicky. There you go. Someone said it in the chat.
Like
yeah, that is a thing. Yeah. Oh, give me a bicky then. Or
I used to love when his mother would tell us when it was
buddy.
raining, don't forget your brolly. You know, like everything is cutesy with the British. That's why we have nappies. Where was I now?
Jaffa cakes are definitely not definitely cakes. If anyone has never had a Jaffa cake, I highly recommend that you try them. They're very good. You might be able to get them imported on Amazon, but only get them if they're Prime.
Sorry. Why don't you just Uber Lyft around instead of both getting a car? Can we tell them? There's no Uber here. There's no Uber Eats.
There might be Uber, but there's no Uber Eats.
I don't think there is. Like, good luck. Even get taxi. He called for a taxi to go to the airport one night, and they didn't answer.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't answer. I had to call.
He's looking at me.
I had to call
like 3 a.m, and he's like, "How am I getting to the airport?" I had to call another kind of taxi.
No. I had to call the only other taxi.
And if they hadn't answered, I guess he just wasn't making the flight. Because,
it's like, oh no, I've exhausted 50% of the taxis in this city in one phone call. Shit, what do I do?
It just kept ringing. There wasn't even a message or anything. It just, nobody answered. You go on Just Eat, and there's a sushi place, and that's it. There's no Uber Eats. There's no Skip the Dishes. Major culture shock from here, from Toronto, let me tell you. Oh, apparently they don't have Uber in Vancouver either.
What?
It's
really?
banned or something.
Oh, it's banned? Okay. Fuck, that sucks. Vancouver.
Hopefully they have more than 2 kinds of taxis, though. Start an Uber. No one's getting in the car with you.
Uber simulator.
Yeah, we have poutine, or poutine as they call it here.
Poutine here, yeah.
Poutine.
They have poutine. I thought, this close to Quebec, that every single poutine here would be cheese curds instead of mozzarella, but there have been a few that are mozzarella masquerading as poutine.
Which is just
it's just
so
not
close to Quebec.
It's so
just,
shit.
It's disrespectful.
If you've ever come to Canada, or if you've ever been in a place that sells poutine and you've had a poutine and you taste it and you're like, wow, I don't know why Canadians go crazy for this. I do believe that some people won't like it, but chances are you probably had it with mozzarella cheese instead of cheese curds. And cheese curds may sound gross, but there's something about the cheese curds mixed in with the gravy and the fries that just really makes it a lot better than mozzarella. It's not the same. It's really a big difference. Are we ever gonna answer questions?
I'm still thanking people. Good thing I'm awake, because I think we're gonna be here forever, so I don't know how I'm awake, to be honest. It would be probably poutine without the E. That's how I would write it if it was pronounced the way. It's like they pronounce it the French way. And I'm not exactly sure what the French way is, but I'm assuming that is the French way, because these people that are saying it, a lot of them seem to have originated from Quebec. So I'm guessing
the realtor that we had was from Quebec, and he said to me, "Do you like poutine?" And I sort of looked at him, and then I realized what he said. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I like poutine, yeah." That's another one too. Like, I don't know if this is standard practice everywhere, but when a realtor, when you put your house for sale, the realtor will hang
it's a lockbox.
a lockbox on the doorknob, the front entrance, and it's hooked up to a phone, your cell phone system, like an app, and you have to like authenticate your app with your phone, and it'll send a signal to the lockbox and open it, and then you can get into
That way, any
the
realtor
house.
can get in.
Yeah. So it keeps a set of keys there to get into the house, and that's still on our doorknob on the front. And we've texted, I think, a couple times, and because our realtor isn't the one that was in charge of the house, he's just the one that we contacted and then saw all the houses, and that's a whole weird, complicated system. And yeah, that's still on there. So yeah, if that doesn't get resolved soon, Datapon's going to take some bolt cutters to it and see what happens.
Yeah. We've been here like 4 weeks now, and it's still there.
Yep.
Which is also like
there are no
great,
keys in it.
A great message to send to the neighborhood. Like, oh,
Yeah.
we're new, we live here now, because, you know, that's what that means, right? It's like a big sign still on the front lawn saying we just moved in. Oh, apparently poutine, or they're spelling it like poutine, is prostitute in French and Spanish.
Is it really? Maybe Max was asking something else then.
Maybe. He was friendly with me, but not that friendly, if you know what I mean.
Did I just say his name? Shit.
Oh well. Thank you to Micrologist who used 200 bits. Thank you to Ralph Clugs who used 25 bits. And says, did you still have the Hollow Knight footage on them?
Do I still have the what? Sorry.
Hollow Knight.
No, I don't. Sorry, I deleted that after I made the video. I had a lot of footage, and I think what I'm gonna do, the current hard drives, the extra hard drives that are in this new computer that I built, I built it all new except for the GPU that I had. So I got a new motherboard. I got one of those fancy M2 drives that are tiny and are like science fiction to me. I installed this thing. If you don't know what an M2 drive is, it's the new solid state drives that use the same sort of PCIe Express whatever the fuck it is thing, and that made me think that it was going to be this big thing that takes a PCIe slot, but it doesn't. It just uses the same sort of bandwidth that PCIe uses, and installing this thing was science fiction to me. Just amazing. So if you don't know what they are, I would Google them and then YouTube installation to see how small these things are. They're smaller than USB sticks. I couldn't believe when it arrived, and I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck, this is a terabyte? There's no way. So I got one of those because that's really, really fast for the access, and that's really good for making videos. And I brought the GPU, the 1080 that I had in the last computer, and I got a new keyboard too, as you guys can tell from I keep messing it up. And I brought the old hard drives from the other computer, so I have a 2 terabyte drive and a 4 terabyte drive from the old computer. I think what I'm going to do is after things get settled and I've got I made another couple videos, I think I'm going to move these hard drives into the old computer base upstairs.
He's making a joke about the bugs, the boxes and the bugs.
Okay, and then I will. And then I'll put the, and then I'll get some 10 terabyte hard drives so I can keep all the footage that I have. I don't know. Would anyone be interested in this? I don't think I'm gonna do it, even though I'm asking. But I guess maybe I could. I don't know. The second channel is gonna have some structured content on it, hopefully. So maybe I'd have to make a third channel for that. But if I have 40 hours of footage for Hollow Knight, like, should I upload that and you can watch it without any commentary? I don't think so. I don't think anyone would enjoy that. I don't think that's a good idea. That would be boring. I'm not talking. I guess some people do like to just have playthroughs of games on YouTube where no one's talking. I do see people asking for that somewhere, but I don't know.
No, we haven't eaten any food from Western New York. I don't think we've been
From
to
where?
New York. I was asking about New York if we've eaten any food that is like their kind of food. You know, like their Jaffa cakes. I'm guessing like that
No.
kind of thing. We've been to New York, but we've only really been, I think, to New York City. You know, Manhattan. I don't think we've been.
We didn't go together though.
No, we
Like,
went
yeah,
separately. But
we both went before we met each other.
I was in Rochester and I think Webster. We almost drove into the lake in Webster. It was really dark and we couldn't see where we're going. And when we got out of the car and checked in the morning, you know, like, yeah, it was really close to the water, but we didn't. And I have relatives in Rochester that have a restaurant, and we ate there. We didn't really eat anywhere else, but it was very basic diner kind of food. So yeah, nothing special. And Tim is moving in 4 days. Tim, the biscuit guy. So
Okay.
good luck to you.
Good luck.
It's hell, and I don't wish it upon anybody. So I hope it goes really well for you because I hate moving.
Moving's really bad. Yep.
I hope it goes better for you than it went for us, even though it could have gone worse for us. So there.
I mean, of course, there are always going to be worse things than that. You know, there's death in the family, there's illness, there's, you know, losing your job, you know, like massive breakup, divorce, that sort of thing. But in terms of just regular shit that people go through that isn't in the realm
very
of
stressful.
emergency, you know, I don't think there's anything worse than moving. At least I can't think of anything right now. Just something that's like you choose to do, or maybe you don't choose to do it. Maybe you have to do it. You are running out of fuel. You should find a gas station. Uh-oh. Okay, is that one to the left there? That looks like one.
Thank you to Swagop. Oh wow. Swagopotamus. There we go.
That's a good name.
Who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much.
To But I'm Homeless, who subscribed with Prime.
This is not a gas station. Oh no. Did we just take a toll for no reason?
What did I just do?
We just got tolled for no reason. Tolled hard. Tolled hard.
Oh no, I think I closed it somehow.
What did
How
you close?
I do that? Streamlabs.
Uh-oh.
Bear with me here. So much shit open. Yeah, I think I closed it. The screen, like the screensaver kicked in and I hit this stupid mouse that I hate because this stupid laptop mouse is just awful. And yeah, it just went away. So, hold on.
Why didn't they give me
I
enough?
closed all of it.
Why didn't they give me enough fuel to get to my destination? Why? Why would they do this?
Oh, Lily.
Do you think there's some fuel in that thing I could siphon out? Okay, the fact that that crossing over there is still red is making me a little nervous. What happens if we run out of petrol? What happens? Do we die? Okay, lights are on.
Okay, thank you to But I'm Homeless, who subscribed with Prime. Thank you to Static Toss, who subscribed with Prime. Thank you to Donut Sandwich, who subscribed with Prime. Thank you to Sin9X.
That's a lot of people, thank you.
100 bits and says, "Hey Joe, did you know that on his school vacation, Atreus would go to Egypt?"
Wait, Egypt? Hold on. Is a donut sandwich a sandwich that instead of bread has a sliced open donut on either side, or is a donut sandwich two slices of bread with a donut between them?
I think donut is the bread.
You think so?
Donut is the bread. So, otherwise, just a lot of bread on your sandwich. It's a heart attack. Thank you to Resines, who resubscribed for 9 months and says, "Man, it's been a while."
Risi Nisi?
Is it Resinisi?
It's
Sorry,
Risi
I always
Nisi.
want to say Resines.
No, it's okay. I think that's how I pronounce it
Nisi.
first. Yeah, it's been a while, Risi Nisi. Welcome back to Cringe Town. Wait, what? What's going on here? Why am I going around and then back around and going back where we came? Oh, now we're going
Sorry.
forward.
Okay. Sorry, Resinisi.
What? What's going on? Why is the game doing this to me?
Thank you to Nikofas, or Nikofas, who subscribed with Prime.
Wait, are we supposed to go down there? What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, okay, well, there's only one thing to do.
Thank you to Hole, I think. HOHLL. Not sure. Who resubscribed for 2 months. And thank you to the Duke22 who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, now can we do Patreon?
I think so, yeah.
Florian B says, "Hey Joe, hey Lily, I hope everyone is healthy and feeling great. I
Thank you.
finally managed to become a Patreon, yay. First of all, I want to thank you for all the work you are doing. It always feels almost unreal to find someone on the internet that is really giving their opinion in such an understandable way. Sometimes you criticize games I like very harshly, and I really want to kick you in the face. But because of the way you present and support your arguments, I have nothing else to say than, oh well, he has a really good point, damn."
That escalated really fast. Just kick me right in the face. Okay. Alright.
So thank you very, very much for your awesome work. Additionally,
You're
I
very
wanted to
welcome.
offer you something. I'm a professional video editor and also training other editors for Premiere Pro CC. So if you have any questions, you can always contact me. For free, of course. Also, I could maybe see if I can show you some neat tricks to work faster. I realize that there are always small improvements you can make to save a few clicks. Actually, I have 3 full questions for you, but I assume that the first 2 will just give the sad, "Sorry man, I've never played, watched it, and I cannot say anything about it" answers. I'll just try.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Have you watched 13 Reasons Why? And if yes, what is your overall opinion on it? I don't want to kick off the usual political discussion about it. I just want to hear your general thoughts.
First of all, thank you for the offer for help. I'm kind of like an old turtle that's shelled down in a ditch. Though I'm just kind of stuck in my ways when it comes to video production at the moment. There's probably better ways and more efficient ways for me to do the things that I do, but I've learned, I've taught myself, so there's probably a lot of bad habits that I would take so much time to unlearn that it might not be worth the time to do it. So I don't know, but thank you for the offer though. If there's ever anything that I'm trying to do, then I might take you up on it. I think we're completely stuck in the game right now. I have not watched 13 Reasons Why. Lily has though, and maybe Lily can give you some answer because I'm not going to be able to give you anything. I will say though that I want to preface what I'm about to say again, making it absolutely crystal fucking clear. I have not watched this show, so what I'm saying might be completely off base and completely wrong, and I just want to say that right here, right now, because I don't want to judge the thing when it's better than I think. Oh, I just unchecked them all. You know what? I'm not repairing it now. Oh, repairs are covered by your employer. Okay, cool. Anyway, so what I'm about to say is like, it may not be that bad, but I think anything that has the potential to glorify suicide is really, 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 really dangerous and shouldn't happen. Anything at all. So if you haven't watched 13 Reasons Why, or you haven't even heard of it, it is about a girl whose name is
Hannah Baker.
Hannah Baker, who, what does flashing yellow mean? It means treat it like a green. Hannah Baker, who kills herself. Spoilers, no, because she wanted revenge on a bunch of people that wronged her. I don't know if that's the real catalyst, or if she was just going to do it anyway, and she decided that she wanted to fuck it.
She would have done it anyway.
Yeah.
But the way that the show goes about it is that she has tapes that she has 13 tapes essentially, and each tape is for each person who contributed to why she's killed herself. So that's what you're getting at. But yeah, I don't think she did it for revenge, but yeah, there is that. So
I don't know. In my uninformed opinion, that is glorifying suicide, and I read some articles about it because that's faster than watching the whole show, and I think that a lot of experts agreed with that stance and said, this is dangerous. There might be some copycats that try and do the show or whatever, or might put the idea in some people's heads. Blah 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 blah. That's kind of. Oh, wow, that was close with the cop. So that's kind of over discussed and overdone at this point. What I will say is that it got a second season, and I said this to Lily when the second season was about to come out, that I thought the best thing that the second season could have done is that if because the second season is about a trial or something, it continues the story. I thought that the way they could have pulled it back, justified the first season, and also kind of made things right, would be if the second season was an alternate reality where she didn't kill herself and instead tried to reconcile these problems and work at things constructively, and the end result is better than when she killed herself, to show, hey, suicide isn't the answer, there's always better things that you could do, and that sort of thing. I thought that could have been interesting, and it could have been a different twist. It still could have been very dramatic and have a lot of problems. It would have been perfect, she's had a lot of problems, but I thought that could have been a cool idea, but no, they didn't do that. Or they could have had someone do a copycat, and it turns out that this is a really bad thing that what she did, and this person who's a copycat actually really shouldn't have done it, and look, what Hannah Baker did was very destructive, blah 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 blah, like that sort of thing. But that's all I know about it, and so I'm sorry I can't say more. I have very little interest in watching the show, but to counter my criticism, which again is completely uninformed, maybe the show's fantastic, Lily watched it and Lily can talk about it, and I know Lily very much enjoyed it. So Lily on the mic.
Yeah, I watched it and I wasn't really sure what to expect from it. Stuff with suicide usually makes me uncomfortable because I'm bipolar and I've been suicidal before, and it's just kind of like, if you're having a decent day, why go down that road again and bring up what could be bad memories and stuff like that? But I watched it. I kind of binge watched it as much as I could. And the last 3 episodes I watched when Finn had gone to sleep back to back, because it was getting very to the point where I couldn't watch it with them around. If you've seen it, you know why.
There may be spoilers for what Lily said right now, by the way.
I don't want to say anything that spoils, but it's...
Well, I think you can talk about she kills herself.
She kills herself.
Because that's the whole premise of the show, and I think you can talk about how she kills herself.
She kills herself, but there's other stuff too that happens right before she kills herself that I found were quite graphic, that made me very uncomfortable, as I think you're supposed to feel. And there was a lot I thought they did well with it. When I watched it, I didn't feel what Joe is saying at all. It didn't even occur to me that people might be watching this and, might be interested in copying or, doing some kind of revenge suicide or anything like that. I watched it as I would watch any show, and I liked certain parts of it. Parts I thought were overdone. The part with the car accident, where she blames herself afterward for that, I thought that was kind of stupid. I thought that was not really her fault, and that they were kind of grasping at that point. The part with what was his name? The best friend that loves her, that they worked at the movie theater together.
Waffles?
Not Waffles. I don't remember his name now. Chip or Cliff or Cliff, I think, right? There was at a party, and she's like, you know, kind of gives some mixed signals and stuff, and then looks kind of like a cock tease a little bit. Like, I thought that again was kind of overdone, that it wrecks their relationship for no reason. The fight she has with her parents about the money and everything, like, again, these things, I don't want to give away too much, and I don't think I am. I'm kind of being ambiguous about it, but these things I felt were kind of grasping at straws as a reason, you know, that they needed 13 reasons, you know, when I felt like they could have stopped at half of that, you know, like. These reasons I didn't feel would...
It should have been called...
Clay, thank you. Yes, Clay.
8 reasons why.
Cliff, Chip, Clay, something like that. 8 reasons why. It doesn't have the same impact, does it, as 13 reasons why. But yeah, the scene when she goes to Bryce's party, after I watched that, I felt very uncomfortable, and I felt like, okay... As someone who's been depressed before, and who's someone who's gone through lots of things before in terms of being bullied and in terms of family drama and everything like that, part of me really felt for her and felt like I can see why she would feel the way she does in that moment. And because I felt that way, I felt they had done a good job, because of the fact that I actually felt something for her. You know what I mean? That they were able to reach me in that way. But then the scene where she kills herself is really graphic, and it shows how she goes to school that day, and she goes to the teacher and she tries to get help, and the teacher brushes her off and basically says, well, have you really done anything, you know, to help yourself? And she hasn't really. So he writes her off, essentially. He doesn't help her. So she goes home and she changes her clothes, and she puts on old clothes, and she gets in the bathtub with the razor blades that she stole from her parents' store. And she's already sent out her tapes and everything that she wanted to do, and she just gets in the tub and she slits her wrists, and you see everything, and she bleeds out, and you just sit there and it shows all of it. And it was so uncomfortable for me that somebody, again, who had been suicidal and depressed and had issues like this in the past, that was always an option for me. I always thought, okay, well, you know, how would I do it, you know, and that was always a way that, yeah, you could do it like that. And after watching it like that, I thought, I really don't see that I could ever do that to myself.
And that's kind of a counterpoint to what I was saying earlier, that maybe, you know, the revenge part, but if you do watch the whole thing and you get there and then you're like, oh my God, and they didn't hold back on that, on that, maybe that is a way that they were. And then they show how the parents find her afterward. And the water is like coming out from under the door, and the mother goes in and is grabbing her and calling 911, and you know she's dead. There's way too much blood. It's a bloodbath. There's no way that this girl is still alive. And the mother is so desperate that her daughter is alive, you know, and what can we do to help her, and trying to revive her. And it's just so much. Do you know what I mean? So the suicide scene for me makes up for a lot of the pitfalls with it, just because I felt like they did a good job for most of it. I felt that they understood depression and how you can really deteriorate, and how by the end you feel so far removed from yourself, and you don't feel like anybody understands you. You don't feel like anybody cares about you, to the point that every little thing is just another strike against you, you know. And so maybe it should have been 13 reasons why. Maybe it really shouldn't have been 8, but some of it I did feel like they were reaching a little bit. But I felt they got it in terms of depression, which was, for me, it made me feel better, you know, that someone got it, someone portrayed it the way that I would want it to be portrayed. But I also felt that the suicide scene for me personally disturbed me so much. I thought about it for weeks afterward, that scene afterward. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Like that's really stayed with me. That
You know, I once thought, oh, you know, if things get really, really bad and I'm going to kill myself, I could do it that way. You don't have to worry about hanging yourself. You don't have to worry about how many pills to take. You don't have to worry about all these little details. You could just slit your wrists. And after watching that, I thought, there's no fucking way I'm ever slitting my wrists. Like, that just looked so awful. And, like, she suffered so much. And, you know, so I think...
I wonder what it's like. Do you get cold?
I think you get cold.
Yeah?
I think you get cold and you probably get numb. And, yeah, and it's just... I don't know, do you sit there and just watch it happen, or do you just close your eyes and just hope it happens quickly? You know, like, I don't know what to think, and you know, you never really think about those little details, I don't think, too much, but when they're forced you have to watch it like that, then yeah, I thought about all of it afterward. So, yeah, so that was my thought on it. I liked it overall. I want to watch the second part. The second part is supposed to deal with the trial, and if you've seen it, you know that a lot of the tapes that she dealt with, there were some criminal things that did happen that people were going to be prosecuted for afterward. And there was a copycat that happens in the show, actually, and he survives, from what I remember. So it's not as awful as if he had have died. But from what I remember, there is some stigma about it that, oh, we have another one kind of thing. So, to me, they did cover it a little bit in terms of that. They could have done more with it. They could have done it better. I actually would have preferred Joe's version of the second season.
You haven't seen it yet, though, so don't say that. I
haven't seen it. No, but I really like the idea, and I feel like they could have done that for a third season. Or a fourth season. They could have done the trial later on. You know, they don't have to do it immediately afterward. But I thought, you know, that was, when you said it like that to me, I thought, first of all, I thought, oh, wow, I didn't consider that this could be a revenge thing and other people might copycat this. Because I wasn't thinking that way when I watched it. But I did like your idea for that, and I thought that would have been good.
This sounds weird, but I go to watch people die for some perspective on life makes you more appreciative. It's incredibly morbid and horrific. Yeah, I've gone there too, and I've thought that I feel the same way. Yeah. It also makes you realize how fragile you are, and it makes you be cautious around certain things. It's spring-loaded doors, especially. You know, it's
I don't want to watch anything like that.
It's amazing how fast you can die and how fragile you are. At the same time, it's amazing what you can live through in terms of, you know, small amount of damage over a long period of time, but you know, all it takes is one quick thing in just the right place, and yeah, and then it's pretty bad. I don't know what these are, by the way. I'm just picking them randomly. I'm not really paying much attention to the game. Well, thank you for that, Lily. To counter that and to just bring us back, I'd like to say that there was a joke on Discord one time about our hot dogs sandwiches debate. And they said that we should make it into a series called 13 Reasons Why.
Well. Sorry if I rambled, you guys.
No,
it's kind of hard
you didn't ramble.
To get your thoughts in order for stuff like that. And I haven't seen the show in quite a while now. It's been what, like 6 months or something since I watched it. So.
This is the Rambly stream.
I wonder if I didn't have the history that I have with it, and that I get very uncomfortable, like I said, when it comes to suicide, and partly because of myself, and partly because I know what I've been through, and I know that I kind of have a weakness toward it because of the type of bipolar that I have is very depression heavy and everything like that. So I know that my lows are going to be very low, and something that I do worry about, if I'm being honest, from time to time, is that what if they get so low that I don't see a way out, even with Joe and my kids? Like, what happens then? What if the medication just stops working, you know? What if there is no medication? What if this is just my life now? You know, like, it does get...
The medication really helped you, though.
Yeah, it does. But what if it stops? You know, like, yeah. I do think about these things, and I do worry about that.
For anyone who may be watching this on the VOD later, and I'm sure Lily has said this in Discord often too, Lily speaks to quite a few people on Discord that deal with depression. And I think there's this stigma around taking medication for any mental issue. First of all, there's stigma about having a mental illness at all. Both me and Lily technically are mentally ill. Mine is a different classification. I don't think it should really be in the same league, because it's a sleep disorder, but it's still a mental illness. It's still kind of an invisible illness. You know, I still hallucinate, that sort of thing. Just rarely. But there's a stigma about having mental illness, but there's also a stigma among the mentally ill about taking medication for it. And it's all about you're going to be numb. It's not going to work. It's not going to be worth it. There's going to be all these trade-offs. It got so far that posers like the Evanescence girl wrote a song about lithium when she doesn't even take it. You know what I mean? I think Nirvana had a song Lithium too, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And
but again,
it's such a cool word, isn't it? Lithium. Yeah. It's such a cool word.
It is a cool word, but it's not the most fun to take.
Yeah. And Lily had great success with medication. There was some that didn't work, and there was a balance that needed to be found. You're not on lithium now, right? It's a different one.
No, I don't take lithium anymore. I took it for a year and a half.
There's a much better drug that's somewhat new called Abilify, right?
It's an antipsychotic.
Yeah.
It's not a mood stabilizer like lithium, but it does the same thing.
Yeah, and I would say that don't completely write it off if you are one of those people that feels like there's no way a pill's ever going to help me or anything like that, like, because I felt like that too in my life, and there's also this thing, I need a pill to be normal, whereas you should think of it as better living through chemistry. It helps, and it's part of modern life. I don't know. People get really funny when it comes to medications and stuff.
You have to play with them, though. You have to. You're very unlikely to find something the first time you take stuff that's going to help you. For me, I took so many antidepressants over the years, and my doctor didn't know I was bipolar because I don't present manic the way a lot of people present with mania, right? So to me, it looks like it's just depression until you really ask the right questions, and then you see that I do have, it's called hypomania. I don't hallucinate. I don't have psychosis. So they're asking questions like, are you promiscuous? Do you like self-medicate with drugs and alcohol? Do you spend lots of money when you're like this? And I don't. We never had any money or credit to spend, so like there was no option to spend anything even if I had wanted to. And because I don't live that kind of lifestyle, I kind of slip through the cracks and stuff like that. But I was on so many times they would give me an antidepressant. Here, this should help you. Nothing else seems to be helping you. And I would take it for about a week, and I would start to feel really angry and really irritable, and that was my hypomania kicking in. But I didn't know at the time, so I would just stop taking it and say, well, fuck this. I feel worse now than when I would rather be depressed and feel numb again than be angry and irritable all the time. So well,
it's weird if you ever watched an episode of House where they have something that they don't know what the person has. And they basically, so it's like, okay, this guy has heart problems, and he's having arrhythmia that's it's brought on by exertion, overexertion. We need to monitor him while he's in this state. So what do you want to do? Put him on a fucking treadmill and make him run, they trigger the episode, which sounds so like, holy shit, are you guys crazy? Like, what if it does damage? But that's the only way that they can observe and find out, because they don't know what's wrong. And that's what happened with Lily, is that the way that they confirmed it is that they put her on Wellbutrin and said, okay, if you're bipolar, this is going to make you fucking manic. And
no, they didn't tell me that. They didn't. That was where he was smart. He didn't tell me it was going to make me manic. He said to me, I think that you're bipolar. From the mood charts I had done for months and months, it looks like you're bipolar, but I don't want to diagnose you. Yeah, once I prescribe for you, I have to diagnose you. It goes in your file. So we can start medication and I'll properly diagnose you. Or you can try and, put it off a little bit longer. And if there's anything else you want to try, I tried exercise, I tried changing my diet, stuff like that. It was short-term benefits. It didn't really help. I went back to him and I said, look, it's not helping. Can you put me on something? And he said, okay, we're going to start lithium. But before we start lithium, I want to try you first on this one other medication just to see, if it helps you. And he put me on Wellbutrin, which is not only an antidepressant, but it's a stimulant. And people who are bipolar cannot take an antidepressant or a stimulant without taking a stabilizer or an antipsychotic. It makes you manic. So I was manic for like 6 days, of
it was really bad.
Just climbing gradually, and then I peaked, and I was alternating between crying, washing the floor, watching a movie and twitching, and we went out, and I thought people could hear my thoughts, and like I just lost it. Like it was.
This was a few years before
the worst
the kids,
mania
right?
I've ever had.
How many years was it before the kids?
3 years before.
Yeah.
2 years before Finn.
Yeah, that was really bad. People are saying House is not medically accurate. Of course, House isn't medically accurate, but I read an article and it was about what shows do doctors think are the most accurate, and they said that Scrubs was the top one, and they said House obviously isn't that high up, but when it comes to trying to diagnose things that they don't know what they have, that part was actually pretty spot on. That they try and trigger the episode. I should have said that when I was explaining it with House, because obviously House is not a documentary. But yeah, apparently that part is accurate according to this. I think there was another article too that I read around the same time because I was into that sort of thing. There was this video I watched too about what's accurate about these scenes. But yeah.
G-Jerk says this discussion has made me realize I severely need to see a psychiatrist or something. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
And if you don't like the first one you talk to, try another one. Like there's so many, and sometimes like medications, there's so many, and there's different dosages. I was on lithium. I went to Abilify now. I was on Wellbutrin. They stopped me after I got out of whack with my medications. I'm on Wellbutrin again now, and now I'm on it with Abilify, and I love it. I feel so much better.
Yeah.
I still get out of balance a little bit, but it doesn't last as long, and it's not as intense as it used to be.
Definitely don't accept a doctor you think doesn't understand you. It has to be a good relationship. Just don't. There are really, really bad doctors out there, really, really bad. And as much as it may sound stupid, and this is a good attitude to have, which is, how could I possibly question a doctor, right? Because they have all the years of studying to back up their opinions and whatever. Whenever I've gone to the doctor and they say, well, what do you think we should do? I usually say to them, I'm not the fucking doctor here. What do you think we should do? And I usually go with what they say. But if you're getting a bad feeling or you feel like they're not taking you seriously or whatever else like that, go get a second or third opinion. Just don't sit there and take it. If you feel like they're not listening, then just walk out. I've had arguments with doctors because I felt like that. I worked for a doctor, and she was one of the worst people I've ever met in my entire life. I had to pull a catheter out of her arm once. I'll never forget how it felt. It was like pulling a stick out of a fucking thick nest of cobwebs. It was fucking terrifying. She was so awful. Yeah, so yeah, definitely don't accept. It's a process. You have to go through it all. Don't just accept shitty treatment. Wait, what? This doctor, I spoke about this doctor before on the stream. This is going places, huh?
Yeah, we have to come back after. There's people here who need to be addressed as well.
This doctor was a medical doctor, but also a naturopath, homeopathy, that sort of thing. And if you know anything about that, that's complete utter bullshit. She was interested. She was a doctor to make money. She wasn't a doctor to help people. She was a doctor to make money, and she would push a bunch of stuff onto because we're in Canada, Canadian patients, and that wasn't covered by healthcare because things that aren't covered by healthcare are bullshit. So she would push things like homeopathy medications. It was like a fucking alchemist lab in there. There was a bunch of fucking jars on her shelf, and I swear to God, one of them was tarantula extract. I swear to fucking God, like it was that level of bullshit that was on there. And if you know anything about homeopathy, there was no tarantula in that at all. It's all fucking snake oil, and she would push all these alternate remedies. There was a foot bath thing that she would have that's going to draw out all the toxins in your whole body. It's going to draw it through your whole body, through your legs, and then through your feet. And the color of the foot bath is what it is. And it was just like this rusty ass machine that you put your feet in, and it would just turn the water a different color to make it look like you were getting some things done. And it was complete like. It was such bullshit that she had me operating some of these machines, like I didn't do any trading. I was just a glorified assistant. Anyway, so part of her treatments that she would push on was vitamin C intravenous drips. And the whole second floor of her office was like a goddamn fucking opium den of of, you know, go upstairs and get a vitamin C drip. You know, oh, you have a cold, get a vitamin C drip. Oh, you have an earache, get a vitamin C drip. Oh, you're feeling a little sad, vitamin C drip will just clear that back up. What, it costs $150 to get it done? Yeah, ignore that. Don't worry. Oh, you know, you're a little cold, vitamin C drip. You're a little hot, vitamin C drip. Anything, you know, vitamin C surplus, go get a vitamin C drip. It'll help you flush it all out. Like anything that can be cured by a vitamin fucking C drip. And to sell it, she would go up and have them herself, and you know, she'd sit in as this fucking baron in her fucking opium den on the second floor, you know, with the fucking Asian music in the background, you know, and the hush, like you know, and the wind chimes, you know, on these big fucking beanbag chairs, and have their read while they sip their fucking lattes and have their vitamin C drips because they have more money than goddamn fucking sense. And she would go up there too, and she was old, she was really old, and she would have like the most explosive diarrhea attacks too. She would like all of a sudden she would just like run out of, in the middle of talking to patients, she would just run out of the office and go into the like there's a bathroom on every floor because you know, she never knew when it might strike, and she would go in and she would have like just suddenly take massive dumps just in the middle of talking to fucking patients. And one time it backed up, like the whole sewer system backed up, and we had to call a plumber, and the plumber came, and the plumber who is, you know, is trained for this and this is every day. He gagged and almost threw up. It was too bad for him with this backing up. Anyway, I don't know why I said that. Because she would hold meetings in the bathroom sometimes, you know. Not immediately after she went, but not long enough either. Anyway, so she would go up and have her vitamin fucking C drips as well, and because she was really old, she had trouble finding the veins to get it in, I guess, or I don't know if that's because she was really old or whatever. And she was big too. She was a really big old woman, and she would have trouble getting them in, and they would get stuck because she would dig them in too deeply, and she didn't really give a shit about it doing well. I don't even know if it dripped in properly because she knew it was bullshit. She told me she knew it was bullshit. And one time it got stuck, and she says to me, you know, you need to pull this out of my arm. And I looked at her and I went, I'm not doing that. And she's like, no, you are. Don't worry about it. Just pull it out. And I'm like, I don't really comfortable. And then she's just pull the fucking thing out of my arm. I'm like, okay, fine, fuck it. Hopefully it hurts. And just like, and I mean, like, you'd think something like that would just be like, oh, it just slides out and here it is. It's not. No, it was like effort, like appreciable effort to get this out of her arm. Like my arm hurt afterwards, still trying to yank this out. You know, like it was like fucking pulling Excalibur out of the fucking altar, you know? Like it was there was like a splurt of blood, which was not cool at all looking back, but I was young and desperate and I needed the money, and yeah, it was really bad, but we got it out. She was the worst driver too. The worst driver.
I just want to say, before you told this lovely story, that there was somebody in chat, Duplex Flavo, who said that they're also manic depressive and they're having one of their bad days.
Okay.
So I just want to say that I feel like I should say something, you know. Mm-hmm. That I'm glad you're here watching this today, at least, even though you are having a bad day. And sometimes a distraction is really what you need, you know. So I hope that we'll get off this topic soon and you will be distracted. But just Joe always reminds me, and this is the best thing that he ever says to me in terms of bad days, is that it's not real. The thoughts that you're thinking are not real, and it's not really you. It's an illness, and that makes me feel better that it's not really me. It's an illness. It feels really fucking real in those moments, and those thoughts feel real, and they feel like you, and they linger with you afterwards, so they feel like you, but it's not really you. And it won't last forever. You know, it might last weeks or it might last days. You might feel better tomorrow. You know, everybody's different, right? And even I would say every episode is different. So if you're struggling, it's not going to be forever. And I'm sorry you're having such a bad day. And I hope that this stream makes you feel even the tiniest little bit better.
Even a little bit better. Yep.
Someone else was asking if what you do to make me feel better.
We're available for children's parties, by the way,
What
if
you
anyone
do.
wants to
Someone
say.
asked. They said their girlfriend is having a really rough time or something. What do you do?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to say anything about what you? I feel like I've done all the talking here. So, do you just want to tell them, like, briefly, and then we can move on from this because we've been on this topic for a very long time now?
I think it's mostly a tension that is never smothering, but everyone's going to be different. When I'm in a bad mood, I like to be left alone. I don't think I ever suffer from depression, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I've never been diagnosed. I don't think so. I think that long-term sleep deprivation can sometimes can kind of make you feel that way. I've had anxiety, but I've had anxiety only recently since becoming a father, and a lot of things to worry about. And I've said this on stream before. I never understood anxiety, and I always thought it was like, oh, you're just feeling a little off. Who cares? But I've said this a couple times on stream before, that if you've never experienced anxiety, just think of any time you've been walking down the street and you pat your pockets for your phone or your wallet or your keys, and they're not there, and or you feel the wrong part of your pocket. And you didn't realize, you thought it was gone for a second, and that really tight moment of panic where you're like, oh my god, where are my keys, or oh my god, where's the phone, or you parked your car in a different spot and you forgot where it was, and you go to a different spot and your car's not there, and you're like, oh my god, where's my fucking car? Like, that's anxiety. So when people say I'm suffering from anxiety, that's what they mean, and that's if that doesn't go, like, imagine feeling like that for hours. That's anxiety. I'm lucky I've never felt it for that long, but it's I get
It's pretty bad.
Like, it's about, okay, I'm worried about the kids, I worry about this, I worry about that, there's so much work to do, that sort of thing. So mine is not induced by any disorder. It's just worrying and fretting about life too much. When I get like that, I think when I'm anxious, I prefer company, and I would like to be with somebody, Lily preferably, or I'll distract myself by watching a movie or something, or I will interact with the kids is really good too. Like, you can lose yourself to that. But when I get sad or depressed or in a mood, I usually like to be left alone, whereas Lily doesn't. Lily likes attention, but not smothering. So you want to be there, and you kind of, it's always going to be it's every situation is probably, every person is going to be unique, and probably every time is going to be unique too. You want to be there. Look, I'm here. I don't always ask, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Every 30 seconds, hey, you okay now? Are you okay now? Are you okay now? Be patient above all things. Patience is a very difficult to learn skill. It's hard for me to even say that out loud just now. True patience is very difficult to maintain, and it's very valuable. And I would say that if you can be as patient as possible, that would go a long way. Don't look at this as a problem that you have to solve, and it has to be solved. If I keep asking if they're okay, and I keep being here, it will pass by sooner. No, it's like this. This is what it's going to be, and I'm going to be here for as long as it's going to take. And if you need space, if you need me to go get you something, anything like that, then that's what that's the kind of support that you want to be. If they want you to go away for a while, don't take it personally. Just go. Just leave them alone and let them have space. But still check on them as well. Like if unless they explicitly say, please go away and don't come back until I tell you. Like, if they want some space, come back every so often and say, hey, just checking in. You know what I mean? I think that's what you should do. I like to tell Lily that it's like the weather, that what you're going through is, it's like it's a rainy day, and you can't do anything right now, and you're stuck inside, and you can't go anywhere. But the rain will eventually pass. It might rain for a couple days. It might be really bad. It might rain for a week, but it'll pass. And I think reminding the person of that can help. But some people might be infuriated by that. So I can only tell you from my own my own experiences.
There's times I get kind of irate when he says it's not really you or whatever. It's not real, because it feels real, and it really does. Whatever you're thinking in that time, you're telling yourself all kinds of shit, right? When you're up, your thoughts are looping, and you don't even really know what you're thinking, and everything's really fast, and everything's happening really slow, and you're talking like this, and But when you're down, it's like I get where everything aches. Like I feel like I have the flu, and it's just you don't want to do anything. Like look, even to watch something, you know, going on Netflix and looking for something is too much effort. Paying attention to a book is too much effort. Like everything is just too much effort. So again, it's different for everybody, but it does help me. I try to, when he says that to me, my first reaction is usually, well, it feels fucking real. Like I want to be angry about it. You know, it feels real. You know, you don't know what I'm thinking. You don't know what I'm telling myself right now. It feels real. But when you really just take a step back just for a second, you realize that it isn't really real either, is it? Because a week from now, I might not be having these thoughts at all, and this will just be a bad memory, you know?
I wonder what happened to our generation, because I see that a lot. I see it way more than it could possibly be people that have undiagnosed mental illness. It must be, obviously some people do have mental illness and that's how they feel, but there's too many instances of it to be undiagnosed mental illness. I think of this they say, you know, I go home and I don't waste my time watching TV, but I don't do anything productive either. I literally just sit and do absolutely fucking nothing. I wonder if it's something to do with internet addiction as well. I wonder if absolutely fucking nothing is just sitting there refreshing the same websites for 4 hours. You know, you're not even getting anything out of it. You're just hitting refresh, go to this website, hit home, go to Google, hit the bookmark, and you're right back at the same website you just went away from. You don't even know what you're doing, and I think I think that happens quite a bit to our generation. I wonder what will happen.
There's also all those support. I was gonna say, Duplex Lavo says I can't keep dumping it on my wife. My wife has chronic health issues, and I hate being alone with my thoughts and everything like that. There are support groups and stuff online that you can join, but they have their good and their bad points, you know. And it's I don't know how much in the past was just that people didn't have outlets to, you know, to reach out and stuff like that. That it wasn't talked about as much, you know. Like now, you can go anywhere on the internet and you can meet people and write on forums and stuff, right, and interact with other people who have the same mental illnesses and stuff as you do. And to a point, that's a good thing, but is it also making it a little bit more prominent maybe that you're more surrounded by people like this, therefore it seems like more people have this, you know, than maybe before? Like, is it really a generational thing, or is it just that our level of tech now that it's everywhere, you know, it's at your fingertips now, whereas before you might go through your whole life and never meet another person
Could be.
who was bipolar or schizophrenic or anything like that?
Even a percentage of a population having a problem with can still lead to quite a big group, you know, that can be vocal in the online community that we have, which I think, okay, we need to end the question here and go on to the next ones, but I think that's an interesting conversation, and I think it's really worth talking about one time, or even thinking about in terms of a book, is just how there's all this stuff about, you know, dopamine addiction that people talk about for Facebook and everything, and to some extent Twitter as well, maybe even more for Twitter. You know, you want to get the big hot tweet that hits, and oh my god, so many people like this, so many people retweet it. You know, like I just did it with some dumb fucking Canadian joke, but then there's also how we interact as a society online now, and I think it's a much bigger deal than we're giving it credit for. And I think if we're not careful, maybe it's already too late, that it's going to lead to some really big fucking changes in how our culture works. Really, really, really big. And I'm curious and scared, but also kind of excited and kind of like want to slow down and see the car crash way, like how it's going to pan out, because I really think it's doing some damage. It's doing some good too. I'm not going to be this old technophobe. I'm definitely not that person. But it makes me really worried and really concerned for the world that our kids are going to grow up in.
Well, there's also, while there is a stigma around these things too, there's also a little bit of, what's the word?
It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Validation, where, you know, that, you know, people who self-diagnose, people who don't want to be properly diagnosed, people who don't want to go on medication, people who
there's also
each other, kind of,
yeah, there's
know,
also I'm not in where I wanted to be in my life, and I'm not that successful, but hey, I have this, and that's why, right? And to some extent they're right. That's definitely a tough blow that they've been dealt with, but that's not the only reason, you know. For some people, definitely, but I think it's rare. And yeah, That's very, very difficult to judge, though. In fact, I would go on to say that unless you live the person's life, it's impossible to judge, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway, let's go on to the next question.
Two more things. Sorry, Air Transparent. I totally agree with you. And Cyberblade. That sounds awful. You shouldn't have to be your mother's therapist.
Mm-hmm.
We've both kind of been our parents' therapists at times in our lives, and it's really difficult. I would try to distance myself from that if possible.
It's a form of very light child abuse, as far as I'm concerned, depending on how old you are.
Going through a potential divorce, she's been really emotional lately. Talks about stuff the most. It's really frustrating. It's really bad. And I don't really believe that you're really going to say or help in any way. Personally, I don't believe that. I believe it's just you're either going to tell them what they want to hear or you're going to make them angry. So they're just venting, right? It's not that they really believe maybe that you can help. It's just that they're venting. And yeah, I would try and not do that if possible, because I feel the more you do it, the more they expect it from you, and the worse it gets, and you just wind up in the middle. I would be on the receiving end from both parents, and then and my brother, and then I couldn't fix anything, and I was just in the middle of it all the time. So,
chat gained 3 notes of knowledge and kindness.
We can move on now. I just wanted to say that.
No, it's okay.
Wanted to wrap up the last.
Yeah, this is. I
don't want people to feel that we just ignored.
I mean,
and moved on.
We're a Q&A stream for a video game channel doing Euro Truck Simulator. Right? Nothing that we're doing tonight is important, but in terms of relative importance to what we have, if we're talking about these issues, I think it's important to.
And there were people saying
to not gloss over things.
That the videos help, and they've helped through rough times and stuff like that.
That's
great.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that.
Great.
Quite a few people told me that. Thank you. It means a lot.
Have you played any of the Thief games? It is my favorite video game series. And I think especially the earlier parts are outstanding, and having organic gameplay that feels less gamey as most of the recent games that came out. Would you be interested in making a video on it?
No. Next question.
There we go. It's the same person, so there you go. So we gave you everything we had on the 13 Reasons Why. So hopefully you'll accept that next question.
I haven't played them.
Makes up for it.
I haven't played them. I'm not really interested in doing a video on them. I am interested in checking them out at some point, but I haven't played them, so I can't talk about them. Sorry.
Big question.
Okay.
Have you heard about the Scorched Contract mod for Dark Souls 1 PC? It changes the game in a way that every time you kill a boss, you get a limitation for your gameplay. It ramps up the difficulty to absurd heights. The streamer Lobos Jr. was beta testing it. Beta testing.
Yeah.
I want to say tasting it for the creator, and it was really a ride to watch him. I don't know how interested you are in DS mods in general, but I thought that could be a nice idea. At last, I have a quick reminder that your Patreon link is not put in the description of your Q&A stream videos. It felt somewhat counterintuitive to not have it there. Sorry for my English, it's not my mother tongue, and I am always nervous when speaking to natives. Have fun and keep up the great work. You are the best, and get well soon, Joe.
I would say that 9 out of 10 isn't high enough. 95 out of 100 people who say, sorry for my English, it's not my first language,
I would never have guessed.
Are fantastic. I never would have thought that if you didn't say it. Like, it's maybe it's because when they're better at typing than they are at speaking, and maybe that's why they feel the need. But yeah, it doesn't come across at all. Yeah, you're great. Yeah, there's no link to the Patreon in the Q&A because I just copy and paste the description from the other videos over because I just try and put that up as quickly as possible. There probably should be a link there somewhere, but I don't know. Maybe it should be there. Oh, God damn it, the red light. And then we back up into a car. Yeah, I should probably put it there. As for your question, I have heard of that before. I don't think I knew the name of it, but I think I have heard of it before. That does sound interesting. Lobos is pretty good at those games. I've watched him do a couple streams now and then. I think the last time I saw him, which was a long time ago, he was doing a no HUD, no weapon, no something else run of Bloodborne, and he was just dying over and over and over again to Orphan of Cause, or some say Cosm. And that was entertaining to watch for a little bit, but then I started to look at it and think, okay, why? I also feel like a lot of those challenge runs devolve into, do you know the right item to use to buff your weapon up, and that's doing most of the damage instead of the weapon itself. And yeah, it's but yeah, he's really good at those games. No, I watched him after that. He was playing Hollow Knight, and I had a cool moment where because he's such an elite pro streamer, right? And I was watching him play Hollow Knight, and it was probably his first run ever. And I was like, yeah, I'm better than you at Hollow Knight. Like I had that moment. He's probably way better than me now if he's been playing a lot. But yeah, that was fun. I'd be interested in trying that. I don't know if I'd stream it, maybe. But I've never modded Dark Souls, and I think I would like to try that. Yeah, that could be fun. I think I would enjoy a twist on that. I would love to see some sort of better Chalice dungeon system set up that has the Dark Souls combat system and bosses and dungeons in a more rogue-like setting, or rogue-lite. I think that could be really, really good. I think Necropolis was a real waste if it is as bad as everyone says. That game could potentially be one of my favorite games ever, because Enter the Gungeon is one of my favorite games ever, and I think I enjoy the combat loop of Dark Souls more than I enjoy Enter the Gungeons. So yeah, I think that could be a lot of fun. Yeah, so maybe I'll try it out sometime. I can't say anything more on that, sorry, because I haven't played it. I'm curious how difficult this is set up. I guess it must not be too bad. And I wonder if it would work for Dark Souls Remastered. I hope it doesn't ban you though. I remember saying something about like if you mod oh, I hit E by accident. I remember if you mod Dark Souls, you can get banned from going online or whatever. And I've never summoned, or I've never been summoned in Dark Souls 1. I think I once got summoned in Dark Souls 2 just to see what it was like. But yeah, sorry. This is I got a mechanical keyboard. It's my first one ever, and I just lightly tap on the key, and it just goes, man. Just the slightest amount of pressure, and it goes. I'm not used to that.
Cars have very touchy brakes, It's true. When I learned how to drive my mother's car, you had to slam on the brakes, and then the instructor's car, you just had to lightly tap it, and I would always hit his car brake too hard, and we would lurch forward because I was so used to her car. So it's like you're really getting the real experience.
I basically know how to drive now, right? I think I'm ready.
Pretty much, yeah.
As long as I don't leave Moncton, I think I'm ready. I think my driving would fit right in. Someone in chat asks, did I play Dead Cells? Yep, I played Dead Cells months and months and months ago. I thought there wasn't enough content, and I was a little put off by that. I will try it when it's fully released. The gameplay seemed pretty good to me, but there just wasn't enough. I remember I played it for a couple hours, and then I was just curious how much I had seen of the game, and I looked it up, and apparently I was on the last area, and I was like, what? Really? And I was put off by that. I thought the boss or the bosses I killed, I can't remember, were the first of maybe 50 or so, and it turns out there was only 3, and I was like, what? That seems weird. But I probably have this bad habit of comparing things to Gungeon, because Gungeon is the best of the kind for me, the best of the genre for me. Bullet hell side scroller, not exactly the same, but yeah. Anyway, what's the next question on Patreon?
Solitary Gamer
Hey, Solitary Gamer, how's it going?
says, hello Lily, Finn, Leo, and Joe.
Ooh.
I have no questions this month, but I nonetheless
Thank
want
you.
to take this opportunity to say the following. I wish you every success in your house acquisition project. If it does happen to fall through, I urge you to keep looking and try to avoid Plan C, staying put, for the sake of your sanity and well-being. Staying in any large city is indeed a scam when it comes to land value, but it's simply a reality of supply and demand, as I'm sure you know. Lastly, get well soon, and if all else fails regarding your monaural deafness... Monaural? Is that how you say it? Monaural?
Hold on.
I've never seen that word before. Monaural?
Monaural. Yeah. Because my ear was... Yeah. Because my ear was messed up.
You could try asking your fans to lend you their ears. I mean, it worked for Mark Anthony, right? Shakespeare reference.
Weeaboos, viewers, lend me your ears. Well, thank you for the message. Because we're in the future, I can tell you that it all went through. It didn't go swimmingly, but yeah, my ears got better. The infection cleared up. The flights that I went through didn't bring the problem back. I had 3 flights since then. We flew to Moncton with the dogs and the kids, and then I flew back to Toronto, and then I flew back from Toronto after shipping all the stuff, and my ears are fine. And I was a little worried after I got to Moncton again after shipping the stuff from Toronto. My ear was still blocked after getting home via taxi, but I was able to do the nose pinchy trick, and I blew the blockage out gently, and yeah, I'm fine. So it was definitely the ear infection. I have a little bit of an infection again though in the left ear area, down into my neck a little bit, and it keeps coming and going. So I think I definitely need to go see a doctor. I put that off for a while. I should go get a checkup, and I should go see about that. I think there's something that keeps coming and going, and that's really, really bad. I shouldn't be ignoring that, but there's always something to do, and but yeah, health should take priority. But yeah, I think that's it. Right? Thank you for the message. Hopefully next time you have some questions, so you're getting your money's worth.
I haven't seen you on Discord in a while. Hope you're doing well. And I can hear Chloe. Chloe's lying behind me and she's snoring. So
yeah,
that's the dog.
Someone said I can hear Joe breathing in one of the other streams, and I watched the stream back, and yeah, that's not me. I'm quite the quiet breather.
No, it's Chloe. Chloe, yeah, I think we've lost time too.
It's one of the dogs. It might even be a cat one time, but yeah, it's the dogs.
Someone asked about if when we were doing the house hunting, if we considered renting in Brampton. We actually didn't look at Brampton because, one, we don't really know much about Brampton or Mississauga or Vaughan or Milton or any of those places over there. But we were worried that it wasn't maybe as pedestrian friendly as some of the other places we were looking at because we don't drive. And I had heard from other people in the past that Brampton is good if you have a car, that it was quite far for groceries and stuff. So I don't know if that's true, but it kind of put me off that I didn't really look in Brampton, no. And it worked out because we're here now, so.
Jesus, is your doggo okay?
She's fine, she's
no,
sleeping. She's
oh, look. Did you see the car flip there? Oh no, I'm sorry. They breathe quite heavily when they get into a deep sleep, I think. But they're old lady dogs. I hate to say it because hopefully they'll break, the average and keep going. But they probably only have a couple of years left. It makes me really sad. We've had them for their whole lives pretty much, and I think they've had it decent with us at least. We'll probably get another dog soon. I'd like I think a big German Shepherd. I want a guard dog.
Good night, Carlos. See you soon. Thanks for stopping by.
I'm gonna name the dog Gatsby.
Depends.
Big German Shepherd Gatsby.
Gatsby, but depending if we're not doing dogs independently for the kids because there'll be too many dogs, you might want to speak to Finn about a Sherlock. Because we were going to name Finn's dog Sherlock, and then we were talking about it and we thought, well, if we all have our own dog, that's too many dogs, so but Gatsby's
everyone's
an
gonna
awesome
say
name.
in chat right now we should have Finn's dog should be named Jake.
I know, but we've never actually watched it and he doesn't know anything about it, so it doesn't have the same appeal as Sherlock or Gatsby. Like, come on, those are some sophisticated dog names. They say if you're getting a German Shepherd, name him Wallace. Or get a cat and name it
Catsby. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Name the dog Morgana. I love that name. Persona didn't totally ruin it for me either.
Oh, you want to go out? You want to go partying? Oh, shouldn't you study? Oh, you want to go out to a club? Oh, don't you think you should go to sleep? It's a little late. Oh, poor Waffles.
The next question is in...
Well, hold on. Why not name it Datapon? Because I'm going to be outside and I'm going to be yelling, Datapon! Come back! No. The Gatsby's bad enough. Gatsby! What's the video? What's the name of the dog in the video where you hear the dog running and they're yelling out the dog's name, and then the dog is chasing like 500 sheep across a field? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
What's the name of the dog in that video? I
don't know.
love that video so much. I need to find it after we're done. I would name a dog Tora. Fenton, that's it. Fenton. It's a British guy too. It makes it so great. Fenton. Anyway, sorry, Lily. Go ahead.
How do you say this? I can never remember how to say the name.
Inspector Gescheit or Geschicht? Geschicht. I think it's Geschicht. I think Gescheit
I don't speak any
is
German,
not
and
is
that looks
not
very German
it's not
to me.
good. I know very, very little German.
I know Scheiße. That's it.
Wow.
That's the only word I need to know. I actually would like to learn some German. What do you think is a game that has a whole leveling, crafting, upgrading system bolted on that overcomplicates a straightforward experience?
Is that the whole question?
Yes.
All of them. All of them. I'm only being half joking right now. All of them. Yeah. I think the only games that really benefit from them are games like we're playing right now, where it's you know they're you're building towards something and you're trying to and you're building options as you go through. If your game isn't building options through that system and instead it's just making numbers go up, then it's cookie clicker, and you're lying to the people that are playing it, and you should feel bad because it's cookie clicker. That's why cookie clicker is the most important game that you can ever play, and that'll be the title of a video one day. Cookie clicker is the most important game that you can play. And yeah, because progression systems that don't give you options are just cookie clicker. Darkest Dungeon, to some extent. Not all of it, but to some extent, yeah. No Man's Sky. Yeah. Of course there's going to be some gray area, but I would say that even in the times that there's a gray area, that almost every single case it would be better if it was removed. Maybe it gets more difficult in games like Dark Souls, because Dark Souls, to me, Dark Souls' level system isn't good because of the progression. It's good because it gives death meaning. So I don't know if that's why it was designed that way, but to me, the fact that your first time through, souls are so valuable because you want to upgrade the stats because you think they're so important. They're not. You think they are. You think they're so important that you don't want to lose those souls, because you want to level up as much as you possibly can and get stronger because you're struggling because it's a hard game. That every single time you die, you're like, oh man, those fucking souls, I need to go back and get them. No, and it gives a bunch of tension. And I think that's worth the bullshit and the clunkiness of the upgrade system and leveling system more than anything else. And I guess the reason why it's okay is that once you realize that it's not really that important, you can just ignore it and you don't care anymore. Upgrading your weapon is way better, and getting your stats to the level that you can use certain weapons is way more important. And like you need surprisingly very few souls to do that in most cases, especially if you know where a lot of items are in the world. For some builds that have really, really high-end weapons that you need a 40 of a stat or something, or 32. Okay, yeah, now suddenly souls are worth it again, but not really that much still, So I don't know, but I still think souls would benefit from a mode that doesn't. You can just ignore that completely. I think that Neo has some merit to its system, but I also think that would be a game that could be improved if you could just ignore it completely. Maybe if you could turn it off for your first playthrough and you just play it more like a Devil May Cry kind of deal, that sort of thing. Yeah, so I know it may sound like I'm flippantly dismissing a whole system of games, but I hate it. I really do. Yeah. I hate the, oh, go and sit in a room and kill shit for a while, and then, oh, now your health is 105 instead of 100. Oh, whoop-de-fucking-do. I much prefer it if you just find things by exploration in the world that make it better, you know? So Hollow Knight, Super Metroid system, Metroid Prime. Metroidvanias really are good at that because there's such an exploration, it's open-ended. You pick something up and it's just here, boom, you're just better now. You didn't need it, but you're just better, you have more options, you know, you can take more hits, and you didn't have to grind for it, it's just there. So if you classify that as a progression system, then okay, the conversation can go in a different direction. But when I heard the question, I immediately thought of just grinding and RPG stats and stuff like that. Yeah, I really don't like that at all. I get annoyed by it. I think it got in the way in God of War. I will talk about that in the God of War video. It's usually the worst thing that comes of it is that it makes things hard to balance, because now you have to think, okay, well, every single fight that's in a game has to be made with a minimum amount of leveling and gear in mind, and to some extent a maximum too, and because you want to be within those two ranges, because otherwise it's going to be too easy or it's going to be way too difficult. So if you have a system and it's like, okay, well, how do I make sure that players are within that Goldilocks zone? What if they're way above it? Do I tune the fight harder if they are? Well, if that's the case, then why even have the leveling system at all if you're just going to automatically tune it to whatever level they are? That's just adding a leveling system for no goddamn reason. Okay, well, am I going to make it so you have to be a minimum level to get into this area? Some games do that. If you're not this level, you can't get in. Okay, well, now you're just making me go grind for no reason, and you're making me do pointless mundane bullshit because I got here without grinding, and now suddenly you're not letting me in. You know what I mean? It's not, it doesn't work that way either. So I think it's a bad trap to fall into. Whereas if you have a more straightforward system of, you know, your character never really gets that much stronger in terms of how much damage they do and how much life they have, then you can balance it around that much easier. Hollow Knight system, you know, the difference between you know, a mid-range character that finds only a couple health upgrades to someone that finds them all, you know, it helps, but it's not a big difference. But I would say Hollow Knight fails in that the weapon upgrades are just bonkers. The last stage of the weapon upgrade is way too powerful in my opinion, but from reading the responses from what I said in the video, most people really disagree with me on that, so maybe I'm wrong when it comes to Hollow Knight, and maybe that's not a flaw, but it definitely was for me. I think that the one before it was high enough, maybe even the one before that, and that's good. It's too extreme of a difference between where you start and the last one in Hollow Knight. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that developers should be able to do whatever they want. Obviously, that's one of those things that I say sometimes, and immediately I think, why did I even bother saying it? It goes without saying, but that's just me prefacing the next statement. That is, I wish that there was an option to turn a bunch of that stuff off whenever a game launches with it. You know, I would like Dark Souls without it. I would like Nioh without it. I don't want to grind. I don't want to have to. You know, I'm enjoying this game and it's so much fun, and I'm killing shit, and you know, I'm getting loot. Like loot's a different thing, but then I suddenly have to sit down and look at this fucking 20 pages of stats and their explanations, and oh, what does this do, and oh, does dexterity in this game mean avoidance, or is it also tied to damage, because sometimes it's not there? Are they just going to call life or HP, or are they going to call it vigor, or are they going to call it, or is that tied to stamina somehow? And oh, is strength just carry weight, or is it dealt with, you know, like that's damage? Like, it's just, I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? I just want to play the goddamn game, and it just slows it down. But I don't know, maybe I'm jaded when it comes to these things. I do think that there's merit for progression systems, and they can provide rewards that otherwise wouldn't be there. So I'm not ready to write them off just yet, but if I made a game, I think I would really look at what the purpose of the system is, and I think I would probably spend way too much time trying to figure it out, and do I really have the best system, and probably waste more time than it's worth, but it's important to me.
This may be a band-aid option that doesn't fix much, but if all of the low effort moons in Odyssey were a different collectible, like gems in Spyro or precursor orbs that are explicitly a tier below moons and don't pause the game every time you pick one up, would it improve matters?
Yes, but okay. So here's where I wish that, you know, at some point in the future we can make a you know, a real time simulation of the universe, and we can run changes through and see what people would think. You know, what would the world be like if you know, really important question, you know, what would the world be like if Dark Souls was never made? You know, like what like let's run it through the simulation and see what happens. I would really like to see what the consensus would be in Odyssey if this was what you're saying is real, like if that actually happened, because I want to say that I would have enjoyed the game more, but I also think that most people would have enjoyed it less when they reviewed it, because I think if you take away all those garbage filler moons and you made them, I don't know, star fragment bigger though, you know, like, I don't know, I think that most people would realize just how little content there is in the game that is worthwhile, because suddenly it doesn't get mixed in with these filler moons, because a lot of people don't agree that they are filler moons. They think that they're fine, and it's so much content and it's so much fun. And if you took them all out or you made them something else, I think then you see how bare bones the game really has to offer. So I think it would have been a worse game according to a lot of reviewers, but I think for critics, you know, that thought the game was subpar like me, and let me tell you, there are dozens of us. There at least 11 of us, you know, thought Odyssey was maybe not a masterpiece, at least. I think they would probably have said, you know, it's a bit better, but it still has a lot of problems. But I think that, you know, the reviews would have been lower too, which I think is kind of funny, and I would like to know for sure if that was it. So yeah, I better get on the simulation so we can run it through and see, because that's the most important thing we can do, the simulation. Yeah, but overall it wouldn't really change much of the structure of the game, right? It would just be a little faster. You wouldn't be sitting there, you know, drumming your fingers, you know, like, oh, we have to go sit through this animation again. But I also wonder if maybe, because perception matters a lot, right? There are things that you say. Okay, so let's go back to the Hollow Knight video. There's a really, really obvious thing in Hollow Knight that I didn't notice until I went back and played Ori and the Blind Forest. And if I hadn't gone back and played Ori and the Blind Forest for the Hollow Knight video, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. And it's so important too. It's so important to realize that there's no sloped surfaces in Hollow Knight. That the whole thing is based on a grid and built on a grid, and there's probably a very simple level maker that they did, because and the reason why there are and the lack of slope surfaces made it so much easier to arrange and put it together like that. You know, the blocks are all the same size, they're all the same shape. It's just that they have a different, you know, tile set that goes along with them. You know, everyone's messed around with an RPG maker at some point, probably, at least if they're close to my age. And I'm sure there's probably a tool that Team Cherry has that's like that slope surfaces just couldn't fit into for whatever reason or whatever. And that's such a simple observation, right? And yet I didn't notice it until I went back and played Ori, and I've seen comments and people didn't notice it when they played the game either. So I wonder if there weren't so many filler moons, would that have made me, like, was that the most important thing for me while playing that game? Was that, because if you watch my stream, or very, very early on, I start to say, was that worth the moon? Was that worth the moon, really? You know? And how much of that kind of built over the whole playthrough when, you know, I started to question all the other moons that were in the game too, right? So if that was gone, if suddenly all those filler moons are gone, maybe I would have enjoyed myself time with it for longer, and I wouldn't, and the monotony and the what the fuck is this game would have set in later, and I would have overall enjoyed my time with it more. And because there wasn't that kind of breadcrumb that led me to realize that most of the game was filler trash, you know? Which is scary, huh? Like, that's how small of a thing that matters when it comes to perception. It doesn't change the game at all. It's just your perception of it. Yeah, I don't know. Done talking about Hollow Knight? What? Buy my own truck?
Someone muted. I think they don't want spoilers or whatever.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah.
I don't think that's a big spoiler, but maybe. I don't think I can afford my own truck yet. I think I need 98,000 to buy my own truck. Unless there's a cheaper place to get it. After I do this job, I'll look at it again, or maybe someone can tell me where to go.
Lost Izalith is mostly unchanged in the remaster. Given the opportunity, how do you think the planned level could have matched the quality of the better half of the game?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Oh, wow. Can I take this question in a direction that I get to redesign it? Because I would enjoy that. I guess that's the it's going to be my thoughts anyway, right? So, what else could I possibly do? Like, what direction could I take it in? So yeah, I think that the best way that Lost Izalith could be improved and brought up to the rest of the game, and also fix the back half, would be if Lost Izalith was a like a foundation hub level that linked to all the rest of the worlds, all the rest of the levels around the second half, and to some extent the first half too. So Lost Izalith would be probably 3 times as big, or there would be routes that lead back up from the Ass Dragon lava lake at the bottom that go back up to the surface. You know, more of those trees, maybe a couple of elevators that, you know, won't reset after you call them. You know, things like that, stairs, different connecting areas that, you know, lead back up to the surface and somehow. And there's this huge foundation at the bottom of the world that's, you know, really feels holistic with the rest of the world in Souls. I think that would be really good, and you can explore all these different ways, and you can have all these moments of, you know, breaking through a secret area, and then suddenly you're back in Undeadburg, or you're back in Duke's Archives, or you're back here, you're back there, or a place that you've never been before. If Lost Izalith is one of the first places that you go, I think that would be pretty fun. I think that would be really good, and I would have enjoyed doing that, and it would have brought the interconnectivity of the first half into the second half of the game. Is that feasible? Is that realistic? Probably not, because it would be a lot of development time, and maybe a lot of players would get tired of climbing up all these different areas, and so maybe it wouldn't work. But I would say one of the biggest flaws of Dark Souls second half is that it doesn't have that interconnected feel of the world that the first half did. So I think that would be really good. It could be that after you kill Lost Izalith, after you kill the Witch of Beta Chaos. It's not the Witch of Izalith. The Beta Chaos that causes some sort of eruption. You know, there's a reaction to you killing that boss, or you kill another boss before that causes all the lava to recede, and that causes things to change up top in the world, and that causes a big change there, and that opens a bunch of paths. I think that could be kind of cool. Yeah, I just think that it seems to me that Lost Izalith was meant to be a much more grand, much more important area than it was, and the fact that it's that large and has 3 bosses and it's just crammed with so many enemies makes me think that they had, you know, a big idea for that area, even though I think they outsourced it, and that they want to do more with it, and they just didn't. So they just threw a band-aid, you know, put a band-aid on it by making it in its current state. Bed of Chaos obviously needs to be changed. It needs to be a proper boss. It's just awful. It's just not good. The fact that you can just throw deaths at it to do it, and, you know, your actions persist is, you know, a kind of a cool twist on the death mechanic in Dark Souls, but it's, again, like most things in that game that persists through death, it seems to me that they couldn't balance it so that was just their fix, you know, quick and dirty fix, just let that function like that. Yeah, I don't know. What if there's a better way to do that? Maybe it should only link to certain areas. I thought it was, the first time I played it, I thought it was going to link to the Tomb of the Giants, because you can see it, right? When you get down there, you can see it in the background, and I thought for sure there was going to be an area that linked down to it, and there do seem to be paths that are in Lost Izalith that go nowhere. There's one that leads out from Lost Izalith proper that has one of those headless demon titanite guys, dispensers, and I think behind that is where you can find Solaire, right? I think that was kind of, when I first got there and I went down there, I thought, oh wow, is this going to lead back up to the top or to some other area? And it didn't. So yeah, I think the potential is definitely there. I think that would be pretty cool. So if you could find a way to get Lost Izalith linked to Duke's Archives, Tomb of Giants, and to somehow, I don't know how you could do it, New Londo, I think maybe that you could that could be pretty cool. Does anyone chat have any ideas for what they could do with it? Oh, Nick's here. Nick, someone was asking what your Twitter handle was earlier, and I didn't know it off the top of my head, so you might want to type it in chat. Maybe someone else did and I missed it. I can't type at the moment. I couldn't look it up. I only have one monitor, unfortunately. Just remove it from the game. I don't know. I like the descent to Lost Izalith. I like everything that happens after Quelaag's domain. You know, that big area with all the Taurus demons and the Capra demons, and the Fire Sage is all right. The Centipede's all right. They're not awful bosses. They're okay. Beta Chaos is terrible. You know, I think there's some merit to them. You know. I think if you just removed it from the game, I think Dark Souls would be overall weaker. Not by much, but I think it would be weaker. There's a feeling when the first time you play Dark Souls, if it's your first Souls game, that I think most players are going to think around the time that they get to Lost Izalith, or if they go there sooner, you know, Duke's Archives or anything like that, where they think, holy shit, this is still going? You know? Now you play it and the game's actually quite short if you know where to go and you know what you're doing, but that's every game really, right? But I think that's a really strong feeling when you're playing that game for the first time, like, oh, like, holy fuck, there's still more, you know? Yeah. And I think removing that would be would make the game a lesser experience. Has anyone in chat been asking a question that I've missed a lot and would like to ask it now before we continue with Patreon?
Someone was asking about the kids. What would be different with... repeat the question, I can't remember right now. It was about the kids. At first you asked something about being near the coast, and then you were asking about how things would be different than it was for us growing up.
I think they're going to have to ask the question again.
Wee something?
Yeah.
I don't remember the end part. A wee something.
Any for Prez asks, what are the viewing numbers on the highlights compared to the streams themselves? On YouTube, the highlights get more views than the streams usually. Yeah. They're more they draw on more numbers than the streams, but it's hard to tell for the God of War highlights because the channel had been kind of inactive for a while because of the move, so it probably wasn't fair for that going up. But no, they're pretty popular, and everyone who watches them seems to really enjoy them. So it has the potential to go. Yeah. I think the Celeste highlights got more views right away. I'd have to go back and check, because I think the channel was more active at the time. Eventually, I don't know if there's going to be maybe a highlight of the highlights that we could do once a year, and that can go on the main channel. But depending on how YouTube's algorithm and all that shit works, I don't know if highlights could ever regularly go on the main channel, which is a shame because I think they would go down well. You know, it's like a really really long donkey style video, right? That's how they feel to me, and I think people would enjoy them on the main channel. But if they don't, then it could really really kill that channel, which is a shame, really.
My birthday was low key. It was good though. I was unpacking most of it, and there were nachos involved that didn't reheat very well, so that was kind of a disappointment. But there is still half a red velvet cupcake in the fridge, so. It's the birthday that keeps on giving. The question was, how do you think the new environment will change how the kids grow up compared to you being near the coast in a smaller city, etc.? And I just want to say goodnight to Duplex Flavo, who said it did help their day get a little bit better, and they're heading out now, and I hope tomorrow is better for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope tomorrow is better too. And if you're going to sleep, sleep well.
So yeah, how do you think the new environment will change for the kids? How it was, different from ours?
Well, I've moved around a lot, so I was never like stable in Toronto. So I grew up in Cardiff, in Toronto, back to Cardiff, back to Toronto, that sort of thing, in an apartment, in a house, in an apartment, in a house, back and forth. I don't know. This city is probably around the same size as Cardiff. Maybe it's even a little bigger. I don't think it'll be that different, but we're not planning to stay here for ever, I don't think. So I don't know where we're gonna move, if we're gonna move back to Toronto or if we're gonna go somewhere else, right? We'll hopefully have to
travel a little bit and see if there's somewhere that we, preferably within Canada, that we would like to. We've never been to Montreal. We've never been to Vancouver. There's other cities that we could look at if we have more money down the road, that we don't have to stay here, because it's okay here, but we don't love it.
Goddamn cows on the road. Sorry, that was an intentional crash. Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna stay here. And also, the big one would be what kind of school they go to, right? And for at least for the first few years, we want to homeschool them. So that's not going to be much of an issue, really, or much of a factor. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that different. I don't know. We haven't really thought about that much.
Which?
With
homeschool?
No, the difference between them growing up in Moncton compared to what it was like back in Toronto. Yeah, not sure.
We're not near the coast here though. We have a very dirty river, but that's about as watery as it gets here. We would have to probably drive either down to St. John or a little bit. You said there was a beach north of here or something, wasn't there? I can't remember what you said.
Northeast of here, yeah.
But we don't drive yet, so it's kind of far for us to go. I'm hoping they'll pick up some French, if anything. Like it's very bilingual here, so either whether they start school at a younger age while we're here, or whether they meet somebody, which we haven't really met anybody while we've been here, so I don't know if that will happen, but even in like a swimming lesson, or I would like to put them in some kind of extracurricular thing soon, probably before we move. So maybe they'll learn some French or something while we're here, if anything.
Cambrian Kangaroo says, you lived in Cardiff. I'm going to be in Wales for 2 weeks in August. Any suggestions of what to do? Don't go somewhere else. No, I don't. I wasn't there as an adult, so I can't really answer that question. Sorry. If you drink, you might want to look at some local pubs. That could be interesting. If you're going to be in Cardiff and the Swansea area, there's going to be, some stuff to do. A lot of TVs and movies, I think. I'm not sure about movies, but a lot of TVs are filmed in Cardiff, so you might find that interesting. If you like Doctor Who or anything like that, those are filmed in Cardiff. There might be something to do with that you might find fun. But yeah, I can't really answer it. Sorry. A lot of the countryside is very beautiful if you get north of Cardiff and Swansea. Yeah, but I don't really know much about it. Sorry. I'm kind of a hermit. Even if you asked me what's some good things to do in Toronto, I would probably struggle. I just mostly keep to myself. I'm kind of boring. Lily and I just do our own thing, really. Go to the movies, that sort of thing. And now we don't even do that because we have the goblins. So you can't take goblins to the movies yet.
From what I heard from a friend that lived in New Brunswick, the French there is even more than in Quebec, a French-English abomination hybrid that will hit anybody's sanity. I was going to say something and I can't remember what it was now. There's some good things to do in Toronto. Go to the CN Tower. I never went.
I went. I enjoyed the CN Tower.
I always wanted to go. There's a glass floor, and I'm afraid of heights, and I always thought it would be cool to if I could do that, without freaking out, then that would be great. There's some museums and art galleries. There's the lake. There's some amusement park type things like Center Island. In the summer, there's the CNE. There's a lot to do in Toronto. We didn't do enough, I don't think, really. We probably could have gone out and taken advantage a little bit more of while we lived there.
We could never afford it, really.
We couldn't afford it
I wonder if we
before.
would have been if we would have hermited it up as much as we did if we'd had money. I don't know. Maybe.
Let's be honest, if we're sitting here late at night listening to some couple answer our video game questions, they're probably boring.
Hermit D Frog here.
I might be in Canada sometime next year, Nick says.
Oh yeah, if you're in Moncton, we'll go get some poutine. Poutine.
Okay, let's thank a few people because I'm like an hour behind.
Okay, and then we'll go with Patreon.
Thank you to Haltfire, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mad Nuggets, who resubscribed for 3 months and says, "You're the best." Senpai or senpai?
Senpai.
Senpai.
Thank you.
Thank you to Ralph Clubs, who used 200 bits and says, "She had to, she was so full of shit. Cheers, Joe. I hate people like that."
It was the doctor, right? Yeah.
Thank you to Just TT. Is that how it is?
Yep.
Who resubscribed with Prime for 9 months and says, 9 months, what should we name our Twitch baby?
Ooh. Waffles.
Thank you to Jumping Bones, who resubscribed for 8 months and says, finger broke through TP.
Ugh. That's not good.
Doesn't sound good.
Like, is that just happened to you right now while you're...
No.
Keep us updated. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you to... Wow. I'm going to say this wrong because I don't even know. QWERTY Euro Pass FGHJKZ.
Yeah, at a certain point it's just a bunch of letters, yeah.
Who resubscribed with Prime for 5 months and says, wholesome advice time.
Is that what
Lily streams always are.
Yep. That's okay.
Lily brings the sunlight.
There's a delay before we
Yeah.
say thank you, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, these were an hour ago. These are when we were having our
Well,
depression
red car just almost crashed into us. What are you doing, red car? How fast is he going? I'm 10 kilometers an hour the speed. Look at this guy. He's selling drugs.
If you start selling some Buy My Fucking Statues, I'll continue to renew my subscription. Thank you to Smitty, who used 450 bits and says, these are all the bits I have on hand. Gotta get some sleep. Have a good night. Well, good night an hour ago now if you watched the VOD. Sorry we missed you.
Thanks, Minio. Yeah, sorry that we didn't see it.
Thank you to Coffee Jake, who subscribed with Prime. Thank you to JCLL, who resubscribed with Prime for 7 months.
Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you to Xalfenko, who resubscribed with Prime for 4 months and says good morning.
Good morning. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you to HellPuppy95, who used 100 bits and says, you're a dragon, Joe, so your kids will be kobolds, not goblins. Get your deep lore right.
Called oot.
And thank you to Manifest Manatee, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you. Manifest Manatee.
Okay, this one is the longer questions.
Oh boy. Okay.
But
That's okay. Long questions can be fun.
But Xfia, okay, which is kind of a cool name, by the way.
All right.
Hello, Lily and Joe.
Hello.
This is the first Q&A I've participated in.
Ooh, with some long questions. That's good.
Okay?
All right.
So it's fair is fair. I've really enjoyed the VODs
Time
for
to
these.
bust out the bongos.
Get ready for this, okay? I've really enjoyed the VODs for these. I try to ration them out by only listening to them during my commute to school. They really give me something to look forward to in the morning. Unfortunately, I've recently exhausted the supply of all the previous Q&A VODs, and now I have to settle for legitimate podcasts instead.
I'm sorry. Well, we waffled so much during this one that you have some new material now.
Yeah, you'll have a lot of material. The rambles. Questions. What writing advice would you give to someone who has never enjoyed writing or storytelling? I know the textbook method to improve at writing is just to practice by writing regularly, but to me this feels like the English class equivalent of being told to get good. I've always envied how concise and articulate some people can be, but again, I'm sure those abilities simply come with practice.
I don't think anyone would ever call me concise. I think that I'm a bit long-winded, but not as much as many people say. Usually I have multiple points, and that's why. I don't consider anything that I do to be essays that are only supposed to have one point, you know? So
some of the writing you did, though, like Monster Slayer and stuff, you got more concise as you went in terms of tone. So you do have potential to be brief. You just aren't.
I think it's my style to be a little on the longer side. I like that. I don't think all writing should be the same. You know, I don't think everything should follow the same style. I think it's a big flaw in a lot of writing in the last century that, you know, the best way to be a writer was to sound like an old stuffy Englishman. You know, I think there's a lot of stories that are going to be lesser for it forever because they were written in that this is the proper style and you must be like this, you know.
No, there's lots of different styles.
But anyway, so it's going to depend on what you want to do. Why do you want to be a storyteller? Why do you want to be a better writer? Do you want to write stories and sell them? You know, do you want to make money as a writer? Is that something you've always wanted to do? And you, because I know a lot of people have that in them, even though they've never written before. If that's the case, then my advice to you is to just not, because if you don't have it bursting out of you, it's just not worth it. If you are going to be a writer because you just want to write stories because you just want to write them for your own amusement or for the amusement of others that you know, and you're going to share your stories to a small group of people, okay, then that's definitely worth it. But if your goal is to make money and you are asking me this question, then my answer to you is, unfortunately, don't bother. Do something else instead. Follow something that you're already passionate about, because it's harder than ever right now to make money through writing. If you just want to be more articulate, if you just want to be a better at communicating with other people, that's a different sort of writing than it is for, you know, writing fiction or writing arguments. Although the basis of all conversations are really a series of arguments and points. I want to say this. What's the best way to say it? How do I support my points? That sort of thing. The best class that I ever took for that was not a creative writing class or an English class. It was actually a philosophy class that taught the fundamentals of logic, and what is a bad argument, what's a sound argument. You know, there's a construction of arguments there, which is that you have a statement and then you support it, and the first thing you have to look at is does the second statement support the first one, you know. And there's a way to break things down and identify them and to see if they do follow, if the argument is sound. There were examples that I can't remember right now, but there's probably ones that you can find very easily on Google. You know what I mean? I think there was one that was the moon looks like cheese, therefore the moon is made of cheese. And that was an example of an argument that it does support. There is some support there. Those statements do link, but it's not sound. It's not a correct argument because there's not enough information. But it's better than saying the ocean is made of water, therefore the moon is made of cheese. You know what I mean? Like that is a weaker argument than the moon looks like cheese, therefore the moon is cheese. So there's that kind of basis, which sounds really stupid when you first learn it, but learning all that stuff was invaluable to me. You know, it was very, very important. So if that's what you want to, if that's your goal, then you might want to look into stuff like that and argument construction. For writing, yeah, unfortunately, you are correct. It's just practice. You need to read as much as possible, and you need to write as much as possible.
And read.
Yeah.
I find that I was actually reading back the book that I'm writing now. I haven't touched it in months now, especially with the move and everything. And I read it back today, and I can actually see with the writing how I've kind of gotten stylistic stuff out of other books that I've read. I can kind of see where I picked things up, where I used certain words, and I was reading it back and going, oh, this is decent, this is okay, I can pick up from here, I can go with this, it's not as, you never want to read it back and go, this was shit, I have to start all over again. But I really did see where I was.
It happens. Yeah.
It does happen, but you never want that to happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't want to read it back. And I was pleased with what I read, and that, again, probably because of where I got it from, right? That I'm kind of emulating other writers that I enjoy their books. So if you don't want to write and going to be forced to write to practice, maybe try reading more and maybe getting inspired a little bit by what you're reading and seeing what you like about it and seeing what you don't like about what you're reading and seeing what you can kind of take away from it and use yourself. Because I've spoken to quite a few people that get lots of ideas, and they want to write. They have these ideas, they have the story in their head, but they can't get it out, and they get very frustrated with, they can't get beyond the idea. They can't tell the actual story. So maybe reading other people tell their stories, or even listening to audiobooks or something, if that's not your thing, kind of try and copy them a little bit, You don't have to copy the whole thing, but, take something from this one, and maybe you like Stephen King, you want to take something from him, you like Anne Rice, you want to take something from her, you like John Irving, you want to take something from him, that kind of thing, and just kind of put your own spin on it.
You have to look at the reality of our world is that unless there's some new discovery, which I would say computers are a relatively new discovery, and there was a lot of work that needs to be pioneered, and there are definitely things like that going on in the world right now, but the chances of anyone like listening to me that it's going to be in that sort of field is very, 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 very low. The reality is that everything has been done before. Now that does not mean that you can't do anything new. I think a lot of people misunderstand that, or they misuse it when they say that sort of thing. But if you were to learn how to cook, I'm going to say that because it's a food analogy, and that always makes me laugh because it's become a meme, but also because everyone eats, okay? Everyone eats. If you wanted to learn how to cook, you would be a fucking idiot if you just went out and bought all the ingredients you could find, ignored every single cookbook, ignored every single recipe, went into the kitchen and just tried to make shit on your own. Because not only would you waste so much resources and so much money, you'd also be wasting your time, because there are things that have already been discovered and already have been accepted as true. Now that doesn't mean you can't buck tradition and experiment, but why on earth would you waste your time discovering things that have already been set as close to objective fact as you possibly can? You should learn as much as you possibly can from cookbooks, from recipes, and then spend the time experimenting and learning and discovering and adding to that knowledge. There's a really good visual that's said about what it's like when you picture a circle and you are in the middle of the circle. Like picture a circle on a piece of paper and you're a dot in the middle. And learning in any subject is like a line extending from the middle of the circle to the edge of the circle. And that's you going from, first introduction with the subject to getting your master's. And once you get your master's, you have completed the line and you have gained most of the knowledge that we already know about the subject. And then you, as that line, push the circle out a little bit with your new discoveries and your new knowledge, and then the next person that's behind you has a little longer to get to the edge of the circle, and hopefully education becomes more efficient and you are getting it doesn't take longer because you're a new discovery, and that's what that it should be. And the same goes for writing. The same goes for learning how to communicate. There have been discoveries that have been made beforehand, techniques, and if you're going to sit there and try and learn them yourself, would you? Probably. You'd probably get there, but why not benefit from other people having already done it and spend all that time that you could have used learning things to learn something that's completely new, or your own style and your own twist on things. So yeah, read as much as you possibly can. Every single time you read, it should be this opportunity to harvest things. I like that word, harvest. Not just techniques, but also words. If you ever read a book and you do not know what a word means, like, chances are you have internet access on your phone, or you have Wi-Fi where you are, or whatever. If in the worst case, pull out your phone and just text the word to yourself, and then later on look it up in the dictionary. There's no shame in doing that. And another piece of tangible advice I would give is that don't be afraid to question anything that you see in a book, even if it's a classic, even if it's Great Expectations. If there's anything you read and makes you make a sound like Scooby-Doo, what? If you don't understand something, don't just assume that it's because you're an idiot and this great classic book must obviously be flawless, because that's not the case. There have been mistakes in books that have been published and republished in different editions, and sometimes these mistakes are added because they weren't copied over properly. Sometimes editions, there's a shitty editor that decided to slip some changes in, against the author's wishes. Maybe the author's even dead. There's always question it and don't just blindly follow it, and maybe it's worth investigating, and maybe you find out that it does make sense, but you don't even agree with it. You don't like it. You can disagree with some of the best authors that there are. I don't like the way he did this, even though this is one of the best books ever written. That's fine. I guarantee you, the best book ever written, someone out there hates it, and they're right to hate it. It's no masterpiece. Yeah. So
plan well
when it comes to writing.
If you're going to tell a story, plan well. I find the more that you plan, and the more that you know your characters, and the more that you know what's going to happen, you really kind of set yourself up for it. It's a lot easier to actually do the writing part of it, because you know exactly where you're going with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm the type where I can't plan everything as much as Joe does, because I get bored once I know the ending to everything, and I know every scene, and I know every chapter, and I know how it ends, and like I need to leave myself a few loose ends so that I don't get completely bored with it, with how I write. That's for me. That's what works for me. It might work for you that way. You might be more like Joe. Joe is more of a plans everything and has keywords he wants to use, and I want to slip this line in there somewhere, and to that extent he plans, and that's what works for him. But I just found having little blurbs even about my characters, about why they are the way they are, a theme I wanted to talk about, a certain image I wanted to put in there, that kind of thing really opened it up for me and made it a lot easier for me to actually sit down and write a paragraph. And if you write enough paragraphs, then there's your story, right? So you just break it down.
Well, it's going to depend, again, what's the goal, right? And we don't know the goal. But yeah, that's if they want to write stories, definitely. I guess they did say storytelling. I think that everyone is a storyteller, really. And I know that sounds so fucking trite, but everyone, just, even if you want to tell some dumb story, what happened to you when you went to the grocery store that day. I think everyone could be a storyteller if they wanted to, and it's in everyone to discover. I think it might not be like your livelihood, but I think it can be there. I think so anyway. I hope that's good enough advice. It's such a broad topic. I don't know what else to say. If you ask some questions next time and you want to ask something more specific, I think I could probably give you more specifics.
There's more questions I think related to it. I think it's
okay.
The only one.
I also have spoken about writing in previous Q&A streams, and also the written version as well. Yeah,
they're here just to be more articulate and efficient in communication.
Okay, then I would definitely look into argument construction, then that sort of thing. Yeah, for sure. I think that you get the most benefit out of that. Not just for communicating on your end, but also listening, identifying what the other person means. And I think that no one should ever be afraid to just look at someone when they say something and say, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no shame in saying, I don't know, right? That's not an admission of, I lack the intelligence to understand. It's just maybe they're not communicating properly, and you shouldn't just assume that you do understand if there's a little sliver of doubt, because then the conversation is not going to be very productive. Before we get into the next one, should I buy my own truck? How do I buy my own truck, chat? Can I purchase truck? Where should I purchase it from? I have 65,000.
Yeah, Christical, they're on Amazon. Joe and my books are both there. They're both Kindle editions only. They're not actual books. They're electronic. And yeah, they're under Lily Evans. Lily with an I, Lili Evans. They're murder mysteries. I have 2 novels there.
Take a loan and then buy a Volvo. All right, I'm buying a Volvo.
Thank you to Drosophila. He used 100 bits and says, I must go now. My bedtime approaches. Good night. It was like 14 minutes ago. But good night.
All right, Yusuke, sleep well. Sleep well. What was the next question?
Related to question 1, advice on improving developing work ethic.
Oh, okay. This has been asked before, and I gave the same joke answer immediately, and I'm going to say it's the same again because it's not really a joke. Have a kid. That's what did it for me, and I'm not recommending you have a kid because that's just not a good idea unless you really want a kid. But I'm just telling you that's what did it for me.
Fire into your ass.
That's what did it for me. So I was a chronic. I have to say this very carefully because I might say the wrong word. A chronic procrastinator, not another word that sounds like it. A chronic procrastinator throughout my entire life, and I did very well in school, but that kind of made me complacent, and I didn't really push myself very much. And for a while, I think I blamed my parents a lot for that, but I don't think it was really their fault. It was mostly my own fault. I used to, I get a project, and they would say, this project has 3 months to do it, or 3 weeks to do it. And I'm giving you 3 weeks because it requires time to do research and everything. You can't do it on the night before. And I would say, yeah, okay, we'll see. And I would do it all night before, and I would usually get a B or an A. I would still get through it, and it would be a really bad night. And the first couple times it was a bit difficult, but then it got a little easier, and then it got harder, and it would be, okay, well, this time you have 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 3 months. And then it was university time, and it was like, okay, well, now you have very little time to do these projects. And I kind of felt like I was lucky that I'd done this in my life, because now I had very little time to do many essays, and I felt like all my time before that with procrastinating had prepared me for it, because now I could do these big projects in a very little amount of time compared to these people that went through high school that may have probably used all the time they had and were used to that, and they were like, oh my god, I used to have 3 months to do one essay, and now I only have a week to do one, and yeah. So I think that kind of worked out for me, but it also made me quite lazy. And school never really challenged me very much. And I know how that sounds. It makes me sound like an egotistical dick, but it really didn't. And going back, I wish I had challenged myself more, but really I just wasted a lot of time playing video games, and I got really into video games, and probably borderline addicted to video games quite often. And and then I would get really enthralled with, obsessively involved with like some friend groups, or some girlfriend or something like that, and it would be, I would just dive into these different things. And I look back in my life and I don't see a lot of balance. I see someone that is probably very susceptible to addiction, and that's not good. It worked out for me, but it shouldn't have. And there was some some bad luck involved with moving back to Canada and what happened with my parents that I won't get into right now. But yeah, I see someone that didn't really build a very good work ethic. And I think that's still the case now. I think, look, I work very, 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 very hard. It may not seem like that right now because you just went through this move and there hasn't been many race streams and videos. But before that, I think the amount of content that I was putting out compared to a lot of other YouTubers, and a lot of streamers, speaks for itself. It slowed down a bit when Leo was born, but I think that's understandable. And I don't think even though that is a lot of product, that's not from a good work ethic. That's me probably still being addicted to work and just constantly feeling the need that I need to be doing it. I don't think it is healthy, and I'm probably going to dive right back into it. And unfortunately, that's the only way I know how to do it. And I don't think I have the luxury of changing that right now. I just don't think so. I'm probably extremely lucky that I never tried marijuana or cocaine or heroin or anything like that. Probably extremely lucky. I'm also probably extremely lucky that I never tried to smoke and that I do not like the taste of alcohol. Because if I did, I would probably be a very different person right now. I don't think I'd be dead, but I think I'd be a very different person right now. I can tell you that you can set alarms, you can set aside work hours. There have been times in my life where that has worked for me. The sleep disorder that I have makes it difficult to keep a schedule, but a schedule can work for a lot of people. When the stars do align and I'm on a good schedule, usually that does help me keep focus and keep a structured work time. But discipline is not a word I would use to describe myself at all. I'm not disciplined at all. I would say driven, but I'm probably driven for the wrong reasons, and it's I get excited that something's working and I just dive too far into it, just both feet first, just right in. And if it hadn't worked out, there would probably be a very different person sitting here right now, and that's scary. I think about it a lot, but at the same time, I don't think I've ever been destructive. I don't know. I don't think I can help you. I'm sorry. I really don't. Would you agree with what I'm saying, Lily? Is that the impression you got from me?
Oh yes, and we've had this conversation several times and different settings and stuff, and not all at once, but it's come out in pieces. Yes. I write in spurts, so I'm not a great person to advise either. I will go weeks or months and not touch a story, and then I will do nothing really but work on the story for weeks. I'll just get right back into it. I'll start to get this itch where I want to write. I can see the story clearly in my mind. I'll read a book, or I'll hear a song, or I'll watch a movie, or I'll see some other form of art that will inspire me, and suddenly I'm desperate. I want to work on something. I make lists. Lists work for me more than anything else. I will break down a project into pieces, and then I will get sick joy out of crossing them off and being all like, look at me, I crossed off a whole bunch of stuff on my list. I was so productive, even though really I did 3 things, but it looks like I did 8 things because of the way I broke it down. And whiteboards, markers, colorful pens, these things are your friend. That works for me, but the alarm thing never really did. But honestly, it's just if you can get inspired enough that you want to work on something, if there's anything that gives you that feeling like I just talked about, I just listened to the new Florence and the Machine CD, and suddenly now I want to write again. It happens every time. As soon as I hear something or I see something from somebody else, it gives me motivation. So I don't know if that will do anything for you. I don't know if you're a list person, or if you're an alarm person, or if
someone's saying your name. It's Lili, not Y. How do I sleep, chat? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm hearing noises. Is that coming from upstairs?
Yeah, it is, but I think it's okay. I think it's just someone rolled over.
No.
Oh shit. Hey buddy, how did you get out of the room?
Finn's here.
Hi. Yeah. Hey buddy. How did you get out of the room without setting off all the traps? You ninja? Say hello. Say hello. You look shockingly awake. Like really awake. Look at him.
Hi. Did you sleep well? We haven't slept yet. Yeah, I wish I had something better that I could suggest too, because it would be great if I could use it myself, but that's what works for me, lists and trying to get inspired in any way I can. And everything Joe said is true about himself. And I don't know how much of that is the sleeping disorder that he has that makes him able to stay awake for really long hours. He doesn't do it as well as he used to, but he used to be able to stay awake for really long hours and just kind of binge things. I don't know how much that has to do with it. I don't know how much has to do with upbringing and the way he wasn't really maybe pushed enough. I don't know how much is just him, so it's really hard to say when you look at stuff like that. But yeah.
I'm not seeing the sleep prompt. Someone just said back off the icon. Okay, let's back out of the whole thing.
Finn, can you say 2B? Say 2. Say B. 2B. Say hippo.
Hippo, yeah, you're tired.
Finn's almost 3.
You're tired. Say 2.
2.
B. 2B.
2.
Try the bed icon on the map. Okay. Try the bed icon on the map. Someone said, why don't I take multiple weeks off between projects, because obviously my audience is okay with that. That's not the impression I get from my audience. In fact, I think that there are quite a few people that are quite angry at me right now because of the how long this took to move. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have a bad read on people. But I think a lot of patrons, oddly enough, because they're the ones that send me money, are okay with it and they understand. And those I think that should be the people that get the priority when it comes to the work that I do and being healthy enough to continue it, because they're the ones that are the most invested. But at the same time, I've spoken about this before when it comes to what happened before the channel, which was the writing the books, and the books sold very, very well, and one day I woke up and they weren't selling anymore. Just it was really literally that overnight that changed, and our lives went from potentially getting a lot better to this is just dead right in the water, and I think that fear of something could change, especially when especially lately I wake up and there's all this news about YouTube changing the algorithm, ad apocalypse. Platform might be completely dying, random Patreon shut down, that sort of thing. For a long time that made me really, really scared, and I kept waking up every morning expecting the channel to be completely gone, because of what happened to the books. And having the kids made me want to not squander the opportunity again, because I always thought if I had just written faster and I had written more books, maybe I could have made enough money that I could have survived that change on Amazon, or maybe my audience would have been big enough that I could have survived it, because Amazon, basically what Amazon did was they stopped promoting self-published writers. So that was a big thing too, and maybe I need to get over that, but I don't know if I'm going to get over it anytime soon. But also because of this gap, I feel like I owe you guys and myself as well, the work, the videos, you know, and the streams. I really enjoy making the videos. I love my job. I love my job, and I want to get back to it, into it as hard as I can. And there is pressure, but I think it mostly comes from myself. But I don't know if it's sustainable in the long term. I don't know how it's going to go after this. But right now I'm excited, and I really want to work as hard as possible. I want to get back to it, and I'm hoping that that's probably going to start tomorrow or the next day, as soon as the Q&A is completely done and I can move everything upstairs afterwards, which might be cut short because Finn's here now, right? And I have to put him back to bed. Yeah, I don't know. How am I sleeping right now? It says next rest stop in 53 minutes. I don't understand. There's probably something simple on the UI that I'm missing. Is there a place to park in here that I need to do? Oh, there we go. Okay. I guess I wasn't parked. There we go. Oh, crap. I hit enter again. Whoops. I don't know. Sorry, if you sense any reluctance in my voice when I'm explaining this thing, it's that I don't want to discuss these sort of things with people that are primarily sending me money, because I don't want to come across as, please send me more money. This is a very bad attitude to have in the world that we live in, but I'll say it anyway, even though it might be a big mistake. I think I make enough money. I don't need more money. You know, there are things that I could use more money for. You know, like you know, the highlights that we're doing now. You know, I can make more content, like branching out like that. I eventually would like to make a video game. You know, that sort of thing. There's definitely things I could use it for, but. I don't need more money, you know what I mean? But I also want to be honest, and that makes it difficult. But to loop it all back around to your question, I'm very sorry that I can't give you any advice. I know it may sound kind of dumb, because from the outside I'm successful, right? I'm very successful, you know, like I don't know why I'm hesitating to even say that, but yeah, I did, like I made something of a name for myself. It's very, very low tier internet famous, very low tier, but it's still there, right? I should have advice for you, but I really don't. I feel like my attitude toward work is not very healthy. I'm not disciplined at all. I just dive too hard into projects, and I just miss that turn, and it's not a good way of doing things, unfortunately. But I do know that for most people, that the best way to do it is to have schedules, to set boundaries for themselves, to set goals, and to not overwork themselves. But hey, on the off chance that you're like me, as much as this may be very irresponsible of me to say this, we're living in this house right now, and if I hadn't worked as hard as I possibly could have and really pushed myself, I don't think we'd be here. So as much as it might have been or could have led to damage, I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't go back and do anything differently. If I could do my whole life over, maybe I would try and cultivate something earlier on, but if I had to go back to the start of the channel and do it differently, I don't think I would. I think I would continue on the way I did it. Is it backseating to tell me to put my lights on? No, you can backseat here. It's fine. I'm not really reading chat that much because I'm reading chat off a tablet and it's hard to see. Set your GPS to a closer job, but I've never driven on those roads up there before, and I want to see those roads. I'm okay with wasting time and not playing efficiently. This is just background stuff as we're talking, so I'm okay that this is a long drive. That might actually be preferable. I just hope I have enough money to get there. Is it 12 hours away real time? No, it's not. The minutes are going down much faster. Okay. Country road, take me home. Anything else to add, Lily? No? That's
I
okay.
don't think so. I wish I could say something useful, that would be more helpful. But again, the way I write is not the way you're supposed to write, you're supposed to be writing every day, and you're supposed to be reading all the time, and you're supposed to be practicing, and I don't, so I go through phases where I get really into it, and then it's like video games. I'll play a game, and I'll play it for 2 weeks, and I'll be really enjoying it, and then I'll miss a night, and then once I miss that one night, that's it. Or exercise, I'll miss a night or two, and that's it. I fall off the wagon. Like it's just, that's how it is. So maybe try and find a way to work around who you are, instead of trying to be who you're not.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. If you're someone who's obsessive, maybe you should embrace that a little bit. There was a teacher that we both had in high school, actually. It's the class that we properly met in, and she said, even though I really don't like her anymore for a whole other story that I won't get into, she said, if you are someone who procrastinates a lot, and no matter what, you can't break out of it, that instead of constantly struggling with a way to stop doing it, maybe you should just accept it, and you should find a way to make it work, and acknowledge that this is how you are, and this is how you're going to be, and that these projects are going to be done last minute, and maybe even in some sick way, maybe you can prepare yourself for it, and I thought that was, at the time, I thought that was ridiculously destructive advice, and it's just, justifying bad behavior, but maybe
you can't force certain things just, that's the way you work, that's the way you do things, and you can try to change them, but you might go back and around in circles, and it just, not really get anywhere, right? So if that's the case for you, then try and make it as easy on yourself as possible, and just try to set yourself up to be as successful and as productive as you can. But don't be so hard on yourself, if that's just the way you are. We all have our quirks, and we all have our little ways that we do things that we're just set in our ways for, right? That we just can't really break out of. So what works for me might not work for you.
I have read that if you want your children not to be like that, that you should reward effort instead of results. And if you're young, I'm not directing at this at only the person who asked the question, but if anyone's listening, if you're young and you're here, and you are a person that is results oriented instead of effort oriented, I am results oriented, and I will never ever 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 be able to change that about myself.
I am too.
I will never ever ever be able to look at something that I've done that I am not happy with and think, well, I tried really really hard, and that's what counts. I will never ever be able to do that. So and it's the same, and unfortunately it doesn't work the other way either. If I make something that I'm really really happy with, and it didn't really take all that much effort, I'll look at it and I'll think it's like I lucked into it. It's an accident. I don't deserve this success. I don't deserve the credit for this. You know what I mean? So it's the worst thing, to look at it and go, for me to be happy with something, I have to have labored on it like crazy, and it has to be a banger. And that goes with everything, videos, books, anything in my life, tests, nowadays, but not before,
You can also join writing groups and stuff too. Joe was in that kind of scene for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You would review people's work, or they would review his work. I'm just thinking in terms of when someone reads my work, I feel more inspired to work more. I want to produce something else that can be read as well. If people aren't reading my work, I'm less inclined to want to write. Maybe it's what's the word? It's self-serving, or what? That I like people to tell me if they thought it was good or they thought it was bad.
I think everyone's like that, though.
but I like that.
Yeah.
I like people to give me feedback. I
Yeah,
like to
I like it
know
too.
if the work I put into it did anything, if it paid off, did you relate to it, were my characters any good, was my dialogue good? Like, I wanted
Yeah.
validation. Yeah.
Validation, yeah.
I like to be validated. I like getting on the scale and seeing that I'm down half a pound. It makes me want to go back on the bike. You know, like if I'm not, if I'm up a pound, it kind of works too, where then I get mad and I'm like, well, you know, screw this. Like, I'm just going to go twice as long today. I'm mad. So in a way, it kind of works both ways. But if I didn't go on the scale, I probably wouldn't go on the bike. You know, like there's certain things you just have to find out how you think, and, you know, and how you work your way around these kinds of problems.
But I don't think it's results oriented is very bad. I don't recommend it, and I'm gonna try very hard to raise the sleeping boy in my arms right now, and the other one upstairs, and if we have other kids as well, to be more rewarding effort instead of results. And it's everything I've read about parenting is that you should go with that, because you end up with a person who's kind of broken like me, who's if it doesn't matter how hard you tried, it's all about the results. Which is kind of backwards for a lot of our generation, I think. You know, it was always about, oh, you tried, here's the participation ribbon, and everyone's a winner, and that's not my experience at all.
Or maybe that's why. Maybe too many were given out that it didn't mean that much.
Maybe, I don't know.
You want people to mean it more, to be more genuine about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think my way of doing it is healthy. Please do.
No,
please
it
do.
isn't.
Please.
If I'm being honest, it's not healthy.
Yeah, please. I just wanted to make that clear to everyone.
You don't know how to take a break properly.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to think that I am encouraging the way that I do things. But if you are, you know, older, and you know you're the old dog that can't learn any other way, maybe you're even older than I am, then maybe it's something you just need to accept, and maybe you can embrace it and make it work somehow.
But if you're a teenager, maybe try a different way.
Yep, if you can. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken in thinking that I can't change, but I really don't think I can. I think I would have done it by now, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's enough of this. I think. What's the next question?
It's about Bloodborne. Do you want to take him up, or do you want me to take him up?
No, he's kind of dozing and falling asleep. Let's answer this question and maybe the next one. I think maybe we have to call it because he's gonna cry when we put him back in bed. I think if you held him there, I think he might fall asleep in your arms.
I'm trying. Do you think it's possible Bloodborne's world was originally planned to be fully interconnected and not use warping a la Dark Souls 1? This might explain why you can't warp between lamps in the weird vestigial shortcuts, like from the Peril Arena to Old Yarnum, and the unopenable door from Cleric Beast to Cathedral Ward. My theory is that Cathedral Ward, Upper Cathedral Ward, Central Yarnum, Old Yarnum, in the first half. Finn, what are you doing?
Sorry, I passed Finn over to
here.
Lily there and I didn't pause it.
Come here. What are you doing? You can't go down right now, okay? Sit in my lap a little bit. No, he just doesn't want to stay with me.
Okay, pass him back. Come here, kiddo. Come here, kiddo. Come here.
Do you want to sit with Mama?
Do you want to sit? No? Do you want to go get to bed? Yeah? Get to bed? No? You sure? I think that you should.
My theory is that Cathedral Ward, Upper Cathedral Ward, Central Yarnum, Old Yarnum, and the first half of Yargul were created first. Then partway through development, From gave up on the idea, which is when the other dead end areas were added. Or maybe the dead ends were made because warping was planned as a mid-game unlock, maybe after Bergenworth. That would primarily serve as access to the Dream of Mensis and as a way to get back to Cathedral Ward after the sprawling forest area. This goes back to the chicken or the egg question mentioned in one of your Dark Souls 2 videos. I wonder if the primary purpose of the Lord Vessel was only to elegantly get the player back to Firelink after Anor Londo so they could access the catacombs and New Londo ruins, or was it because From felt like they ran out of physical space to keep tightly interconnecting the levels? To be honest, I haven't given this too much thought or examined the levels thoroughly to test if this makes sense. It's probably more likely From just added Bloodborne's useless connections between the levels opportunistically because the level geometry just happened to line up to try to recapture a hint of that Dark Souls 1 brand of awe. Sorry for that ramble of a non-question. I appreciate all the time you guys put into answering all of these questions every month. And then they wrote, hope the housing situation is going well and Joe's ear feels better by the time you're reading this, and then crossed it out. Congratulations for the successful move.
Wait, useless? Thank you for the well wishes about my ear. It's all better, and the move went well. Thank you. I think that for Dark Souls, I think that it's probably likely that that the Lord Vessel was only meant to be like an easy way to warp back after getting there. That's probably likely. The way that I understand game development more now, having learned a lot more about it since founding the channel, is that there's a lot of accidents, there's a lot of things that's thrown together, there's a lot of, this is a problem and we're so deep into development that we can't really research a really good solution to it. So what do we do? Is there anything that we can use right now? And I could see that they didn't plan the world interconnectivity out far enough, or maybe they realized after they got to Anor Londo that they needed more game and they added more to it. Maybe they thought things could be done in a different order, and suddenly they're like, okay, well, we can't expect the players to walk all the way back from here all the way to the beginning, so let's put a warp in. And then suddenly they're looking at other areas that are really far away from the starting area, and they think, well, we already gave them a warp, why don't we let them warp to other places? And that's when you can look at it and go, well, why can you only warp to certain bonfires? Why is it that you can't warp anywhere? And I think that was just the beginning of, well, let's let them warp to this area, that area, and that kind of sprawled out to, okay, now we can warp to a couple areas here and there. And that's just me guessing, but that seems about right to me. It also makes sense considering how interconnected the world is in the beginning, and then it's not anymore. They obviously didn't want you to be warping right away. For Bloodborne, I don't know. I don't see any of the same potential for interconnected levels in Bloodborne. There are some oddities that you brought up, definitely, and I think that that it's possible that that's what they wanted to do. But there's only really one that links back, and that's from the forest up to the beginning of the game, and the rest are just kind of not really all that great. There's no interconnectivity between other levels. The broken door, or the unused door that stays locked, isn't really that different. I could see that as, you could have gone through Cleric Beast instead of Father Gascoigne, instead of, and that could have been a choice early on, but I think at some point they realized that that's too important of a fight to let go for some reason. I'm not sure what the thought is there. Having a different first boss would have been interesting, I think. I don't know. I hate to say this because it's such a cynical outlook. I'm pretty positive on From overall, but I think that a lot of what they do is just they stumbled into a winning formula and they don't know how to recreate a lot of it. There's obviously a lot of plans, and there's some bits that get a lot of attention and a good amount of direction. I'm not sure how much of that is on Miyazaki. There's a lot in Dark Souls 2 that I enjoyed that Miyazaki had nothing to do with, as far as I understand it. And I don't know. I just think that that the interactivity wasn't really that planned in advance as everyone likes to think it is, and that if there was a lot of interconnectivity in Bloodborne, then it was just kind of stumbled into it, and it wasn't intentional either. I think that a lot of the development of these games, especially considering how quickly they made Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne, was just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And they have enough raw talent and a good enough director that they were able to make that work. And I think there's a lot to be said about that and a lot to commend about that process, but I think that's when you get some things that are just really strange when you really look at them, because all the games have these odd moments and these odd problems that you look at and go, how did that make it through? How did Lost Izalith make it through? I forgot about Demon Souls, didn't I? So there's even another game on the list. How did these things make it through? You know, and you see all these experiments that don't really go anywhere and aren't expanded on. You know, like where's the expanded version of the bonfire? I can never say the word. It's not aesthetic. It's ascetic. Where's the exploration on the bonfire aesthetics? Where's the exploration on the interconnected world in Dark Souls 1? Where's the exploration on the hard mode that's in Dark Souls 2? Where's the exploration on Chalice Dungeons? You know what I mean? Like there's still no challenge runs in the game that allow you to do different builds and bosses. There's no boss rush, even though the bosses are something that people love and put a lot of work into. It's like I feel like they're very, very talented directors, but they're very, very talented developers, but at the same time there's something really, really bad about them. Like the games don't really run all that well. The visuals are really inconsistent. There's these weird graphical problems in a lot of them. You know, some bosses and hitboxes are just fucking awful. Sorry, kid. And just I love them so much, but they're so flawed in ways that I feel should be solved. And yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just quick development times and they're just throwing things together, but then that leads, you know, more strength to things being accidents when it comes to stuff like the interconnected world in Dark Souls 1. I don't know. The way that little thing, like Matthew Matosis pointed out, that Demon Souls lets you listen to the Maiden in Black's intro speech or dialogue as you're choosing the stats to level up, and he proposed that it was because Miyazaki was not in Dark Souls 2 that the Emerald Herald, you have to skip it through, and that was a pretty good point that he had there. It's a point that a lot of people would usually have missed. I think I would have missed it too, that the Maiden in Black solution is just so much better because you get to listen to it and enjoy it while you're selecting stats and everything, and you're not skipping through it. It's not an inconvenience. It's just, you know, part of you starts to hate the Emerald Herald a little bit because you have to spam through this a little bit, but then you get to Dark Souls 3 and Miyazaki's back in the race car seat, and the driver's seat, and you have the character that I don't even remember her name, and it's the same problem as the Emerald Herald. So what's that all about? Why is that back there? Clearly it's not something about Miyazaki. Was it some other developer? Do they not care? And I think that just kind of sums up how haphazard their development process must be and how rushed it all is, and how there's probably tons of little problems like that could have been solved and should have been solved, and or basically were solved already and they went back on it, you know. I talked about the Estus system and kindling bonfires as the best healing system in the second game that they made in the series, really, and every single system after that has been worse. You know, why do they keep changing humanity to human effigies to embers? You know, what's the point of that? Where's the consistency there? The lore is definitely not there as far as I'm concerned. So what's the idea? I don't know. I think that the developers simultaneously get too much credit and not enough credit. They get too much credit because I think that it's just chaos at the From Software house, just chaos, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria, and I think that they hope he doesn't see us passing him in the wrong lane here. Hope he doesn't see us, but I also think that they don't get enough credit because they're in this system and they still make some absolutely phenomenal games. And imagine what they would be like if they had more time and they had maybe better leadership. I don't know if leadership's the problem. So yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with is it Sekiro? Is that how you pronounce it? I think I'm probably it's safer to say Shadows Die Twice, right? Because this is unless I'm mistaken and I'm missing something, this is the longest development time that one of their games has had, right? However, they're also doing 3 games at the moment, so maybe it's going to receive the same amount of game development time, even though it's more years between projects because they're splitting all their resources all over the place. Who knows? But I'm interested to see how good it is and how much it benefits from that extra time if it does it. And it's also breaking free of the shackles of Dark Souls and to some extent Bloodborne. It looks a lot different, you know, and but it's similar at the same time, but it looks a lot different. So I'm really interested to see what happens. And we'll see. I think it'll be really telling how successful this game is, and what their development process is like. So to give us a summary at the end to answer your question, no, I don't think there was any long-term or serious plans for it to be an interconnected world. They might have tried it or had lofty thoughts about it being that way at some point, but they went nowhere, and they weren't serious thoughts. I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to mute the microphone, and we're going to take a short break. I'm going to take Finn upstairs, and I'm going to lay him down, and I'm going to see if he falls asleep, because he's falling asleep in my lap right now. How many questions do we have left?
We have like 9 people still.
9 people or 9 questions? Okay.
I don't think we're getting through this tonight.
Do you want to try and do a couple more, or do you just want to call it and start again tomorrow night?
Why don't you? I don't know.
Even if he falls asleep right away, even if I'm only up there for 5 minutes, do you think that
we might be able to get through 1 or 2 more people?
Two more people?
Worth it, and then we could definitely finish it next time.
Yeah.
Whereas we still might not finish it next time if we stop it right now, right?
Okay. Yeah, maybe we need to stop it and go another night, no matter what, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get it done in 1 more night, and it's not gonna be 2 more nights.
How long have we been streaming for?
3 hours. That's it.
3 hours and 16 minutes. Yeah, usually we go a little longer than that. So it's I don't know. What do you want to do? Are you tired?
Tired, but I'm not gonna go to sleep right away. I'm still off the tea, you know, like, which is surprising actually. I thought I'd be more tired.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you want to just see what happens with him and?
No, I think it's
You wanna
safer to
just
call
call
it
it?
because I might be up there for half an hour. Like, you know what he's like sometimes. And I don't want him to feel like I'm rushing and I need to go back, and I don't want people to sit here looking at the truck just panning back and forth. That's not fair either. Okay, we're gonna call it, guys. Sorry that the kid woke up, and I'm sure you guys understand. So we'll continue tomorrow night if possible. I'll tweet it out, but if not, then we'll do it the night after. I think this is the first time we've been interrupted by kid, isn't it?
With this, yeah,
Yeah.
we just stop. Yeah.
Can you say bye-bye?
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Say good night. Say bedtime. Na na na. Na na na. Say mama. Say dada. Say waffles. Sleepy boy. All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Sorry for the short end. We'll see you tomorrow or the next day. Oh, guess what?
What?
The microphone's been muted the whole time.
Really?
Yeah,
Really? Are you lying?
I'm not lying. I just turned it on right now. The microphone's been muted the whole time. The whole time. The whole time I've been asking.
gonna happen
I've been
eventually.
asking chat like, are there any songs about trucks and trucking and like where should we go? The microphone's been muted the whole time. Sorry, everybody.
It's about to happen one day. It
Im-
could be worse. We could have thought it was muted and then it wasn't, and you know.
implying this is the first time it's happened. Offer expires in 44 minutes. Can we get there in 44 minutes? I don't think so. We're taking a chance. Convoy is a song about trucks. Does this game have an actual progression route? Yeah, you level up your trucker and yeah, I don't know. There's no way we're getting there in 44 minutes. There's no way. It's not happening. So how's everyone doing? I don't know what it is about this game that's kind of appealing though. I kind of like it, and I'm not alone in that because it's really popular. If you watch the God of War streams and you remember them, and remember I was speaking about when I was a raid leader and a guild master in World of Warcraft, and we had the ridiculous guy that you always used to say funny shit, and he was just like the best character ever that we had, and he used to say Hirsch instead of Harsh, and sometimes when I don't catch myself I say Hirsch. He was really into this game, and we used to rag on him for it. You know, he's to, you know, drop out of the raid at the end of the night and go and play Euro Truck Simulator. Yeah, I don't know why. I like this game. It's fun. You can use one to reset your camera. Oh. I feel like I don't get a good view of the road like this. I feel like this is more straight, even though it's not, is it? Like this is better, but it feels kind of crooked. What do you think, Lily? Isn't this better? Like looking up more?
Yeah. I think so. I'm sitting behind you though, so.
I feel like this is
distance.
looking at the road instead of the scenery, and I think when you're driving a huge heavy truck, that looking at the scenery is way more important. I don't know. Is there anything more to it than truck? I don't think so. I think you just truck. Good day, Joe. Hey Nova, how's it going? How's it going, bro? Eating any chops lately? Got any snags in your chili bin? Nice, good one, you got me.
No, we didn't go to Birchmount High School. And where do you stand on diet versus regular soda? Well, that's an easy one.
Diet soda's pretty bad. Coke Zero is not that bad. And Sprite Zero, I can't taste the difference. So if I ever have Sprite, I'll have Sprite Zero. But soda is my only bad habit, and I let myself drink soda even though I really shouldn't. I think soda is probably going to be my generation's smoking, and it's something I really shouldn't indulge in. I drink too many of my calories, and I drink less than I used to, especially since we came here. I'm noticing. But yeah, I don't really like diet soda, but Coke Zero is not too bad. I hate Diet Coke, but Coke Zero is not too bad. And there's always the aspartame police show up and say it's just as bad, and it's really not. There have been some studies that suggested it, but I think they've been debunked.
No, we're more Coke here than Pepsi. We'll drink Pepsi if there's no Coke. No beer. We don't really drink alcohol. It's very rare if we drink like once a year for New Year's, right? That we really drink anything alcoholic.
Yeah. Last time we drank was when we did the Getting Over It stream on New Year's, and the next time we drink will probably be whatever we're going to be playing this New Year's, and it'll just be a beer
or a mud shake.
I've never had Dr. Pepper. I don't know if I'd like it. I'm gonna guess no. Oh, we ran a red. God damn it. Yo, what are we doing? We already ran it. Let's just go. The damage is done. You're in. What are they gonna do? Find me again? You drink red wine. Red wine is probably the alcoholic drink that I would enjoy the most. I think it's got some flavor to it. It's not just you're drinking paint thinner. You know what I mean? When I was a teenager, I drank just straight vodka, and because I was a little edgelord, and my opinion back then was that if you're gonna drink alcohol, you should drink it. The only reason to drink is to get drunk. So why mess around? Just go for it. And that's what I used to drink. And I can't stand it anymore. I can't smell vodka without feeling like I'm gonna puke. The last time I drank vodka was on a New Year's when Lily wasn't here, and I woke up topless in the bathroom floor. I remember this was a long time ago. I remember I started the night having eaten some chicken fingers, and I was drinking vodka and Coke, and I remember sitting at the computer, and then the next thing I know, I'm waking up half naked on the bathroom floor with I think a pile of vomit right next to me, and that was the last time I drank vodka, and I don't think I'll drink it ever again, unless it's just a little sip.
You'd be better having it with something instead of just drinking it straight. It's disgusting.
And I'm pretty sure that when it comes to like, oh my god, I got so drunk and this happened to me stories, that's tame as hell, because like that's just I wasn't really a big drinker. But yeah, that's the last time I drank vodka.
Better than the Uzo story that I have where I threw up all over myself at a party and woke up with some guy's pants on me that I didn't even know whose pants they were.
It's pretty hot.
And it was only because I had thrown up. It wasn't like anything happened.
It's pretty hot. The throwing up all over yourself part.
That was my first drinking experience. We all have one, right?
Okay, where are we going? Should we go to...
I still can't drink Uzo. That's it.
Should we go to... I'm not even going to try. Praha in the Czech Republic? What? Is it the province one? Yeah. One time I got so drunk I woke up in a different province.
Well, tea almost went all over the computer.
I don't know, guys. Where do you want to go? Should we take sausages to Praha, or should we take truck rims to Szczecin?
I like that a lot. Good one.
Go north? We're not going up here because it's not worth it. It's not worth the money. It's actually kind of worth it. Yeah, we said we wanted to go down more. All right, let's do it. We're going here. Trailer is ready. Proceed to loading area. Oh no, do we have to back in? Oh no, we don't know how to do this. And by we, I mean me. Oh, first of all, hold on.
Hey, Crazy Fist, how are you doing?
Hey, that was perfect, wasn't it? Wasn't that really good? Chat. Wasn't that really well done? I'm chuffed. If you weren't here for the other streams, I don't know how to drive, and I don't mean in the game, because that should be self-evident. I don't know how to drive IRL, so I have no real world driving experience to kind of help me out a little bit when it comes to this, and I think I'm treating it too much like a video game rather than a simulator, even though simulator is right there in the name, and I'm just like point A, point B, just plow there, you know, full on the gas the whole time. Alright, I want to go over to that repair place and get the truck repaired.
Crazy Fist. That's crazy. Who needs sleep anyway, right? You need sleep? We don't need sleep.
Sleep is for the weak. It's for the weak.
I think around 7 this morning I took a nap until around noon. And then Joe went to sleep after that. So we kind of slept in shifts. But yeah, basically we napped. I wouldn't call it a full night's sleep or anything like that.
Can you make a red on red in Europe? What? He just did it? Did he get a violation?
Squid, don't ship us food because it won't get here. It'll get lost in transit and it won't be here for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Is it because I didn't indicate?
What's the longest time you've spent in another country?
What do you mean? Oh, we don't have enough money. Okay, we're in debt now. All right, cool. What do you mean? Okay, I guess there's only one way to take this to interpret that is, what's the longest time I've ever spent in a country that wasn't where I was currently living, because I'm not in the country that I was born in, so like technically like right now I'm in a different country, so I think only a couple weeks. Yeah. A couple weeks in Canada. We visited before we moved here. A couple weeks in Spain. A couple weeks in France. With my family, we went when I was a kid. We went to Spain. We went to France. I also went to France on a school trip, which was less fun than you might think. But we're gonna get hit. We're gonna get hit. Oh no. Okay, I'm waiting for them to pass. I'm waiting for them to pass. Okay, there's just unlimited. Okay, we're good. No. Why did you stop, Volvo?
Sleep deprivation is the #1 correlator with terminal illness.
Hmm?
Fun fact.
Fun fact? What do you mean?
Because we said about, sleep is for the weak.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so, well, he has a sleep disorder, so that's just how we roll around here.
Okay, we cleared it. We did it. We did it. We didn't hit anything. We didn't hit anything. I'm so happy. All right. Okay, the challenge is we're gonna get to our destination without hitting anything. All right? I'm challenging myself to do it, okay? Here we go. I'm challenging myself to do it. Yeah, sleep deprivation is something I'm sort of used to, unfortunately. It's probably not healthy, but yeah.
Contributes to depression. Makes me manic, so it actually has the opposite effect for me.
Sometimes it feels like everything's on fast forward after you get sleep deprivation for so long. You know when you watch a video and you put like frame skip on and that happens, and it's just completely like supernaturally fast. Sometimes it feels like that.
Here's a good one. What book was the most fun to write?
Probably the last one in the Bounty Hunter series for me. Sin Eater. Sin Eater is So I'm a really big planner when it comes to writing. I plan out things way in advance. Probably if there's a big event that happens 500,000 words into the story, chances are that I knew that one before I even wrote the first word in the story, and it's requires a lot of patience, and I'm not that patient of a person to like sit on those details and sit on those reveals for a long time, and here's all these plot threads that are going to come together. So probably I would say, yeah, the last book in the Bounty Hunter series that I wrote, because so many details came together over hundreds and hundreds of thousands of words, and this it's to similar extent the last one in the Monster Slayer series too. A lot of details went into those two, and I was finally able to capitalize on a lot of the foundation laying, so that was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think that's what I enjoyed the most. What about you, Lily?
Probably The Murder of Jennifer Moss, which was originally Becoming Imogen. It was published under a different title. I really enjoyed the dialogue scenes in that story.
Are these Patreon questions? No, they're not. These are from chat right now. We're waiting a little bit to warm up and everything before the Patreon. Sorry to interrupt, Lily.
I had a lot of fun writing the dialogue. I had a lot more fun with those characters. I felt like I kind of warmed up with the Hollingsford murders, but then I kind of took what I learned from writing that, and I had more fun with it in the second one. I'm enjoying what I'm writing now, too. I'm curious if that will be my new favorite.
You got better at dialogue as you went on, I think.
They got more flippant and more snarky, and like they had more personality to them.
It's because you watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the middle of those two books.
I didn't finish it.
Josh Whedon does dialogue not perfectly, but quite well. The big flaw I think with his dialogue is that all of his characters start to sound the same, and you have this problem of if you can just write out dialogue from any of his shows, and you can play the game of which character said this, and the problem is that the answer could have been any of them.
So there's no distinction.
Yeah, and that's the problem. But when you're watching it, because it has really good flow back and forth, it works out well. I'm still positive on his dialogue overall, but yeah, his characters are just empty vessels to just move the conversation forward, which isn't a bad thing. There are worse things, but yeah. Is it Whedon? Sorry, did I say his name wrong? Is it Whedon? God, I really dislike Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We were watching it. I think what? How many seasons did we watch? 2?
No,
3?
I have no idea. She had just started college.
So I think it was the 3rd season, and we were not really enjoying it that much. We were surprised by how bad it was, but every so often there would be a good episode, and it's one of those things that everyone says you should watch, right? So we were committed, and I think we should go back and finish it. Was that even before Finn was born?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, like a couple of years before Finn was born, I think.
I think we got to the point where you have to start watching Angel at the same time, and that was too much work. So we just stopped. Here's the guide to watch it. After you watch episodes season 4, 1 through 5, now you have to watch Angel episodes 1 through 15. Don't watch them out of order. No. Being snarky about Josh Whedon. There we go. Rip. The urn's over. The urn's over. That doesn't count. Just a little It's just a little scratch.
Did you want to be a writer as a kid?
Yes. Yep, I did. I know how is it hackneyed or hackneyed? That sounds? Maybe that's not even the right word. But yeah, I did. Yeah.
Says the writer. Says the guy who wanted to be a writer as a kid, who said the right word.
Yeah, but I don't ever claim to have the best vocabulary or even the best grasp on English. No, it's just fine.
That was kind of cute.
I will never claim to be that kind of writer. The technical part of writing is not something that I excel at. Absolutely not. No way.
Have you ever tried playwriting?
No, I did write a screenplay or a part of a screenplay for an exercise in a creative writing class once, but no more than that. I thought it was interesting, but I don't think it's something I could really go for. But yeah, I wanted to be a writer when I was a kid. My parents, especially my dad, would read to me a lot when I was very young, and I'm really grateful that he did that because I don't remember this, but I was told that they only used to really read to me at night, and it got to the point where I wanted to read during the day, and my dad was at work, and my mom was too busy, smoking, and so I decided to take it upon myself that, well, screw it, I'm just going to learn how to read by myself. Obviously, I did not teach myself how to read, but I pushed very hard to I want to learn how to read by myself, and I put the effort in while my dad was reading me the story. So when I went to first year of school, I already knew how to read, and no one else did. And I wasn't an advanced reader. I was still reading kids books, and I probably didn't understand all of the subtleties and nuances and all this other shit, even though there were kids stories. And by kids stories, I don't mean Alice in Wonderland. I mean Thomas the Tank Engine, or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle book, or Super Ted, things like that. And from there, reading those made me want to write and tell stories, and I enjoyed doing that even from a young age. Too busy smoking? Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah.
It was kind of a social thing with her. She would sit and just kind of chain smoke.
Yeah, and just stare out the window and smoke. Yeah.
I learned to read when I was 4 too.
I feel like we just learned something really personal. That kind of sums up the Q&A, this whole Q&A session. I think we got a little too personal yesterday. What do you think, Lily?
Probably.
We probably crossed the line yesterday, I think. We should dial it back a little bit. I don't know. Maybe not.
It's hard to know where the line is when it comes to some of these questions.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be honest and you want to be genuine, but at the same time, you don't want people to feel uncomfortable.
Yep. Cross the line with what? Yesterday we spoke about depression and mental illness, and I don't think we crossed the line there, but I spoke about how I have an addictive personality, and how my work ethic is not very healthy, and that sort of thing. And I think that was crossing the line. I think that maybe we didn't need to have that conversation. If it helped anyone, great, but I don't think we needed to have that conversation yesterday. Someone asked, what are your final thoughts on Monster Hunter World? I didn't play it again after the stream, so I don't have any more thoughts. I've seen it posted on V that someone took something out of context, that I said that if you're playing Monster Hunter World for the combat, you're playing it for the wrong reasons, and that's, if you just hear that, that means I'm basically saying that the combat is shit and it's not worthwhile. That's not what I meant, and I went on to explain it after I said that on stream, but of course it's going to be snipped right out of there, and the explanation that follows isn't going to be part of what people say. The actual just use the weapon, hit the monster, dodge away, that sort of thing, I don't think that's the best part of the game from what little I played it. I think that combined with, you have to chase the monster, use the grappling hook thing, throw the use the ranged projectile weapon as you're chasing it, and all of a sudden there's another monster that shows up, and now you're fighting two of them, and they're fighting each other, and you hit this pile of wood, and it creates a big waterfall, and you fall down, and oh no, and now we're falling down this sand trap, and we fall down, and another monster shows up. I think that's the best part of the game, and if you're playing it not for the fighting, but the situations that you get in while you're fighting, I thought that was the most compelling part of it. And if you're playing it just to do, I hit the monster, then I dodge away, then I sharpen my sword, then I hit the monster, then I dodge away, then I sharpen my sword. If you're playing it for that, I don't think you're playing Monster Hunter for the right reasons. That's what I meant. I don't know. I'd like to give it another try and see on my own time. I don't think I'd like to stream it and see if I can get into it. Sometimes a game like that doesn't immediately click with me. If I bash my head against it on my own, in private for several hours, sometimes I can crack it and suddenly, have this epiphany moment where I go, oh, I get it. I see why people like this now, and it all clicks. But sometimes I don't. And it's not that I like that wouldn't be something I could do on stream. I just don't think it would be all that fun. and stream tends to backseat me a lot when I don't like a game that's really popular, and it can get a little frustrating for people watching as well as me playing. And I like the chat interaction when I stream, so I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, Slimska just subscribed. Are there any other subscriptions? Okay, so Lily's gonna go through and say thank you to the people that just subscribed. I don't have the second monitor set up still because we're still downstairs. Just a warning before we get into this that in the last stream, Finn woke up and came downstairs and the stream was over about half an hour later, I think. So that's possible to happen again. I saw him. I looked at the mirror as I was turning, and then I realized that I should have looked at the mirror before I turned. So that could happen again. So just be aware of that the stream could end suddenly, and then we'll start on the Patreon questions. So go ahead, Lily.
Thank you to C Davis Games, who resubscribed for 9 months with Prime.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you to Space Glace, who resubscribed for 9 months.
Thank you very much.
Says hi.
Hey.
Thank you to Fimax 100, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time.
Thank you to X6X Plays. I can't even say it, I'm sorry. X6X Plays, did I say it right? Or maybe it's Play X.
One of those.
Fuck it. You know who you are. Has used 100 bits and says, "Hey Joe, I made part 2 of the Laughing compilation. Just wanted to know if you got around to watching it. I know you've been busy. Love you, bud."
Oh, I think I did. I think I did watch it. Sorry, I should have replied on Discord. Yeah, is that a plane? Okay, we can't turn around and see it. Yeah, I think I did. I'm ashamed to admit that when there are parts when I hear myself laugh that I start laughing too. I had my day 9 moment. Have you seen the clip of day 9 watching himself laugh and he starts laughing at himself laughing, and yeah, that's what happened to me. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. It was good.
Thank you to Pro Reaper Man Guy, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Valence4, who subscribed. And thank you to Ben 90.
Sorry, what was the name?
Valence4.
Valence4.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ben 90, who subscribed with Prime.
Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you.
And thank you to Xelante, I think Xelante, who resubscribed with Prime for 2 months and says, "Hey, it's my 2-month anniversary. Glad I subscribed on the final Doom stream, and you left me almost a full month to enjoy YouTube backlog of your streams to get up to date on the memes."
the meme culture is very important. Yeah, very, very important. I think you might be one of the only people that says thank you for not streaming for about a month. Yeah, sorry, but we should be back to it now.
And thank you to Slimska, as you call him.
Yep.
Who subscribed with Prime and says, "Bummer, I lost my sub streak. He's been on vacay. Hope the move went well." Wow.
It went okay.
We're just starting, and I already can't speak.
You can read the whole story on Patreon if you want. You don't need to be a patron to read it. It's long though. Lily and I wrote it together. Yeah, the whole story's there. Probably too much detail, but it was like a chronicle for ourselves as well, right?
Well, it's kind of the story that keeps on going. So.
Yeah, because it's still not over. It's still not over. Those boxes still aren't here. We're hoping they're going to be here on Monday. Yep. Yep. I hate having to look at the tablet to read chat. It's so small. I understand texting while driving now because I'm looking down at the thing, right? And I can't see the road. These people that text while they drive are insane.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played Mountain Blade Warband? No, I haven't. I haven't played any of the Mountain Blade games, no. Sorry. Do you think I would like it? I've heard good things, but I've also heard things that put me off a little bit. This is a long drive.
Slimska says, I move every year because I keep wanting to see what other neighborhoods are like. It's the worst every time.
Then why do you keep
brave.
doing it? Why do you keep doing it?
It's probably good in theory, and he's like, oh, it'll be better this time.
Mountain Blade is very clunky, but it is a good time. What's the time here? It is 1:30 here. So if we were streaming back in Toronto right now at the same time, it would be 12:30. So even though we're not that much further east, we are now 1 hour ahead, which may end up working to everyone's advantage, especially mine when it comes to streams, because noon on Eastern time is a good time to start streaming. It's a good time to publish videos as well. Usually I'm running late, or I can't wake up in time or something, and that's good. The extra hour might work out, but then again, it might just balance out to not meaning anything. Who knows? We'll see. I'm curious to see how much I can stream while also doing the other video work now. If I can, I was on a good schedule for the longest time ever in my entire life when we were doing this move. I'm hoping I can stick to it again, and if that's the case, then I should be able to find a really, really good balance between the two, and I might be able to stream quite a lot. I'd like to stream more than a few times a week. Was that a cop car that didn't get us for speeding? What a bro. What a bro.
Is there a particular reason that the streams have all been at 12 a.m. so far?
Yep, because right now we are in the living room in the house on the first floor, and the kids are sleeping on the second floor. So when I stream on my own, I'm either going to be in the basement, which isn't set up yet, or I'm going to be upstairs and on the second floor while the kids are down here. And we can't do that during the day with Lily here to read out the questions because who's looking after the kids, and we can't stream upstairs right now because we would be right next to the kids and our voices would probably wake them up, even though I think I probably did wake Finn up last night. I probably got a little too loud, so yeah, that's why. Yeah, so we're hoping to get the Q&A done tonight, and then I can move everything upstairs and I can stream during the day. I don't know what we're going to do for the next Q&A. Maybe I'm going to have to move the computer downstairs just for one night, or maybe we're going to have to risk it. Maybe we're going to have to close the door and close part of the kids' door or something, and pile some soundproof teddy bears up or something. I don't know what we're going to do. The basement's not going to be done for a while. I mean, it's probably livable now. I could probably go down there, but it doesn't have much of a floor.
It's cold down there, though.
And it's cold, yeah. But there's heaters. Like I could make it work, but I don't know if it's really the best idea right now. Okay, I need to sleep in the game, so it'll really be the Dragon's Den. Kinda, yeah, kinda. I get to get some bookshelves and put all my games and toy figurines on them, which means I have to buy toy figurines because I don't have any.
And bookshelves.
And bookshelves. And if the boxes don't get here, I have to buy games too. All my old collection of PlayStation 2 games and GameCube games and Wii games and I think almost all the PlayStation 4 games I have are in these boxes that might not be getting here. So that's gonna suck to lose them. The PlayStation 4 Pro is here, and the old PlayStation 4 and God of War is here. I shipped them in different boxes, but yeah. By
How
2B.
do you feel about the fact that one day your kids are going to be able to access your videos, books, and Patreon posts?
I don't think much about it at all. It hasn't really come to mind much. I've discussed it, especially with Lily. I said, one day they're going to be able to watch them all if they want. I don't think they're going to be interested. Plus, there's just too much there. I had the really morbid thought that if I died when they were young, then they would have so many more hours than most kids do of a dead parent to go through. So that could be somewhat interesting, I guess, but it's a really morbid thought. I didn't even check the the turn there. What are we doing? What are you doing? What are we doing, truck? What are you doing?
Nova says, are you streaming too now, Lily? Not on my own, just with Joe. Just for night streams if there's a lot of people to thank, or Q&A. And I was saying to him earlier that we should try and do the weekly, or every other week or something streams that we used to do before. We used to do night streams every now and then. We were trying to do them regularly for a while, and then we got away from it. But maybe once we're settled in more, we can do it, and then we get to see both sides of everybody, right? We get the people during the day and the people at night.
Once a week, night stream, yeah. Lily also is gonna probably get Twitter if you want to follow Lily on Twitter. I don't know why you'd want to.
I don't know why either. I have nothing to say, but I'm gonna try and look for an agent again, and I feel like I should have Twitter or some social media, that's book related.
What a morbid thought. Yeah, it's a pretty morbid thought. I'm not gonna lie, but morbid thoughts pop into your head all the time, don't they? Don't you ever think, you're in the shower and you're showering in your house or your apartment or wherever, and you're alone, and don't you ever think, what if I should sleep. What if I fell over right now and died? Who would find me? How long would the water be on for? If I hit my head? Doesn't everyone have kind of like those invasive, morbid thoughts? Like everyone I've spoken to said yes. When you have a kid, it's a lot more understandable when you have a kid, because you think, because you brought this person to existence and you're responsible for them and you want them to have a good start. So you think, okay, if I die, who's gonna look after them? What if Lily and I both died? Who's gonna look after them?
I worry about that all the time.
You need to think of these things. You have to, and that pretty naturally leads to, what if I just died? It's like, okay, well, would there be enough money left over, and would life insurance cover their upbringing, and would they have a good start, or would they be screwed? What kind of damage is there going to be without growing up without a dad, or if Lily died, what kind of damage would there be without growing up without a mom, that sort of thing. I think those thoughts kind of come quite naturally together. Oh, this is nice. The skybox is so good in this game. It's nice. You're getting tired. The fucking speeding. Fucking
I
cops.
don't generally say them to 250 people. There's a lot of things we've said to 250 people that I never thought I would say either, so.
Getting personal again? I don't think it's personal. I don't. Goddamn. I think that's pretty normal. I don't know. Anyway, let's take some Patreon questions, because otherwise we're going to be here again until we're gonna have to do another stream tomorrow. Okay, I'll go to 80. Can I? Is there an option so I can set it so I can just hold down the button and I won't go above the speed limit?
We ended the stream at what, 5 this morning? It's around then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was around there, yeah.
When Finn interrupted us.
There's a button for cruise control? Okay, I don't know what that word means.
See?
See? Okay, I hit it. Oh, that's way better. Where's this button been my whole life? Look at all these guys speeding. What the hell? Cop, look at all these guys. Look how fast they're going. You're speeding. I'm mad. Cars are allowed to go faster? That's racist. That's racist. Anyway, I went on a little journey there and I completely blanked out because I was so mad at the injustice. What did you say, Liam? Who's the next question?
I haven't started yet. You've
Okay.
been still going on about the trucks.
Sorry.
Give me a second.
It's okay.
I'm not in the right spot. Okay, we left off with Xfia, I believe. So now Joseph N is next.
Okay.
Hi Joe, I have been posting Metal Gear Solid 5 in the vote to play a game on Discord. No, is that right? Wait.
That sounds
Yes,
right.
5. That's
Yeah,
right.
5.
I'm thinking by Roman numerals. It's been a while. On Discord, I know I will succeed one day. If you were to play Metal Gear Solid 5, would you first go back and play the older games, or would you jump right into it?
I don't know. Well, first of all, I should say that I've already played the other games. I've played Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4, all the way from start to finish. I've played the Twin Snakes on the GameCube. I played the original on the PlayStation 1 about shortly after it came out. I've played them Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and most of 3 multiple times. I've only played Metal Gear Solid 4 once. I have no real desire to play it again. In some ways, it's my favorite of the 4. In other ways, it's my worst, like the worst one. I think I could probably say that for all 4 of them. Actually, they're all about even to me. A lot of them have, there's strengths and weaknesses in all of them. If I had to pick a flat out favorite, it would probably be the first one, because it just surprised me so much when I played it. I don't know if I'd want to play them again. I think playing those games is interesting and it's fun, and for streaming, because we all get to experience it again together, and we can talk about it as we go through, and then it can go on YouTube, and there's always going to be those playthroughs that Joseph Anderson did these games, and you can go watch and play them if you want, and I can also just pull footage from them if I ever need them for a video without having to go and play the games myself again, right? So there are advantages to doing that. But it would have to come at a time where there's a lull in other games to stream, because there's more games to stream than I have stream time, right? Like I'm never gonna run out. So, and playing all those games is going to be a big commitment. And then there's also the danger that, oh, well, if you're going to do that, you should play all the Peace Walker games, which I haven't played. I've never played any of them. And you should also play the ones on the NES, and you should do them all, and you should play, Metal Gear Survive, and I don't know if I want to commit that much time to all the Metal Gear series. But I'm not going to say no, because, like I said, there are positives to doing it. It could be good, but I'm going to say now that it's unlikely. But Metal Gear Solid 5 would be such a huge commitment if it won, that maybe it would be worth making it a big event and going through them all. So maybe it's more likely than I'm saying right now. I don't know. I don't know why. I have very little interest in playing Metal Gear Solid 5. I've heard that the gameplay is decent and it's the best in the whole series. But for some reason, I don't know. I heard bad things about the story. I don't really care about Big Boss. I like Solid. I don't like Big Boss. I've never really liked Big Boss. I don't give a shit about Big Boss. I care more about Raiden than I do about Big Boss. I don't know why. I probably didn't enjoy Metal Gear Solid 3 as much as I should have because it's Big Boss. I like Solid Snake. So I don't know. Sorry if that's shitty normie Metal Gear opinions, but yeah, that's how I feel about it. So I'm not gonna say no, but we'll see. I think it will win at one point. I really wouldn't want a Metal Gear critique. I don't think I'm ever gonna do a critique of Metal Gear. I don't think it's worth my time. I don't think that I would have much interesting to say about it. When I said if I need it for a video, it would just be if I need footage of some clip somewhere, and I can just go back to it. I think it's been discussed enough, and yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's something that I would do well either, especially this deep into the channel. Like we're in second phase of the channel now, right? Like I'm not a beginner anymore. I'm pretty deep into the YouTube game. And I think that this has been mostly my policy so far, but unless it's I'm really passionate about the topic, I don't think I should make a video. Like, there have been times where I've done videos on games that I'm not like, oh my god, I have to do a video on this game, but there's a point that popped into my head while I was playing it, and I was like, oh, okay, that could be good, and I'm excited to make that point or this point or these handful of points. And other times it's like, yeah, I really want to make this video, and I think that's what it needs to be. I'm trying to think if there's any game that I've done a video on that was kind of like, whatever, I'll do a video on this, and I don't think so. Maybe the one that qualifies the most for that, which is funny because it's the longest video, is probably the Uncharted games. But then I really wanted to make the video on The Last of Us, so I guess that doesn't count. And the reason for that was because it justified the cost of getting the PlayStation 4. Remember that, Lily?
Yeah.
That was early on, and it was actually a pretty big purchase getting the PlayStation 4 for Bloodborne, and the fact that it came bundled with all that made me be able to do another video, and made it worth it because it was Bloodborne and Uncharted. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, next question.
Could you explain why Catch-22 is your favorite book? I would appreciate spoilers if you can to help give a better answer, but I understand if you can't.
Okay, I can give spoilers about Catch-22, although I've read Catch-22 twice. I read it recently again, maybe a year ago or sometime last year, but my memory is not what it used to be. I read it for the first time a long time ago, and I read it again recently. But I would struggle to name all the characters in it. Now, that, even though it's my favorite book, that might sound bad, but if you haven't read it, there are a lot of characters in Catch-22. And there's a lot of, title names, Major, Colonel, Sergeant, Colonel, whatever the fuck. Like, it's very heavy on names. So I will give spoilers, but if you don't want to hear spoilers for Catch-22, first of all, it's a fairly old book. But also, I don't think that I'm going to be explaining this all in so much detail that you would get a really solid handle of why, a solid handle of the story and the spoilers, because chances are I'm going to get some details wrong here and there, and I'm not going to remember the names. So there's two reasons, the two main reasons that why I love Catch-22 so much. Well, three reasons. The first one is because, it's a fellow Joseph that wrote it, Joseph Heller, my man. Now, the two main reasons, there's the simple one, and then there's the complicated one. The simple reason I like it so much is because it is just, what the hell? It is just so funny. It is the funniest book I've ever read, by far. It's nothing even comes halfway close to how funny Catch-22 is. It is just the funniest goddamn book. It's funny even from the beginning. And the problem is, I think, with Catch-22 is that if you start reading it for school or something and you don't know that it's funny, you might think that it's trying to be serious, or you might think that it's just some goofball shitty story at the beginning. No, it's meant to be funny. It is a very, very, very funny book, and it's funny from the first scene. And there's this part at the beginning where they're in the hospital. It's the whole story is based on a fictional island, I think off the coast of Italy. I can't remember, or it could be Greece. And it's during World War II, and they're an air base, and they fly bombing runs on the Germans during World War II. And the main character, and I say that in air quotes, main character, because there's so many goddamn characters, is Yossarian. And it opens with Yossarian in the military hospital, because he is faking being sick to not do any more bombing runs. The whole story is based around the idea that they have to do a set amounts of bombing runs before they can retire. There's a certain amount of missions they have to do, and then they're good, but they don't get sent home. They're supposed to, but they don't get sent home. That they just sit in the air base doing nothing until the dueling colonels that are running the airbase and trying to look better to the superiors raise the amount of missions that they need to run, and that and that causes them to have to fly more than they're really supposed to, and it turns into this big thing where they try to get out of it as much as possible. The name of the book, which is a pretty good scene, is when Yossarian goes to a one of the doctors, I can't remember his name, on the airbase, and says he tries to get out of flying more missions by saying I'm insane, and I'm insane. I can't fly any more missions. Oh, did I forget to get the trailer on the truck? Yeah, so I'm insane, and I can't. I'm not fit to fly because I'm crazy. And then he says, "Oh, well, you'd have to be crazy to fly more missions." So, yeah, go fly the plane. Of course, you're crazy if you want to fly more missions. And so he's. So then he says, "Well, then I'm sane, so I don't want to fly more missions." And then he says, "Well, then you're medically fit and you're sane, so go fly more missions." And that's Catch-22. Is that you're, and it comes up later. There's actually quite a spooky scene at the end that I won't spoil, where it comes back, and it's set again with Catch-22, which I don't know. I found it quite chilling. What am I missing here? Is it this time I'm supposed to take? Or do I have to enter there? Anyway, so it's funny right from the beginning. There's so Yossarian is faking being sick, physically sick, in hospital at the beginning, and there's the first gag is that there's a man that is completely covered in bandages, and the nurses are coming over, and they put a drip feed into his mouth, I think, and they put another drip feed into his penis to get a catheter, and then every couple hours they come by and they just switch the bottles around, and they just put it right back into him, the same kind of fluid, and he's there like trying to figure out the story of this guy while he's taking the job of censoring letters back home, and he just takes out the black marker, and he's just made it a game. Sometimes he just censors every other word, sometimes he censors every noun, sometimes he just censors the whole thing and he just leaves the names on there. Sometimes he censors it, I think, to make it say something that it's not supposed to, like a completely different thing, and yeah. So anyway, so that's a really long-winded explanation of to basically say that it's funny, and I like that it's a funny book, and there's lots of different things that happen, and that reinforce how funny the book is. Maybe I'm not doing it justice how funny it is at the moment by explaining it, because jokes are never really that funny if you explain them. But the other reason that's a lot more complex that I like it a lot is that it is non-linear. It is a non-linear story that I've described in a written Q&A before, which is sort of like it's like a stained glass window that's been shattered, and the pieces are all over the place, and it's showing you the pieces out of order, but you still get the full picture somehow by the end. I don't know how the book is coherent, and maybe it isn't for some people until they read it a second time. I feel that I got very, very lucky, and it was coherent the first time I read it. I have no idea how much planning went into it. Maybe he just got lucky. Maybe Heller just got lucky. Maybe Heller is just a fucking genius. I don't know. But there are things that happen that are hinted at on the early pages that don't come to fruition for like hundreds of pages later. Maybe that's why I do it in my stories, and I try to, and I'm nowhere near as good at it. There's a particular powerful scene that's hinted throughout the whole book, and it doesn't happen until the very end. Close to the end of that. During one of the bombing missions, the plane gets hit, and there's a guy in the back. I think it's the bombardier. The bombardier gets hit from a flak explosion in the air, and he's dying. and it's hinted at throughout the whole story that this guy died during this mission, and you really wonder what happened to him, and it just keeps being brought up. Sometimes I think at the end of chapters, and it's not until the very end that you finally see what happens, and it's not funny at all. It's when the story gets suddenly really really serious, and it's built up like he had this hidden wound under his flak jacket. There are just these lines sprinkled all throughout the book, and that was the day before Yossarian showed up naked to report to the commander, and like he was going to get a medal and for dropping succeeding a mission, so he showed up naked so the commander couldn't pin the medal on him because he didn't want it, and so the commander had to choose between pinning it on him right into his chest and drawing blood or and that's like hinted at, and that doesn't happen for so many chapters later, and then it comes back and it's referenced again later on, and there's I would say there's probably even over 100 of those little moments that are brought up and then mentioned and then come back later, or it's like there's a line that says this was a week after that happened, and for some reason it shouldn't work, but it does. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining it very well.
Someone in chat says that he had a massive flowchart that he would organize with the time, the event, the character.
Did he?
For each part of the story. They're going to post a link in chat so people can see how he organized it.
It's very impressive, and again, I'm sorry if I'm not doing it justice. Apparently, if anyone here has read it, but you should definitely give it a chance. It's one of those books that that I think has been ruined for a lot of people because they teach it at schools, and you never enjoy something when a teacher is making you read it. The only book the only story that ever survived that for me was Hamlet. It's like I always say that Hamlet is so good that not even English class could ruin it. I'm very, very fortunate that I didn't have to read Catch-22 in school, and I just read it for myself. The whole thing with Milo is just is mind-blowing. Catch-22. It's the whole book is worth it just for the Milo story. Just holy fuck, like it's just there's so many good moments in that book. Like you could take the Milo story out and the book would still be really really good, but the whole Milo thing is just the whole war summed up, and the whole absurdity of war and fighting over resources and how it could get to the point where everyone's killing each other over just stuff is just summed up in the Milo story, and it's just and there's just these really great lines, like he one of the main mysteries of the book is that Milo is in charge of the mess hall, and he's taken over some of the planes in the Air Force base, and he's using them to trade supplies to get the base the best food. Like they're the best fed unit in the whole force. I don't know if it would count as military or Air Force or whatever. I'm not really that familiar with it. Oh no, that was close. And it just turns into this chaotic fucking just. It's insane, like what Milo does. And one of the main mysteries that comes up is that he buys eggs in France or whatever. I can't remember what country it is. He buys eggs in France for $1.50, and he sells them in Germany. I don't know the countries. I can't remember, for $1, and yet he makes a profit. And that's one of the main. And it's like and then you get and you're like how and then you get there and it makes sense. It's just like it's like. He ends up being like king of some of little towns and everywhere, and he's celebrated and everyone knows his name. And he's like fucking Tyler Durden in Fight Club. Like it's just read it just for the Milo part if you're at all interested. Fuck man, you should read the book, Lily.
Let's just try.
Oh, I've seen this before. That's insane.
What makes my planning looks like shit, huh? It looks so incoherent. This is really impressive.
There's a sequel that I haven't read. I'm not sure if we have it or not, but I heard it was okay. It wasn't as good, but I heard it was okay. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, I'll stop gushing. I don't think I did the book justice, but maybe that's because it's my favorite and I have it on a massive pedestal, and I should calm down a bit and distance myself from it. But that's my favorite book. I love that book so goddamn much. I should read it again. That's one of, I think, it might be the only book that I've ever read twice. I'm trying to think if there's another book that I read again. I don't usually read books again. I might have read Fight Club again. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think I did read Fight Club again. I've read Fight Club again. I read Catch-22 again, and I think that's it. Oh no! I read the Robin Hobb books again for the new trilogy that came out, but that wasn't because I really wanted to read them. It was because I wanted to refresh myself on the Assassin, the Farseer stories before the new ones came out. I love Catch-22.
I should read it. I've never read it. I've said that before.
I think you'd like it. You better like it.
So many books to read. Because I do read them more than once, so I lose time.
I want to spoil the big thing that Milo does at the end of the story, but I mean, the question asks for spoilers, right? It's so ridiculous. Even out of context, it's so ridiculous. It's so good. Nah, I won't say it. I won't say it. I've said enough. I spoiled it quite a bit already. I won't say it. Okay. How about Blood Meridian, Joseph? I haven't read Blood Meridian. Sorry, I haven't. I want to. There are a lot of books I want to read, but no, I haven't read Blood Meridian. That's McCarthy, right? I'm almost certain it is. Next question.
You used to swim, right? I
Yep.
thought you said that you used to swim, but maybe that was another Joe. If you did, do you think you'll try to get back into it once you move? I usually run for cardio, but swimming seems like a cool alternative. I'm a poor swimmer though, so we'll see. Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah, I used to swim. I love swimming. I love swimming so much. I haven't swam in years. When I was a kid and we lived in and we just moved to Canada. Again, I need to explain this every single time. I'm sorry. I was born in Cardiff in Wales in Great Britain. We moved to Canada when I was 4. We moved back to Wales when I was 9. Then we moved back to Canada when I was like 15 or so. I can't remember. I'm 33 this year, and we've been in Canada ever since. When I say we, I mean my mom and my dad and my sister. Like we moved back and forth. And yeah, so that's the brief history of moving back and forth. When we lived in Canada the first time, my parents rented a house that had a swimming pool in the back. It was a small pool. I don't know if it was like stupid expensive or if they just got lucky that they were able to rent a house with a pool in the back. I would go swimming in it all the time. I think I learned how to swim in that pool just so I could swim in it. I love swimming. When we moved back to Wales, I would go to public pools a lot, and it was always like a big thing, you know, if we could go to a pool, and I loved it. I love swimming so much. Since moving back to Canada, the chances for me to go swimming have been really slim, you know. Like I said earlier, I don't drive, so you know, going to a public pool requires, you know, like quite not that big of a hassle, but you know, you have to get on a bus, you have to take your stuff on the bus, you have to get there, you have to take a change of clothes, the towel, the bag, and you have to go back on the bus, you have to go like all pool like wet and sweaty afterward. Like it's not that ideal. We did live in a building for a while that had a pool, but it wasn't downstairs in the basement. It was like across the complex, and it was a bit too much effort to go over there, so we didn't really do it. But I wish I had taken more advantage of it. But yeah, I love swimming. I don't know if there's a pool nearby. If there is, maybe I should look into it. If I can walk to a pool nearby, I love swimming so much. It's one of my favorite things to do. Do you like swimming, Lily?
Yeah, I do. I really like swimming.
I like to teach
I haven't swam in like 10 years, though.
teach the kids how to swim too.
That's really important. That's something we should be doing in the next couple of years. Sooner rather than later. It's an important skill for them to have, and I think they'd love it, especially Finn.
Mm-hmm.
Leona doesn't really like the water as much, but Finn loves it. Finn is like the only kid that I've ever heard of that loves bath time so much that he actually will strip as soon as I say water, and he's ready to go. Like he doesn't want to get out. He cries at the end of the shower.
Yeah, most kids cry when they're going in, and they cry when they're coming out, right? They don't want to have a shower, but they also don't want to get out of the shower. But like, no, he really likes.
No, he's
bath
ready.
time.
Like nappy off as soon as it's time. Like he knows. He loves it. He doesn't want to get out.
Was there anything else about swimming, or was that it? The question? That was it?
Nazajel says, I found it somewhat ironic how Soul series are famed for having a lot of actual playtime without having much cutscenes to interpret it. But when they do have cutscenes, it's mostly pretty mediocre. It still can't get over the epic cutscene of Lothric Castle opening up. Opening up is simply a ladder dropping down. And I think the game could actually benefit from removing most of them or having them play out in real time. Comparatively, do you think God of War's no-cut technique should be a new trend in video games that want to pursue cinematic storytelling?
Oh, it's on the left side of the road now because we're in England. Yeah, the cutscenes in Souls aren't that great. Yeah, there are some that are good, and I think Bloodborne does it better overall. There's some really good ones in Bloodborne. I'm trying to think if there are any good ones in Souls. Souls 1 has a couple. I really like the intro cinematic for Dark Souls 1. That's probably one of my favorites. There's certain scenes in Bloodborne that are really strong, especially one in Bergenworth. Yeah, I would say they're probably a mixed bag, though. Yeah. I guess there's a distinction that should be made between the cutscenes that really have a big purpose and the other ones that are sort of like what you're talking about, the Lothric ladder dropping down, where it's just sort of like here's something opening, you know, or when you get to the cathedral in Bloodborne after Gascoigne, that's kind of worthless too, right? Yeah. But I think the most of your question is about God of War and that it doesn't take any cuts and there are no cinematics and it's all just seamless, you know. For anyone who hasn't played God of War or didn't watch me play it, there's not going to be any spoilers, I don't think, for this conversation. But I was surprised when I did a tweet a couple weeks ago, or maybe even it was a month and a half ago now, I can't remember, that a lot of people or most people haven't played it. So in case you don't know what we're talking about, God of War it doesn't have no camera cuts. That's actually a lie. There are moments when the camera does cut away when you use the fast travel system. It's only for a second, and it's probably not even worth talking about. And obviously there are also camera cuts when you open the map and the menu. So it's not always in range of Carlos. And that might be like, oh, who gives a shit? But yeah, well, Last of Us did it where it opened the menu right there in front of you. I think Dead Space did it too, right? So it probably could have done it differently, but yeah, there are moments where it does cut away from being behind old Carl. But for the vast majority, when there's a a cinematic or the equivalent of cinematic, it transitions seamlessly from player having control to Kratos just running around and the camera staying steady behind him, or moving away from him to follow another character, but not in a way that there's a cut. It's like a cameraman is actually there moving from him to the other one, to the other person, or the other focus of whatever that the game wants to show. This is cool at first, and I think it's interesting to look at and discuss and everything, but in the video I will criticize it and wish that they hadn't done it. I do not think that this commitment to this idea was worth it. But I want to stress that I do think it's interesting. It's very cool. It's not unique, but it's unusual, and it does give a decent feeling to the game that other games don't have. You know, there's a sense that this is just this one long journey that you're on, and it's seamlessly going from one event to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. But at the same time, because they had to do it that way, fast travel is a pain in the ass to go through. There are scenes that you can't go through quickly because it has to play out in real time. And the worst one is that you cannot skip any of these cinematic sequences, which is... I've said it before, and I'm really not kidding, that if I was to rank games out of 10, and your game doesn't let you skip cinematics or story scenes or movie scenes, you automatically get a point taken off your game. Just, that's how bad it is. Maybe it should even be 2. So your game could be 10 out of 10, like, oh my god, 10 out of 10 game, and your cinematics aren't skippable, okay, you're losing a point. Maybe it should go down to 8, because it's so fucking stupid that you can't skip the scenes. Like, it just makes playing the game again just such a chore. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it in Half-Life 2, and playing God of War again, it wasn't quite as bad as Half-Life 2, but it was really annoying. Yeah. Especially, you know, when the games have, you know, decent gameplay sections too that you might want to go back and replay, and now you have to sit and go through these story scenes again. Yeah. I'll say more about it in the video, and it's not really a cut and dry sort of thing. There's pros and cons, but yeah, I don't like it. I think you could probably make a really strong argument that any time that a game takes control away from you is a sign of weakness. If the game takes control away to show a movie instead, like if it's showing a conversation and it just kind of freezes your character, then okay, that's one thing, you know, that's not really a movie. And if they want to do some special camera work during that time, okay, maybe that's worth it. But if there's any moment where, you know, it cuts away to show you some big moment or some monster appearing or anything like that, and it looks really good, I don't know, you can make an argument there that it's not a game in those sections anymore, it's a movie. And when it's a movie, it's sort of like it's not using the medium as well as it could, but visuals are a big part of the medium, so it's not something that you can really put your foot down. But just imagine if a movie at some point just cut away and put some writing up on the screen instead, you know? That's sort of what a game taking away interactivity is doing, you know? Here, we didn't film this scene, so here we just described it instead. Please read this, you know? And that's sort of what a game is doing when it's taking control away from you and showing a movie. I don't know. Cinematics can be fun, though. I think I'm done. I thought I had more to say, but I don't think I do. Sorry. Someone chat is saying, excited to play Danganronpa, or will you try 999 first? Danganronpa is first because it got voted in. 999 is not part of that series, is it? Isn't Danganronpa its own thing? Trigger Happy Havoc and all these other games, like they're their own series, aren't they? 999 is the Zero Escape series, isn't it? 999 is separate. I'm more excited to try 999. Those games sound fun. I don't think I'm going to enjoy Danganronpa, but who knows? Maybe I will. What kind of speed limit is 97?
So Nazajel's other question was, what's the most immersive game you've played and why?
Okay, so there are two definitions of immersion as far as I'm concerned. The first is, so there are two kinds of immersion. So I got into an argument with someone on Discord once. I can't remember who it was, about immersion. Or maybe it was on Steam Chat. I can't remember who it was with. They told me immersion doesn't exist, and I said that's ridiculous, and we got into a conversation, and it wasn't the most constructive conversation, because they weren't arguing in good faith, in my opinion. The crux of the argument was basically that gameplay is more important than everything else. And immersion just gets in the way of that. Therefore, they don't think that immersion should exist because it shouldn't matter. But of course, immersion does exist. So there are two definitions of immersion. There's immersion that is when you are immersed in a book and you are reading it and you don't realize that you're flipping pages. I think if you've read more than a book, that you've had that experience where you suddenly kind of snap out of it. Something draws you out, or there's a noise nearby and you kind of snap out of it, and you don't really remember turning the page. And you're like, oh wait, what the hell? When did I get to this page? That's immersion. You are immersed in the book. You're immersed in the experience. You don't realize that the time is passing, and when you watch a movie, you kind of forget yourself for a little bit. You don't really remember who you are, even maybe. You really sink into the TV show, the movie, the game, the book, the whatever. You can get immersed in washing dishes, for fuck's sake. You get really into it. You become kind of one with the task. That's immersion. But the other definition of immersion is this game, which is they made the roads look authentic. They made it sound authentic. The inside of the truck is hey, we didn't crash. We just came really close. The inside of the truck looks like what an inside of a truck really would look like. I don't know if it is. I'm just using it as an example. There's a good sense of scale inside the truck. It's all scaled well. It really makes you feel like you are driving a truck. You really do feel like you are driving through Europe right now. The roads are the right size, and the sky. It's this combination of scale, visuals, sound design, all of that stuff, right? All that stuff. It's a combination of all these details. That's immersion. That's the other kind of immersion. So what kind of immersion are you talking about? I think you mean the second kind, because the first kind could be anything, and that's not really that interesting in a conversation. The first kind of immersion, just to answer though, just in case, would be probably some sort of RPG. When I was a kid, I would probably say Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 was something that I would just lose so much time to. I would lose entire days to that, not really realize it. World of Warcraft was very immersive in that kind of way too. Just a lot of games that take up a lot of your time, and you can sink into their loops or their stories really, really easily. I think that I would probably answer one of those two. For immersion in the second way, which is when we get into arguments online because people think that it's prioritized too much in modern games. I have to say Subnautica. Even more than The Long Dark. It's weird to say because The Long Dark is much more grounded in reality, but there's like Subnautica feels more real to me than The Long Dark. I think maybe because you have more freedom of movement. I don't know. I would say Subnautica. I would say to the right person, this game might be one of the most, if not the most immersive game that they played. Or I think there's a lot of effort that's went into this being this being immersive, and I think that's what the experience has going for it. But yeah, I would probably say Subnautica. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Subnautica tries very hard to make it so the video game part of it is integrated in the game in some way. So it's the UI that you're seeing is a tablet that your character pulls out. The UI things that you see on your screen when you're swimming around are part of the scuba mask that you have on. Or diving mask. I don't know if it's actually called a scuba mask. I think it is. Like when you get a warning and a little sound that's telling you, hey, you're about to die, like you get in a lot of games, it's the suit telling you so, kind of like the hazmat suit in Half-Life does. If you want to put down beacons and learn what the world looks like, you have to do it yourself. You have to put down your waypoint markers. I really think that it goes a long way to contextualizing all of the gameplay parts of it, and that's before we even get into how the scale of the world feels right, how it sounds, how it looks. How you can get in and out of your submarines and kind of zip around, and it feels good. It feels like you actually are underwater the whole entire time. The only bad thing about it is a pretty big problem, which is the bugs and the performance issues, which rip you right out of it. But I still don't think I can think of anything better. Is anyone in chat suggesting something that does it better? Minecraft? I don't think Minecraft is immersive.
Tetris Attack.
Well, that's immersive in the first kind of way, not in the second kind of way.
You could lose like 45 minutes to that before I even realized. It's so relaxing.
Archangle 7294 says, I would argue that there's another definition then, how well a game portrays its feelings and ideas, aka Bloodborne making you scared or Skyrim making you wonder at its horizons. Is that immersion? I don't think that's immersion. You are right. Like that's definitely a strong component of games, and it's definitely worth discussing, and it's definitely worth games doing more. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if that's immersion. Maybe a connection, or you have some emotion that you're drawing from the game. Yeah, Skyrim does have a great sense of wonder. So do the Assassin's Creed games. What was the other example you gave? Because I really agreed with that one. Hold on, I can scroll up carefully. Yeah, Bloodborne making you scared. Yeah. Horror is really interesting to me. Horror is arguably the best candidate for a game to really bust down a lot of walls and get to you, because there's no other emotion, I think, that can be conveyed as clearly through a game than fear. And the only other one I think that you could really get is accomplishment. So, and most games go for the accomplishment part of it. If you play a game and you're getting stronger while you're in the game, and you feel accomplished, and you get mastery, or you achieve mastery and you feel accomplished. But that's on the gameplay side of things, and within its systems, and is usually the part that is very heavily gamified as well. Like there are rules that you're learning. It's a technical mastery, and you're getting through it, which is very, very, very important and very valid. And it's the thing that I value the most in games. But it's also something I think is really overdone. And even though it's overdone, it's undervalued because people don't realize how strong it is in games. But I really don't think, unless there's a game that I haven't played yet, that fear has been effectively done in the way that I think it could be done. Because if you watch a movie, a scary movie, or you play a game, there is always this disconnect, you know. Sorry, if you watch a movie or you read a book that's scary, there's always this disconnect that you always know that it's another character that is going through this. It's another person that's in control. You have no bearing on what happens. You have no influence whatsoever. You know, if everyone has watched a scary movie at some point, and you know something's going to happen, and you're either saying to yourself at the screen, or you're thinking in your head, "Don't go in there. What the fuck are you doing? Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Don't go in there." Well, in a scary game, you are the one that's in control, and you can tell yourself, don't go in there. You can do that, and sometimes you still have to go in the room. I think, especially if you played the game when you were young and you were scared and you were impressionable, that Resident Evil 1 might have been one of the most powerful experiences of your whole entire life, because you're walking around this scary mansion that looked really good for the time, and there are, you open a door and it has that spooky load screen where it's completely dark and you have no idea what's in there, and you're like, oh god, what the fuck is going to be in this room? It's stressful, like later on, once you've learned the game and you know what to do, and you're a bit jaded, you're a bit older, it doesn't really hold up that well. But it's really like there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of, oh shit, what's going to be waiting for me behind here? I remember being really scared to pull the plug in the bathtub in one of the rooms because it was full of blood and you couldn't tell what was in there, that sort of thing. And I think that's there's a really big difference between watching a movie and thinking, oh fuck, that guy's gonna die, and playing a game and thinking, oh fuck, I'm going to die. And the problem is, and I harped on about this in Inside and in the Inside video, that once you die in a game, that even if it's the scariest horror game ever, and you come back to life, boom, all the tension's gone. It's just fucking done. And that's why I think no game has ever really capitalized on the full terror potential of that feeling of, oh fuck, I'm going to die. And I think if a game ever does that, or if it has and I just haven't played it yet, I think that would be incredible. It would just be so fucking good. Now, I don't know how you would do it. I think it's a very difficult problem to solve. My ideas with it are something that's close to a roguelite, thing. I do know that I've felt more fear playing like permadeath runs of games, in Subnautica, than more fear in that game than any other horror game ever, pretty much. I've felt more fear in tension playing like Enter the Gungeon when I only have one heart left and it's like, oh shit, one hit and I'm dead. I felt more fear in Don't Starve, because there's permadeath in Don't Starve. But that permadeath also comes with a lot of tedium and a lot of, you die and it's just like, well, fuck this, I'm done with it. So that's not the perfect solution. But yeah, I really think that. But the question, to bring it back to the question, is that immersion? And I think, yeah, maybe whoever said it in chat, maybe you're right. Maybe that is immersion. And if a game did get that right and made you feel truly, truly scared, then that would probably be the most immersive game that there was for me. But for now, I'm going to have to go with Subnautica. Hey Joe, have you ever played the David Cage game? Sorry, was that the last question from Nezadril?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Sorry. Hey Joe, have you ever played the David Cage games? I would be interested in your opinion on the stories. I have. I've played Fahrenheit. I've played Heavy Rain, and that's it. We'll be playing them all on stream soon. Trademarked. Soon might mean weeks. It might mean a month or two. I don't know. We'll see. I even bought Omnicron in the Steam sale. I bought Fahrenheit Remastered on Steam in the Steam sale, and I bought Omnicron too. I don't know if I need to play that one, but yeah, I got it. I have Heavy Rain somewhere. I don't have Beyond Two Souls, and I don't have Metroid Become Human. So we'll have to get those. But yeah, we'll play them all. I think it's going to be glorious. I am mostly negative about them. Just to give you a little teaser of an answer, because you'll get the full experience if you watch the streams. I am mostly negative about them, but I also respect that they do things that no other game out there really does, except for maybe that Until Dawn game, Until Dawn. But I didn't play that. I don't know if that's good or not. But I think that's the only other game that I can think of that does what the David Cage games do. Right? Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seemed like to me. Yeah, Metroid become human. Yeah. I think when we play Heavy Rain, I'm going to role play as the worst dad possible, and I'm gonna make all the wrong decisions as Ethan. I think I'm gonna fail every prompt. I'm gonna cut off all my fingers. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's gonna be great. Just the worst dad, every scene. We'll do Beyond Two Souls as well. Yeah, I don't promise to do Omnicron because I don't even know if it'll work. I didn't even know that was a game until someone said it to me. So I have no goddamn clue. If we can get it to work, we'll play it. But if not, it'll be Fahrenheit. Then we'll play them in order. Then Heavy Rain. Then Beyond Two Souls, which I haven't played, and then we'll play Detroit Become Human.
Thank you to Some Jabroni, who resubscribed with Prime for 4 months and says, "Hey Joe, if you were to take 4 games with you on a deserted island to play forever, what would they be? Love your stuff."
Oh wow, I don't know. Probably a 4X game. So I do research and find out what the best 4X game would be. My favorite is Civ 4, I think, with expansions. So maybe that one. Even better if I can mod it. Probably Gungeon. That's my favorite the game that I can replay over and over and over again. And the other two, I have no idea. Maybe some linear game that I could try to get really, really good at and speed run it myself. I'm not sure. Odyssey, of course, because that's just the best game ever made. I don't know what the other ones would be. With internet access, I would say World of Warcraft, but I don't think I'm getting World Internet access. But yeah, Gungeon, a 4X game, Dwarf Fortress. I don't know what the fourth one would be. I don't think I'd take a Souls. I have played Souls a lot though, so maybe Souls would be like a comfort sort of thing. What would chat do? While Lily says thank you to other people.
Thank you to Bloody Hookah Jr., who subscribed. Thank you to The Revolution 1, who resubscribed with Prime for 3 months. And thank you to Master Sword 7, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Given your love of Gungeon, have you played and/or enjoyed Mercenary Kings? I haven't played that at all. What's Mercenary Kings? Maybe I know what it is, but I don't. But I can't remember. Would I have access to mods? I don't know. Maybe. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead always looked interesting, and I wanted to try that out. That might be another game that has potential, because that game's so open-ended and has so much to do. Alright, so let's go... Should we go back over here? Should we do the same thing in reverse now? Or should we go to... Yeah, let's transport some pears. Oh, they did the truck for me already? No?
Have you read any Philip K. Dick? If so, what did you think?
I don't think I have, no. I've wanted to read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep for a while. I don't think I've read anything of his, though. I am bad science fiction writer. Yeah, I don't think I have. unfortunately.
Sleep Tight Egger has used 99 bits and says, have you ever played Domina? I've asked this a few times before but never heard a response to the question. It would be a cool chill Q&A stream game to play once.
Domina?
Or Domina.
Domina? No, I haven't. I haven't, sorry, no.
Did you read any Pinchin? Crying of Lot 49 is
I've tried to read Pinchin and I don't like him. I'm sorry. I've tried twice. I've tried twice to read Against the Day, and I get 100 pages in and I just can't do it. I don't know why. I will probably try again at some point. I just really can't get through it. I don't know if it's because it's just his paragraphs are too long or what. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm very sad that I can't get into it because parts of it were quite witty and it seemed interesting. It seemed like something I should enjoy. But yeah, I just can't do it. Maybe I should read Gravity's Rainbow first or something. I don't know. I really do not like Against the Day.
You're saying try something like Gravity's Rainbow.
Try Gravity's Rainbow, yeah.
Or the one I just said. Whatever, I can't find it now. The Crying of Lot 49.
The Crying of Lot 49 sounds like a Stephen King book, doesn't it?
Salem's Lot.
Maybe that's why, yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yep, let's continue. Sorry, I feel like I'm a bit tired today and I'm a little all over the place. Hopefully it's still a decent stream. I'm giving some decent answers. I really feel a little more scatterbrained than usual today.
I feel a little less than energetic.
Yeah. Maybe I should have eaten something before the stream.
Maybe. Micrologist says, hey Joe, thanks a lot for doing what you do. I discovered your channel during a time of dramatic change in my life, and your videos really helped me through some hard times. I find myself thinking about Total Biscuit a lot in the past days, so I wanted to ask you a question about him. Most people agree that he was a huge influence on both the gaming community and industry. What do you think are the most important things he did and fought or advocated for? What are the things we should remember now that he is no longer there to remind us?
Well, thank you for the kind words. I'm glad that the channel helped you through whatever you went through. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been thinking about Total Biscuit quite a lot too. There was a lot going on when he passed, and but I even said I went and spoke to Lily when it happened, and we went through the wrong lane, and I remember you saying that you were surprised, right? Because it seemed to happen quite suddenly, since he announced that he was gonna retire and only do the podcast, and then all of a sudden he was dead. Yeah, I was thinking about it a lot. There were many different reasons. There's just the abstract reason of what happens when you die, and there's just dealing with this person that I only interacted with once, but I still interacted with this person that is gone, just gone. That's what I felt about when my mom died. My mom and I didn't have a very good relationship, but it's still a very powerful thing that you go through. No matter what, I think. No, even if your mother was violently abusive toward you, which mine wasn't, but I'm saying that even if she is or was, I still think that your parents have such a huge influence on you that when they die, no matter what, no matter who you are, it's still this thing that you have to deal with. And it has a strong effect on you. The biggest thing that I went through when my mom died was I couldn't understand, how this person was just gone, and I was thinking about that a lot. And then I also had the selfish thought, which is, What if it was me that had gone through this, and you think about your own life and your own death and what you would leave behind and what would happen, that sort of thing. I think that's only natural. I thought it was, and I still think that it's very tragic, and it's not fair. It's not fair at all, and that's what I kept thinking of, as the days went by afterwards, and there was a lot of kind messages, and a lot of hateful messages came out too. I shouldn't say that. There weren't a lot. There were a couple. I think that I overreacted to reading those, and I said I wasn't going to cover BioWare games anymore because they continue to employ those people that said those things. And I think that was probably an overreaction, and I was being a little too sensitive. I definitely think they should have been reprimanded for what they said. Just like this new thing that's going on with the Arena network or whatever, with Guild Wars 2, with these devs, these writers that work on Guild Wars 2 that were acting like dicks on Twitter. They were definitely in the wrong, but I don't think they should have been fired. They have been fired. I don't think they should have been fired. I think that's way too strong of a reaction, even though they were definitely in the wrong. I thought about it a lot, and it's still in my mind whenever I check the feed, and TB's wishes were that Jenna, his wife, would continue to use the platform that he built to support herself and their son, and it's kind of spooky, when you're going down the timeline and suddenly there's a tweet from him, and it's like, and it's every single time I look at it and I go, wait, what? Like it's like it's not like a sucker punch, but it's still just a little like, oh wait, what? Like oh right, like it's still, it catches me off guard every time. The most important thing that I learned from Total Biscuit was that was something about myself, which was that he didn't know this because I didn't speak to him, but and maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to now anyway. Years before I started the channel, Total Biscuit did a video on World of Warcraft, and I've never said this publicly before. I don't even think I've told this to Lily. Total Biscuit did a video on World of Warcraft. And I watched it and I hated it, and I left a really shitty Reddit comment on it. I really criticized him really harshly, and I took a lot of things he said out of context, and I wrote one of those keyboard warrior kind of "what the fuck is wrong with this guy" kind of post. You know what I mean? And and it's like, well, fuck this guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. That kind of comment on the Reddit post on this video. And this was, I think, a good solid 6 years before the channel started. And then I started watching the podcast, and for some reason, I gave his videos another chance, that sort of thing. And I realized that I was being a complete irrational dick, and I wasn't being productive, and I wasn't being constructive, and I wasn't being genuine, and I wasn't being a good person when it came to looking at people that produce content, and I felt that way about other people on YouTube as well, and people who write articles as well. And you can latch onto one thing that they say that you disagree with, and suddenly they don't know what they're fucking talking about. They got this one thing wrong. Fuck them. They don't know anything. They don't know anything. Fuck them, man. Fuck them. And like, Matthew Matosis thinks the Dark Souls 2 is shit because of he can't dodge roll. Well, his whole entire channel is complete bullshit, and Noah Carol Gervais can't fucking fix his audio. Well, then his whole entire channel is bullshit. Like, it's so easy to latch on to those things. Like, oh, I don't think Odyssey is a good game, therefore everything I say is now irrelevant. It's so easy to do that. And what I learned from watching the podcast, which I started doing a lot. I watched almost every single episode of the Optional podcast up to a certain point. I think a year before the channel started, I think I'd watched all of them. I would put them on and I would play Skyrim. I remember doing that quite a lot. and I learned a lot about myself, and I learned a lot about, you know, like how I deal with things, and that opinions that are more nuanced, and that there's someone that you can disagree with on almost every single point, and you can still respect what they say, and you can still get a lot of value out for them. If I had told him that I was someone who left that comment, because I don't know, the chances are he might have read that comment, and that made his day a little worse that day, you know, so many years ago. I doubt it, but I read Reddit comments, so it's possible. Maybe he would have been like, you know, fuck you, Joe, but you know, it's yeah, I don't know. So that's the thing that I learned from him, and that I could learn that from anybody. It's not a specific sort of thing, but I did learn it from him, and that's my weird story with Total Biscuit. I felt sort of like a fraud when everyone had all these stories after he died, and they're all posting on Twitter. And Miracle Sound has his story. Sky Williams has his story. Day 9, Boogie, Angry Joe. You know, there's lots and lots of people. Even smaller YouTubers, even small YouTubers that I've seen criticize the shit out of him and call him a Nazi enabler, Gamergator piece of shit, had stories that were like, you know, he was still a good influence. You know what I mean? It was strange to see the same people that were, you know, retweeting him and really letting him have it for reasons that I thought weren't valid at all and weren't fair, were suddenly coming out with with you know, oh well, it's sad that he passed, and here's the good that he did. And maybe there's some, maybe it's not hypocritical, but it was still there, and I didn't really feel like I had anything to say, because I went on Co-optional. I spoke with him a couple times in tweet messages on Twitter, direct messages. We had an interaction on YouTube, and we spoke a little bit before Co-optional started, but that was it. You know, a very, very brief interaction, and it was surreal more than anything. It was all about me. It was all about me during that whole show. It was, you know, it was basically the first face reveal. I was very stressed about it. It was all about me because, and people I think won't believe me, but I had a thought when I first put the Dark Souls videos up, that what if the channel gets so good that I get invited on that podcast? That I thought that. How many people get to think that, you know, like, oh, what if that happens? And it's like yeah, whatever. Then you laugh it off like there's no goddamn way, and then it actually happens. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, it blows my mind every time. So it was all about me. That whole interaction. And I think it went okay. I don't think I was, you know, the best guest they ever had, but I think it was all right. But yeah, so I felt like I was sort of a fraud because I had nothing else to really say, you know, on Twitter after he passed. I think that he was a strong supporter of consumer rights when there weren't many that were doing that. It's difficult to think and to really realize how different journalism has gotten, and the framework that supports the communication between devs and the people that buy games, how different it is now. When I was growing up, you know, it was all very clinical, all very, everything's positive, you know, tell us so much about your great game that's coming out, you great developer, you know, that was it, you know, like it was all very there was a lot of control, and there was a lot of, you know, there wasn't a lot of criticism, you know, it's everything's so great, everything's wonderful, don't even worry about it. And now we're in this place where most journalism is quite cynical. I think you can see a little bit of that still exists though with some of the IGN reviews and you know, oh, it's a fake review and they're paid for. I don't know if that's true or not, and I'm not saying that it is, but I think that's like the leftover. There's a word I'm thinking of, but I can't think of anything. I can't place it. But yeah, this is just a remnant of what that used to be like. And having someone who is so has such a large voice and has such far reach that is really going to bat for making sure that developers are not, you know, taking advantage of their customers was really important. But what I really appreciated, and what I thought that he was the best at, were the showcasing games in his What the Fuck series. I thought that was the best thing that he did, and it was so valuable to have someone take the time to go through it and not just give you brief thoughts on the game, but also show you it, show you what the options were, like, because you can tell a lot by how competent the game's going to be by what the options menu looks like, I think, and how much love and care went into it. Ports as well, that sort of thing, and just he gave a shit. He really did give a shit. There are lots of small YouTubers that have comments from Total Biscuit on their videos, that because he gave a shit. He watched these things. He was a strong supporter of YouTubers and new creators as well. He wouldn't pick games that he thought were going to be the most popular to do showcases on. Sometimes he would pick like these games that just caught his interest, and he would look at them. Look at the thing that went on Co-optional, which I was surprised that they let me take part of. I said, at the end of Co-optional, they always do what's coming out this week, and like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this because I didn't sign anything. I didn't agree to anything when I went on, so I think I'm allowed. But they had a big goddamn spreadsheet of every single game that was coming out that week. Like every game was on this spreadsheet that was coming out this week, and it was okay. Before we start, let's go through the spreadsheet and see if there's anything worthwhile, just anything that catches your interest at all. There was no like, oh, make sure it's from a good developer, or make sure that it's like, it was just like, basically just look at every goddamn game that's coming out this week, and if anything looks good to you, even a little, just mark your name next to it and we'll talk about it. And I was like, can I do it? Because most of the times when I watch the show, it's just TB, Dodger, and Jesse that did it, and the guest didn't. I was like, can I take part of this? And they're like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And I was able to put my name on the spreadsheet, and it was good. He actually gave a shit. I don't know. I'm waffling, so I'll end with this one, which is that FOV sliders are really important. I say that unironically. It's going to sound like a joke, but I didn't even know what an FOV slider was until he pointed it out in a video at some point, and I looked into it. I think I brought up the console in Skyrim or Fallout 3 or something and typed it in, and I realized that I really do need FOV to be at least 90, and I'll always be grateful for learning that from him. FOV is really, really important. Lily found that out recently when you watched the camera phone, that you got sick. Yeah, FOV sliders are important, yo. They're really, really important.
That was bad. It's really bad.
But yeah, rest in peace, TB. I'm sorry, it wasn't fair. Not even a little. Was there another part to the question?
Did TB influence you and your work in some way? If so, how? Thanks for your work and effort, and rest in peace, Total Biscuit.
I think I kind of answered that already, right? I think I kind of answered that, yeah. Sorry that it became this big one long answer, but I think I kind of answered that already.
I met Total Biscuit once in a restaurant. He was a really nice guy. We talked a little bit. I shook his hand and left, not wanting to bother him.
What game did I pick on the podcast? There were a few that I went through. I can't remember all of them. That is kind of a blur. I mean, I don't want to oversell or exaggerate or anything, but I was really nervous that day, and it's kind of, I didn't sleep very well, even worse than usual, and I was really nervous going on there. And once it kicked in, sometimes I get nervous before stream. like even tonight, just a little bit, but other times I get more nervous than others. And once we get into it, I'm fine. I'm not even nervous a little bit right now. I'm good. So I guess maybe I have a bit of stage fright, but once I'm on stage, I know it's not an actual stage, but you know what I mean, I'm fine. You know, it's just I just need to get myself out there. But yeah, I was really stressed out to go on there. I don't remember all of it that clearly. I do remember I spoke about Dungeons 3 because that was coming out. I spoke about that a little bit. I can't remember the other games that I spoke about. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat and I keep going into the barriers. You spoke of Dwarf Fortress a bit ago. Would you consider streaming it, or would it scare too many people off? I think that streaming Dwarf Fortress could be really fun. I think that it could be like a gateway for people to understand a little bit more about Dwarf Fortress. The only bad thing about streaming Dwarf Fortress is that I haven't played it in a long time, and I'm really rusty. And I mean, the last time that I played that game, I think they just introduced beekeeping, or maybe it was just the one after they introduced the ruins. So we're talking about maybe even 10 years. It's been since I was really into Dwarf Fortress. I played it a little bit for a video just to get footage, and it felt about the same, but I didn't get very far. So we're talking a long time. So I don't think I'm qualified to do a stream on Dwarf Fortress that could get people into it. But if I took some time and played it over like a week or so and refreshed myself with it, I think it could be fun. But so yeah, if I have the time, I'll do it. Dwarf Fortress, I highly recommend playing Dwarf Fortress with a tile set. It opened the game up for me, and I don't think I could have played it without one. And last question from chat before we continue with Patreon. Have you ever played the BioShock games? If so, what did you think of the gameplay and the story of the 3 games? I played all 3, if you want to lump Infinite in with them. I didn't finish 2. There's some DLC DLC I didn't do either. I don't think I did any of the DLC in any of the games. Infinite is my favorite, and a lot of people just went, what? But yeah, Infinite is my favorite because it has the most fun gameplay. I don't think it has the best story or anything like that. I just think it has the best gunplay. I think Rapture is the better setting. I think BioShock 1 probably has the better story, but there are plot holes in BioShock 1 that really ruin it for me, and there are plot holes in Infinite that ruin that for me as well. But overall, I think Infinite is the better game. Yeah, sorry. But I'm not the biggest fan of BioShock 1. Even when BioShock 1 came out, I played it, and I was like, what? It's like, it's okay, but it's not that great. Like, what? I think that the best Shock game is Prey, then probably System Shock 2. I didn't get far enough into BioShock 2 to really judge it, and I don't really remember it all that well. BioShock 2 might be better. Maybe that's better than Infinite. So yeah. Yeah, sorry to burst some bubbles there, but yeah, there are too many plot holes in the games, unfortunately. I also played BioShock on an Xbox, so maybe it's better. The gameplay's better on a PC. I played Infinite on a PC, but I don't think so. I think the clunkiness isn't going to go away. I mean, the Rule 34 from Infinite's pretty good though, right? Next question from Patreon, please.
Jamie S. says, hi Joe, love your stuff. Just
Thanks.
wondering, and sorry if you have already answered these, but what are your thoughts on Borderlands 2? Bit brief, and if you haven't played it, short, but may as well ask.
I'm really sorry, but I haven't played it, so I can't say anything about it. I'm really sorry. I would say, have some bonus questions for next time that there's a Q&A stream, but there's probably going to be bonus questions anyway for next time because we skipped over June. So I think people are going to be able to ask way more questions for the next Q&A. I don't know if we're going to just double it or we're going to allow people to ask potentially infinite questions. I think that that can end up being dangerous. So I don't know, but I think we're probably gonna double it at least, right, Lily?
Yeah, probably.
So
To be fair.
yeah, sorry, I just haven't played them, so I can't comment on them. Womp womp.
FCI, I think, or FCI. I'm not sure how to say his name.
Speak a little louder. What's his name?
Uff, maybe.
Okay.
It says, "Why don't you ever show your face?"
Sorry, I just crashed. Well, there's many reasons. The first is that I'm a bit self-conscious. Yeah, I have shown my face. We just spoke about the Caution podcast. I did a Hat in Time stream while I was on camera. I think I could have had a better camera angle, and I could have had better lighting. I think I look better than I do in those streams, and I'm not quite as balding as that made me out to be. I also look better with more facial hair like I have now. Yeah, and I don't know. I'm probably, back then I was probably in the worst shape of my life. Having a kid is obviously more taxing on the mother, but the father goes through weight gain too, because they convenience eat, because there's no time to really cook and get through that's passed a bit, and I think I've dropped a decent amount of weight since those streams. Not a ton, but I look different. So yeah, I'm a bit self-conscious. I'm not the most confident in my looks in the world, but a lot of that comes from when I was a teenager. I had a lot of acne when I was a teenager.
Wait,
Sorry?
I thought I heard something.
Was there a noise from upstairs?
Yeah.
Well, this is the other reason too, is that the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, Finn's awake. 1 second.
Oh, he looks way better with more facial hair. I much prefer him with more facial hair. It really makes him look a lot different. He's really upset. No, he's cut it. He's cut it now. He let it grow for like 6 months though. Oh. I think many people look better with some facial hair. Most people look a lot younger without it. Joe included. Some dragons come. Was I ever into games before Joe made it his job? I used to play Tetris Attack like crazy when I was about 20. I played it in the morning before university, and I would play it at night. It was kind of my anxiety buster. I would put it on hard mode, and I would just play it for half an hour straight before I died, and then that would be it. He tried to get me to play WoW. It wasn't really my thing. It looked kind of complicated to me, and I'm not really much for playing with other people. It was before Pokemon Puzzle League. Yeah, we're talking like the Super Nintendo Tetris Attack. What else? I like Bejeweled, I like Peggle. I like stuff like that. I like Stardew, but I've only played until fall. I haven't played the full year yet, so I don't know if I'll like it once I get past that point. But that's probably the extent. We play Mario Kart sometimes, but that's the extent of my video game abilities. It was his big hobby for a long time before he made it his job. Like as long as I've known him, it was his hobby. So it's not like this job like came out of nowhere in that sense. My favorite movie is The Big Chill. It's an 80s movie about a group of friends who were together in university who get together when one of them kills himself, and it's kind of a dark comedy. It's like an odd reunion. Am I smarter than Joe? I don't think so. I learn a lot from Joe. He would tell me no, that we're about the same, but I don't think so. He always did better than me in school too. He's more school smart than I am. Did I ever want to try some game he played on stream, or at least a little interest? Edith Finch looked good to me, but I can't. The camera made me sick. I think it was Stanley Parable. I thought looked really good. I'm trying to think now of all the games. He's played a lot of games. Best strong in the chat game. There's been too many of them. I'm amused every time I see them. I don't know enough of them to say. What do I think of the game he's playing for this stream? I haven't been watching much of it, to be honest. I've been watching chat more than anything. It doesn't look that interesting to me. It's probably okay for this kind of a stream, but I wouldn't be interested watching it otherwise. No, Joe went upstairs to be with Finn. Finn woke up crying, so he went back to get him to bed. Hopefully they won't be too long, but sometimes they just take a while. It's become a Lily stream. Finn will be 3 next month. Which is shocking to me. I can't believe that. How's everyone liking the house? We like it. It's still a mess. I would feel so much better if everything was unpacked and put away, but not even all of our stuff is here, so I'm kind of dreading. I'm looking forward to those boxes getting here hopefully on Monday, but I'm dreading where all that stuff is going because the house is shrinking with every box that gets here. Do you guys want more children? Yes, we want at least one more. We would like a daughter. And he thinks the idea of 3 boys would be really cool. Well, that kind of scares me a little bit, if I'm being honest. 3 boys would be crazy. I should take over the streaming on the channel. I don't think so. I don't play enough games. You wouldn't be that interested in my kind of games. Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, or Star Wars? I haven't really read or seen any of them. I've seen parts of Lord of the Rings, I've read a few of the Harry Potter books, and I've seen the Star Wars movies that I've been dragged to the movies to watch, but I only really went because there was popcorn involved, and I love movie popcorn. So if I had to pick, I would probably say Harry Potter because I'm kind of intrigued by what it is. I think the concept is cool, but I actually haven't seen much or read much of any of them. Do you enjoy being on the streams and Discord with your audience? Do you feel like the people do a good job at incorporating both of you? I think so. Sometimes I feel a little out of place because I don't know enough about video games, and that's ultimately what this is all about. But people have been very, very nice to me and very welcoming and everything like that. I haven't really encountered too many people who have been otherwise. So I overall I like the streams. I enjoy them. I don't think I'd want to do them every day. I'd get tired. Joe has a lot more stamina where that's involved than I am, but Discord and everything. I think it's a good group of people. Is it usually Finn that wakes up rather than Leo? Usually, yeah. And Leo will cry for a few minutes and usually go back to sleep, whereas Finn won't. Finn will cry and need you to go and console him and help him go back to sleep. Finn is a worse sleeper than Leo by a large margin. You answer questions more succinctly and efficiently than Joe. You should coach him. Thank you. It's hard to think on your feet sometimes. What did you go to school for? I started as an English major. I was going to teach because I was good at English and I didn't really know what to use it for, so teaching seemed like a natural progression. I was in university for a few weeks when I had a panic and realized that I didn't want to teach and that I didn't know what to do with it. I wanted to do something that was, to me, bigger and maybe more demanding than that. So I actually did 2 years of nursing, hoping to be an operating room nurse. And in my second year, it kind of coincided with moving in with Joe, and it kind of just all went to shit. I was struggling a lot with the clinical, and long story short, I found out that I was told by one of the advisors that the job that I wanted was becoming less and less, that they were just pulling nurses off the floor and putting them in the operating room, having them scrub, and I didn't want to be a floor nurse, so I dropped and I went back where I had been before for English and history, and I did on and off for a couple years courses here and there, and then I stopped going there and I started to pursue the writing instead, and the writing went well for a while, and he's told that story many times now. That kind of dwindled, but yeah, I didn't finish anything. I went to school for so many different things, but I didn't actually graduate. Leo is going to be 1.5 years next month, and Finn will be 3. Sarah Patch Parent, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months. Says Joe Stream, and I just had a kid. What should we name it? Oh, congratulations. There's so many great names out there. Is it a boy or a girl? Falzer, I will teach you English if you will teach me Spanish. What do you and Joe like to do for fun and free time? Love the stream. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. That's great. What do we do we used to go to the movies before we had kids, and we used to like going out for dinner. And we used to walk a lot, and we would go on these like 3-hour-long walks, and we would just talk about everything. And we still do that now with the kids. We do walk a fair amount, and we do talk about a lot of things. And we'll stay up late and talk. And we like board games, but we don't play them all that much because I get kind of bitchy when I'm losing, if I'm being honest. But we do like card games. We'll play cards sometimes if the kids are asleep. And sometimes we'll do puzzles. We like puzzles. But again, he kind of is better at them than I am, and I get bored, and then that's the end of that. He takes over, and that's the end of it. Do you have a favorite book author? It was for the longest time Mystic River by Dennis Lehane. Recently I read Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn, and I think that might trump Mystic River. I also really like The Witching Hour by Anne Rice. And John Irving has a lot of great books too. A Prayer for Owen Meany is my favorite of his. Portuguese over Spanish, don't at me. I actually like both languages a lot. I think they have a similarity between them, but they're both very different. My old boss was Portuguese, but I took Spanish in high school, so I don't know any Portuguese, but I used to love listening to him talk. Gone Girl was a good movie too. Yeah, I saw the movie actually before I saw the book, and I was really impressed. I thought they did it quite well. I like the plot of it, I like the characters, but I really, really respect how it was told. I really like how she told the story. I had to pick a favorite genre, what would that be? For books or for what? For books? I write murder mysteries, so maybe that would be my natural choice. I tend to like a book with a mystery in it. No matter what genre, if there's some kind of a mystery, I usually gravitate to that. I have a Danish friend that heard me speak Portuguese once and he thought it was French. To me, it sounds almost Germanic a little bit. It sounds like if you mixed like a Spanish type of language, like a Latin language, with like a Germanic language. It has a bit of a harshness to it, which I think is really interesting. But I've only really heard my old boss speak it, so I don't know if that's actually true, or maybe it's just the way he spoke it. I don't know. Donde está la biblioteca? Yeah. Where is the library? Do you like Gone Girl? I love it. I thought it was really well done. I wish I could write like that. I took a lot of that, actually. I was writing a book at the time, and I took some away from that book and incorporated it in my own book. Not as well as she did it, and not to the extent that she did it, but there was a little bit there. Would you be up for a Stardew Valley multiplayer stream with Joe? That's something I'd love to see. Maybe. I don't know. I'm worried people will attack me for it because I don't really play. And when I play, I've played by myself at my own pace, and I make stupid mistakes. I get lost in the mines, and I get attacked by slime, and I get turned around, and I'm facing the wall, and I get attacked, and I forget, and I whip out my scythe or something instead of, like I make stupid mistakes, and I'm worried that people will be nasty about it, and then I'll just get upset, and I won't want to do it anymore. It's not so much the goal, it's more that I'm not a great player. Joe is good at playing games, but I don't play them, and I'm not great on my good days, if you know what I mean, and I don't play them. I haven't played a video game in months now. With the kids, there's minimal time, and if I'm being honest, there's so many other things I could be doing with that time than playing a video game, right? It's just not my priority, so... Hi Lily, in a story, what is more important to you, plot or characters? When I'm reading them, probably the characters, because I tend to enjoy books more if I can relate to the character, particularly if there's something about the character that I want for myself. I tend to like characters that I find confident or have some kind of sass to them, or lead a lifestyle that I would like to live, that kind of thing. Whereas when I'm writing a story, I value all of that, but probably the plot is what really keeps me going. I don't know, when I'm writing, it's probably maybe very close to 60-40. I wrote a book recently. I'm waiting for Joe to read it still, actually. He hasn't read it still. He's been busy with other stuff. And it took me like 3 years to write this novel because I just kept getting stuck and trying to fix it, and I just didn't care the way I cared about other books. And finally I added some scenes to it, and that fleshed out one of the characters more, and I finished it, and I was much happier with it because I felt that I understood that character, and I was able to convey to the reader, who she was. So maybe it's 60-40, but I think plot would be a little bit more ahead for me in terms of writing. O te amo? Is that how you say it? Carlos? Very similar in Italian too, right? Good night, the official rejected monkey. I like your name. Have a good night. Well, hey Lily, I love it when you take over the streams. You've got a great presence. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. annoy you that's been waiting for him for a while now? Does what annoy me? Is he okay?
Does the sharp intake of
I don't know. I think it was Evie. She was having an asthma attack thing again, I think, and that was her. But she's still having it, so she's still alive.
No, he's still awake. He's not, she's really, really, really awake. So I made a deal with him that he can stay awake and just stay in bed, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I hear him walking. Maybe he's gonna have to come down and sit with us because he's not falling asleep.
Oh, and haven't read the book yet? No, that's okay. I know he's busy with other things. He's busy with streaming. He's busy with videos, which that's our income, right? So that has to be the priority. And then everything with the move, you know the move was just one thing after another. So yeah, he'll get to it. I'm hoping in the next little bit he'll get to it. I think he wanted to finish up a few things, and then we'll take a couple days and we'll go through it. I want to send it to agents. I don't want to put it on my Amazon page. I want to start looking for an agent again, and I wanted something that I hadn't self-published ahead of time. So yeah, and I'm working on another one now after that. So I've been joking. It took me 3 years to write that one that he hasn't read yet, and I'm joking that I'm going to finish the 4th novel before he reads the 3rd one. Because I've actually been doing some work to it. Here comes Finn. It's more important, narrative or theme? Probably narrative, although I do have a lot of fun with themes.
Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, he's completely wide awake. I think our voice carries upstairs. If we leave him up there, he's gonna wake up Leo, and then that's gonna be bad for the whole street. Anyway, I was answering the question why I don't have a camera a lot. I think the question was actually why don't I show my face? I don't show my face in videos because it's irrelevant. Although I might be in the Witcher video when I'm discussing the books because there's no visual reference. But I hate it when videos have cuts to someone's face that has no bearing on the point being made whatsoever. I think someone just crashed into me, not the other way around. But for streams, it's just I'm not really comfortable being on camera. I was starting to say that when I was a teenager, I had a lot of acne, and that's a very nerdy sort of problem. I didn't have any other nerdy problems. I had a lot of friends, I had girlfriends. It wasn't that sort of thing. But I think it still affected my confidence. Having a lot of acne when I was a teenager. But the big reason, and I would say maybe even the biggest reason, is for what's happening right now. That there's a kid in my lap and he just appeared, and I don't know how I feel about having a camera and having my kids on camera all of a sudden, and they might just wander into the room, and you know what I mean? And just being a dad limits that a bit. So I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know what I should do about that. So for now, I just don't bother with the camera. When I get set up in the basement, I might have a web camera more often. Some people don't like the web camera. They would prefer it if I don't have it. But I think it might be worth it to look into at least a little bit. Or to consider it, I think. Will you dress up as Geralt during those sequences? No. That's the wrong Joe. Yeah. So I think that's mainly why. Yeah. Yeah, sorry if that's a boring answer, and I'm sorry I got interrupted with by the Finster, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing too interesting.
Do you have a game recommendation to somebody who hates tutorial lore and grinding but loves challenges and being able to test out if things work instead of the game holding your hand? Have played Dark Souls.
What kind of game are you looking for? If you're looking for puzzle games, I would say anything by Zachtronics is definitely up your alley. There's multiple solutions. There's not very much hand-holding, and what hand-holding there is probably worth it because they have, you know, a bit out there subjects. I would say the same thing for Steven Sausage Roll, but those are puzzle games. Even though they kind of stretch the definition of puzzle game, all of them do. I would highly recommend Infinifactory as the Zachtronics game. Opus Magnum is also pretty good, but I didn't play it much yet. But it felt very much like a 2D Infinifactory. But I think Infinifactory is my favorite, and I hope they make a sequel. Steven Sausage Roll is one of my favorite games. No hand holding, very challenging. You really have to think your way through it. Going away from that, it gets more difficult. The hand-holding part and tutorial part and seeing if something works sort of thing. A lot of challenging games tend to have tutorials and long introductions. Even some games that you can make challenging for yourself, and you can see, like, the part of your question was see if I can make something work. Well, Breath of the Wild is really good for that. Can this work? Prey to some extent is sort of like that. Can this work? But I wouldn't say either of those games are challenging unless you're doing challenge runs, even on the hardest difficulty setting. I don't know if hero mode makes Breath of the Wild genuinely difficult or not. I'm not sure, but it's definitely a game that you can experiment a lot and you can see if something works or not. I think Enter the Gungeon is a really challenging game, and there's a lot of flexibility there, and it doesn't hold your hand at all. I would say that Enter the Gungeon is probably too hard at the beginning, but by the end you'll be wanting to activate the secret hard mode that the game has, that is one of the best hard modes in any game that I've ever played. If you like things that are a bit more unusual and frustrating, getting over it was something I ended up really enjoying quite a lot, and that doesn't hold your hand at all. But it is frustrating, so be warned. You might want to check out a video of it first and see if it's something that you might be into. I think Hollow Knight's really great, but it starts off a bit too slow, and I'm not sure if it qualifies for what you're saying, that you want to see if something works and you can try it out. But there are some fun things that you can do in Hollow Knight, and if you like Souls, it's sort of like a 2D Souls. I know how bad that sounds, but it really is in my opinion. There's a lot of similarities there, and especially in tone and the way that the world is put together. Older games, I think Devil May Cry is really, really great. 1 and 3. 2 is pretty bad. Don't play 2. I don't really remember 4 all that much, so I don't know about 4. But if you haven't played them, yep. I can't remember how much they hold your hand or not, but yeah, they're really, really good. In a similar vein, I haven't played it yet, but everyone seems to agree that it's even better than Devil May Cry. You might want to look into Bayonetta. That might be something that you really enjoy. I've heard great things about the Wonderful 101, but I haven't played it myself. And it seems that every single video game analysis YouTuber has played God Hand except for me, and they say the same thing about that game. That God Hand is fantastic, and you should play God Hand, and it's a deep system, and it's really, 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 really great. I'm trying to think of anything else. I'm trying to think of more recent games. I mean, if we want to ignore recent games, because as soon as I said recent games, of course, all I can think of were older games. There's a lot of games on the NES and Super Nintendo that qualify. You know, you just not much hand holding. You just play the old Mega Man's, Mega Man X, the old Mario games, especially Mario 3. That's excellent, and it's quite difficult, especially if you play the NES version. But you should probably go through All Stars. Super Mario World on Super Nintendo has some pretty tough moments later on if you haven't played the older games. But yeah, I would say if Dark Souls is the benchmark for you in that area, that you would unfortunately be you'd get more out of going back rather than around this time, and you get a lot more stuff. A lot more of selection out of the older games. definitely. Some new ones that pop in my head right now. Super Meat Boy is quite tough and doesn't pull back on the challenge. But the beginning levels are a bit basic, but you can get through them very quickly. Celeste is probably my game of the year right now, and it's really great. Very difficult, especially the secret challenges. Yep, I highly recommend Celeste. And there's some flexibility there too with some of the different moves that you can get if you're willing to experiment with it, but I think most people aren't going to really get into that until later on. And there was another game that was just in my head. Oh, Revengeance. I really enjoyed Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Might be my favorite Metal Gear game now. I don't know, because the gameplay was just so solid. The unintentional pun there. Yeah, I recommend that game. That was really good. Fury is a good first challenge. Yeah, I love Fury, but I'm not sure if that qualifies under, would this work or not. There is some flexibility in Fury, and you can squeak out damage and everything. But I don't know if that qualifies for the more creative combat system. But Fury is very good, and I enjoyed Fury immensely. Any other suggestions from chat? I'm not seeing much. Well, there's a delay from when I say it to the chat coming through. Someone saying Ninja Gaiden, someone saying Myst, Bayonetta, Divinity Original Sin 2. It rewards creativity and it's quite challenging. The first 3 Metroid games, Ninja Gaiden Black, Antichamber, Persona 4, really? All the Platinum games. Okay, I think that's a pretty good selection. Yeah, sorry I can't give you a better answer than that. Is there another question from him, Lily?
Also, I can't seem to get into Bloodborne. I just don't like it. Are there any franchises you love, but a particular game from the franchise that you hate? Thanks in advance, by the way. I love all your videos.
Well, I just went over them. The Devil May Cry games. I hate Devil May Cry 2. It's really bad. Yeah, I don't know. I otherwise love the franchise, but that's pretty bad. I'm not sure about the others. I really like the Command and Conquer series, but I could never really get into the later the later ones. The after Tiberium Sun, I couldn't really get into it. Generals was okay, but I'm mostly like Red Alert 1 and 2, but Red Alert 3 isn't that great. I didn't enjoy Red Alert 3 a lot. In fact, I don't even think I finished it. I only played a little bit, and that was the end of that. But I really liked Red Alert 2. That's probably my favorite one. Yeah, not a big fan of the later Command and Conquer games, unfortunately. If they count as the same series, I love Total Annihilation, but I don't like Supreme Commander. Don't know why. I could just never really get into it. It felt soulless to me. I felt like the robots and the units you controlled in Total Annihilation had more character to them, and there's something kind of really missing from Supreme Commander. Super Mario series, I don't like Odyssey. I think everyone knows that. I don't like Sunshine. Those two are just really disappointing, whereas the other games are fantastic. If I can have a cheeky stretch of the question for the 2D Marios, Mario is Missing is really bad and disappointing.
To you,
but I don't think that should count. Yeah, Mario is Missing pretty bad. Yoshi's Island is fantastic. Yoshi's Island 2 on the DS or whatever it was called was pretty good too. But Yoshi's Story on the N64 was dog shit. Really didn't like that game. Not good at all. Awful. 2D Zeldas, or just Zeldas in general. This is not a bad game, but I was really disappointed in A Link Between Worlds. I thought it was too simplistic in the dungeon department, and that's why I think maybe I was even more let down by Breath of the Wild, because I wanted more dungeons, because there weren't any good ones in A Link Between Worlds. And yeah, I enjoyed returning to the world of Link to the Past and the different mechanics that it had. But yeah, the dungeons were really disappointing in A Link Between Worlds. At the time, I didn't really care for Wind Waker, I don't think. Or at least it took me a little while to warm up to it, but now I think it's decent. I'm trying to think of other series. You don't like Bloodborne, really? How can you not like Bloodborne? Bloodborne's so good. Huh.
Beautiful game.
It's so good. I'm disappointed that you don't like it. Oh, we can look outside the truck? Oh, wow, look at this.
Car.
Yeah, they're cars, you're right.
No.
Yeah, they're lights.
2.
Two.
2.
2.
2.
What color's the grass, Finn?
What color's the grass? What color's the grass?
Key.
Green. Oh, it almost crashed. This is probably a weird one. I really liked the original Star Tropics, and I didn't really care for the sequel all that much. It's a really obscure answer, but yeah, I don't even think I finished it. I was really disappointed in the sequel. There's some Final Fantasy games that I really don't like. I really love Final Fantasy 6. 7's pretty good, 8's pretty good, 9 is okay. I really, really dislike Final Fantasy 10. I didn't really get into 12 all that much, and I didn't even finish 13. So I think Final Fantasy 10 is where it marks the beginning of the end for the series for me. I know Final Fantasy 10 is the favorite for a lot of people, but I didn't like it. I didn't like the new direction it was taken in. If I can stretch the question a little bit more, World of Warcraft expansions, Cataclysm was really bad. I mean, like, it had some pros. It wasn't the worst expansion or the worst time to play WoW, but it was pretty disappointing, on the raid parts and everything else too, really. The best part were the 5-man dungeons at the beginning, because they were so difficult and they required a lot of coordination. It was really fun doing them. Draenor was pretty bad too, really not that great. And I can't really talk about Legion because I didn't play it. I might play a little bit of Battle for Azeroth when it comes out next month, but I don't know if I have time. I know my buddy is gonna want to play a little bit, and maybe I'll take a couple days and play it with him. I don't know. World of Warcraft expansion time is usually fun, but I don't know. But Firelands was good. Yeah, Firelands was good. Yeah, Firelands was good. Oh, other people hated Final Fantasy X? Nice. Nice. Why can't Finn just do a stream? Why must I hear this rambly man? What do you think of that, Finn? Say thank you. Say thank you. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Sorry. There's probably more, but yeah, I can't think of anything else.
Lee H says, "Hi Joseph, sorry to hear you're sick. I kind of feel bad asking you questions while you're so busy moving and dealing with sickness, but I hope you'll understand.
It's all over with now, so don't worry.
And please do excuse my bad English since this is not my first language."
Okay. I'm sure it'll be fine.
First question is, how do you record all your footage? Do you use highlight system on Shadowplay to capture only important parts, or just record all your playthrough while you're playing? I thought it would be so hard to put several 2 to 3 hours long footage into Vegas Premiere and edit it, but if you do that, I wonder what's your secret making long ass videos?
What's the secret? Just a lot of time. A lot of time. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't use the highlight system. I just record the whole thing. I've tried to experiment with using highlights and to see if that could work, but no, it's just all just I just record the whole time I'm playing the game, because there have been times where I haven't been recording and I just think, okay, if there's an important part, I'll just flick the recorder on, and I always regret it because a bug shows up that's really funny, and then I scramble to remember the right hotkey to record the last 10 minutes, and then I forget, and then I have to I'll tab out and label it and everything. So if it's a really long game like Fallout 4, I usually have a notepad in front of me and I keep timestamp notes, but lately I don't even do that anymore. I just remember. I know how that sounds. It sounds ridiculous, right? But I just remember what happened. I have a pretty good memory for that. I don't know why, when my memory is getting worse as I get older for other things, but I usually remember, and I can find it. I used to use Shadowplay through NVIDIA Experience. I don't use it anymore. I use OBS, which is what I'm using right now to stream and record this. I've been using OBS for a little while now. I used it for console games, obviously, because that's how I record them through the Elgato. But yeah, with Subnautica and stuff like that, I've been using OBS, and it's a higher quality, and the file size is a bit bigger, but it's not too much bigger, and I think it works out well. Yeah, so OBS. Shadowplay is still decent. I think it works well enough for what it is, and I don't think you should accept anyone looking down on you because you're using Shadowplay. It's perfectly functional. But GeForce Experience, the program that comes with Shadowplay, is being getting a little more invasive lately. It's asking for an account login, and it's always on in the background, and it's just kind of annoying. So I just like to use OBS now, so I just do that. I record the whole thing, and then I just remember where the places are that I want. Sometimes I don't have a clip in mind and I have to go fishing, and that's when I will spend more time than I probably should to go through the clip to find it. But I enjoy that. It's kind of, again, when we talked about immersion earlier, I kind of get immersed in the work and I lose myself to it, and I try and find the perfect clip, and I go through them all. For really long videos, Odyssey, Fallout 4 1 year later, Breath of the Wild, you start to remember what's in a clip from the first opening. When you first open the clip and you see, this is the clip that has this thumbnail, and in the beginning I'm in this area. I remember what's in this clip and what's here at 10 minutes, what's here at half an hour. You'd think that you wouldn't, but yeah, you do. At least I do. I remember what's in all the clips, and there have been times where I'm an hour into a project and I need this clip of something, and I'm like, I know exactly where that is. And sometimes I'm wrong, but usually I'm on it and I get it. So yeah. So I don't know if there is a secret or if it's just experience and practice. Was there any other part of that question?
Second question is, what kind of mic are you using? Do you use preamps? How do you manage to record such high quality voiceovers?
I don't think my voiceovers are all that high in quality. Right now I'm using a Blue Yeti, and the only reason I'm using a Blue Yeti is because my other microphone was in a box when we wanted to start streaming here in the new house, and I went to Best Buy, and that was the best microphone that they had there, so I got a Blue Yeti so we could record on it, and I think it sounds pretty good, despite it just sitting in this room and it's echoing a little bit. Yeah, I think it sounds pretty good. So I think this will be what we use whenever we stream down here from now on, and I'll go back to the other mic when I'm upstairs. I have an Audio Technica 2000 and something, 270, 290, I can't remember what it is. It's an XLR microphone, if I'm getting that term correct. And I don't know if it is a preamp. I'm pretty sure that it is, but I don't know for absolute certain. But yeah, it's a Focusrite. It's red. There you go. I can tell you the color. It's red. Yeah, and the microphone plugs into that, and it does have volume control on it. And from there, it goes from that box via USB into the computer. And I find that has the best quality. I do not have a I don't have a guard that goes in front of it. One of those dust filters or whatever, pop filter. I don't have one of those. I couldn't get it to sit on the stand that came with it. It kept flumping over. So I don't know if that comes through and I should have one, or if I just got lucky and it doesn't come through that much, or what, or maybe I'm just far enough away from the microphone that it doesn't matter when I'm recording for the scripts. But yeah, so I do that, and I record with Audacity. Some people like to use Adobe's recorder instead. Most video editing software that I've used has an audio recorder as well. I prefer to use Audacity. I just like the interface, and I'm used to that now. So yeah, I use Audacity. After recording, I go through the whole thing, and I do noise reduction through their noise reduction function. So you want to have about a minute of recording during your session that you don't say anything. You just sit there. Usually I sit after I'm done recording the whole thing. I make sure there's a couple seconds of silence, and then I say start, and then I let it go like that for about a minute at least, and then I say stop, and then I just select the whole area between those two peaks of sound in the audio line, and I just make that the sample that I use to reduce all the background noise in the whole recording. And the reason why it's good to say start and stop is because if there's a really, really loud noise that goes on during that time, it's best to start it over again so you only get the background noise. So the bad thing that would happen during my recordings would be that there would occasionally be a car that screeches by on the outside, and I don't want that to be in the noise reduction sample, because it might make the recording sound really, really weird. Yeah, after reducing the noise, you want to go through and tweak it manually yourself. There might be a better way of doing this, but I haven't found it. So I just go through and I go through the whole audio recording, and I will reduce any parts that are really, really bad, any spikes in volume, anything that's like a cough or background noise that still shows through. I'll just remove it from the recording. Ruined takes get cut, and we keep the good takes in, and yeah, that's how you do it. You do it for the whole thing. It takes a long time. Usually, if the recording is the final recording is an hour. Usually there's 2 to 3 hours of raw footage that needs to be cut down to make that hour. That's what it's like. It's a lot of work. I hate it. It takes a long time. Going through the whole recording takes a lot more time than you'd realize too. I really don't like it. But that's the only part of the job that I don't like. So, oh well.
Final question is, do you have any tips on writing scripts? I got inspired by your works and want to give a try on making one. Currently saving money for a new mic and decent PC for recording, but my writing is my main concern. I used to criticize films with my first language, which is Korean, and got some good comments on it, but since my English is not perfect, I'm a little bit worried that some sentences might not come out as I intended to say. How do you usually start to write a script? Thank you for reading my horrible questions. I hope you get well soon and everything works out well on your journey to new home.
Your questions are horrible, and thank you for them. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. My ear infection is completely cleared up, and the move didn't go great, but we're here, and it all worked out in the end. But it was a pretty bad experience getting here. I've spoken a lot about script writing in the Patreon past Q&As that have been written on the website. So you would probably want to go and look at those if you want more advice after this. There's more that can be more to say than I can say right now, because it's a huge topic, and I'm probably going to forget something. I don't really know where to start. Beginning a project is the hardest one, and is the hardest part of it. And I think a lot of people get stuck there, and they never get past that initial phase of just staring at the cursor, just blink on in the Word document or open. I use Open Office. I don't use Word. But yeah, I think a lot of people don't get past that. Planning can help a lot. So really map out what you want to say, when you want to say it. Every single script that I write usually has about, a few thousand, depends on how long it's going to be, obviously, but there's usually thousands of words of notes that are in the Word file already before I start writing, that I can reference, and I can kind of make a roadmap to what I want to do. Writing style is going to matter a lot as well. So I can give you the general basic advice, that is, you should try and get through it every single day. You should do a little bit of writing every single day. I spoke yesterday about how I'm not very disciplined. I'm not at all, but when it comes to this, I am successful with writing every single day, because I get obsessive about finishing projects. So it's just sort of, I just kind of lucked into the fact that I will write every single day as much as I possibly can, especially when it comes to the end of scripts, and also writing fiction. So you want to be really regular about it. You don't want to go long periods of time without writing. It will make you finish projects, but it will also make them feel a lot smoother and a lot more put together. If you write something and it's a 10,000 word script, 10,000 words is not a lot in terms of writing projects like novels. When you're writing a novel, it's not a novel until you get over 50,000, really, and that's a really short novel. It's practically a novella. So 10,000 words for a script is quite large, but it's not a big writing project. If you start, write 2,000 words of your 10,000 word script, and then you go away for 2 months and come back and you write more, chances are it's going to feel quite stilted, and it's not going to feel very smooth. So you want to get through that for you want to write as much as possible, not just for getting projects done, but also because you want to you want them to be as smooth as possible. John Irving talks about this a lot when it comes to his books, that he likes them all to feel like he said them with one breath. It's all one sitting, one conversation, even though his books are crazy long. And I agree with that. With what he says, I'm nowhere near as good as John Irving, and I never will be, but I definitely agree with what he says there, and that was important advice for me to learn. Apart from that, general advice is going to come down a lot to style. Do you want to be someone that is very technical? Do you want someone that wants to be quite dry with your delivery? Do you want there to be a lot of jokes? Do you want there to be a lot of pop culture references? Do you want your videos to be very, very structured? Do you want to have title cards that lead from this part to that part to this part to that part? Do you, if it depends on what you're discussing as well, you need to make those decisions, and you need to write your script knowing that. Do you want to split your videos up into multiple parts and upload them separately? Because if that's the case, then you should probably have refreshers at the beginning of all of them, and links to the end, and this gets into the medium is the message sort of thing. If you're writing for TV and you are writing something that's going to be on a network that has commercials every 15 minutes, then the unfortunate reality is that every 15 minutes you better have a cliffhanger, because otherwise people are going to change the channel when the commercials come on, and you're going to lose your audience, and no one's going to watch your show, and your show's going to get canceled, and you won't have a writing job anymore. So the medium and how it's presented is going to affect how your writing comes across. So that's very, very important. For me, I capitalize a lot on I focus on flow, and I've spoken about this probably too much in in past Q&As, but people ask about writing a lot. I capitalize, I focus, I keep saying capitalize, I focus on flow a lot when it comes to scripts. I want there to be this seamless transition between a lot of subjects and a lot of topics, where possible. Sometimes videos are so long that they can't function that way, and there's times where I've experimented with title cards and stuff to see, because I'm always trying to do something new in every single video, even if it's only a little thing that's new. But yeah, I like flow. I like there to be just, I'm talking about this and then I'm talking about that, and you don't really notice that I've switched from one topic to the other, and I link them both together in a way, and suddenly you look at the time and half an hour has gone by. That's how I like to write. I probably write that way in fiction as well, but I put a lot of I have scene breaks and chapter breaks and stuff like that in fiction, but I try to do that as well in fiction. But yeah, that's how I write in scripts. But just because that's how I write doesn't mean that's how you should write. So you have to make those decisions yourself. So I'll end with probably the biggest piece of advice, or the best piece of advice that I think I've ever read about writing, which applies to script writing and fiction writing and any writing, which is don't try to emulate the voice of anyone else. You do have to make sure that your stuff is mostly grammatically correct. It doesn't really matter all that much, to be honest. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, grammatically correct, like that sentence was that I just said right now. It doesn't have to be. Ignore anyone that says that it has to be. You should try to do your best, but the rule is if your point is being made without any ambiguity whatsoever, you're okay. Try to do better. Always try to aim to be as perfect as you can, but it's not really that important. Spelling is something that's very, very easy to do because every time you write, you're going to have a spell checker there. But do make sure that you're using the right words properly. Those are objective things that you need to get right with word choices and all that stuff. But when it comes to how sentences are put together and how paragraphs are constructed and the tone that you go, if a more casual, more serious, anything like that, be yourself. Try to write like you speak. And if you are telling a story to somebody, or if you haven't told a story to somebody out loud in a long, long time, or you've never, tried to explain something in depth to someone in a long, long time in person, find a victim who does, it could be a girlfriend, a sibling, a parent, a friend that got you a really, really bad Christmas present and you want revenge, and just make them sit them down and make them listen to you talk. Just to try and summarize the plot of a TV episode or a book or anything like that, just as an experiment, and realize, maybe even record yourself doing it, and try and pay attention to how you speak and what feels fluid and comfortable to you, and try to make an emulated version of that when you're writing, because that is your natural sort of tone and your natural sort of way of communicating, and that's what makes you unique. And there's enough people trying to be stuffy and talk the same way and communicate in the same way. You go on Reddit and almost every single comment sounds like it's written by the same goddamn person. You could change the usernames and you wouldn't even know. And it's weird, if you go on other websites, you'll notice that it's the same thing, only it's different than the other websites. Every comment on 4chan, on V, well, not every, but most of them sound like they're written by the same person who likes to go to V. You go on Reddit and it's different from V, but it still sounds like the same sort of person that's on Reddit. It's like there's one person on Reddit that's making all the posts, there's one person on 4chan that's making all the posts. Same for every other forum. There's a norm that becomes accepted and a kind of culture that kind of shifts, and you want to avoid that because you don't want to be that. You don't want to just blend in. You want to have your own twist and your own unique kind of voice that's there. So apart from that, we're getting into specifics, and I don't know you, unfortunately, so you'd have to figure that out for yourself. Next question.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were done.
No, it's okay. How many do we have left?
We're almost done.
Almost done? Okay.
Alexis R says, "You guys are cool and I like you guys."
Oh, thanks.
Anyway, my questions are, how much more would you enjoy Fallout 4 and Breath of the Wild if it was called something different? Boston after Trump. Or the opposite, like would you enjoy Bloodborne if it was called Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, so interesting question. It definitely matters. I wish that it didn't, but it definitely matters. So if Bloodborne was called Dark Souls 3, I would be disappointed because it's such a departure from the series, and I would prefer Dark Souls to be more Dark Souls-y. Whereas, even though I really, really, really like Bloodborne, yeah, it would still be kind of disappointing. Like I would think, well, is this what Dark Souls is going to be from now on? You know, I think that's why it is called Bloodborne. So yeah, that's definitely good there. Yeah, and Zelda was a bit disappointing. Sorry, Breath of the Wild was a bit disappointing because of that too. It's shocking to see that it matters. Fallout's a little bit of a strange one for me because I didn't play the original, so it did feel Fallout-y to me, especially considering how much Fallout is to do with the branding and the the mascot and the presentation of Fallout. I would say that's a bigger part of Fallout than the equivalent in Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Zelda. All the trimmings are there in Breath of the Wild. You know, you have Link, Zelda, Hyrule, Ganon. But the gameplay is what's really, really different there, and that's what made it a bit disappointing because there was no dungeons, that sort of thing. But yeah, if Bloodborne had been called Dark Souls 3, I don't know if I would have been more disappointed than Breath of the Wild after it being I made the title of the video non of Zelda, right? So I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. So the name definitely matters. I don't know if I have any other point to make though, apart from just agreeing. Yeah, it's really important. I don't think it should be, but unfortunately it is, right? I don't know. I was discussing it with someone on Discord after Odyssey, and I said, I said to them, I think that it's fine that Odyssey is a departure in some ways from the rest of the series because it focuses on being this entry-level casual game instead of being this more hardcore experience that I wanted, and that's okay because all games don't have to cater to everyone. And he said to me, and it was a really good point, and he said to me, that's true, but you also have to remember that there isn't an unlimited amount of dev time, and these are the only people that are making Mario games, and because they spent their time making this Mario game, you don't get another one of the kind that you like because they made this one instead. And that got me thinking about how these games take so long to make and come out that you can look at ahead and say, okay, let's say average life expectancy is about 82, right? I'm 33, so am I still gonna be playing games at 82? I hope so, but you can go ahead and say, okay, they take 4 or 5 years to make, so how many Mario games and how many Zelda games do you really have left ahead in your life to play? And assuming they make them forever and they're always good, which I think is a pretty safe bet, and because they spent this chunk of time making something that isn't for you, I think it suddenly becomes sort of legitimate criticism that it's like, yeah, I really wish they had done something else. And of course, the answer as a compromise is that they make games they have entry level sections and they have good sections at the end for players that are more experienced, and they don't forget their core audience that has been with them. Other Mario games have done that and they didn't do it that time, and maybe I should have really hammered that point home more in the video. It's probably a flaw that the video has. But yeah, it's kind of a weird, realization. I think it's easy to think that you have unlimited time and so do the devs, but that's not true. Still a driver that's prone to ramming into cops. Well, I have a squirmy fin on my lap right now. Do you want to go sit with Mama?
Mama.
Huh? You want to sit with Mama? Okay, go sit with Mama. Go sit with Mama. Go sit with Mama.
Hi. There's 2 questions. Well, there's one more question from him, and then there's
From Alexis?
Yeah, and then there's Micah.
So Alexis also asked, I'm paying you to make me a Bethesda-style open-world game. What would it be, and how it would be? And sorry, what would it be, and how would it be? Thanks again. You guys are cool and very friendly folks. Oh, and Josh, your voice. Oh, your voice. It's so crisp, tender, and nutty. It just melts in my ear. There you go. You're welcome. I'm surprised some people like my voice because The first time I heard my voice in a recording, I cringed. When I was young, I heard my voice and I was like, oh my god, I sound awful. I'm surprised how many people like my voice. So I get to make a Bethesda style open world game. That's really, excuse the pun, that's a really open-ended, task. It would probably be a mix of Breath of the Wild and Don't Starve. It would be 3D, and I think I would have. I don't think I would try to make a story. I don't think I would try to have a lot of characters and things to do like that. But I think I would have. There would be a focus on survival and acquiring resources. There would be a leveling system to reward you for getting resources in the world, but I don't think you would need it. You could beat the game at level 1. I think I would go for the movement system and the freedom of mobility that Breath of the Wild has. I think there would be a lot of climbing, there would be a glider, there would be a lot of upgrades that you could find around the world that change those systems. I think I would be really for that, and I would try and put a lot of content that you could just stumble onto in the world, and really reward exploration with cool things to do and find when you get there, instead of you just show up and you get a reward right there for getting the thing. I think that's what I would do. I don't know what the setting would be. Something post-apocalyptic is kind of, a given because both Breath of the Wild and Fallout 4 are post-apocalyptic, and those are the ones that I went with. But yeah, I think a really big open world kind of thing with Don't Starve's core gameplay of setting up camps and a day-night cycle and you're being hunted. I think I would really enjoy that sort of thing. I think I could make that work. But it's kind of like a pipe dream of throwing things together, right? It would probably not be as good as I imagine, and you have to start with all these ingredients in the pot and then trim them down really finely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought about making games, and I don't think that would be anything that I would try and do for a long time if I got to make more than one game. Absolutely not. No way. But I think one of the most important things for me in an open world game like that, if I was making one, would be to make sure that the gameplay and the combat is really worth the moon. That it's not. It has to be better than Fallout's, and maybe just adding the mobility of Breath of the Wild with Fallout's sort of gunplay would be enough. But Breath of the Wild isn't enough either. There needs to be more to it. There needs to be more freedom during combat. Having to stay locked on and the flips and the jumps and the dodges being so kind of clunky to use isn't great. So there would definitely have to be some sort of compromise there, or some improvements there. But I don't. In my head right now, I don't even know if it would be a shooter or if it would be something that's more about melee combat. But maybe it'd be a mix of both. I'm not sure. Whoops. I don't know, maybe it'd be better just to take the Blizzard sort of approach to making a game and just take something that already exists and just make it better. Just refine it, give it a new coat of paint, make it your own in terms of story and presentation and your characters, obviously, setting. But just take something that already exists and just make it much better and just iterate on it. The problem with Breath of the Wild and Fallout 4 and games like that is that they're so expensive to make and they require such a long amount of time, and they're still like Fallout 4 is still so buggy, even though they've done so many games in the series and they've had so much experience with it, that another developer trying to do that would be a huge gamble. And I'm pretty sure some people have tried, but it turns out to be a lot harder than they anticipate. But then I've always wondered, kind of related to the last question that you asked, would Breath of the Wild got as many 10 out of 10s if it wasn't Zelda? If it was just literally called Breath of the Wild and it was a new game by an unknown developer that just came out on Steam one day, would it have gotten as many 10 out of 10s?
No.
And I would like to think the answer is yes, but maybe not. I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys would be involved in the process of this Bethesda game. I would. We would do polls to see what the setting is. You know. What's the art style?
Mama.
Is it anime? Like, I guess I shouldn't ask. Is it anime? What kind of anime is it?
Mama.
Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I don't think it was a great answer, but I don't know. It's I really struggle with the open-ended question. Sorry.
Micah W says, Micah. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please do this every time. Don't assume that I'll know because
Yeah,
I suck with
we said
this.
Mika a couple times, right? So
Yeah.
it's Micah. Yeah, Micah.
I'm going to put that before all of my questions from now on. It was really entertaining hearing you debate the pronunciation, but I thought it would spare you the stress and settle it once and for all. So with that out of the way, move successful. Congrats, you guys earned it. Here are the questions.
Thank you very much.
Did people straight up accuse you of being drug dealers, or were they at least subtle about it? Were you able to convince any of them that you weren't? Could you share any hilarious stories about how those conversations went down?
There are no funny stories, unfortunately. For context for people that are listening, when we were trying to rent before we moved into the house that we're in now, so before we bought the house and moved to New Brunswick, we were seeing if we could rent in Toronto and then outside of Toronto. And it's the story that's on Patreon. There's a lot of requirements for renting now in the city that weren't there before, that you need to give over a bunch of documents and your whole identity. It's basically consensual identity theft. Wow, I couldn't say that. Consensual identity theft. There we go. I did it. First try. And we didn't want to do that. And so when we found a cheap place outside of the city, we just offered to pay the entire duration of the lease up front. For the year that we were going to stay there, instead of giving them all over our documents, and also giving over all of our bank details, because we don't want them. Who wants to reveal their bank details to anybody, right? Like, come on, that's private stuff. So we offered to do that, and that made them think that we were drug dealers for this. They didn't explicitly say drug dealers. And we didn't even speak to them directly, because I think if I had spoken to them directly, I think I could have, persuaded them to hear me out and explain what it is that I do. But the realtor, because it was a realtor, even though it was a rental, that we were talking with, basically came back and said they think that the income that you have is illegal, because why would you be so reluctant to not give bank details over? And like, how can you pay this up front? And no, there must be some illicit activity. So we're very uncomfortable. They were more comfortable a month later when they came back and said, "Hey, are you still interested?" Because no one was taking their shitty rental. But yeah, they didn't outright say drug dealer. But what else could that be, right? Like, it's this thing. It's weird because we gave them our credit score. We allowed that to happen, and it's not like we were giving over no information whatsoever. But yeah. Yeah, not good. But yeah, there's no real hilarious stories. Most of it went into the thing that went on Patreon. Sorry to disappoint. Can you think of anything, Lily? No?
No, not really. I thought it was funny when they came back, and
Yeah.
we were in the middle of trying to get this house, and I think our offer had just been accepted like the day before or something, and I got a phone call from the rental agency that was representing the house, and wanted to know if I interested in any other properties, and if we were still interested in coming to that city. And I was like, no. Thinking we're trying to buy now, we're not trying to rent, we're not even looking there anymore. But I guess nobody was interested in their house. And it was a weird house. It was nice, but it was small, and there was no light in the basement, so you had to go down and do your laundry in pitch darkness.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of weird things about it that I felt they were being a little too high and mighty for a house that, you know, had its problems like that.
It's a landlord's market, unfortunately, and they're charging so much money so you can live in Toronto. Yeah, for some perspective, the rentals we were looking at within Toronto itself, to rent a house that's smaller than the house that we bought, the mortgage payment that we have is no joke 1/6 of the rent every month that they were asking for. 1/6. That's how crazy the rental and housing market is in Toronto. It was a lot more reasonable outside, but you know, in the cities that kind of orbit Toronto, but like Hamilton, that sort of thing. But it's still, they were pretty overpriced there too. I'm a waifu dealer. Oh no. I have the best heroines. All right, what's the next question?
Questions 2 and 3 are related, but they're both in-depth enough to warrant 2 separate questions. How do you feel about real-world passage of time being used to amplify the impact of events in a work of fiction? For example, I worry that the first Infinity War movie and the monumental events that occur in it, such as some major character deaths, will be undone in Part 2. It currently feels like such a big deal only because we have to wait a year to see what happens next. A similar situation occurred in a certain popular show. A major character dies in the season 5 finale, only to be brought back 2 episodes later, the following season and the following year. When watching this back again several years later, the character's brief absence from the show is barely felt. Do you consider this a cheap tactic and something that should be avoided in storytelling?
So first of all, I want to definitely agree that there's no way that that I haven't seen Infinity War, and I won't say who's dead. Because even though I haven't seen it, I know who's dead because I knew instantly because there's spoilers all over the internet the day that the movie was released, because that's just the world that we live in now. I want to agree that there's no way that they're gonna stick. Maybe a couple of them will, but yeah, there's no way, absolutely no way. And that itself is kind of cheap, you know. It's so over the top ridiculous that there's just no fucking way. As for the rest of what you said, it comes back to what I was just talking about with writing, with like the medium is the message, right? Especially with TV shows, that there's going to be gaps. There's gaps in books too. I don't know. It's definitely sticky. What about stickies? What about stickies? What about stickies? Two what?
Actually, there's 3.
Two what? What about the stickies? Stickies. Okay. It's an unavoidable problem for a lot of for books and movies and TV shows. We can't have, you know, never-ending production time, right? There's gonna be gaps. You know, like some people might have even experienced it with videos that I've put up. You know, there's a couple days between some of the parts of the stuff that I put up for Bloodborne, right? You know, that sort of thing. Maybe there's that downtime between them made them different.
No.
Finn,
We're so close to the end now, okay? We're almost done. I'm gonna go back to bed, okay?
But maybe that the gaps between some videos made it a different experience, you know, for the whole channel than people that can now just go and watch all these videos together, right? And the same thing with your Buffy the Vampire Slayer example, that it definitely changes the experience, right? And I don't view that more as a problem. I look at it as more interesting, you know, that what was the time actually used, and I would say that there is definitely. I think Game of Thrones is using it right now too. It builds up hype. I personally hate it. I hate having to wait. I'm impatient. I don't get anything out of the time down between them. You know, like it's not like I'm sitting here, you know, so getting more and more anticipation as it goes on. I'm getting, you know, more mad if there's a cliffhanger. You know, I get annoyed, right? So for me, I guess it is a problem, but I don't think there is really a solution to it because, like I said, there's no never-ending production time on anything. There's going to have to be breaks unless you expect creators to write all 9 books in the series and then release them, you know, one after the other every single week, or, you know, make 5 seasons of a TV show all at once, or 3 movies in the trilogy all at once, which could be interesting to do. Like I have to say that could be interesting, but the way that could work for film releases, I don't think it would fly. And usually there needs to be like some sort of event release for games too, right? Would you like it if Half-Life 3, 4, 5, and 6 all came out on the same day? I think a lot of people would look at that and go, well, why didn't you just package them all together into one big game and call it Half-Life 3, even though they are separate games, you know? And they all had the equal amount of production time, and they all deserve full price release because they're all new games. I still think people wouldn't like that. They want some time between them, but is that time between them for anticipation and to let it settle, or is it more to just, you know, justify the cost? I don't know. It's a question that keeps unpacking itself, huh? There's a lot to it. It's a good question. It's a really good question. I think someone wanted to hear the question again, or part of it.
How do you feel about real-world passage of time being used to amplify the impact of events in a work of fiction?
There you go. So, yeah. I think it's really interesting. Yeah. I think it's really interesting, and I think it's probably beyond the scope of my thought process right now, and I think like articles could be written and songs could be sung about the topic. Stickies could be made, right? Stickies could be made, right? Where are you gonna put the stickers? Where are you gonna put the stickers?
Sticky.
I think that maybe it's not always gonna be a I mean, think of being a showrunner for a really popular television show. Maybe it has zombies in it. Maybe they walk around while they're dead, and you know that there's gonna be these gaps no matter what between seasons. So why not try and use them in some way to capitalize on interest and try and make sure that people are really eager to get back to watching the next episode, that instead of being, hey, it's on next week, it's on 8 months from now. You know what I mean? I think that you can look at that and you can get really frustrated and really mad at cliffhangers and things that tease you and make you really want to watch more, but there is no more, fuck you, and you know, you get really mad. But it's not, you know, I don't think it's cruel or evil, even though it may feel like that. It's just them realizing that, hey, this is the reality of this gap, and we need to make sure that we have, you know, enough of an audience that we can continue making these and we continue making money and all this other shit, and you know, why not use it to our advantage instead of it being a detriment, right? So I don't know. I definitely think that it can be misused, but I don't really blame a lot of creators for using it a bit if there's no other way, if there's going to be a gap no matter what. Yeah, it's not that bad. I was talking about The Walking Dead. In case it was too subtle. Walking Dead.
Okay, last question.
Last question from Micah?
And all of it.
No, there are 3 more after that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, someone came in.
Okay.
I think we also got another set of questions today, but I don't think we're going to be able to answer them. Sorry, because we're so deep into the Q&A already. They can get rolled over into the next Q&A. They're not even on the list. They came in so late. So if you're here, I'm sorry. Person who asked them this morning. I think it was this morning.
Do you believe that certain good movies in a franchise or good episodes in a series get worse as a result of bad sequels or subsequent episodes? The series Lost is probably the best example, having really intriguing questions being asked for most of the show, only to answer none of them and piss off the entire audience by the end. Do you consider a single episode in its own individual piece of art, since episodes usually have different directors with slightly different visions of the show? Or is a single season one piece of art, or is the entire show just one big product split into dozens of parts? The same question applies to games with some great levels and some bad, but the difference is that games usually have only one or two creative directors. What are your thoughts on this? I can't wait for you to start Danganronpa. It makes Persona's cringe look like Shakespeare.
Oh wow,
Good luck.
it's going to be really entertaining then. Think of the memes. We need to do it for the memes alone. Okay, so unfortunately, the answer to your question is it depends. It depends on what they're going for. I personally think that shows should be the entire series should be seen as the whole product instead of in each individual season being their own thing. If you want to make each individual season their own thing, then you should make different shows, or you should have an anthology series, sort of like Black Mirror with its individual episodes, where they could make individual seasons be their own each individual thing. You could argue that Doctor Who does that with each different actor that plays the Doctor. There's that new AMC show called The Terror that has each season is a new show and a new story, whereas the series overall is just kind of like the wrapping that goes around it. Fargo is the same way, and there's one more that I just thought of and now I can't place it again. That's like that. Every season is True Detective. True Detective is the other one, even though I didn't see season 2. So if they do it that way, then yeah, okay. Each season is its own piece of complete art, and I don't think you should judge True Detective 1 based on True Detective 2, or season 2 of Fargo based on season 1 of Fargo, that sort of thing. Fargo is really great, by the way. If you haven't seen Fargo, it's on Netflix. It's really, really good. I've only seen the first season and half of the second season. It was really, really good. Dexter, to me, should be judged on the whole series. All 4 seasons, just really, really great. Too bad we never got more than that. Same with Chuck. Chuck was a really great show that only got 3 seasons and was, just criminally canceled at the end of season 3 and never got more than that. We could have gotten 2 more great seasons, but god damn it, we didn't. Those I think those should be judged as the whole season, and any show like that. Lost is another one, that sort of thing. They should all be judged together. As for movies, that's where it gets more difficult. So someone in chat immediately said Star Wars. I think that you should judge Star Wars episodes 4, 5, 6 together, judge episodes 1, 2, 3 together, and judge episodes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 together. So I think that's how you should do it. But it gets kind of murky, doesn't it? Because now they're fucking with the interaction of the movies. Sorry, kid. Rogue One is based during the before A New Hope. So what does that mean? Should that be lumped together? I would say yes, it should. Episodes 7 and 8 are really linked to 4, 5, and 6, and 1, 2, and 3 is linked in the other way, especially with mostly just Vader and Obi-Wan. Should those be linked together? I don't think there's a clear answer there. If it turned out that Darth Vader was just a big Easter bunny made of chocolate in the big suit, and he was hiding it the whole time, and it was only revealed by that in episodes 1, 2, and 3 10, 12 years later. Does that ruin the first 3 movies? I would say no, because they weren't part of it, but maybe it does. Of course, there's a real life, Vader is actually a chocolate bunny example with midichlorians, right? So, I don't know. I don't know. That becomes a complicated question. But I can say for sure that Lost, the first two seasons of Lost, maybe even the 3rd season as well, were fantastic. I've seen all of Lost, and it's really, 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 really good. I really enjoyed the first 3 seasons, I think. but I enjoyed it in different ways. Shh. And I look at Lost as a Disneyland problem. Okay, so imagine that you are being told by someone that you know that you care about that, hey, we're gonna go to Disneyland. Today's gonna be such a great day because we're gonna go to Disneyland. We're gonna go to Disneyland. It's gonna be great. And they tell you all the things that you're gonna do in Disneyland, and you're gonna go on all the rides, and you're gonna see Mickey Mouse, and you're gonna see Donald Duck, and you're gonna kick Goofy in the balls just for fun. And that we're gonna go. And we're gonna stay in one of the hotels in the castle. We're going to Disneyland. We're going to Disneyland. And you have the best day because you're sitting there with this person and you're thinking about going to Disneyland, and it's so good to think about going to Disneyland. You're enjoying it so much, speculating how good this trip is going to be going to Disneyland. And then night comes around and the guy says, yeah, fuck you, we're not going to Disneyland. Okay, that's ruined the day. Just because you had so much fun leading up to that moment, now that you know that it's fake and you're not going to Disneyland, that's ruined now. That's not real. But and it's the same thing for Lost. Lost is basically teasing the whole day, we're going to Disneyland. Every single season we're going to Disneyland. We're going. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Look at all these questions. There's a smoke monster, and how did the polar bear get here? And and there's magic, and there's ghosts, and and you can't leave the island. Why? Oh, it's magical. Oh, well, what's the answer? Oh, there's this weird facility, and all the stories are tied together, and there's a meaning to all this, and there's an answer to every single question. And then you get to the end, and there isn't. Fuck you. There's some answers, some questions are answered, the polar bear's answered, but the rest of them are either not answered at all, or they have shit answers, or they're full of plot holes, and it's very, very apparent that there was no plan. There was never any answer when they were asking the questions and presenting the mysteries to you. It was just a, what's in the box? We have no idea either, but we want you to think about it, and it's empty. And that makes it really, really shit. It makes it really, really shit. In fact, that box analogy is exactly what Abrams says is like how he likes to write, and it's how he wrote Force Awakens too, because he didn't have any answers at all. They didn't have a plan. It's the biggest movie franchise that there is in probably all of history. And they didn't have a plan. What the fuck? Sorry, Finn. So we have The Force Awakens into The Last Jedi, or the last real Star Wars movie, and it got really, really, and it gets really, really bad. But yeah, I definitely agree that that TV shows can definitely be ruined by what comes later, and that I'm not sure about movies because they're more self-contained and their own thing. But if it's a long part of a series, then I think so. But I think it gets a little more gray when you're looking at stuff like Rogue One compared to the other movies, especially when it's other people making it. It's not the same people that are making the movie that are connected to the first set of movies. If it's like, because then it's just fan fiction, right? And you can just ignore fan fiction, Like Last Jedi is pretty fucking close to fan fiction. Let's be honest. It's just fan fiction, and we have the same sort of thing could be said with Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner movie, which I hear is fantastic. So I haven't seen it, so I don't know, but if it deserves this sort of thing. But it's just an example of, I don't think it's the same people that are making it. I think maybe it had the same director. I can't remember. So maybe that's actually a bad example. I don't know. Maybe some of the Terminator movies would be better for that. I'm not sure. I just missed that turn, didn't I? I don't know, but I think if it's a different group of people that are making something, that it's it's easier to separate it. I really didn't like The Last Jedi. I'm sorry. I really didn't like it. It was really bad. I'm more interested in seeing the next one than I am any other Star Wars movie ever, because it's like someone brought home a massive canister of baby spiders and opened it up in their living room and went, oh no, and ran and locked themselves into the bathroom, and there's no window in the bathroom, so they can't get out, and I just want to know what happens next. It's like, what are you gonna do, motherfucker? Sorry, what are you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Because I want to see the train wreck. I want to see what happens next. So maybe that's what they were going for. Maybe it's like there's no way we can make this work legitimately. So let's just make it so bad that everyone's like, how do you get yourself out of this corner? I really don't know what's gonna happen next. I got fined. Sorry. Can I have a smooch? Thank you. Okay. Was that all Micah's questions? Okay. So I think there are 3 more that came in from late. Which we shouldn't really be answering, but because the Q&A session is so late, I think we should go for it. Hopefully they're not too long. Do you have them? Are they really long and in depth? Because it is really late and the kid needs to go to bed. But I don't want to give bad answers. But if they're really really long, maybe they will have to be rolled over into the next Q&A because they did come in late.
Long. You kind of went into it. Not really though. It's about if you were to make your own game.
Okay.
After that, I think they're pretty okay.
Okay, let's go for it then.
Riley P. says, "Hey Joseph.
Hey Riley.
On numerous occasions, you have stated your desire to one day make your own game. Do you have any concrete ideas in your head already? A particular genre, maybe?"
Yes, it's all going to depend on the budget though. So I'm thinking that the first game that I make is going to be through, it's probably going to be coordinated through an online group, sort of like how Ori and the Blind Forest was made. And it's going to be, we get a programmer or two, we get an artist, we contract out the music, and we all work together in that sort of thing. I don't think having an office and a workspace and everyone goes into the same place and we actually we work physically in the same place is going to be feasible for the first time through. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. It's definitely not going to happen in Moncton, let's put it that way. So a lot of it's going to depend on the budget and when I pull the trigger and try to do it, and I don't know when that's going to be. I've done some math already, and if I'm using my own money, if I'm funding it myself completely whole, it's probably going to be about $1 million. So that's years and years and years and years and years, and probably houses being bought and flipped in real life, not just in House Flipper, that sort of thing. We're talking a long time. Or it could be funded through something like Kickstarter, or maybe I could learn how to program and do some of the coding myself. I want to do that anyway, but again, these are really really long-term plans. I don't like the idea of doing Kickstarter, but maybe that's the only thing we can do. But hey, a lot of Kickstarters are very very successful. Look at Hollow Knight, right? Probably my favorite Kickstarter project that there has been. Yeah, so it's all going to depend on the budget. So my guess is that the first one is going to be a 2D game, and the one that I think is the most feasible and the one I think that I could work the most would be something that's a bit like Stardew Valley. I would like to do that. With a twist that I don't want to say because I really like the twist and I don't want to ruin the twist. But yeah, like a Stardew Valley type game. I think I could make that really put together quite well, and I like the genre. I really like it quite a lot, and I would want to really focus on the interaction of the end game and have a lot of end game activities to do in a sort of Stardew Valley package sort of thing. But I don't think I would want to have that sort of setting. I think I would probably do something a bit more creative, or not creative because that implies Stardew Valley isn't creative. I think I would do something a bit more unusual. I think having a farm on a space station would be fun. That sort of thing. Mama, what? Mama. What about Mama? What about Mama? What about Mama? Yeah. So I would really enjoy that. The other option that's sort of in a similar kind of area, in fact, they might even if I do something that's more sci-fi and they might be combined together. Shh, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. You want to go sit with Mama? You want to go sit with Mama? Okay, go sit with Mama. Would be a Factorio type game that's based in an entire solar system instead of one planet. I like the idea of combining Factorio and Anno together. particularly Anno 2205, which has you linking different regions that you're building in with products and production change that you're doing. I don't think 2205 does it nearly as well as it could have, especially compared to 2070. But yeah, I like the idea of combining Factorio with that sort of thing. So you have different planets and you have different resources that can only be built on one planet. I don't think they would be completely open-ended. I think there would probably be set maps and levels on every planet that you land on, but who knows? It's formulating in my head still. And I think I would really enjoy making production chains that you have to build ships and ship things between the different planets, and maybe you have a central factory in space, and you build different things, and there are different challenges that are on each planet. So if one's like an ice planet, then you can't build too many warm things because it might melt the ice, and so you have to build it in a different way. Or maybe you can't have conveyor belts on certain levels that like Factorio has, so you need to have different sort of transportation system set up. I think that would be interesting. I would really enjoy making something like that. Yeah, so I think most people were probably expecting me to say something that's really heavy on story or something that's kind of like Dark Souls, but no, I'm trying to keep things more feasible compared to something like, I'm going to make a Dark Souls game with fucking 50 bosses and it's going to be great, and it's going to have Bloodborne's combat system with the Estus lock system, and it's going to have like all this stuff. Like, no, that's not feasible the first time through. But yeah, I would like to I would like to get to stuff like that eventually, but I think I would start slow and learn a lot and keep projects manageable. And even the ideas that I'm putting forward right now are probably too much, and I would eventually just trim them down and get something that's a bit more streamlined and everything. But to answer the question, with something that I find a lot most interesting about this, and what I've been thinking about quite a bit, because I like stories in video games, despite thinking that most of them are pretty bad, is that I would really like to make a game based on my books. I know that sounds weird, but the way that I wrote part of them, especially Bounty Hunter and Monster Slayer, is that the way that they're episodic and they have the worlds that I made and created in those. I would like to take a stab at that of adapting my own books into some sort of video game. I think I would enjoy that quite a lot, but that's after making a bunch of smaller games. Like that would be a big project. There'd have to be like voice acting and 3D graphics and that sort of thing. Yeah, it would be a big thing. But yeah, I think I would really enjoy doing that. But these are really long-term plans, really long-term plans, and they might not ever happen. I hope they do, but I actually doubt it that it'll ever happen. But it'd be cool if it did.
Now that you have successfully moved, congrats to both of you. Really so happy for you. How do you think you're going to go forward with the stream schedule? Can we expect more regular and longer streams again? I understand your main job are the YouTube videos, but I also absolutely love your streams, especially with games where you go in blind like the Undertale streams.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be more streams, and it's going to be it's going to depend a lot on what my schedule settles at. I don't know if I'm definitely not going to stream every day, but I don't know if I'm going to stream 4 days a week, 5 days a week. Some weeks it might even be as low as 3. If I'm in the middle of a project for YouTube and I'm trying to finish it, I might just cancel streams for a week and just clear my schedule so I can just focus on getting the video done, that sort of thing. I think people would prefer that, and I just get it done. But yeah, it's going to depend on how my schedule goes. Ideally, I would like to be able to get into a rhythm where I work 5 to 6 days. I stream a couple hours before at the beginning of my work day, and then I spend the rest of the time working on video stuff, and having that separation within the house from the kids and the interruptions, that I can get that done. Yeah, I think that would be the ideal, but it's going to depend on how it goes. We have to probably finish most of the basement before that can be a reality, and and I until then I don't know how the noise level is going to be upstairs. We'll probably find out tomorrow or the next day during a daytime stream. How much noise is coming from downstairs with the kids during the day and from outside, because there's a window in the room, obviously. How it would be. But yeah, it's a lot of that's going to depend on that. But yeah, they're going to be. I doubt that we'll ever get back to the point where we were with Persona 5. You know, that many streams that often. But it's definitely going to be way more than it was after Persona 5 was done and we went unscheduled. And also, going forward, if I can't get a proper schedule set down, it might permanently be on a flex schedule. So it's always going to be, I will start between this window of time, and I will end between this window of time, and I'll tweet on the day, hey, I'm going to try and stream in X amount of hours, instead of always being, hey, I'm going to start 11 a.m. Because unfortunately with the sleep disorder and the kids, that doesn't always work out, and it can get to the point where I'm really killing myself to stay on the schedule, and it's not good for me or for you guys. They won't be good streams, and I'm gonna, it's really unhealthy. Yeah. So Kickstarter for Dragon Souls when?
Last question. Let's check the last question. This is more Twitch related. There is a feature on Twitch called Collections, which basically is what playlists are on YouTube. It's useful for organizing VODs, for example, a collection for Undertale streams, Terraria, etc. Do you think you have time to make some collections? Browsing through VODs on Twitch is unfortunately a bit of a pain in the ass.
Oh, are there really? Okay, yeah, I'll look into that. If they're not, I don't know if you're going to be, eagerly checking Twitch, and obviously you shouldn't, because it's, that's not something that you should do. But for whatever reason, if you check in a few days and I haven't done it, can you just message me on Discord and say, hey, remember that? Because it's pretty late, and as soon as we're done with the stream, I have to, go upstairs and get Finn back to sleep, and I might forget when I come back. So it doesn't have to be you, Micah, anybody. If anyone...
Oh, it's Riley now.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Riley. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Riley. See how tired I am? I'm gonna forget. Yeah, so if anybody... Whoa, what the hell, truck dude? What the hell? Yeah, if anyone really wants that feature and I don't have it set up soon, just message me and poke me on Discord, and then I'll get it set up, because I'll probably forget. Yeah. But that sounds good. Yeah, I didn't know Twitch had that. Thank you for telling me.
So quickly before we go, HellPuppy95 used 140 bits and says, Lily, can you ask Joe the same question I asked you about story versus characters and narrative versus theme in stories? Since you both write, I'm interested in if you two differ. So what do you think is more important in a story? The story or the characters, in the narrative or the theme?
Depends on the story, but in general, I like stories over characters, and I like narrative over theme. Yeah, for sure, but it's going to depend on the story. Sometimes I will watch something or read something for the characters more than the story. That can be really engaging and really fun, but I'm going to say that most of the time it's narrative over theme for me. The theme doesn't really interest me all that much most of the time, and I prefer something more concrete than that.
Somebody. We missed somebody, sorry. I just thought of it now.
Who did we miss?
We missed Catgirl.
Catgirl?
Remember Catgirl had that picture we were supposed to do?
Oh yeah, you did. We missed
Yeah,
Catgirl.
we missed Catgirl. Sorry, Catgirl.
Did we miss anybody else?
No, that's the only one. That was just a very small fin, very small at the top of the page, and I skipped right over.
Okay, so Catgirl, if I remember correctly, has a... We haven't looked at it yet. Catgirl has an image of a bunch of catgirls, and... Okay, just read out the question, and then I'll explain if it's not clear, but I think it is pretty clear.
Hold on, Finn. Dear Joe, without asking which Nico Para, right? Is that how you say it?
I think so, yeah.
Is Lily's favorite. Lily, which Nico Para is Joe's favorite?
Okay.
Safe for work picture of the Catgirls.
Okay, so we have to look at this picture, and then we have to guess... I have to guess who I think Lily will pick the favorite, and Lily has to guess who I think which my favorite will be. Okay, so let's link it in chat. so everyone can see it. Can you do that, Lily?
Hold on.
Let's put our emergency lights on just in the middle of the road here. It's safe for work, right?
Yeah, she said. Yeah, safe for work. Hold on, I can do it right.
This is a waifu emergency. Please drive on. Okay, there it is. All right, I'm opening it on the tablet. Do you have it open?
I do.
Okay. So there's from left to right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just so we're clear, chocolate hair is 1, purple hair is 2, light brunette is 3, blonde is 4, pink is 5, and the really light brunette is 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have to decide. I have to guess who I think Lily will find the best, and Lily has to guess who I will find the best, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have my answer for what I think you will find the best. Do you have yours? Don't say it. Do you have yours?
I think so.
Okay, so how do we want? Oh, I turned the fucking tablet off. Sorry, Finn. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Do you want to different picture? What? There's no pink hair. It's very light. The number 5 from left to right looks kind of pinky to me on the tablet.
Yeah, the very blush pink.
Yeah, isn't that kind of pink? Okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to do 1, 2, 3, and we say our choices for each other, or do you want to do on the count of 3 we both say what one you like the best and what one I think you like the best? So we get our guesses at the same time.
Okay. So you want to do what we each think, or what we think for each other?
So let's do what. So we're gonna do count of 3, okay? And on 3, you say which one you like the best, and I will say my guess for which one I think you like the best. Okay? Okay. So after 3, okay? So we do 1, 2, 3, and then the answer. Okay? All right. So you're telling me which one you like the best, and I'm telling you which one I think you're gonna like the best. Okay?
Should we do it the other way though, so that we know? Like, should I?
But then we can change our answers.
It's cheating.
Okay, let's do the other way then. On the count of 3, I will say which one I like, which one I think you're gonna like the best, and you say which one that you think I'm gonna like the best.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, do you have your answer?
Yes.
Okay. I kind of want to change my answer now.
Well, it was between 2 for me, but I think the one that is like I already like that one myself, so I'm feeling like I might be a little bit biased. It's a little bit tricky.
Okay. All right. Ready?
Ready?
1, 2, 3,
4.
6.
6 being again the redhead one.
6 on the far right. That's the one that's the one I think you like the best.
You're not right.
I'm not right? Is it 1? God damn it! That's what I changed my answer from. God damn it!
Am I right about 4?
My favorite 6.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought you liked the choker.
I thought we would have the same one. I don't like the eyes. Everything about her I'll say I like, but I don't like the different colored eyes.
I thought her style was more your style.
We failed the relationship. We failed. We failed.
Yeah, I like number one's hair.
God damn it. I was going to say number 1 and I changed. Remember I said I was going to change it? I was going to change it for number 1. God damn it.
She's the witchiest one.
Baba.
4 is the sluttiest one. What do you think about me? She just shrugged.
You like that kind of choker,
I do like the choker.
Style.
But 6 has a choker too.
Yeah, but it's not obvious.
Baba.
And she's blonde, and you like blonde.
Baba.
Yeah, but 6 is kind of blonde too. I didn't like blondes until recently.
Baba. Baba.
Also, I do have to say, it's the safest choice because with those, Hakuna Hurtadas, she's the only one that you can be absolutely certain is 18 out of these 6, right? Like for sure, she's the only one. Which one do you like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? Which one do you like?
I'm gonna have to point, Daddy.
Which one do you
I'll be
like?
able to tell you.
You like 3? Yeah, you like the third one? You like 3? You like 3? Okay, what if I point to the number 4 and I say, who's that?
Mama.
Joe didn't like blondes until recently. Yeah, but about I would say maybe a year ago, maybe a year or 2 years. It's not like I didn't like blondes. It's just it's like yeah.
Basically, around the time that I changed my hair color, things changed.
Yeah. Okay, so were there any other questions from subscribers?
There's a thank you to Halfbro who resubscribed with Prime for 2 months and says, "Have you heard of Gloomhaven?"
No, I haven't. What's Gloomhaven?
And a thank you to Dusty Hippie who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you, Dusty Hippie. Gloomhaven. Is that it?
Yes.
All done? Okay, so before we go, are there any questions from chat that were asked a lot throughout the night that I missed that you would like a chance to ask now? I might go into detail on them while Lily takes Finn up to bed. Have your thoughts on Dark Souls 3 changed since the video? Not really, no. Sorry I was late, by the way. Didn't mean to keep you up. I'll try to get my question in early. No, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm sorry that we can't answer all of them. It's okay. There was a set that we're not answering because it came in today, and if it was a little earlier, we'd go for it, but we need to stop, unfortunately. Survival horror game where you are a psychotic, shell-shocked World War I soldier in the trenches, and each time you die, you respawn as another soldier in a different part of the trench, maybe even a procedurally generated trench that's endless as a metaphor to the player's mental state or the futility of war and the duality of man. Combines an idea you had a while ago with the permadeath roguelike horror idea. Is that Gloomhaven, or is that a game that you're just proposing? That sounds like it could be neat.
Mama.
Will you highlight any more streams? Also, what did you think about stealth mechanics in games and balancing fun and challenge? That's a bit too open-ended for me to answer right now. Sorry. For more streams, yeah, there'll be more highlights. Do you mean highlights on Twitch, or do you mean highlights on YouTube? Highlights on Twitch I should probably do for all of them, but sometimes I forget. But highlights made by Nick will definitely happen. He's making one on Recettear at the moment. Stealth mechanics are usually, if they're not the focus of the game, then they're usually bad. So the stealth has to be the entire game. It can't just be like extra added on top, then it's pretty bad. And I think fun and challenge go together. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. What do you think about the fact that teleporting dogs in Dark Souls 3 aren't fixed? A lot of games like that from Japanese developers don't get patched on Steam. I don't know why. I don't know why there's no support. It's pretty bad. Like they should be, or the problems like that don't get fixed, even though the game does receive some patches. Yeah, I think that's pretty bad. I would want to fix that if I could. If I could patch my videos without having to re-upload them, I would do it, but I can't. So, you know.
Highlights on Twitch, she says.
Highlights on Twitch. Yeah, I'll try and try and do that more. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at remembering. Adding all the keywords are the main reason why I sandbag on it sometimes. It's kind of tedious. Any thoughts on Prey Moon Crash? I only played it ever so slightly to make sure it would run, and I'm probably going to stream it as the first stream during the day tomorrow or the next day, as a daytime stream. So far it seems decent, but I'm more curious than enjoying it at the moment. I don't know if it's worthwhile or not yet.
Mama.
And is that it? Are we good? Ketchup or mustard? I think I like both. If I had to pick one for forever, like I can't have one anymore, it'd probably be ketchup. I like to keep ketchup, so I guess I like ketchup more than mustard, but I like both. I put ketchup and mustard on my burgers.
But honey mustard is its own thing.
Do you consider streaming a Total War game sometime? I might. Yeah, I might. That might be fun. I could finally try that series because I never have. Yeah, that could be interesting. What's your main issues with Last Jedi summed up? I want to hear you rant even just a bit. I ranted, I think last night or maybe the night before. I can't remember. I don't want to go into spoilers because it just came on Netflix, right? And just came on Blu-ray. So some people probably haven't seen it yet. There are too many plot holes. It makes shit up as it goes along. Yeah. There's a scene toward the end of the movie where a character sacrifices themselves in a really, really stupid way, and it just destroys the whole series as far as I'm concerned. You can't have that happen. It just shows that there's no thought going into the writing whatsoever. There was some painfully cheesy dialogue later on in another part where, you know, like something happens with someone sacrificing themselves. There were no real stakes, you know. I don't care about any of these characters. There's nothing is being developed on, you know. Like it was just really, 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 really bad. Nothing makes sense in the movie, and if it doesn't make sense, you can't get invested, or at least I can't. The main problems. A lot of people have the problems that it twists your expectations from what the Farce Awakens set up, and I'm not really. I don't care about that. Because I can't even begin to wonder about that because I need the story to make sense, and it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then you're not writing. It's not a story. There's no plot. It's just a bunch of events and a bunch of actions. And if that's the case, then you have to look at it separately from all story. You have to look, okay, were the visuals are good? Was the fighting good? And was the dialogue good? And it's like, okay, well, the dialogue was pretty bad. The visuals were really good in a lot of places. And the fights were okay, apart from one at the end that just looked awful. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really, really bad movie. And I'm not even really that invested in Star Wars. And I had time to prepare going in because everyone said it was subpar and it was bad. So I can't imagine how I would have felt if I had taken a day off and you know, made a deal with Lily to look after the kids so I could go and see that in the movie theater by myself. I would have just stared at the screen going, what?
But you would have gotten a large popcorn and you would have brought it back.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
It's
true. It's such a bad movie, and I hate that it's been co-opted into this ongoing political warfare battleground within, for lack of a better term, nerd culture. I guess it's spilling all over into all popular culture now too. That, you know, if you don't like the movie, you're a part of Gamergate or whatever the fuck it is. There's nothing about this movie being politically correct or shoehorned with ideology or anything like that ruined it for me. It's just the story doesn't make sense, and it's, if the story doesn't make sense, the whole thing is a waste of time. And I hate that everything's being wrapped up into that same tired fight back and forth over and over and over and over again. It's not even related. It's not related. Who cares? It's not related. And I hate that it's so hard to have a discussion and disagreement about anything without it being wrapped into that battleground. And what side are you on? Because then we have to go to the same back and forth as we always did. It's so exhausting. It's so exhausting. I hate it so much. I hate checking my Twitter feed. The harassment didn't help. The harassment is unacceptable. Unacceptable. You don't blame an actor or anybody that's involved with having poor material to work with. It's not their fault. Unacceptable. When do you expect the next Q&A to come out so I can catch it next time? Not sure. It'll be posted ahead of time. We will probably post the question prompt in a week or so, and there'll be a date that's set. Usually it's at the last day of the month or the last Sunday of the month, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here now that we're in Moncton. But yeah, it'll be toward the end of the month that we do the Q&A. Do you have any new projects you've been working on recently? I was halfway through a video on some Super Nintendo games when I had to move to a different project, and that's God of War. So God of War will be out this month, unless something horrible happens. If I have to fly out, because there's a problem with some of our boxes getting here, if I have to fly out back to Toronto, or if I have to fly somewhere in between and sort this stuff out with the boxes, then there's a chance that God of War might not be done in time. But if that doesn't happen, which is looking likely, it's looking like it'll be fine, then I don't see how the video could not possibly be done this month. But if I have to leave, then that's going to really slow it down, obviously.
Mama.
When do you think you'll start conventional streams? Tomorrow or the next day, I hope. It's 5 in the morning, so I might have to sleep and then start the next day. But yeah, I'm hoping. I'm sorry about the noise, everybody. Is it really annoying? Is he loud? Please don't say it's fine just because he's a cute kid. Like if it's really annoying, then please let us know. 2. Say 2B. 2B.
There's a 2.
Hippo. If anyone didn't understand what I just saw about the boxes, we shipped about 50 boxes from Toronto here to here because it was too expensive to get a moving van. But we wanted to send a lot of our stuff, and it was a lot cheaper to just send it through the post. And 12 boxes got rejected from leaving the post office because they found bugs crawling out of them, which doesn't make any sense because they were the last 12 boxes that I packed when I flew back to Toronto earlier in the month. And they contacted us via a letter and said, you need to fly back to Toronto and clean these before they can be shipped out, or we're going to throw them in the trash. And then I called and they said, oh, they've just been shipped out, don't worry, it was just some dirt on the outside of the box or something, and just some simple cleaning did it, and now they've been accepted. So I don't know if there were even any bugs, or if it was just they forgot about them in the back of the post office and they're trying to save face or something. I have no idea. So I don't know what's going to happen. They should be here on Monday. So I don't know. There's nothing that the bugs could be eating on in any of these boxes. So I have no idea. Maybe the pickup guy was on meth. Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You're a master at finding bugs.
There must have been bugs crawling out of all 12 boxes if that was the case, right? Because why would all 12 be rejected if only one has bugs in them? and there's no way there could be bugs out of all 12. And even if there were, there's no way that simple cleaning could solve an infestation that has somehow claimed all 12 boxes. So something's going on. But either way, they should be here on Monday, hopefully, and we're gonna open them on the porch outside just in case there are bugs. I don't see how there possibly could be though. The boxes have handles that can that are open. They're sealed really well. I take them up real good, but they have handles that open up into the inside of the box, so you can grip them from the inside. So maybe a bug just flew in there in the post office and flew out, and the post guy showed up, looked at it, and was like, "Oh my God, shut down everything! I'm not taking them!" And then and he left, and then the guy who runs the post office sent the letter just to be safe, and then he just kind of just wiped it off a little bit and said, "Let's try again." And then the guy showed up and he wasn't drunk this time and was like, "Oh, okay, Morty, I'll take him this time. Put him in the truck."
If we're trying, because it was taking up a lot of space in their store, right? So no blame him for trying to clean it and hope that someone will come and take them.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. If there are bugs, this is a legitimate problem. Okay, yeah, let's do it. I just don't see where they could have come from.
No, I mean he sent the letter and then he tried it anyway.
Yeah,
they were taking up a lot of space.
The post office guy has been really, really good. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're done. So thanks everybody. Thank you for putting up with the interruption and Finn being noisy. So this has probably been the most unconventional, kind of off the wall set of Q&A streams so far. Yeah, so thank you for bearing with it. Thank you for putting up with us while we were moving. Proper streams should begin soon, and yeah, there should be a God of War video that's about 2 hours long this month, unless something awful happens, and nothing could possibly go wrong, so I think we're okay. Who knows, but thank you for bearing with us. We love you. Even if you ask weird cat girl questions.
At least there were lots of options.
True.
There's a cat girl there for everybody. Even Finn. Yeah. Can you say bye-bye?
Bye-bye.